Okay. We got Ed Norton available. He's a commissioner. Yo, yo. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joe Cole. We are interrupting our program to bring you a breaking news alert. Southern Colorado firefighters are battling several different fires in the area this afternoon. The largest is actually burning south of Canyon City. That's near the Royal Gorge in Fremont County. Some people are evacuating their homes. It has already burned more than 200 acres. And this is being called so far the Royal Gorge fire, although it is located, it's not threatening the Royal Gorge at this point. We have a number of pictures and video that's been coming in. These are shots from actually our crew that's been in Canyon City. And there, again, has been a number of evacuations. This fire is believed to be about 15 to 20 acres. Now, high winds in the area are fueling that fire. And in some cases, we've seen 25 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts, which is not helping that. And also, we've got temperatures that are in the 90-degree range. So the area south side of the gorge is being evacuated. Officials did confirm that. It is not believed to be a very populated area. Also, the river is closed from Spike Buck west of Parkdale all the way through Canyon City. Officials are obviously asking people to avoid the area of Highway 50 east of Parkdale. And you can imagine that smoke plume, when we pull up the map of this fire, what you'll see is this smoke plume is definitely impacting folks on Highway 50. Now, if we roll on to another fire that we've got in the northern half of Colorado Springs, just north of Colorado Springs, that's the fire department has responded to that. El Paso County. This is at Shoup Road near Highway 83. And in fact, we even have some mandatory evacuations that have been issued for that area. North of Shoup, north of Holmes, south of Fox Chase, and east of Falcon Street. Those are some of the evacuations that have been prompted because of this fire burning in the Black Forest area. Again, I'll go over those evacuations again. It's north of Shoup Road, north of Holmes, south of Fox Chase, and east of Falcon Street. Now, this is a case where if you're in the Black Forest area, it's pretty safe to assume that you should gather up your stuff and get out of that area. Now, there have been a number of shelters that are already opening up. Also, if you have cattle, you can take cattle to Dream Power Ranch. This is for the Black Forest Fire, and that's in Elbert County. And that number is 459-5818. So there's a number of things going on with this fire. We have a crew that's actually on the way. These are pictures that are actually coming in, sent to us from viewers and sent to us from some of our crews on scene. As of 3 o'clock, the Colorado Springs Fire Department dispatched 7 fire engines to the scene, and this is the Black Forest fire. The Colorado Springs Police Department has also dispatched officers to assist in that fire. So Norris Penrose also taking animals in large stock. No call required. Obviously, this is an area where a lot of folks have livestock, and there are most certainly a lot of homes in the Black Forest area, depending on which way this fire ends up going. But a lot of things to be worried and concerned about at this point. I believe on the phone right now we have Fremont County Commissioner Ed Norton, and he has talked to the sheriff down there, and he has some information. Ed, are you with us?
I am. Good afternoon.
Thanks for joining us. And Ed, what do you got so far with regard to what's going on down there in Royal Gorge?
Well, apparently this Royal Gorge fire has blown up to about 300 acres, and it sounds as though there were some possible outbuildings that were lost. I'm not sure if those are in the Royal Gorge Park, but certainly at its perimeter. This fire, of course, started. It sounds like, according to the sheriff, from what he told me about 45 minutes ago, it sounded like it may have started on BLM public lands, but with these 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, quickly exploded shortly after 1 o'clock. And, of course, then it was on the south side of the Royal Gorge Canyon, and then spot fires started blowing across. And once those fires spotted on the north side of the Royal Gorge, they started issuing those pre-evacuation orders between Royal Gorge Park and Highway 50, which includes a number of residences around the Tunnel Drive area and the Fremont campus of Pueblo Community College.
So, Ed, when you talk about obviously the evacuations and give the viewers a sense of how many homes are actually in this area or could potentially be threatened.
Well, on the south side of the Royal Gorge, probably not very many because the wind was pushing the fire to the north. So, and once you start getting into parklands, then there obviously wouldn't be any residences. But then once you start moving down the hill northward off the north rim of the canyon, there may be just a handful of residences in those hilly areas between the Royal Gorge and Highway 50, and there's some quarries. But the area that I talk about on Tunnel Drive is a residential area just off of the Soda Point curve on Highway 50 here, just as you're leaving Canyon City, and there'll be a dozen residences along Tunnel Drive.
Well, and as people see the pictures, we've got a number of pictures coming in from not only viewers, but we've got a crew down there showing the pictures. The plume has really, as you mentioned, really just blown up as of late. Tell us a little bit about the conditions down here. I know here in the Springs we've definitely had wind blowing and it's hot, and it sounds like you're seeing similar conditions and a lot of wind gusts down there.
Yeah, we're sitting right at around between 98 and 100 degrees right now, and what was amazing was when I left work to go home for lunch at that's probably right around 12 noon, it didn't seem like the winds had done much. And then just in that hour, from 12 to 1, it seemed like the winds just started to pick up. And obviously in that area, hit just a few minutes earlier and really pushed that plume. So it's going to be interesting to find out what may have triggered that fire. We hadn't had any storms of any significance unless it was some dry lightning from several days ago.
All right, we're joined now by Ed Norton. He's the Fremont County Commissioner. Ed, thank you so much for your time and speaking with us, and hopefully firefighters can get control of that fire down there, and it just ends up being something that they can contain and get a hold of. Okay,
well, they're hitting it with heavy tankers right now, so yeah, but until these winds die down, it's going to be a battle.
Very good. Ed Norton joining us from Fremont County. Thank you, Ed. Well, let's go over to Jeff Womack. Jeff, you can talk about the winds, and Ed talked about it down there, and the temperatures are not helping. The wind gusts are not helping. What are you seeing over there in the Weather Center with regard to these fires?
Yeah, bring you up to speed weather-wise of just what we're up against. And what the deal was is we had a little wave come through, not much wind until about midday, and we're going to go over that in a second. But first, to set the scene here for you, 100 degrees in Pueblo, right around that area, right around the fire temperatures into the 80s, 96 degrees right now here in the spring. So it is hot, and the extreme sauna still continuing around here. Sustained winds at 22 miles per hour, but a red flag warning until 9 o'clock. Now, this means we could be in for gusts of 45 miles per hour. Southwest winds right now in the Springs of 22, 26 mile-an-hour winds. But look at this. On Monarch Pass, you get here into the higher elevation along the enhanced terrain, winds sustained of up to about 39 miles per hour. So zoom in a little bit right now. Winds sustained primarily out of the southwest right around 30. Now, these are the wind gusts as we take you here 3D. 36 mile-an-hour wind gusts at the airport, 37 mile-an-hour wind gusts in Pueblo. So, again, with the heat, pressure's going to drop as the heat of the afternoon, for one thing, and also we got a little wave moving through the area. Let's take you right now in and around Shoup Road, where we've got sustained winds of about 23 miles per hour. Now, mesonet wind gusts had those at about 25 to 15 miles per hour here over the last hour. And as you can see, some returns coming up. This is the radar picking up some of the cloud cover associated with that plume of smoke right now. To the Royal Gorge we go, right in that general area. Winds sustained of 30 miles per hour. This is not what we want to see at all. Wind gusts, again, estimated right around 30 to 35 miles per hour. And this, an estimation by the computer. So what I'm saying is right by the blaze itself, even more than that. And, of course, the heat not helping with that. Now, take you a little further and show you the humidity. 3%. we're talking 5% Trinidad, 6% in Buena Vista. So everybody running into the single digits humidity-wise, and that's when you see those red flag conditions start to come up. So what we have going on up here in the upper levels, this wave right here, now this was the big thing to trigger the winds. You see that little bump in the flow. And what that did, that drove those winds here at 10,000 feet, and we've got those out of the southwest. So this is going to push the fire to the northeast here over the next couple of hours. Kind of show you what I mean. So those winds at 10,000 feet mixed down continue to push that Royal Gorge fire. Also, when you get a fire this size, you know, we're talking hundreds of acres. They become their own weather systems, creating their own wind and gusts right around them. Boy. Tough to deal with, to say the least, and we're not seeing any real relief inside. A little bit of relief temperature-wise, but of course that won't be until tomorrow. Current readings right now, just to reiterate, 100 degrees in Pueblo, right around the fire. Temperatures into the upper 80s right now. We've got 109 in La Junta, 110 at the present time here in Lamar. So just as we thought, Joe, definitely the fire conditions we did not want to see for today in that red flag warning until 9 o'clock. We'll continue to monitor that and keep you apprised of the latest from the weather scene. Back to you.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. Of course, we'll go back to Jeff with more info coming up. We do have mandatory evacuations to tell you about coming from the El Paso County Sheriff. Now, here are these evacuations. Mandatory evacuations west to Tahosa, south to Shoup, east to Holmes, and north to Fox Chase, including all of Cathedral Pines. Now, this is in regard to the Black Forest fire. Again, these are from the El Paso County Sheriff. Mandatory evacuations west to Tahosa, south to Shoup, east to Holmes, and north to Fox Chase, including all of Cathedral Pines. And again, this Black Forest fire is one that is really showing that it's really starting to blow up. And as Jeff has mentioned, low humidity levels, winds are blowing, and the temperature is still relatively high. Now, some Red Cross shelters have already been set up. There is a Red Cross shelter set up at Palmer Ridge High School. That's at 19255 Monument Road. And Evangelical Free Church in Canyon City. That one is obviously for the Canyon City fire, which now, by the way, is at 200 acres, as we heard from Ed Norden. And he had spoken with sheriff's officials down there, and they said that fire was now 200 acres, obviously blown up quite largely from the 15 and 20 acres that the original reports were coming in, as that fire, again, continues to grow. So let's go over those mandatory evacuations again for the Black Forest area. And you know, it's safe to say, in the wake of Waldo Canyon, for a lot of folks, if there is a fire in a neighborhood near homes and you live in one of those homes, obviously this is a case where officials will tell you, go ahead and grab your stuff and get out of there, even if it's not a case where you're under a mandatory evacuation. With that said, the El Paso County Sheriff has issued a mandatory evacuation west to Tahosa, south to Shoup, east to Holmes, and north to Fox Chase, and that does include all of Cathedral Pines. Let's see here. The El Paso County Fire Department, the Colorado Springs Fire Department, actually, as I said earlier, has dispatched 7 fire engines to the scene, and the Police Department of Colorado Springs is also working on the Black Forest fire. And that fire started about 1 o'clock, Shoup Road near Highway 83. At that time, the fire was estimated to be in about 15 acres. Obviously, it's gotten much larger than that. It sounds like we now have a live picture of the fire in Canyon City, the Royal Gorge fire, which, you know, we talked to Ed Norden, and he talked a lot about this is not a very densely populated area. There's sporadic homes, and obviously you can see that fire is still going strong. And as he said, with the wind conditions down there and the high temperatures and the low humidity, that fire is not going to stop anytime soon. So hopefully folks can get that one under control. So that's the situation. We got a number of fires going on. The 2 fires in southern Colorado right now, one near the Royal Gorge, and the other one, again, that started about 1 o'clock. First, high winds in the area fueling that fire's growth. As Jeff said, we've got 25 to 30 mile an hour winds, 90-degree temperatures, and when you have those humidities, Jeff, in the 4 to 6% range, that does not help. And this is the area on the south side of the gorge, and it has been evacuated, officials confirmed. And again, not a very populated area. Also, the river closed from Spike Buck west of Parkdale all the way through Canyon City. Officials asking people, obviously, to avoid the area of Highway 50 east of Parkdale. And again, this is the picture that you're seeing. This is a live picture from down at the Royal Gorge. And are you seeing the smoke plume on Doppler or any of that stuff at this point, Jeff?
Are picking up a little bit of those returns, Joe, yeah. So when you've got one that big, like I said, you know, it's definitely creating some of its own weather, meaning gusty winds and the heat with it, and this is just what you don't want. Another thing to think about, looking at the live shot right there, you see the vegetation, there's still a little greenery there, so definitely tall grass and a lot of greenery for one of these fires, a lot of food, should I say, in the path of one of these, for one of these blazes as well. And of course the hot temperatures don't help. Let me take you back here and show you the red flag warning here until 9 o'clock. Now, wind gusts of 45 miles per hour up to even 50 miles per hour is certainly not out of the question. Again, that's for all of southern Colorado, but especially when you get into the enhanced terrain and they're harder to get to, and then those fires have a tendency to want to climb up that terrain. It's just really the setup you do not want to see by a long shot. All right, so let's go and show you the latest winds right now out of the southwest, 22 miles per hour. These are sustained at the surface. West-southwest of 26 miles per hour here at the present time. A south-southwest wind in Lamar. So again, those of you across the eastern plains need to be careful too, because this is where the real heat is. And then up here into the mountains, I mean, this is hot for us too, in the upper 80s right now. Southwest wind of the Air Force Academy of 15 miles per hour. So let's zoom in a little bit further now and show you the wind gusts at 36 miles per hour. Now, this is just at the airport, so what I'm saying is wind gusts a little bit more than what you see here right along the blaze itself. And of course, we're still stuck underneath that sun. So this is what we're looking at as possibly the smoke plume from the Black Forest fire right now. Shoup Road runs right about here. Temperatures in that area approaching the low 90s. This is a live TrueView update here from our computer right about that general area to pinpoint that for you. So to give you an idea, we've got the 90 sustained winds right there at 23 miles per hour. So wind gusts in that area are going to be topping out at 30 miles per hour. Now to the Royal Gorge we take you, and TrueView telling us that temperatures in that area right about 90 degrees right there at this hour. And also to go with that, again, you've got humidity levels in the single digits, so extremely dangerous fire weather conditions across the area here this afternoon. Here's the latest humidity as of this hour. Look at the 3%. I mean, we are dealing with some just bone dry, blistering air across the eastern plains, as well as even the higher elevations right now. What's responsible for this is that heat dome that brought us the record heat. Here's where it is right now around Texas and into Kansas, Oklahoma. It's centered right there. One little wave is trying to bring us cool air. The problem is, in the process of this, it's also stirring up those winds, and those kicked in for us right about on schedule midday, right through the Front Range area in that general vicinity. So the take-home is hot, dry, and windy, and it's going to remain that way right on through the evening hours. The wind's at 10,000 feet, roughly south-southwest at the present time, so that is going to shift the actual fire itself to the northeast is what that is looking like here, at least in the short term. Let's run down those temperatures for you once again. Yeah, you're feeling them, 100 degrees in Pueblo, and that's without the heat index, 96 degrees here in the Springs. So again, that's sauna of heat right across the Centennial State today. Current wind gusts right now, 36, even 40 miles per hour. And again, it's not the actual wind gusts right around the fires itself. And as you get into some of the higher elevations, such as Monarch Pass, wind gusts at 56 miles per hour. So very dangerous fire situation weather-wise here across the board. And we will continue to track the latest on this and bring you the extended forecast. The good news is we're going to be able to unlock a little of the extreme heat. The problem is it's going to take us a while to do that. We'll continue to track that, give you the latest on that. Right now, Joe, let's toss things over to you.
All right, very good. Again, A number of evacuations to tell you about. The homes east to Black Forest and Shoup, north to Hodgen. That's a voluntary evacuation right now. Also, if you're in the Cathedral Pines area, that's an area that we mentioned earlier, officials are asking homeowners to leave on the north entrance. Now, any of you that have been in the Black Forest area, you know that there's not a lot of roads in and out of there, so this will be very important and crucial with folks listening to these instructions, and that is Cathedral Pines homeowners, please leave on the north entrance. Also, if you have cattle or livestock, Dream Power Ranch, that's in Elbert County, they are taking livestock and animals. Penrose Event Center, Penrose is also taking livestock and animals. So for those folks that need that, they are available and you can call. So that's what's going on. Here's, again, more evacuations that we've mentioned before, and this is for the Black Forest area north of Shoup, north of Holmes, south of Fox Chase, and east of Falcon Street. For those of you that live in those areas, those are the evacuations that officials are most certainly telling. Again, voluntary evacuations is Holmes east to Black Forest and Shoup north to Hodgen. That is for the Black Forest fire. Also, in the fire going down in the Royal Gorge area, the Pueblo Community College and Fremont campus, that is now closed because of that fire. So we have a number of the information is coming in left and right, by the way, on what's going on. We have a number of crews that are en route to these situations, and in some cases, here are the Red Cross shelters, Palmer Ridge High School, and that is located at 19255 Monument Road. That is now open. So for the folks in the Black Forest area, there you have it, Palmer Ridge High School. That is a Red Cross shelter that is open. For the folks down in the Royal Gorge area, Evangelical Free Church. This is in Canyon City. It's located at 3000 East Main Street. That is your Red Cross shelter. And I'm seeing on Twitter some folks that are in those areas are actually telling us that there's not a lot of folks that have shown up at those spots. But again, if they're leaving and they're en route, you could probably imagine that there'll be folks that will show up at those. Now, there is, it sounds like we're going to get a media briefing from the El Paso County Sheriff, and that will be at 4 o'clock, and that's going to be on the Black Forest Road. Right now we have Sam Baranowski. She is down in Canyon City covering the Royal Gorge fire for us. She joins us now with more. Sam? Okay, so obviously that live shot has died on us a little bit. It's a little tough getting a signal out of there with regard to the topography down there. But again, she's down in Canyon City. There's about 25 spots, by the way, available. Now here's something. So Black Forest fire is what I'm going to refer to now. And you think back to the Waldo Canyon fire and the Flying W Ranch. And obviously it's well documented that the Flying W Ranch took a major hit with the Waldo Canyon fire. In this instance, the Waldo Canyon, the Flying W Ranch is willing to take about 25 horses. So again, if you've got horses in the Black Forest area, we're hearing from Aaron over at the Flying W Ranch, and he's telling us that the Flying W Ranch has about 25 spots for horses. And there's a ranch that obviously was devastated by the fire and again trying to rebuild and willing to help folks in this situation. There's the picture from I-25 and Interquest, and again this is looking out at the Black Forest fire, and you can see we're hoping for this media briefing at about 4 o'clock, and that is from the El Paso County Sheriff talking about the Black Forest fire, and they're going to give us a brief at 4 o'clock. If you are in that area, please take heed to the warnings and get out. If you think back to the Waldo Canyon fire, 30 to 35,000 residents got out of that Mountain Shadows area, and they got out relatively quickly and did it very orderly. This is the same case. If you are in these areas, there's no sense in messing around and sticking around. It's just best to get out, especially these conditions continue and the winds and the low humidity continue. So again, Norris Penrose taking animals in large stock. Flying W Ranch taking, they have a spot for at least 25 horses. Sam Baranowski, we're going to try and get her now. She is down at the Royal Gorge Fire in Fremont County. What do you got, Sam?
Joe, right now what we're looking at are large plumes of smoke, and, we always keep referencing back to the Waldo Canyon fire, but if you remember when those gusts of wind would push that fire and make it completely shift directions, that's a lot of what we're seeing down here as well. It'll be calm for a little while, and then all of a sudden you get a large black plume coming up. We're told that there aren't too many structures nearby, but Highway 50 has just reopened where we're standing on the border of Canyon City. So some folks can get a little further up Highway 50 now if you're trying to get home or get out. And like you said, Joe, really at this point, just heed those warnings. We're going to try and get ourselves a little higher up Highway 50 as well so we can bring you more information as we get it. Live in Canyon City, Sam Baranowski, Fox 21 News.
All right, thank you, Sam. And there's some video that was shot by somebody in Canyon City. This is the video they shot of that Royal Gorge fire. I'm going to toss it back over to Jeff Womack, as obviously, as we saw with the Waldo Canyon fire, Jeff, weather plays such a crucial and vital role in these fires for firefighters and for the whole. I mean, it really encompasses what's going to happen with this fire. Talk a little bit more about weather and what's going on in the area.
Oh, definitely. It all goes back to that. And starting with the heat alone, 96 degrees. We've still got 100 degrees here in Pueblo. And, of course, make it very difficult for firefighters out there trying to deal with this. If that was enough, the winds and extremely dry conditions, which is why that red flag warning is in effect. And now wind gusts of 45 miles per hour, a possibility from now till 9 o'clock, pretty much all the way across southern Colorado, anywhere you see the red shaded area. So, again, the day is not over yet, so please be careful. Let's get you the latest here, sustained wind-wise, as we go to see southwest winds here at the surface of 22 miles per hour, 24-mile-an-hour winds in the Pueblo area. And right here along the topography of the Front Range is really where you have to watch those wind gusts to be kicking around. As we show those to you here, again, sustained winds out of the southwest, 20 and 30 miles per hour, but wind gusts of 45 miles per hour possible. Joe?
Okay, Jeff, we actually have, we've got some aerials now coming into us through CNN, and CNN is showing these aerials. This is a helicopter out of Denver that's actually showing pictures of the fire that's burning up in Black Forest, and you can see flames, and in many instances they have zoomed in, and some houses have absolutely been consumed by this fire. Some homes have been completely engulfed. Again, this is a live picture right now of the fire in Black Forest coming to us from the helicopter sent down from Denver, and we're able to use this through our affiliation with CNN. So there you can see it as they zoom in just a few minutes ago. Looking at this, looking at these pictures on the back feed, you can actually see some of the homes that were engulfed. And again, we're having a media briefing. We're expecting a media briefing at about 4 o'clock this afternoon from El Paso County Sheriff, and they're going to talk about this. And as you can imagine, the traffic is backed up at Black Forest and Shoup as folks are trying to get out of this area, and rightfully so. But what's just heartbreaking is now we've got a case where we definitely have homes that have been lost, and if you look closely, we're seeing flames in this Black Forest fire. The conditions, again, ripe, absolutely ripe for something like this to happen. And it's that worst case scenario coming off the Waldo Canyon fire last summer and us going into the drought. And conditions have just not improved. And in fact, even when you think back to the Waldo Canyon and officials saying that the forest was in such bad shape with regard to being so dry and so dried out, and they would reference the Hayman fire, that the conditions in the forest were just as harsh at the Hayman fire time as they were last year. And as you can imagine, those conditions have not really, they have not improved much. We are just not getting the moisture that we need desperately. And this is a situation now where here we go again. This is the Black Forest fire. These are new pictures that we're just getting into the newsroom. Again, coming from our CNN affiliation. This is, there you see it, right there, Jeff. There's a home completely engulfed, and that's just heartbreaking. and think about the folks who have rebuilt in the Mountain Shadows area and tuning in and seeing these pictures. It's just heartbreaking for those folks and heartbreaking for everyone here in southern Colorado. It's really the last thing anybody wanted to see. So, again, live pictures, Black Forest. There you see a home. And that home's gone, Jeff.
Total loss.
So, again, we're hoping for a briefing from the El Paso County Sheriff. That should happen at about 4 o'clock to give us the latest numbers on this fire. As you know, we get early numbers. This is a fire that started about 1 o'clock. It was reported Highway 83 and Shoup Road. And the first estimates come in that it's about 15 acres. Those estimates blow up so quickly when you have these conditions that change everything just drastically and quickly. Again, we've got a number of evacuations. These are the voluntary evacuations that I'll mention right now. Holmes east to Black Forest and Shoup north to Hodgen. And those are voluntary evacuations. And Black Forest, if you live in the Cathedral Pines area, officials have asked you to please leave on the north entrance. And that obviously makes it a lot easier for folks to, if they all know the direction they're going and they can all get going the right direction, usually you can get everybody out in a much more orderly fashion. So you are looking at live pictures right now from the chopper sent up from Denver through our CNN affiliate, and we are seeing this is the forest. All right, so right now on the phone, listening to my producer, we've got Jenny, who lives in Black Forest. She is called in, and we have her on the news line right now. And Jenny, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Jenny, what are you seeing? Tell us about your perspective. Describe what you're seeing from where you are.
We see a giant plume of smoke very close to us, and you can taste it in the air. It's very close.
Now,
it seems like it's calmed down a little bit from just a little while ago.
Sure. Now, Jenny, do you have a home in Black Forest?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and so when you heard or you smelled the fire, how did you find out about the fire initially?
I found out from my neighbor because we had just cut off our TV.
Okay.
And hadn't got the local stations back up yet.
I see. And so when you heard there was a fire in the Black Forest area, is it a case where, in the wake of the Waldo Canyon fire, did you have stuff prepped? Were you ready? Or was it a case where you just grabbed what you could and got out?
Well, we haven't actually got out yet. We still have an open route, and we've thought about it since the Waldo Canyon. What would we do? What would we get first? So first, I got my kids ready to go. I got my dogs and cats ready to go. Then, seeing we still had time, I got my goats ready to go. Now we're getting the chickens ready.
Okay, so you're in essence you're ready to go, but you're safe. You're not feeling like you're in any danger at this point.
Right. We're feeling like if the wind were to shift south, then we would need to hightail it out.
Okay.
So.
Well, I would say this, that, in many respects, I'm glad you don't have a television, because the pictures that we're seeing right now, there are some homes that are burning, and it's heartbreaking to see.
Sounds terrible. We had a lot up on Staffshire Lane, right where it's at, and right near there, and that's where we were supposed to build this dream house, and we shifted it south a little bit.
Now, Jenny, are you originally from the Colorado Springs area? Are you guys, have you moved here from another state?
Yeah, we moved here from California about 8-9 years ago now.
Okay, so you're well aware of the wildfire potential in Colorado these days.
In California, it's the same situation every year.
Sure. Well, Jenny, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and please take heed of those warnings if that fire starts to head your direction.
Yep, we will. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jenny.
All right, bye.
So, again, we're seeing these pictures, and Jeff, it's just heartbreaking to see, after the Waldo Canyon fire, from a journalistic standpoint, the last thing we wanted to do was get into this mode again and go live with wall-to-wall coverage of a fire in our viewing area, or a fire anywhere for that matter. And here we are again. We're seeing pictures. This is the Black Forest fire. Started about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and these chopper pictures are zooming into homes that are absolutely fully engulfed, and they're gone. And the last thing you just hope that this type of thing settles down and the wind stops and the humidity. It's been a tough couple of years with regard to conditions in southern Colorado and Colorado as a whole.
Oh, yeah, and watching things like that, it does give you that helpless feeling, and being under the setup we're under, too, with this, where we can't really catch a break weather-wise around the area. As we take a look at the red flag warnings right now, again, windy conditions, 45-mile-an-hour winds, and right around the fire itself, you're going to see changing wind conditions. That's just a given, especially fire the size of the Royal Gorge. Again, 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts until 9 o'clock here this evening. And a red flag warning, we show these to you a lot, but what I mean is that really represents extreme fire danger, so you don't want to take that for granted, especially under these conditions. 29-mile-an-hour sustained winds out of the southwest presently, 26 miles an hour. So here's where the real heat danger is, too, across the eastern plains. Want to make mention of that. But the big problem with the topography is you get these little mountain breezes that weave in here. And as we look at Monument Hill, southwest winds there 14 miles per hour. We're going to zoom in here a little bit closer and show you the wind gusts, 36 miles per hour. Now, that is at the airport. It's at the airport here in Pueblo, too, as we go to the scene right now, right around Shoup Road. As you can see, the winds at 23. Joe, let's toss it back to you.
All right, we're going to go live to a news conference for the Black Forest fire from the El Paso County Sheriff. Joining that live now.
Peregrine Way runs north off of Shoup Road. We had obviously a number of calls that came in regarding this event, and those calls simply increased obviously as the smoke built and became more and more prevalent for everybody to see. Right now, as you know, our priorities are really threefold. The first is to protect life, the next is to protect property, and then of course protect the lives of our first responders as well. We'll make sure that we proceed with all operational plans with those items in mind. The big thing that I want to get out right now is make sure we cover evacuation scenarios for the Black Forest area here. We do have two layers to talk about, some mandatory evacuations and also some voluntary evacuations. The mandatory evacuation areas consist of those homes that lie north of Shoup Road, east of Tahosa Lane, west of Holmes Road, and south of Fox Chase. Again, those are mandatory evac areas. For the voluntary evac areas, we simply take that Holmes Road boundary, which is on the east side of this, and we extend it out to further east to Black Forest Road, and we extend the northern boundary from that Fox Chase Road. We push it further north to Hodgen Road. That would then encompass that voluntary evacuation area. Because the evacs are underway, we do have some shelters to talk about. For people, for human sheltering, Lewis Palmer High School is open for that. I want to verify that just here in a moment. And then for large animal, we do have a shelter open for large animal as well. And that large animal shelter is the Norris Penrose Equestrian Center. Want to make a correction on the human shelter. The human shelter is at Palmer Ridge High School. Again, Palmer Ridge High School rather than Lewis Palmer. Some of the initial reports we got from firefighters was an estimate of about 15 acres involved in this fire. That is information that is probably an hour or more old, but I don't have an updated number for you at this time. We do have a number of agencies, as you can imagine, that are assisting with this and are involved in the firefighting effort. The El Paso County Wildland Fire Crew is involved, Colorado Springs Fire Department, Black Forest Fire, Westcott, Tri-Lakes Fire, Monument, Palmer Lake, Larkspur, Falcon Fire, Ellicott, and Peyton as well. If I missed anybody, I apologize, but as you know, when we respond to these things, we need to make sure we bring a lot of resources to bear, and we're doing that now. We have requested some air support. As many of you may know, there are other fires in the state of Colorado that started just short time before this fire started down in the Canyon City area, is my understanding. So we're working through coordinating some of that, but air resources have been ordered. But again, I can't speak to those specifics or whether they will arrive or what time they will arrive. So at this point, again, the firefighting effort is underway. We have lost no homes at this point, but because of this particular area, there are homes that are close by to this fire. A lot of the area here, as many of you may know, the homes are sitting on 2.5 and some 5-acre lots. That's pretty common in this area of Black Forest Park and areas north and really throughout Black Forest. So we do have homes that are close and being threatened by this fire. So obviously that's a big priority for the firefighters, is to do structure protection in regards to saving as many structures as possible. But again, to protect life is certainly the ultimate priority here. We will have another media briefing later. I don't have the exact time of that. We wanted to get this initial information out so you'd recognize what efforts were underway thus far.
How many people have been mandatorily evacuated?
I don't have a number in terms of the number of residents, the number of homes or households, or the number of people that are affected by that. We'll have our GIS mapping folks and other folks start working on some of those numbers for you.
How are they getting word to evacuate?
Thanks for asking. That evacuation effort really is handled twofold, well really threefold. We get it out through the media, of course. We are sending reverse 911 or geocast notifications, and we have deputies or law enforcement on the ground doing door-to-door notifications as well, and then documenting those efforts on who's been contacted, who hasn't, when we receive a no answer to door, things of that nature.
Sometimes with the Waldo Canyon fire, you ran into some people not cooperating with getting out of their homes. Have you encountered that this time around?
I don't know if we've encountered that thus far, if we have folks that are refusing to evacuate. If we do have those situations, that is one of those things that we document, so we do realize that, you know, the residents at a particular home have chosen to stay. Again, I don't know if we've encountered that thus far during this evacuation effort.
And are we still saying that no buildings have been damaged or hit or lost by the fire?
It's my understanding that no homes have been lost in this fire thus far.
Jeff, which direction is the fire going and what's in the way?
It's my understanding, last report was generally we're concerned about to the points north and northeast of this fire based on the last wind. And again, as far as what's in the way, just additional homes throughout this Black Forest community would certainly be in the path of the fire. That's why it's important for folks to heed the warnings and evacuate from those areas. One thing that's also important to point out, folks certainly do not have to wait for an evacuation order to affect their house. If they're able now to evacuate, they certainly can do so on their own. Certainly if they see or feel threatened by the fire and they haven't received some kind of official notice, we would want them to take their safety in their own hands and evacuate on their own.
Lieutenant, could you repeat one more time the mandatory evacuations if you could?
The mandatory evacuation area is bordered on the west side by Tahosa Lane. It's bordered on the south side by Shoup Road, bordered on the east side by Holmes Road, and bordered on the north side by Fox Chase. Again, that's the mandatory evac area at this time.
Can you talk about 0%
contained right now?
I'm not sure of containment numbers, but that's would be my speculation.
Can you talk about some of the challenges today? We saw some firefighters here earlier gathering some water to take back in. Is there a challenge with getting water to that area?
Well, as you can imagine, accessibility is always something that we hope to have covered well in a firefighting effort. And luckily in this environment, at least you have a number of roadways, different access through property to get to the fire. So that's helpful, certainly a much different scenario than what we saw in a lot of the geography that we were dealing with Waldo Canyon fire. So accessibility, I think, is probably a pro here. Certainly, we do have a situation of making sure that our firefighters themselves are being taken care of, and of course that's always something that command takes very seriously, and they're being cared for as well, because as you know, it's hot outside today. We expect those kind of heat and temperatures to continue for the next several days, I understand, so we'll make sure that that's on the forefront also.
Any aerial drops?
Again, we've requested some air support. I don't know the details on what's been requested, what those assets actually are. I also don't know the availability of when those might arrive, if at all today, because again, there are other fires that are going in the general region and just outside this region.
Are you aware of any issues with power in the area, such as power to homes? If so, would those homes be able to get those reverse 911 calls that you were mentioning?
Well, when you're dealing with a power loss, it really depends on how their phone service is set up. So many of us have voice over IP, something through the computer, and so we're relying on power in our house. If you're not plugged into a hard phone line, a hard phone jack in your home, then you would, if you were lacking power in the house, you would not receive that notification. That's why we encourage folks to make sure that they are plugging into information in a lot of different ways, paying attention to the media, paying attention to different text alerts, signing up for text alerts, things of that nature, so they're not always reliant on power in the home. I don't know if we have any power loss in this area yet or not.
Do you have any idea what started it yet?
No idea on the cause of the fire at this point. Obviously, the priority now is to fight this fire, protect life. As I mentioned, it might take some time before we even have an opportunity to go back in and try to determine what caused this fire. we'll get that information to you as soon as it becomes available.
Is this endangering any sort of power lines along those same kind of questions? Is this along any sort of, I don't know, I guess outsource or any line that would be available to people?
Well, as you can imagine, with this being a community that is lived in, there's utilities that are servicing the area that are running all through this area. So I would have to imagine that in terms of power lines and some of the utility easements, there probably are some that are in close proximity to the fire. I just don't know at this time whether or not they've been affected. Okay.
One more thing, Lieutenant. We are getting word from folks who are saying that they see homes on fire right now. Can you confirm that?
I can't. I'm going to have to get back with Incident Command. Obviously, those kinds of questions, that kind of information is certainly important for us to get out to you folks. Give me some time to track that information down through our Incident Command, and at the next briefing, we'll hopefully be able to shed some light on that scenario that you're describing. Okay? All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right, so we've been listening to Jeff Kramer. He's with the El Paso County Sheriff, and that was a media briefing. And obviously, Lieutenant Kramer is at a disadvantage with us seeing the helicopter pictures, and we have actually been able to see that the homes have burned. And again, he's minus that information right now, and obviously the information's coming in fast and furious. They still don't even have an exact number of acreage on this fire, as it 15 acres is what they're giving us, and that number is at least an hour old. So firefighters not able to figure out that number just as of yet. One of the positives that Kramer mentioned, and again, you're seeing live pictures. These are from a helicopter that was sent down from Denver as part of our affiliation with CNN. We're able to bring you these photos, or this video, and what you're seeing is most likely this is a fire that's not 15 acres anymore. It is much larger, and we'll get those exact numbers as soon as they come in. But one of the positives that Elise mentioned is with Waldo Canyon, the accessibility with where that fire was it wasn't very good. The access to the Waldo Canyon fire was very difficult. This is a much different scenario in that, as he just stated, this is more accessible. They have better access to get in here. And he mentioned the top 3 things they're working at. Obviously, to save lives, that's their first priority. Second is to try and save property. And third is to be careful and make sure those first responders aren't in any danger of any sort. And again, they also want to work on that structure protection, which we mentioned is the property. Now, here's those mandatory evacuations. North of Shoup, east of Tahosa Lane, west of Holmes Road, south of Fox Chase Road. Those are the mandatory evacuations. And then the voluntary evacuations, as you described, that just opens the area and makes it a lot larger. Holmes, actually east to Black Forest, and Shoup, north to Hodgen Road. And those are the voluntary evacuations. So they have requested air support. And as he stated, and if you've ever been in the Black Forest area, you'll see that these homes sit on very, very large lots. So there'll be a lot of space between the one home to the next home. And again, here's a case where we're seeing live pictures, and you can absolutely see that home is burning, and that home is on fire, and it's just horrible pictures to see. Here's the Red Cross shelters for those that have been evacuated or heading out and need a place to go. Palmer Ridge High School, that is the Red Cross shelter that's been set up. That's located at 19255 Monument Road. It is open and ready. There are also there's folks in these big 2.5 to 5 acre lots that have livestock and horses. There's plenty of areas to take those animals as well. Norris Penrose Event Center, they're taking animals. 1045 Lower Gold Camp Road. We're also hearing that Elbert City Fairgrounds will take animals. That's at 95 Ute Avenue. That's in Kiowa. And these are all folks that are stepping up to help. And this is a case where we even heard from the Flying W Ranch. They have a spot for about 25 horses. Again, Aaron from the Flying W Ranch calling us and telling us, hey, we can help out. And it's well documented, the story behind the Flying W Ranch and their impact with the Waldo Canyon fire. And here's a case where they want to step up and help. Again, live pictures you're seeing. This is the fire in Black Forest. Again, the numbers were 15 acres. But that is most likely, that's an hour old, as he said, and most likely not a very accurate number at this point. Now, how are they evacuating folks? Reverse 911. It got a lot of attention with the Waldo Canyon fire, and hopefully a lot of folks have paid attention to that information and registered on the website to be able to get those calls. And if you don't have a landline, as Kramer said, Lieutenant Kramer said, make sure you've got a way that they can notify you. Deputies also going door to door, and obviously we're trying to get the word out as members of the media about these evacuations, and those are crucial. And it's not a case of stick around and wait. If you're in that voluntary evacuation area, if you know, in the past, you can see it's time to go ahead and get out of there. It's just not worth it. So here are the mandatory evacuations. One more time: north of Shoup, east of Tahosa Lane, west of Holmes Road, south of Fox Chase. Those are the mandatory evacuations, and those voluntary evacuations go Holmes east to Black Forest and Shoup north to Hodgen Road. That's the area, if you're in, I would suggest, as most officials would suggest too, is it's go ahead and get out of those areas. Now, Cathedral Pines is mentioned in those areas, or in those areas, and those homeowners are being asked to leave on the north entrance. And again, these are aerial shots provided by the helicopter in Denver, and you can see that fire, and you can still see. Jeff, that's not 15 acres. That's a much larger fire.
Definitely. And while we have that aerial shot up right there, you can kind of see the smokestack going right to the northeast, and we're picking up some of those echoes on Doppler. Boy, look at that. So here's what I mean. You can see that starting to show up. And right about 20-mile-per-hour gusts with it presently. I was just checking the mesonet observations, as we call them. Now, right now, temperatures right there at that 91-degree mark. We've got winds out of the southwest sustained at 22 miles per hour, so that definitely is not helping. Now, we do have some cooler air on the way. The problem is that change in air masses moves in. That's going to push the fires looking like south as that comes to us out of the northeast. So what I'm saying is a change in those winds is going to be coming our way by about the time 8, 9 o'clock rolls around tonight. We're at 90 degrees here right around the Royal Gorge fire. Sustained winds right there at about the 30-mile-per-hour mark, and wind gusts in that general vicinity right about 35 miles per hour. And, of course, those are constantly changing. I want to throw that in there. Boy, look how dry it is there. 2% humidity here at the present time in the Springs, 3% humidity in Pueblo. This is just what you don't want. Anytime it gets below 10%, you're going to see those red flag warnings go into effect for extreme fire danger, meaning if you get a fire, especially ones of these size going, the growth rate is going to continue to escalate. Let's look right now at the current setup we have. Of course, it is just, man, really a sauna out there, and we continue with that blistering heat. That's this high pressure right here. Now, one little wave across the Great Basin, that's what was stirring up the winds earlier this afternoon. Of course, we've got the heat and things a little bit unsettled from this disturbance. That's going to continue that wind element right on through 9 o'clock tonight, and that's how long that the red flag warning goes for. I did mention cooler temperatures, but this cold front's going to slide in right about over northeastern Colorado. That will cool things down. Unfortunately, that is going to have some wind with it and a completely dry system with that. Right now at about 10,000 feet, the winds are coming out of the southwest right now, carrying the fires potentially to the northeast. Again, that is going to change for a short time tonight. Tonight is going to be the window of the opportunity, to get a handle on this fire, because we're looking at cooler temperatures. The winds are finally going to relax by about midnight tonight, and we'll have those cooler temperatures headed into tomorrow. And we sure could use them. 107 around La Junta as we look Monarch past 63. And anytime you have a lot of hot air right here and some cooler air, up here to the higher elevations, you get those mountain breezes going on, and those are going to be funneling down as we go through the overnight hours as well. I mean, just to give you an idea too, even up at the higher elevations of Monument Hill, 90s are what we have right now, 96 degrees here at the present time in Colorado Springs. So this is kind of a broad brush of what the wind gusts are doing right now at 36 miles per hour, most places out and about 40 miles per hour here in Trinidad. Now, right around the fires themselves are going to be even more than that in most cases. 96 right now, 100 degrees. I mean, it is just roasting out and about. Now, with the extreme heat as well, you need to take care of the kids and, of course, older folks with that. And the air quality is going to continue to deteriorate as we stay underneath this dome of high pressure. Here's the good news I do have for you. We are looking at a minor cool down. Temperatures still very warm as we go throughout the rest of the week. 90 is what we'll be looking at tomorrow, so we'll shave about 6 to 8 degrees off our high temperatures from today. Winds should be lighter. Again, it is definitely going to be hazy. We'll take you through the 80s throughout the rest of the week is how it's shaping up. Now, our window of opportunity to actually get some storminess is looking like at some point Monday, but again, that is still a very slim chance at this point. Again, I wish we had more prospects for precip because that would be just what the doctor ordered. Now, also extreme drought conditions to go along with these triple digits around the area and the winds with them, so definitely just not a good setup at this point at all. Of course, red flag warning still in effect, and those winds going to keep churning around throughout the afternoon and evening. I will continue to track that as well, and we'll keep you updated. Right now, Joe, let's toss things back to you. What you got?
All right, very good, Jeff. We are seeing at least some tweets out on Twitter saying that an air tanker inbound from Albuquerque is on its way to help battle the Black Forest fire. So that is some good news in terms of air support, which Lieutenant Kramer did mention that was a case, that they did ask for air support, and that has been requested. Joining us on the phone now, we have William Townsend. He is a Black Forest resident. William, are you there?
I'm here.
William, tell me about your afternoon and what's been going on. First of all, are you in any sort of danger where you are right now?
No, I am not.
Okay.
We are under evacuation. We got a call, but I am out of harm's way.
So was this a case where you were prepared for an evacuation with regard to the things you saw in the Waldo Canyon fire?
Well, this past year, La Forêt, where I work and live, we took steps to mitigate, to make sure that the fire, to reduce our wildfire risk, and across Black Forest, numerous residents did the same thing. But in terms of something, this spreading this fast and this big, that's something we weren't prepared for.
So you actually did evacuate La Forêt, and that's the area you were in, and you, as you've said, you're up and out of there.
Right. Myself and my father, who's the camp director, are still on property, making sure that everything runs smoothly. The fire's a pretty good distance away right now. But we've evacuated all campers and residents and staff as well from the premises.
Very good. What are the conditions that you're seeing where you are right now?
Well, right now, one of the risks with living in the fire is that with living in the forest is that it's so hard to see the horizon. So we went up to one of the taller spots on our property, and we scouted out kind of where the fire was, and we're seeing flames, flare up. We trees on fire. We're looking through binoculars. It's windy and it's going south. It looks like it's west. And we have the fire coming towards us here at La Forêt, it looks like.
So how long have you actually, William, how long have you lived in Colorado? Are you a Colorado native guy, or?
I am. I've lived here 8 years. I moved here, did middle school and high school here. Now I'm in college at UCCS.
So it's a case where you've really seen it just change over the past few years, just the dry conditions that we're seeing, and obviously the same thing for you up there in Black Forest.
Yeah, I mean, it's been getting drier and drier every year. It's put us at higher and higher risk for this kind of thing to happen, and unfortunately it looks like it's happening now.
Well, William, we hope the best for you and hope that fire doesn't hit La Forêt and that area, and it sounds like you guys are doing the right thing and getting your folks out of there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, that's William Townsend speaking to us. And again, you're looking at these aerial pictures, and they've zoomed in on several homes that have burned. And, it's that whole case with the Waldo Canyon fire where we saw it was so hit and miss. There'd be a street with 4 homes that were completely gone and 2 homes sprinkled in there that were not burned at all. Not even the trees around the homes were burned. Wildfires are just so unpredictable, and you know, they talk about the embers that get up in the air, especially with these winds. When these winds start blowing, those embers just get in that breeze, and they just land on some of these homes, and that's really all it takes. So we got a lot of information from Lieutenant Kramer with the El Paso County Sheriff's Department, and he talked about the things that they were focusing on most. Obviously, one is live. You want to take care of those folks and get them out of there and get them to a safe distance away from the fire. Property becomes structure protection and watching and taking care of the homes that they can. And look at that line right there in that aerial shot right there. Just that line of flames and seeing structures just to the right of those flames. And you can see by the way the smoke is blowing that fire is moving that direction. So again, a lot of folks not out of the woods here. Still a very, very dangerous situation. And those mandatory evacuations for those that are just tuning in, and north of Shoup Road, east of Tahosa Lane, west of Holmes Road, and south of Fox Chase. The numbers we were given about an hour old are 15 acres, but what we believe that number is obviously much higher. A number of agencies have responded to this fire. We've got obviously the Colorado Springs Fire Department, Black Forest, Ellicott, Peyton, Falcon, all of them in this area doing what they can to help. Air support has been requested, and it looks as though an air tanker coming in from Albuquerque is on its way to help in this Black Forest fire. And again, one of the differences between this fire, Lieutenant Kramer of El Paso County Sheriff's Department mentioned this, is the access. The access to this fire is far better than it was with the Waldo Canyon fire and the foothills of Colorado Springs. All right, we've got Debbie Bell. She's with the Fremont County. She's a Fremont County Commissioner, actually. She joins us now on the phone, and we're going to shift gears here and talk about the fire that obviously we don't have the aerials of, but we've shown you pictures, and we've got a crew on the ground. This is the Royal Gorge fire, which still also is very large. Last numbers I'm seeing on that fire is up around 300 acres now. Debbie Bell joins us now. She's a Fremont County Commissioner. Debbie, are you there?
I sure am.
Debbie, thanks for taking the time to speak with us. What are you seeing down there in Fremont County? What's going on?
The fire that we have going on here right now is devastating is probably the only accurate word that I can use. Fortunately, it is not in an extremely populated area of Fremont County, but unfortunately, it is right at the Royal Gorge Bridge, which provides our basis of tourism here in Fremont County. I just returned from Incident Command up there, and we were very close to the western edge of the fire. It's burning from the west to the east for the most part. There is smoke. I mean, smoke absolutely fills the sky, and most of the smoke is blowing to the east from up there. We understand that there are about 77 homes that are in the area. That does not necessarily mean all of those homes are currently being threatened. We do have unconfirmed reports at this moment of buildings on the Royal Gorge Park being destroyed, but as I said, that has not yet been confirmed.
So what have you seen? I heard one of our producers say that they spoke to you a bit, and you talked about devastation, and I mean, that's really what you're seeing is just nobody wants to see a wildfire anywhere near their homes or in their county or anywhere for that matter. And we're showing pictures and video to our viewers at home, but I mean, you're seeing it's just devastating, the wild area there.
It truly is, and I think the scariest thing for a lot of people in Fremont County right now is despite the fact that word spreads so quickly anymore, with Skyline Drive that we have, which protects the city itself from the Royal Gorge Park, you can't see anything over that. And so with the smoke that's billowing up, it's coming almost directly over our Fremont County Administration building that's located in downtown Canyon City. It darkens the skies, and it looks like kind of, the end of the world happening. I can verify that's not what's happening. The bridge is about 8 miles to the west of Canyon City itself. And that's where the fire is centrally located. That's where the fire is. But from in town, it looks as though it's just over the ridge on the other side of Skyline Drive. So we have people who are still trying to find out where it is, if they're being threatened. We have had evacuations in the Royal Gorge area. For a time, Highway 50 was closed between Canyon City and Highway 9, which is on the other side of the turnoff for the Royal Gorge Bridge. However, that highway now has been reopened, and it will remain open as long as lives are not being threatened.
All right, very good. Well, Debbie, we obviously wish everybody the best of luck down there, and hopefully firefighters can get a hold of this thing and get out in front and get some lines drawn and really hope to protect, obviously, any homes or just from the fire moving more.
Absolutely. All I can say is that our hearts and our prayers are with our firefighters. I know they're bringing in Type 1 crews. They're also bringing in Type 2 crews, even as we speak, trying to throw everything that they can at this fire, trying to get it knocked down and halted the fastest that they possibly can. So keep us in your thoughts and prayers.
We certainly will. Debbie, thanks for taking the time to speak with us. That's Debbie Bell. She's a Fremont County Commissioner, obviously down there in Fremont County in Canyon City, talking about the Royal Gorge fire. So we've got some road closures now from the El Paso County Sheriff. This is for the Black Forest fire. They talked about Highway 83 from Shoup to Hodgkin. That is now closed. And Hodgkin from Highway 83 to Black Forest, those roads are closed. So that's the latest as far as road closures go from the El Paso County Sheriff, who talked. We heard from Lieutenant Kramer at 4 o'clock, and he gave a quick media briefing. And through the aerials, I mean, he was asked the question, have any homes burned? And from his vantage point, obviously, he's at the mercy of what information he gets. Well, we obviously had aerials, and we're back to those aerials now. They have zoomed in on a number of homes that have actually burned. So we know for a fact that there have been a number of homes that have burned in this fire. Seeing some reports as many as 10 homes at this point, and that's folks keeping track and actually counting every time they zoom into a different home. Difficult to do that and tell, but we just know that some homes have absolutely burned in that area. And you know, Jeff, I'm looking at the video here and the aerials, and what I'm seeing is the smoke is still blowing, as you've said, to the northeast. How bad are those wind speeds now? Has it tapered off at all? And again, there's an aerial shot of another home that is on fire. But have those winds tapered off at all in that area?
No, they really haven't. And in fact, I do expect them to pick up because we're right into our peak heat here at the present time. And looking at those aerial shots too, you can see all of the trees in that area. And the hard part with that is, you know, we remember from last year, you get those crown top fires as they climb up the trees, and then the wind carries again, just like you said, a spark, and it's got plenty of fuel right there. As you know, it's been able to have some greenery around here, more so than what we had last year at this time, but that's also created tall grasses and lots of pine needles and things to work with. Heat-wise right now, we're looking at 102 in Pueblo, 102 in La Junta, 96 degrees right now here in the spring. So we got the extreme heat as firefighters try to battle this thing. Red flag warning until 9 o'clock this evening. Wind gusts of 45 miles per hour, certainly not out of the question from now until then. Now tonight we are expecting a wind shift, number one. Number two, as we go through the night, the winds will kind of decouple from the lower levels. They'll kind of unwind a little bit, is what I mean, and that will help firefighting efforts as well as the cooler temperatures. But for right now, going to have to take a deep seat in a short rain. South-southwest winds of 29 miles per hour. Southwest winds right here 24 miles per hour. But look at this. You go up here into the higher terrain around Monarch Pass 45. So do our best to estimate these winds right around the fire scene with the Mesonet and also with TrueView right now. 38 mile per hour wind gusts right now at Monument Hill. We're at 36 mile per hour wind gust-wise here in Colorado Springs. But here's the latest right now. Sustained winds at about 24 to 30 miles per hour, and that's what we continue to see in those aerial shots as they show the fire going to the northeast. That's what radar returns are picking up well. It goes up and it gets the returns here of the billows of smoke kind of creating like a pyrocumulus cloud that we call them up here as they rise up into the atmosphere with just that extreme heat rising from the surface here. Enough so that we can pick that up with the Doppler. Again, temperatures in the 90s, wind gusts right there at about 30 miles per hour, so not a friendly scene to say the least. As we look now towards the Royal Gorge, temperatures right about the mid to upper 80s right now as we have sustained winds at about 25 miles per hour. Again, we're waiting for that little cool front to come in. Wish it had some moisture with it. It sure doesn't, and it's going to shift the winds around as it comes to us from the northeast. So I'm hopeful that that'll back this thing up just enough and with the cooler temperatures to help firefighters out, and that all looks to unfold between about 10 and midnight tonight. 2% humidity, 3% humidity, you get the idea, single digits. It is just absolutely blistering bone dry across the area right now, which is just what you don't want. Here's that heat, why it's not going away, and part of the deal when the high pressure ridges like that, it also keeps that haze right about the mid-level, so air quality is going to continue to deteriorate here this afternoon. Now, we'll wait on that little bend right here, that cooler air. It's stationary parked right about in Wyoming. That looks to move in tonight, and what that'll do is cool things down. But it's also going to shift the winds from what we see right now out of the southwest. That'll continue tonight, and right here it's going to bring them in from about the northeast. A little backdoor cool front is what we'll be looking at. So again, we'll keep our fingers crossed that that'll help firefighting efforts and keep those fires from going further northeast. 102 in Pueblo right now. Again, just the heavy heat staying right over us, not helping things out as all as you can see wind gusts topping out into the mid 30s and 40s at times. So what are we looking at extended wise? So if we can go to that here. There we are. As we take a look, 90 degrees tomorrow after we've been about 96 today, so a little bit of improvement temperature-wise. We'll be in the upper 80s throughout the end of the week. So we do get a little break from the heat, but there will be some breeziness as we get into Thursday and Friday. So we will continue to track that, the latest winds, and I'll have the extended coming up for Pueblo, Canyon City, and Woodland Park here in just a little bit. Right now, Joe, let's toss things back to you.
All right, very good. Obviously, Rachel Welty joining us now and trying to help with some of this coverage. And, boy, it's just a case where it's the last thing you want to see after the Waldo Canyon fires is to see these aerials of these homes burning once again. It's just really, really a sad day for southern Colorado and Colorado in general.
And, you know, with the heat being what it is, you have to be really careful with those firefighters as well. They're going to have to really be rotating out the crews and making sure that they don't get injured as well because it is so hot outside, which obviously is fueling these fires. Last we had heard, I know we got a couple more animal shelters in during the break when Jeff was in weather. We've been talking a lot about large stock animals. You can now take your smaller animals, dogs, cats, and reptiles. Those can all be taken to Scales and Tails, obviously the reptiles. And any dogs and cats can be taken to Sunrise and Woodman Kennels. And Sunrise and Woodman Kennels is right off I-25 in Woodman on the east side of Woodman. So smaller animals can be taken there. And then there's a couple shelters for big animals as well.
And we talked about those shelters, you know, the Flying W Ranch. They said that they would actually take some horses. Norris Penrose Event Center, they're actually taking livestock and horses. And it's just amazing to see those folks just step up when available. And there it is, as I mentioned. And in some instances, if you get a chance, you can call and let them know you're coming. But I saw another spot where it said, you know what, don't even worry about calling. That's the other one, the Elbert County Fairgrounds in Kiowa. That's at 95 Ute Avenue, and there's the phone number on your screen for that. And you can call and let them know that you're coming, or even ask, make sure they haven't filled up. But pets are so, you know, really, pets are so important for so many folks, and they're like people's children in many instances.
This was the latest one, Kit Carson Riding Club. We just added this. There's a phone number there, but once again, you don't have to call. We saw a lot of these people step up during the Waldo Canyon fire, but don't feel like you need to leave your animals. There are dozens of shelters stepping forward. We're just trying to get them all confirmed. Also, if you're starting to pack up, if you're getting worried, there's several shelters you can go to. We know of 3 Red Cross shelters for the Black Forest Fire, 2 Red Cross shelters for the Black Forest Fire. One is New Life Church, which is right off I-25 in Voyager. You can head there. The Red Cross is setting up ASAP. They're trying to get the resources there they need. You can also head to Palmer Ridge High School, right off I-25 in Monument Road. You've probably seen it if you've taken I-25 north. You can go there. They're opening immediately for anybody who is evacuated or just feels like they want to evacuate, even if they haven't had mandatory evacuations at this point. If you are in the Canyon City area, here is your Red Cross shelter. That one is at the Evangelical Church. It is located at 3000 Main Street in Canyon City, Evangelical Free Church. So if you're in the Canyon City area, you can head to that Red Cross shelter for whatever reason you need. But those are the 3 Red Cross shelters, and like I said, Red Cross is scrambling, but they're opening them immediately, so they are there for you.
So we've had a number of, we've had a lot of information. Here's the aerials as this fire still continues to burn. Obviously, what fire crews are going to try and do is get out in front of this fire and stop its progression. We learned so much about wildfires with the Waldo Canyon fire and what goes into fighting these, and it's all about building that line and trying to keep that line from jumping. Oftentimes, roads can be a natural barrier and a natural spot for fires to not move past roads, but in many instances, when you have the wind picking up the way it is, and look at this plume. I mean, this is again
scary. This is really scary.
Aerials, and if you're outside, you can see the plume from pretty much anywhere in southern Colorado, and everybody can smell it. And a number of folks that we've talked to on the phones have said you can, if you're even in that area, you can taste it. And you know where our location is with regard to the Waldo Canyon fire, there was ash and stuff falling on our cars in the parking lot, and that's all. Black forest, very dense forest vegetation in some spots. And look at that plume, as you can see. And a lot of the aerials we're seeing are, you can zoom into that plume right there and you really can't see much. And so a lot of the aerials have focused on where the fire has really been, and showing some of the destruction that it's left in its wake.
Now remember, some of the things we learned from the after-action reports from the Waldo Canyon fire. Remember, the city, the county spent a lot of money doing these after-action reports so we could learn. If you are evacuating, don't take 2 cars. If you have to evacuate, mandatory or voluntary, don't take 2 cars. Don't get separated from your family, especially because traffic is going to be difficult in the area. Now, this is different than when everybody was being evacuated from the west side in such a short amount of time. But it's best to keep your family and your belongings and your pets in 1 car, especially because cell phone service is already difficult in the Black Forest area, and because of the first responders, it'll be tied up. So once they told us, get your 72-hour kit, pack what you need, and stick with your family in 1 car. Don't try to drive out multiple cars. Also, some things we learned from that after-action report. Communication between the different fire departments. They were really working on making sure that the resources were coming in were getting directed to the right spots, the right places, because there were so many resources that came in from other cities in Colorado and other states that they wanted to make sure that they focused as much attention to the areas that needed it. So a lot came out from that, including how to get people to these shelters. If you're going to evacuate, once again, put everything in 1 car, stick as a family, and how to let people know where these Red Cross shelters are, because once again, we saw during the other fire, cell phone lines were tied up. So there are several Red Cross apps. We know our social media correspondent, he's working to kind of figure out if you can check in on those Red Cross apps as we speak. But head to the Red Cross shelters, check in with your family, and stick together. Don't separate.
Absolutely, and we go back to those aerial pictures. You can just see some of the devastation as this fire is leaving in its wake, and some of these big homes that are burning and being devastated. We do have information now coming from a public information officer, and there they are zooming in again.
Oh no!
Again, that's the last thing anybody in Colorado or anywhere in the United States or anywhere for that matter. You never like to see people's homes burn. We have 2 air tankers now and 1 hotshot crew that has been ordered. So again, the action is going to pick up big time on this fire as more crews start to head this direction. And again, this is the type of fire that ends up being a priority because of that right there, a structure. There are a lot of homes to protect, and as Lieutenant Kramer mentioned, this is their priority. Lives, that's always the first thing. Property and structure protection, and then make sure those first responders are okay. And boy, you can really see
this is
that
terrible.
fire is absolutely destroying that home.
Joe, you've been watching these pictures for about an hour now. What would be your guess of how many homes you've seen at this point?
Well, it's so hard to guess. I would guess at least 8, 9, 10 homes so far. There's probably going to be a whole lot more, but it really, and every time they zoom in like this, it's just absolutely devastating.
I can't believe we're watching this. We're going to check in now on the Royal Gorge fire that's burning near Canyon City. The Royal Gorge fire, last estimate, 300 acres. That's what we learned from some of the county commissioners down there. Fox 21's Sam Baranowski, she left a couple hours ago to head down to that area. She's following this fire, and we're going to check in with her now. I believe we have Sam on the phone. Sam, can you hear us?
Yeah.
What's going on? What's the latest?
Well, we're still sitting at 300 acres, but that is an old number. I just talked to a gentleman from the Canyon City Fire Department, and they're saying they haven't been getting too many number updates right now because they're just so concerned about building containment lines. They haven't been able to do that at all yet because the winds really keep picking up and shifting in totally different directions. I'm actually sitting right next to a row of American flags, and you watch them go west, then they go north, then they go south. This fire is really giving these firefighters a run for their money. What we do know is that they are evacuating County Road 69. That's heading north of this fire. They're doing mandatory evacuations up that way now as well. We were able to get higher up Highway 50. Unfortunately, they're about to close Highway 50 all the way down to Pikes Peak Community College here as well, because right now we're just seeing black plumes of smoke coming up from the bottom of this fire, and it's totally shooting all this smoke directly towards the center of Canyon City. So if you're out there, please stay safe. You know, you don't want to be breathing this stuff in because you just get that campfire, that smoky smell here. So we'll get you as much information as we can. But like I said, they're really focusing on getting those containment lines before they get us any information. So I'll talk back to you guys.
Sam, you tweeted a little earlier. I want to ask you a quick question. When you were heading down towards Canyon City, you said you could see the Black Forest fire in your rearview mirror, and you could see this fire, the Royal Gorge fire, as you were driving. Were both of them pretty visible to you as you were heading down to Canyon City, and what did that kind of look like?
Yeah, at that point, I hadn't quite reached the Fremont County line yet, but I was on Highway 115, and, you know, you look back and you see this smoke covering Colorado Springs. You look forward, and you just see it covering the exact opposite direction towards Canyon City, and they both look big. I mean, it's just it's a scary thing as you're heading in one direction to go to the city where you know that it's burning and there's all this black, and all of a sudden the blue skies disappear and then everything's orange. Everything's really covered in just this smoky aura, I guess, where, you know, you can't see too far in front of you, and that's why they're closing down this road, because the visibility on Highway 50 at certain spots just really goes in and out as the smoke crosses us here.
Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Sam. We'll touch base with you in a little bit.
Absolutely.
So that's a fire that's obviously picked up steam quickly, and it grew to the last number we have is 300 acres, which is very large. And we talked with Debbie Bell. She's a Fremont County Commissioner down there, and she told us just how it's just devastating to see that much area burn in such a quick amount of time. And so far, it doesn't appear that one has been threatening homes as much, and again, not as densely populated as the Black Forest area, which is the other fire that we've obviously been covering all afternoon.
Now, the Pikes Peak Community College, Sam mentioned the Fremont campus. That has been closed. Afternoon and evening campuses have been canceled. So if you work or if you have classes scheduled at that Fremont campus, you will not be there tonight. The campus is being closed. Stay tuned with us. They have not made a decision for tomorrow at this point, obviously pending what this fire does. So if you have any evening classes or if you work there, the campus is closed for the evening.
Now, one of the pictures, I don't know, Ian, if you can pull, there's some more aerials that, again, coming in from the chopper that was sent down from Denver, and you can see, but I also have a picture, there it is. This is a picture sent in from one of our photographers on the ground near the Black Forest fire, and you can just see there's a different perspective of the plume, and that's obviously from ground level, and you can just see how mammoth it is, and again, for anybody who's lived here in the past year or two, this obviously brings back memories of Waldo Canyon immediately to see those plumes and how high they go up. And I was asking Jeff earlier, if that stuff was showing up on Doppler, and he was saying, yeah, you can start to see some of those cloud echoes actually showing up on the Doppler radar, because it's just huge. It really is.
And I think that's what's the most frightening of it, is when we see those huge plumes. And they can obviously be weather related, as we saw with Waldo Canyon. These fires are very much weather driven. The weather drives them, it changes their pattern, and we're not just talking about the wind, everything from the humidity. And I think this is probably a good time to check in with Jeff, because that's what turned the tables and changed the game of things on June 26th, as we all remember, of last year. So Jeff, let's check in with you now.
Well, look at that aerial picture there, Jeff. You can see those winds.
Oh, definitely, and you can see it there going off to the northeast, continuing to drive that fire, which is just what you don't want. Getting you caught up here on the winds, south-southwest 29 miles per hour. I'll fast forward through these quickly so we can get right in there. We have our true view. So winds about 36 miles per hour at the airport right now. There we go. This is what I wanted to show you. So this was the aerial shot. This is what the Doppler is picking up on that echo right here. Roughly in here is Cherry Creek Road, and now wind gusts there of 30 miles per hour. Now those have shifted to the northwest here at the last hour, and this is just a very rough estimation right now. Now, in the meantime, you've got southwest winds going right here at about Shoup Road and Black Forest Road. So, I mean, you've got the winds kind of fighting each other right now at the present time, at least wind gust-wise. So 80 and 90 degree temperatures right now, sustained winds at 24 miles per hour. So those wind gusts changing. Again, a very delicate situation right now, and you can see that return. Let's go down here to the Royal Gorge fire and get you caught up with that as well. Excuse me, as temperatures into the mid-80s and 90s around here. And also, these are sustained winds right there. I know it's a little hard to make out, but they're right there at about 30 miles per hour here at the present time. So wind definitely not helping this situation at all. Neither is the humidity, for that matter, as you can see, very, very low levels across the board at the present time. So again, this is the heat dome where it's ridging, and again, that's also going to keep the haze around here into the picture for tonight and possibly tomorrow. A little cool front is going to try and make a run for us as we go through the evening hours, and this would shift winds around from the northeast at the surface, but then it'll sort of straighten out the flow right now, and that will also kind of keep the heat a little bit more at bay. It won't make such a dome like we've had the last couple of days. So we're trying to unwind this record heat around here. The problem is, in doing all that, we've got these wind shifts. It's going to be, a balancing act here over the next couple of hours, as we've had winds aloft from the southwest here for the greater part of the afternoon. Now, these are going to shift to the west overnight. At the surface, they're going to shift to the northeast. This all looks to take place between about 9 and midnight tonight. So temperatures are going to cool, and we'll have that cool front slip in here. Now, if all goes according to plan, as we get that wind shift from the north, that would help bring some of these flames back. Again, that's a big maybe at this point when you're dealing with fires of these sizes. 101 degrees in Pueblo right now, down 1 degree in Colorado Springs at 95, 91 degrees in Monument, 110 in Lamar. La Junta, you've got the extreme heat out here, and you're also under the red flag warning, so do note that. Wind gusts again, 33 miles per hour. It's down a little bit, but still definitely the wind whipping out there, and wind really churning across the plains here with choppy wind gusts of 40 miles per hour here across La Junta. So 95 degrees at the airport right now, the upper 90s again, extreme heat. That's another thing to be concerned with here throughout the afternoon and evening. This is what I'm looking at. We'll go for about 92 here at 7 o'clock. Wind's going to continue here in the Springs and Pueblo right on through about 9 o'clock till we get that wind shift in here, and that looks to be from 9 until midnight, as I mentioned, with that cool front coming in. No moisture with it at all, but it will at least do its best to bring it into the extreme heat. Week's worth of weather, it stamps out like this. We'll go for 90 tomorrow after 96. A little bit cooler on Thursday. Again, that westerly flow is going to keep that real extreme heat from building back in. It will be dry, though, I will tell you that. as high pressure pretty much keeps any storm chances out of here. The best chance is going to be right around Monday. And again, that's still a slim chance, but we'll take whatever drops of rain we can get at this point. And for Pueblo, triple-digit heat once again tomorrow. Of course, it's going to be hazy, and hot temperatures continue right on through about Friday. A chance of some thunderstorms boiling up. They do look to be light ones at this point. Monday, too, we'll get a chance of some sprinkles in here. Again, we're talking just very hit-and-miss variety. No sod soakers in the immediate future. Hazy conditions, Canyon City will be into the upper 90s tomorrow. The winds will give us a little bit of a break, but still plenty hot tomorrow, 95, and then a chance of some storms trying to get going on Thursday here in Fremont County. And then a quick look here at Woodland Park. We can expect temperatures tomorrow to be in the mid-80s, a chance of some isolated activity Thursday, Saturday, and again on Monday. Of course, we'll continue to track the latest winds, but again, it's going to be a real tender time from about now until 9 o'clock tonight. Guys?
All right, Jeff, thank you for the latest. Speaking of the latest, we now have Abby Burke. She is live in the Black Forest area. She joins us now with more. Abby, what do you have?
Well, Joe, I'm up here off of Black Forest and Burgess Road where they just held the media briefing area, but I want to show you what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of smoke in this area, and it's heavy, dark, thick, black smoke, and as we learned last year, that means that the fire is burning in some heavy fuels right now. Of course, we don't know specifically what those fuels are, but we do know that the fire has found a lot of fuels to burn, and we are seeing a lot of smoke. The winds up here are picking up. Fire officials say this is the time of day when we tend to see stronger winds, so of course, that's not good for the firefighting efforts. We've spoke with some evacuees who are hanging out in this parking lot here, and of course they're very happy to be out of their homes, but very concerned about those homes and some of their livestock. They are doing a lot of evacuation efforts to get pets and animals out of the area. Very concerned. Now, one thing we do know is that you don't have to wait for those mandatory evacuations. El Paso County Sheriff's spokesperson Lieutenant Kramer was saying just because you're not in those mandatory evacuation areas doesn't mean you don't have that you have to stay. If you're feeling uncomfortable, you definitely want to get out, grab your things, maybe prepare your 72-hour kit. As we know, this fire is fast moving and there are some strong winds helping to fuel that fire. So that's what we're seeing from up here. We are waiting for another media briefing, which is set to be held at 7 o'clock. We're hoping for some more information, maybe some latest numbers to give you then. For now, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Very good. And we're hearing a number of the roads in that area are just jammed up. So if you can, please avoid that area.
Right.
Seeing reports that on Powers all the way to Academy, just any of those roads heading in that area are just a parking lot. It's just jammed up with a ton of people. And some of the things you remember from the Waldo Canyon fire, and again, these are those aerial pictures that we're bringing you. This is definitely on the back side of the fire. You can't even zoom in and see that type of thing where the big plume is, but this is actually more in the fire's wake. And that home, just about 10 minutes ago, you could still see half of that home. But it just tells you how quickly, these things are engulfed. But for those of you that are in that voluntary evacuation area, if you haven't evacuated, one of the things that folks remember from the Waldo Canyon fire is it's such a scary time, you may not remember a lot of things. One of the things they suggest, especially with today's smartphones and the technology, is get a video of your home. Do a quick run-through of video with your home, and that way you can remember some of the things. When it comes time for insurance claims, you'll be able to document what it is that you had in your home, because it's so hard to remember everything.
We had reports of people after the Waldo Canyon fire who lost their homes, had to recount to the insurance company down to bars of soap, how much shampoo was left in shampoo bottles. It's that meticulous, which is why it's so important to have photo and video evidence. Once again, because traffic is backed up, like Joe was saying, it's also crucial you stick together as a family. Leave a car behind. I know that's difficult. It would be hard for me to leave a car behind, but leave a car behind, stick with your family, and then you're not tying up phone lines at the same time because you're trying to contact each other. So if you need to evacuate together. Now, if you're in the Black Forest area and you are not registered with the emergency notification system, that will alert you on your cell phone or home phone or via a text or email. If you're under an evacuation order, you can do so by going to elpasoteller911.org. That's elpasoteller911.org. You can register your phone numbers there. That's the emergency notification system for El Paso County. Now, once again, if you feel like you're in danger, don't wait for a phone call. But if it would give you a sense of extra security and you are not registered, go to that website, elpasoteller911.org, and they will alert you if you fall under voluntary or mandatory evacuation orders. And Joe has some updates on those evacuations as well as road closures.
Yeah, the road closures. These roads are now officially closed, and that's Hodgen Road, which is the north. And really, when I go through these road closures, what you'll see is it's basically a box around the fire. It starts at the south at Shoup Road, over to the east on Black Forest Road. Hodgen Road is north, and then all the way to the west is Highway 83. Those roads are all closed. So if you're heading that direction, know that it is going to be congested. And obviously you want to leave room for first responders to get in there as more help starts to arrive. They want to be able to get into this fire and, again, help establish those lines. We were also told 2 air tankers and 1 hotshot crew have been ordered, and they are on the way. Obviously, it's just a matter of time before they're here, and that is definitely some help that they need. But again, you get into the challenges of the wind and what that possesses with that plume being so large and out in front of that fire. They got to try and get around that and really lay that retardant in front of this thing and get a line established.
Now, if you are evacuated, too, from this area, first responders, of course, their first priority is lives. And when they can get to some of these areas that have been burned out, unfortunately, these homes, they have to be checking because this fire just started a couple hours ago. So they're going to be checking to make sure nobody was trapped. And so if you can check in at one of those Red Cross shelters, check in with your family, make sure that people are aware of where you're located. With today's technology, I know it seems like, well, it's really easy to keep in touch, but in emergency situations, it's not. So if you are evacuated, maybe you just can't get home from work, it's probably best to go to one of those Red Cross shelters and check in, because at that point, when first responders are able to go into some of those burned out properties, they can know who's accounted for.
Absolutely. So if you try and look at the glass half full in many instances in this case, one of the things that even Lieutenant Kramer mentioned with the El Paso County Sheriff is the topography, again, is so different with this fire than it was with the Waldo Canyon fire. The Waldo Canyon fire, foothills, very difficult terrain, and then obviously it ran down the foothills and into Mountain Shadows area. This is relatively flat. I mean, there's some rolling hills, but for the most part, this is a much easier section to get into, and the accessibility is much better, and that does work in firefighters' favor. But on the flip side, if you've got winds that are howling and pushing that fire so quickly that direction, you talk about having to get way out in front of this fire.
Right. I was wondering how populated is this area? I'm wondering how many houses, because people out there have so much property. So if somebody can get on our Facebook page that knows this area a little bit better and can kind of let us know what the population is of this area, a little bit about what the neighborhoods are like, because it is so spread out there, and it would kind of give us a better picture too as we wait for first responders to confirm kind of what the population is, how many neighborhoods, homes are kind of located in that area. But once again, if you have not got your mandatory or voluntary evacuation and you're concerned that you might, you can always register elpasoteller911.org.
And El Paso County is basically trying to use the reverse 911 system. They also have deputies going door to door. And they're obviously using avenues such as the media. Obviously, sitting up here at the desk, we have not been able to turn on any radio stations, but I'm pretty certain that the radio stations are also getting this information out to folks with regard to letting them know if you're in those areas, get what you can and get out. Chances are you've heard of this fire by now. I mean, even if you can smell the fire, for those that haven't left yet, you'll know that, I mean, it's not something you want to mess around with. The folks, Waldo Canyon, all those folks we spoke to talked about how crucial it was to get out and get out quickly, and they did so.
At this point, let's touch base on the Royal Gorge fire and let you know what we know, the latest on that fire. Last we'd heard it was 300 acres. So as of this afternoon, it was 10 acres, and it's grown substantially in 4 or 5 hours to 300. That was the last update we got about, I would say, an hour and a half ago, would you say, when we talked to some of the county commissioners down there. Sam says she's heard 300 acres, but they are closing portions of Highway 50. So once again, if you're headed to that area, be careful. If you don't need to head to that area, stay away, because traffic is backed up. Sam says that the smoke is so bad that she had a hard time when she was just driving through town and driving into the area. We're being told now by our producer that it is still 300 acres. And we have a lot of people in our newsroom who are working to constantly update our website, our Twitter feed, that's at Fox 21 News. You can go to our Facebook page. We have a lot of viewers who are so kind, and they're sharing photos and video that they're taking. You can head there. We have a lot of people working behind the scenes to make sure that you have the latest information. So pull up your smartphone while you're watching us and follow us there as well.
And the information is really key for those that don't know. Those mandatory evacuations for the Black Forest wildfire: north, Shoup Road; to the east, it's Tahosa Lane; to the west, it's Holmes Road; and to the south, it's Fox Chase Road. And those voluntary evacuations are Holmes east to Black Forest and Shoup north to Hodgen Road. And there's a live pic actually from I-25. That's the I-25 and Baptist Road traffic cam, and you can still see that giant plume. Again, very reminiscent. We pulled up the traffic cams when the Waldo Canyon fire went into the Mountain Shadows area. Obviously, that plume in many instances darkened some of the cameras on I-25, and obviously this fire is a good distance from I-25 and blowing the other direction. But boy, just a really sad day again for southern Colorado to have another wildfire on our radar here, and having to tell folks about these shelters. There's a Red Cross shelter for those that have been evacuated. It's Palmer Ridge High School. Another shelter is at New Life Church. They're opening up their doors for folks that, again, have been evacuated and need a place to call home and freshen up for a little while. Those have all been, and of course, animals. A lot of, these are 2.5 to 5 acre lots. I believe I saw a number on Twitter talking about potential of about 150 homes in that area, and a lot of those homes sit on these big lots, and they have livestock. They have horses. And these are the spots that you can take your livestock and give them a place, because it's very worrisome if you have to get out of there and leave your livestock behind. Obviously, you want to try and get them to these shelters. And you don't necessarily have to call ahead for these shelters either. They will take your animals. Now, if you have smaller animals, you live in the area and you have dogs and cats as well, or even reptiles. If you have a reptile, scales and tails, they'll be taking in reptiles. Boarding fee is, of course, waived. They're located at 6902 North Academy, and their phone number is area code 719-598-0526. If you have a dog or a cat, multiple dogs or cats that you would like to drop off at a shelter, Sunrise and Woodman Kennels, they'll be taking the dogs and cats. They're located off I-25 and Woodman. So feel free to call them if you're concerned, or just head there. As we saw during the Waldo Canyon fire, I think they took in 400 plus dogs and cats. So they are more than capable and more than willing to help you out, and they understand what you're going through. Back to these heartbreaking aerials. These are live pictures. These are not on tape. This is not something that we're rolling back. This is actually happening right now in the Black Forest area. The homes are mixed and matched up there. Obviously, most of them are custom homes. They sit on very big lots and very beautiful homes. And there you see, one of them is, and there was a fire that we showed a little bit ago. There was a fire that showed the deck there was a home that was on fire, the deck. And then it went back to the shot 5-10 minutes later, and half the home was gone. I mean, it just shows you how quickly, obviously with Waldo Canyon, we went into a case where it was at night. And really what we could see the most was just fire like this. You couldn't see the trees around it. You couldn't see all of this that we're seeing now. And again, when they zoom out, it just looks like fire, maybe a tree burning or something. But when they zoom in, you can most certainly see this is a number of homes have most certainly burned in the Black Forest area. And that house was fully standing just 25, 30 minutes ago. We were looking at pictures. And, I'm a Colorado native. I have never seen anything like this in such a close time. We're talking a 1-year time span that we watched
the destruction and devastation of the High Park fire in Fort Collins, the Waldo Canyon fire, and now this, and not to mention several other fires throughout the state. So it's really hard to believe that we're in such a dry spell, we're in such a dry time, and we have found ourselves, we're literally, wildfires are just becoming routine. They're becoming just a part of our everyday lives. And this looks like it's a water chopper that's taking a bucket of water.
Helicopters, and there's those Bambi buckets. Obviously, we learned a lot of this terminology with the Waldo Canyon fire, and they'll find a reservoir or a lake or a pond, and they'll go and they'll dip into some water, and those Bambi buckets can just scoop up water, and then they go to a hot spot and they just drop that water. So good to see some air support that is now moved into the area. And it sounds like we spoke earlier with William Townsend. He is in Black Forest, and Lafayette is where he calls home. And William joins us now with what's going on. William, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
William, what's changed for your situation? I know when we talked, it was probably about 30 minutes ago. What has changed for you there in the Black Forest area?
Right. So before, when we were looking at it, it seemed to be north and east of us. Since then, it's expanded. The entire northern horizon is filled with flames, and we can start actually seeing full flames now, whereas before it was more sporadic. It's coming closer and closer to Lafayette, it looks like, and the smoke has just completely filled the premises. I mean, visibility is at an all-time low.
Are the skies red? You know, it kind of gets that red, eerie feeling to the skies. Are you seeing that, or is it relatively clear? You can just, like you said, see those flames and that plume of smoke.
At points, it's that eerie, surreal feel that you were describing. And then when you step back, when you go to the far south of the property and go on some of those hills, you can take a more clear look at everything, and you can just see these flames are massive right now.
Boy, that's the last thing that really anybody wants to hear is that those flames are just, and some of the vegetation and the trees in many respects are so dense in parts of Black Forest. And are you in an area that is Lafayette in an area where there are a lot of large trees? Is this one of those sections? Because I know in spots of Black Forest it can be kind of sporadic.
Right. We have 480 acres up at Lafayette, and I mean it's probably almost all forested. We have a meadow here and there, but it is very dense with trees where we are, and it looks like the area that's burning is incredibly dense with trees as well.
Mm-hmm. William, did you have to evacuate? Joe might ask you this earlier, and I apologize if I didn't hear it. Did you have to evacuate any animals? Do you have livestock or small pets that you had to take with you?
We do not. We, took some pets. There was a few dogs around the property, a barn cat, and then we also ended up taking, well, we didn't take it, but our neighbor took a cow from their property, and we could hear it mooing along Shoup Road as it was leaving. And do you have a place to stay tonight? I mean, do you have family and friends in the area? Are you hoping that you'll be allowed to return home? I mean, it's way obviously too soon to tell. What is your plan at this point in time? Right. So I'm fortunate. I think a lot of Black Forest natives are. We have deep roots here, so we know a lot of people who aren't in the area, and we'll be having homes to stay at tonight. All right, William, we appreciate you again taking the time to speak with us, and again, we hope the best for you and your situation. All right. Thank you so much. Well, when you talk about evacuations, some of the things that folks, again, it can be a very frantic event when you got to get out and you got to evacuate. But some of the things that people want to try and remember is you can grab those medications, those important documents. These are all things that we've talked about so extensively in the wake of the Waldo Canyon fire. And pets, clothes, cash. Grab your computer and a hard drive. You can even grab some food and water, although if you get to a shelter, oftentimes they'll have the food and water taken care of for you. But medication is always one we often hear where they have to go back or they have to get some sort of official to go back and get some medication. So hopefully the folks have learned from the Waldo Canyon fire and have those evacuation packs ready to go so they can get out of there in a moment's notice. And this is a state
a statement, that just came in from Doug Lamborn, Senator Lamborn. He says, with the memory of the Waldo Canyon fire still fresh in our minds, today's fires are especially troubling. He goes on to say, we're sad for the loss of homes and property due to these wildfires and pray for the safety of our firefighters and others in harm's way. Now, of course, we haven't had any confirmation on structures, but we've seen them in the pictures. And I'll do all I can to ensure that all available federal assets are deployed if needed by local authorities.
So another thing that we, one of the things that we often want to keep into perspective, and that is, so far at this point, we've got no reports of a loss of life. And that's, again, what that has to do with is folks heeding those warnings, hearing those evacuations, and getting out of there. And that's a huge piece of it. And one of our jobs as the media is to get that information out. And hopefully the deputies going door to door are able to get some of those folks out. And then those reverse 911 can be so important in these situations.
And don't forget to check on your neighbors. If you are evacuating, check on your neighbors. Somebody might not have been home from work and they might have a dog or a cat, or if it's an elderly couple or a young couple, check on your neighbors when you're leaving, because they might not be as informed as you are. So as you're evacuating, whether it's voluntary or mandatory, or you would just feel safer, check on your neighbors. Make sure that your neighbors are informed that they have what's necessary, or maybe they just need a ride, because once again, it's easier to get out and it doesn't tie up traffic if people can carpool out of these areas. And we're getting word from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office that a joint information center has been activated, and they're going to update the media as they get information. And that makes it easier on us, because now we're not just getting information from the El Paso County Sheriff, from the Colorado Springs Fire Department, from county commissioners in the area. We're getting information from one entity that's gathering it from all of these sources. So that makes our job a little easier, because we can make sure that information we're giving to you is 100% accurate as we're getting it from them.
And again, these live pictures that we're seeing with these aerials, they just really show that, the last numbers we had was, it was 15 acres. Obviously, this thing is not 15 acres. Some of the numbers I'm starting to see that are floating around there on Twitter, again, not confirmed numbers, 400 acres is what some are labeling the Black Forest wildfire at this point. None of those numbers have been confirmed. It often takes, as you remember from the Waldo Canyon fire, a flyover where they can actually get a gauge of how large this fire really is. But at any rate, just by looking at the pictures and looking at the aerials, this fire is massive. And it's not showing any signs of slowing down, and a lot of that has to do with the weather and the fact that, Jeff, they're not getting any help. Firefighters are not going to get any help, at least in the immediate future.
No, as a matter of fact, too, the other deal with that is the wind gusts starting to pick up now out of the northwest. So, again, that continues to change the game for them. Let's get you up to speed on that. 33-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the present time, 24-mile-an-hour wind gusts on Monument Hill, and you get that wind changing direction in a very small area. And you got wind gusts right now coming up at about 30 miles per hour right now. Temperatures still right up there at 91 degrees. Again, this is TrueView's estimate of what's going on right around the actual fire itself. And you can see TrueView Doppler picking up some of the cloud cover created by this as this rises and becomes like its own weather system. Essentially. Now, right now, as we go to the Royal Gorge fire, temperatures right there, right around 90. These are sustained winds, continuous winds at 27 miles per hour right now. So what we're tracking is a little cool down into the area. Unfortunately, that's not going to help us out humidity-wise. No precip associated with it at this time. So we're still under that hot dome right now, and this little wave right here, that's what brought us the winds here earlier on this afternoon. Now, assuming this goes according to plan, we're talking about air quality issues, and this cool front will come in, give us some clearing. But if the morning inversion sets up, that haze layer, probably going to be looking at moderate to even poor air quality as we go through tomorrow. With some clearing, we're hoping to have that happen tonight. Now, as we see those southwest winds, they are going to turn aloft, so that's going to push most of the fire for the Royal Gorge due east is what we'll be looking at here into the short term. Boy, temperature-wise, as you get back to the fire triangle, it needs fuel. Got that with the vegetation. Needs oxygen. No problem. and heat. That's what we have definitely on our plate right now. 95 degrees, 90 even up at Monument Hill, 97. You get the idea. 90s and triple digits running all across southeastern Colorado. So 33 mile per hour wind gusts to go along with that. 40 mile per hour wind gusts not out of the question, and we're seeing them in La Junta as well as right here in the Pueblo area. Wind gusts not quite up to that level, still about 30 miles per hour right now around the Royal Gorge area. Again, hard to estimate in there with all the terrain in the way. Let's take a look right now at the evening planner. Winds are going to continue to whip through the area. Clearing and lighter winds, that's what we're looking for behind this little cool front that's going to slip in. But again, tomorrow morning, I do expect some haze and hopefully some partial clearing by about midday. 99 degrees, that's what we're looking at still at 7 o'clock here in Pueblo. Now, of course, you're going to want to run that AC tonight. Make sure if you can to put it on the recycle mode so you're not drawing that smoke into your house, because that's going to be around here for the next couple of days. Let's look at the extended picture. Speaking of the next couple of days, weeks worth of weather showing you that we do cool down into the 80s. Now, westerly flow, now that's going to keep some of the heat at bay. That is the good news, where we don't have the prolonged days of triple digits and upper 90s. We should be, at least a little bit closer to normal by the end of the weekend is the good news on the weather scene. But in transition tonight, we're going to have to be looking for those winds to be shifting, in short periods of time. And, of course, that can, really make things a challenge. So, again, I do expect some haze tomorrow morning here in the Springs. Those of you with asthma, respiratory issues, I got asthma myself, so I hear you. You're going to need to watch that, stay indoors. Don't be outside for long periods of time because, we won't quite be to the upper 90s, but we'll still be plenty hot out there. All right, Pueblo, here's a look at the forecast for you. Triple digits for us. It's going to be hazy. Poor air quality with the fire right over at the Royal Gorge to the west of us. Hot temperatures continue right on through the end of the week. Now, here's a little glimmer of hope on Friday as we get a chance of some isolated shower activity late, though. That takes us into the weekend. We'll be looking at low 90s. And then for Canyon City, definitely going to see some haze tomorrow. It's going to be hot, 97 degrees. A chance of some shower activity arriving a little early here in Fremont County. And we'll look for that. Again, it's not going to be a big drenching rain by any stretch of the imagination, but a chance of some isolated shower activity by the time Thursday rolls around. The rest of the week looks like this. We'll be into the upper 80s right around the climate capital here. And then for Woodland Park, 85 degrees will be into the 80s and a chance of some isolated shower activity. Of course, what we're watching with these pop-up storms Thursday, Saturday, and the one on Monday is the lightning with them. So it's definitely going to be a balancing act. Watching the winds here as we get into the peak part of the evening. Now, a red flag warning also in effect. I want to make sure you know about that until 9 o'clock. So from between now and then, still a chance of wind gusts at 40 miles per hour and then some. So I'm going to continue to track that, but weather not giving us a break here in the short term. Joe, Rachel?
All right, it's too bad. Thank you, Jeff. I know we had a picture. When you start to look at our location here at Fox 21 is on Wooten, basically Platte and Powers, Platte and Academy right in that area, and we have a roof cam. And if you actually take our roof cam, that's what you're seeing. And a while back, you really couldn't see much from our roof cam, but that just shows you, this is a ground level shot, obviously, from off in the distance. You can't miss that plume. It's big, and it's as Jeff just said, it's not a good day for firefighters.
Now remember, there was a lot of frustration last summer because people said, where's the air support? Where are the tankers and the helicopters? Why aren't they coming in? As the first responders will say time and time again, they told us last summer, firefighters, boots on the ground, put out fires, not aerial support. Now, aerial support helps, but it's the boots on the ground that put out fires. So they will bring those air tankers in, but if you're wondering at this point why more air support hasn't been brought in, that's kind of what they told us last summer, basically, is that those hotshot crews are their primary firefighting tool, and the air support is just an additional piece that helps them as they continue their fight. And there you see in aerials of the Black Forest fire, obviously that helicopter is
is, from what it appears, heading back to Denver at this point. And we have a crew on the ground that is still covering many angles of this story, including talking with evacuees. There is a briefing, a media briefing at 7 o'clock tonight. Will probably bring us the very latest. And here is our latest map. What we've pulled up here is this is actually the area that's the evacuation area, the mandatory evacuation area that we've talked about, north of Shoup, east of Tahosa Lane, west on Holmes Road, and south on Fox Chase. And it's a little tough to see with the way this map is setting up, but those roads really make a box. But it's harder to see with the way our map system works. Is it doesn't lay those roads sideways. But Black Forest would be off to the far east in this picture, and Colorado Highway 83 would be off to the west. And so that's what makes the box. Shoup is down south, and Hodgen Road is up north. So again, it's a little deceiving with the way it's written, Black Forest Road, horizontally, and really should read vertically to show that box of those mandatory evacuations.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of mandatory evacuations, because there are evacuations and fire crews are trying to get to that area, we're getting reports from our viewers on Twitter and Facebook that North Powers is a parking lot. That whole area, Voyager Parkway, North Powers, Briar Gate, I-25, everything is backed up because first responders are trying to get in, people are trying to get out, which is why it's so crucial, once again, to stick together. Don't take two cars if you decide to leave, and go to the Red Cross shelters, because then you're not driving through the area looking for family. And if you don't have to go in that area, please avoid that area. If you're heading home from work, go home and stay home if at all possible at this point in time, because first responders are doing their best to get to that area. Here's another shot we're getting. Is this that same chopper shot, possibly?
Yep,
okay, so it's still heading back to Denver.
Yep, heading back to Denver. That's looking back. I've got a shot that's pulled up on the Apple television. Ian, our director, if you could pull that up. And basically what that shows is it's a shot from our crew that's actually on the ground at the Black Forest fire. And again, you can just see that plume. And obviously firefighters are using that fire hydrant that's in the foreground, probably to fill those trucks and head back to the fire line. So again, a huge plume of smoke and just a fire that is growing and getting larger. And most of the aerials that we were seeing from an earlier standpoint showed a lot of homes that were burning. And we know there are a lot of potential homes in the area and in the path of this fire. And again, hopefully most people have gotten out of those homes, and that firefighters can go to work and not only work on that line, but do some structure protection as well.
And we're waiting a 7 o'clock briefing, so in about an hour and a half, to get the latest updates on that Black Forest fire. The El Paso County Sheriff's Office is telling us they've set up joint command with all of the firefighters, fire departments, fire stations, working in that area to make sure that we will give you the most updated and reliable information possible. Let's run through those shelters real quick. It's been a while since we ran through those Red Cross shelters and then those animal shelters. If you are evacuating, voluntary, mandatory, or you would just feel better leaving, there are shelters in place. The Red Cross shelters, Palmer Ridge High School, right off Monument Road and I-25. You've probably seen it if you've driven north on I-25 through Monument. They are open now. They will help you. The other Red Cross shelter, New Life Church, Voyager and I-25. That's a church with the big blue roof and all of the flags. You can't miss it. That's located once again on Voyager Parkway. Just head east on Voyager off I-25. Colorado Springs, they are open. Head there if you need a place to stay, if you need a place to touch base with family. If you are in Canyon City, this is the second fire that's burning, the Royal Gorge fire. You can go to the Evangelical Free Church, and that's at 3000 East Main Street. Now for your animals. If you have animals that you need to take with you, large stock animals, those can be taken to the Norris Penrose Event Center, Lower Gold Camp Road. You do not need to call ahead. They have a large equestrian center there, so if you have horses, cows, any type of large stock, you can also take them to the Elbert County Fairgrounds in Kiowa. You don't need to call ahead there either. They're located at 95 Ute Avenue. Now we do have their phone number. It's area code 303-718-3745. 3343. It's on your screen. We included this phone number because it's a 303 area code and not a 719 area code. So there's the phone number. And the third shelter for large stock animals is the Kit Carson Riding Club, Black Forest Road and Woodman. There's their phone number as well. So that's where you can take your large stock animals. Now, if you have smaller animals, you can take them to Woodman and Sunrise Kennels, or Sunrise and Woodman Kennels, off Woodman and I-25, cats and dogs. If you have any reptiles, they can be taken to Scales and Tails, and they're located at 6902 North Academy. There will be no boarding fees, so you don't have to worry.
Obviously, we are covering this story on air, but keep in mind you can also follow this story extensively on our Twitter page at Fox 21 News, our Facebook page, and I'm going to have Ian, actually our director, call up. I've got some pictures from Facebook that's actually showing some of the other. This is Old Ranch Road, north of Burgess Road. And you can see folks pulling over, and as I flip through here, it just starts to show the congestion on some of the streets and people pulling over. And again, a different vantage point. This is Royal Pine, and this is just, you can really see that plume from so many different sections. But we are covering this story not only on fox21news.com, but our mobile app. You'll get plenty of updates on that as well, and we're doing a lot of push notifications that you'll get through text messages, including anytime there's an evacuation, we will push those through our mobile app, Fox 21 News. You simply go to the iTunes store. It's available for both Android and iPhone, and you go to Fox 21 News and you will find our app there. And again, a load of information. We will follow this story. If you've got to hit the road, then we can still keep you updated, obviously on fox21news.com, and as I mentioned, both our Twitter and our Facebook pages. And again, just the plume of smoke and all the pictures that are pouring in from various viewers that are showing some of this, just the different locations that people are taking these pictures. And it is so reminiscent of Waldo Canyon fire and the pictures that were rolling in from that. Social media has really opened up so many avenues for folks to get information and see what the pictures and see what the fire looks like.
And you can be confident any of the information that we're giving you via Twitter or Facebook or our website, we have a lot of people working, and that information, we verify all of the information we give you, so you can be rest assured that that information is accurate and that we've confirmed it. One thing you do have to be careful of, and something that I experienced during the Waldo Canyon fire off Highway 24, a lot of people were stopping to take pictures. As much as we love the pictures, if first responders are asking you to leave the area because the roads are congested, you can technically get ticketed for staying in the area and taking video and pictures. So just be cautious of the first responders in the area, and if they do ask you to leave, move back, and then continue taking your pictures, because that was a huge problem last year off Highway 24. The first responders were having a hard time getting through because so many people were pulled over that they had to start threatening ticketing people. So just something to be aware of.
Hey, here's a picture from Facebook. This is actually somebody on I-25 in Denver.
Right, you recognize those buildings on the left right there.
In Denver, driving to Colorado Springs, or at least towards Colorado Springs, and there you have it. You can see that plume is boy, you can just see it from everywhere, as far as if you're in southern Colorado, and just a real dicey situation. We're obviously hoping for updated numbers and updated info. I do have a bit of good news with regard to the Royal Gorge fire that was reported at 1 o'clock south of Royal Gorge Bridge and Arkansas River. It's estimated at more than 200 acres. I know some of the numbers, and this is from the official InsaWeb. InsaWeb is a site that we learned a lot about during the Waldo Canyon fire, and it's the official update on these fires. And it says it's more than 200 acres. It's at 300 acres, actively burning and spotting. Mandatory evacuations, as we've mentioned, in effect for Parkdale to Soda Point north of the Royal Gorge. U.S. Highway 50 is closed in both directions from Soda Point to Highway 9, and Temple Canyon Road has also been closed. The Arkansas River, that's also closed from Spike Buck through Canyon City, and the Royal Gorge Bridge and Park obviously was evacuated. Now, the resources that are on the scene include 3 BLM engines, multiple county resources, 1 BLM firefighting squad, 1 air attack plane, and 1 20-person hotshot crew. And they also have a helicopter that is there fighting that fire down in the Royal Gorge area.
And we're getting reports. I just saw a picture somebody sent in that there is another fire near Levita in Middle Creek Canyon. We have a picture of that fire on our Twitter feed. That's at Fox 21 News. Levita is between Walsenburg and Alamosa. It's basically if you take I-25 south and you head, you get off to head to Walsenburg. When you leave Walsenburg and you're on your way to Alamosa, Levita is a small town that you kind of bypass on your way. And now we're getting pictures of another fire burning in that area. We have one picture that we tweeted out about 3 minutes ago. Don't have much information on this yet. At Fox 21 News is our Twitter handle. If you want to check that one out, it's unknown if it's related to this Royal Gorge fire. I would doubt it at this point just due to the distance, but there is another fire burning near Levita in Middle Creek Canyon, and that's just coming down on our Twitter feed. So head to at Fox 21 News for a picture of that fire as well.
We've also got a picture called up on our iPad here, and it shows this is the view from Flying Horse. Some of the homes, that's a home site, some of the homes being built in Flying Horse, and obviously that's looking east towards the fire. A very impressive and scary plume. And if you haven't been up to the Black Forest, it's amazing how you can just be driving out east, and it's very flat, not a lot of trees, not a lot of vegetation, and boy, you hit Black Forest, and immediately you obviously see a lot of trees and obviously appropriately named Black Forest because it is indeed a large area of forest and trees. Folks being notified to evacuate through reverse 911. Those deputies still going door to door. The priority with the Black Forest fire is obviously to save lives, protect that property, and then make sure those first responders, they're watching the weather closely, and they make sure that when they put those first responders that they're not putting them in harm's way. And it's just a case where, boy, you just hope that those firefighters stay safe, stay hydrated. That's the other thing, with no humidity, and then just working their tails off to fight this fire. It can get exhausting and wear those firefighters out.
Most definitely. And if you do want to bring bottles of water, as we saw last year, it's best to not take them to the fire lines. If you do want to donate something for the firefighters, as we saw last year, just take it to the Red Cross shelters, and they will distribute it accordingly to the guys that need it, the guys and gals on the front lines. And I want to move on to some mandatory evacuations we just posted on our website for the Royal Gorge fire burning near Canyon City. These are mandatory evacuations that we just posted on our website, so head to fox21news.com. It's Parkdale to Soda Point, north of the Royal Gorge. U.S. Highway 50 is closed in both directions from Soda Point to Highway 9, and Temple Canyon Road has also been closed, along with the Royal Gorge Bridge and Park, of course, as we told you earlier. So those are the mandatory evacuations for the Royal Gorge fire, not to be confused with the Black Forest fire. We have 2 fires burning in southern Colorado right now, the Royal Gorge fire and the Black Forest fire. So those are the mandatory evacuations for that area. We've just posted them to our website, fox21news.com. Our web interactive manager, he's doing his best to keep you updated via Fox 21 News and at Fox 21 News on Twitter with the latest on the Royal Gorge fire as well.
Just getting this in through our Facebook page, Rampart Kennels will also be providing free board to dogs and cats of families affected by the fire. You can reach them. That number is 719-591-0066. Again, the number 719-591-0066. You can find that information on our Facebook page, where a lot of folks are sharing information. And again, that's for small animals, cats and dogs. They're willing to take in some animals to help folks out.
Hopefully we'll get some good news at the 7:30 press conference from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, even if it's just a better idea on acreage in the Black Forest area. We have no idea when the next media briefing will be for the Royal Gorge fire. We have a crew down in that area, Sam Baranowski. She's been there for hours now. She's doing her best to get us the latest, but obviously that area is a little more challenging than the Black Forest area because, as many of you know, when you head south, to Canyon City and then to the Real Gorge, you're dealing with a lot more. You're dealing with mountainous terrain. It's a much more rural area even so than Black Forest, and so it's harder to get around, and there's not as many roads. So if Highway 50 is closed, it's hard to get through or get any information. So once again, hopefully we'll get the latest from her sooner than later. And 7:30, we are waiting a press conference on the Black Forest fire, and we'll hopefully have an update on acreage and possibly any homes that were damaged or destroyed, as we saw in those pictures.
And feel free to share those pictures that you guys are taking. We're getting a number of pictures coming in on Facebook, and again, it just shows the power of social media. By the way, the evacuation in the Black Forest area does not include Forest Heights Ranch. That just came in from the El Paso County Sheriff. The Black Forest evacuation does not include Forest Heights Ranch. So if you have pictures, feel free to get on our Facebook page and share them. Obviously what happens now is the focus will shift to containment numbers. That was always the number we were looking for when we got into Waldo Canyon and those briefings. They were always looking for some sort of containment number, and even if it was 10%, 15%, as that number grew, it was always such a big deal, and that's where the eyes will focus now, is you'll want to hear what those containment numbers are. And again, there's a helicopter flying back to Denver, and boy, just a rough afternoon for firefighters and residents of southern Colorado and residents in Colorado as these drought conditions. We're under water restrictions, and there's obviously this is a great example of why, is it's just so dry, and even our reservoirs are suffering, and it's a case where the weather has not been, Mother Nature can be such a fickle friend, and in this case, it's not only affected our water supply, but now we're into that case where the forests are dry. After the Hayman fire, they were saying how dry the forest was, and that Hayman fire blew up. It's very similar conditions during the Waldo Canyon fire. They were checking the forest and finding out the same type of thing, very, very dry conditions. And we need to get a report probably from the Forest Service over the next couple of weeks and find out what number they can compare it to with regard to, we've clearly gone into that very, very dry situation, which is clearly evident by our water restrictions.
And we're getting some new evacuation boundaries in for Black Forest fire from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. So here's an update on those evacuations. We have south of Hodgen, north of Shoup, west of Vollmer, there's your new road, west of Vollmer, and east of Peregrine Way. That's the Black Forest fire. New evacuation boundaries, south of Hodgen, north of Shoup, west of Vollmer, east of Peregrine Way.
Boy.
For the Black Forest fire.
So what that basically did is if you look at a map, that just expanded, is what that's doing, is it's actually expanding that area of evacuations, and it's a growing evacuation area, and it just shows you the magnitude of the fire and how large that fire is as it continues to grow, being fueled by these poor conditions outside. I keep asking you, it's really a case where when these firefighters get together, and they a big part of it is they get that weather report and they check it. And this is Black Forest Road and Burgess Road. This is one of our crews on the ground right now. That's a live picture that you're seeing. But as we found with the Waldo Canyon fire, that these guys, they live and die by that weather forecast, and they really look to the weather to see what they're in for. And this is a case where you've already talked several times. It's not looking good.
Boy, it sure isn't, Joe. And again, we're still under the gun right here. And, one statistic to think about is you've got the preheat phase for all your fuels in the forest. And what the deal is, a fire this size has temperatures, get this, of 480 to 615 degrees Fahrenheit. No kidding. So just to give you an idea, not only dealing with that, but the record heat to go along with it. So it's definitely a balancing act, to say the least. As we look right now, you're looking at live footage as you're just joining us. And this is the cloud as we point the roof camera from Wooten Road to up powers, that general area. This is looking northeast, so you think it's a cloud. You think, oh, storminess, not a chance. As we continue to look at this, continuing to move off to about the northeast right now at the present time. So red flag warning in effect. We've talked a lot about this. I know you see these a lot, especially with these drought conditions, but again, this means if you get any kind of fire going, it can grow to colossal size in a very short period of time. Gusts of 45 miles per hour between now and 9 o'clock, and I wouldn't rule out even a gust or two of 50 miles per hour in that time frame. Let's take a look at the current gusts. We were at 36, still hanging in there at 33 miles per hour. Things have calmed down around the Pueblo area. 24-mile-an-hour wind gusts right now around Monument. So as we take you a little bit closer, there's that plume. You can see the radar thinking it's a cloud. No such luck, as temperatures still right about 90 degrees, but they are tapering off into the mid-80s right now. Sustained winds, the highest at 25 miles per hour here at the present time. So as we go to the Royal Gorge, temperature-wise, we're in the low to upper 80s right now with winds sustained at about 25 miles per hour with wind gusts, right there in the 35-mile-an-hour to 40-mile-per-hour range right now. As we look a little bit towards the east, there's the greater downtown Canyon City area. As we see, that fire is generally going to be carried to the east now, as mid-level winds there at about 10,000 feet roughly are going to be out of the west primarily for us tonight. So we'll continue to watch that closely. And hardly any humidity to speak of. I mean, it is blistering dry out and about right now. Another reason for those red flag conditions across the area. So, again, this is what's trapping the heat right here is, your typical ridge right here, not quite as big as your summer ridge, meaning it'll be a little bit easier to move this along. This wave to the west of us looks to do that. The problem is you got a lot of wind shifting, and there will be a cool front tonight. Now, once we get that cool front through here, it's going to drop temperatures down, and winds are going to weaken. Problem is morning inversion setting up, and I'm afraid that the haze is going to be with us. In fact, air quality right now, I want to talk about this. At the moderate level, that means it's acceptable, but those of you with asthma, things like that, you're going to want to take it in moderation. So again, air quality into the yellow level, it's already projected to be there again tomorrow. That could go into the red depending on how this plays out. So again, we've got southwest to west winds aloft, watching that very closely. No report in right now from Pueblo temperature-wise, 107, 110 in Lamar, 95 degrees. So certainly have that heat for the fire triangle. 33 mile per hour gusts, as we mentioned. Things weakening wind-wise here across the Pueblo area. Monarch Pass up there into the higher elevations along the Front Range. Wind gusts even greater at this time. So as we look at temperatures, boy, 95 degrees and temperatures in the triple digits, exceeding that all along the Arkansas River Valley. It is just not a good scene for fires at all. 92 degrees still at 7 o'clock here in the Springs. Looking at 99 degrees in the Pueblo area. We're going to continue with the 70s and the 80s right on through 9 o'clock. Now, by 11 o'clock, skies look to clear out a little bit, and then we should see winds start to relax a little bit as we kind of decouple the atmosphere, as it's called, overnight tonight. So that would help things out for the firefighting efforts. Let them get the upper hand on these blazes. Let's take a look now at the extended forecast. You will notice a cooling trend as a westerly flow comes in, and that's going to do its best to really hold the heat back for us into the weekend. Temperature-wise, we're going to be into the low to mid-80s, and our best chance for any rain to speak of is going to be on Monday. Now, you will see clouds start to boil up along the Front Range Friday. Unfortunately, I think that's going to be more wind than anything. Those of you up into the higher elevations could catch a drop or two, but that's going to be about it. Pueblo, 100 degrees tomorrow. Once again, the heat stays with us right on through Friday. Then we bring in some cooler air towards the weekend, but you know it's hot when low 90s are sounding good as opposed to the triple digits. And then for Canyon City tomorrow with the Royal Gorge fire again, I think the greater area of Fremont County going to be under some haze tomorrow, so plan on that, especially those of you with asthma. Alabama. Isolated showers on Thursday. Then we'll try and cool it down to the upper 80s for you as we look towards the weekend. And then Woodland Park, temperature-wise, spell out like this, 85 degrees, isolated shower activity by the time Thursday rolls around. And highlighting the word isolated, not a lot of moisture to it as we head into the weekend again with another chance of some thunderstorms going on. So, boy, hot temperatures. We've got the wind, red flag warning right on through 9 o'clock. We'll continue to keep you ahead of the latest. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Well, there's again a picture from our live cam here at the Fox 21 studios. That's obviously looking north up towards the Black Forest fire, where they have changed some evacuations. The evacuation line has moved. It's still north of Shoup, south of Hodgen, but now it's west of Meridian Road. So if you're familiar with Colorado Springs and the eastern part of El Paso County, Meridian Road is pretty far east. Meridian matches up with 24. That's out in Falcon School District. But that's one of the new boundaries west of Meridian Road. And then the other boundary that's changed is east now to Peregrine Way. So again, here's that mandatory evacuation north of Shoup, south of Hodgen, west of Meridian, and east of Peregrine Way. That is from the El Paso County Sheriff's Department, who just issued that.
And this is when it's crucial. If you live in that area and you have not been issued a mandatory evacuation, to register yourself with the emergency notification system for El Paso County. That's elpasoteller911.org, elpasoteller911.org. You can register there for mandatory or voluntary evacuation notices. They'll send them to your home phone, your cell phone, your email, text message. But remember, if cell phone lines are tied up in the area, it still is your responsibility to be aware of your surroundings. Don't rely on that phone call. If you feel uncomfortable, evacuate the area. And then one more thing, we just heard from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. They just tweeted they do not need donations at this time. They do not need donations of water or Gatorade. So hold off if you were thinking of going to the store and buying something, or if you had something at your house to take to one of those Red Cross shelters. They said at this time they have what they need.
Well, and often what they talk about with the Red Cross is the Red Cross, well, if you want to donate, Red Cross always takes money. Now, this is the Levita fire, by the way. We have this picture pulled up. This is a current picture of the Levita fire. That makes 3 fires going on now in Colorado.
Actually, a fourth is burning in Fort Collins
and a fourth
as well.
in Fort Collins.
So 4.
You know, you hear us talk about here on the news. You hear us talk about these drought conditions, and it's up along the front range and on the western slope. It's Colorado as a whole, and parts of the Midwest that are still seeing these drought conditions. But obviously, Colorado having a rough day with regard to when those winds pick up. Boy, it really does send the recipe out for a really scary time with regard to fires and firefighters battling these fires. So there's those Red Cross shelters. Palmer Ridge High School, that is one for the folks up in Black Forest. If you need a place to go, Palmer Ridge High School, one of the newer high schools up there, very nice facility, 19255 Monument Road. That is now currently open. So if you need a place to go, New Life Church also opening their doors. If you've got, if that's closer to you or that's a place you want to go, New Life Church, that of course is on Voyager Parkway. And again, these are all places that you can go. For the Royal Gorge fire, the folks that have been evacuated, Evangelical Free Church, that's in Canyon City. That is actually on East Main Street, very easy to find, right in the heart of town there in Canyon City. And that is for the folks in the Red Cross or the Royal Gorge fire area. Animal evacuation shelters, we've talked about this quite a bit. These homes are in very large lots, and they have a lot of livestock. Here's a case where Norris Penrose Event Center, that's on Lower Gold Camp Road. You can certainly take your livestock to that location. Other locations have been the Elbert City Fairgrounds. You can take animals there as well. And again, this is just a case where we're just want to get all that information to you so you know where do you need to be if you need to do so. Our Facebook page, lots of folks chiming in, lots of pictures all over the place with regard to different perspectives of this fire.
Unbelievable. Now remember, lives, property, first responders, that's what the El Paso County Sheriff's Office told us earlier. That's lives are the first priority. Property's the second priority, and of course first responders making sure that they have everything that they need and they're well cared for. That's what they told us earlier. That's kind of the order that they're handling things. But if you are evacuating, once again, something we learned from last summer's fire, and we hate to sound like a broken record, but if you are evacuating, your 72-hour kit, don't forget your medications, 72 hours worth of clothes. Don't just pack for a night, as we saw with the Waldo Canyon fire. People were evacuated for their homes for over a week. Food, your 72-hour kit, non-perishables, and then anything you might need like medical cards, medication, and just anything that you can think of that looking back you might need as far as paperwork, insurance paperwork, contact information. Joe said earlier, just pull out your smartphone and take a quick video of each room in your house, because it's going to be much easier to remember things with video and pictures than trying to recount if something were to unfortunately happen to your home. Something we also saw during the Waldo Canyon fire was people were driving out all of their cars, and that caused a big problem for first responders because family members split up and then they were tying up phone lines trying to get in touch with each other. It also tied up traffic. So if you need to evacuate it, as hard as it is, leave a car behind, put your family in one car, put your pets in one car, and stick together. Go check in at one of those Red Cross shelters. It makes the first responders' lives a lot easier, and it just clears up that area, it clears up the phone lines, and it keeps you and your family together, because that was frightening for a lot of people who were stuck in traffic for 2, 3, 4 hours trying to evacuate Mountain Shadows, evacuate the west side, and then they were separated from their family. One person may have stayed behind to get a few more things. So get your 72-hour kit, get everything you need, and then make sure you stick together with your family.
Absolutely. Those mandatory evacuations for the Black Forest fire, they have changed. El Paso County Sheriff sending out this information and letting folks know that north of Shoup, that remains the same. South of Hodgen Road, still the same. Where it has expanded east and west. So west of Meridian Road, east of Peregrine Way. Those are the new evacuations. Get your stuff and get out. I think I saw on our Facebook page at one point, or at least on Facebook, somebody saying, voluntary evacuations mean leave now. Mandatory evacuations mean leave 5 minutes ago.
Exactly.
So don't mess around. Just get your stuff together. Another tip from somebody on our Facebook page. Again, we did these stories. We covered this type of thing. Grab your smartphone, get some video of some of the rooms if you can. It will most certainly help you remember what it is in your home when it comes time. If you, unfortunately, if you lose your home, you have that documentation, or at least a way to refresh your memory on some of the things that were in your house.
El Paso County Sheriff's Office says at this time they do not need donations of Gatorade and water. So if you were going to head up and try to find a staging area, or you were going to head to the store, hold off for a minute. Let's kind of, get a grip and see what this fire is going to do. As Joe said, you can head to the Red Cross's homepage. That's the Red Cross of the Pikes Peak region, and you can always make a monetary donation. But at this point, they do not need donations of Gatorade and water. So if anything changes, we will let you know. Apparently, they have gotten some donations, and they feel like they're good at this point. Just the pictures that we're getting in, this plume of smoke just has such an eerie resemblance to that plume of smoke we saw hovering over the city just 12 months ago. Just a year ago this month in June in Colorado is really getting, I hate to say it, but a bad reputation for just being an unfortunate month.
It really is. Also, the picture I've got pulled up on the iPad here, Ian, if you could pull it up, and maybe Jeff can speak to this a little bit. If you kind of look at this picture, it looks different. Obviously, there's the live pic, but this picture I have pulled up, and often what happens with these storms is they kind of, or with these plumes, they kind of create their own weather, event. And this almost looks, if you didn't think this was a fire, didn't know if this was cropped a little bit, it almost looks like a thunderstorm or a thunderhead cloud moving across.
Yeah, it's Joe. What we would call a pyrocumulus cloud, if you will, because just like you said, yes, indeed, it's like its own weather system where you have massive amounts of heat rising quickly, and then they sometimes rise all the way to about the top of the stratosphere in some cases. So definitely a lot of heat going on with that as we continue to look at that. Now, just like a thunderstorm, of course, it's got those erratic winds going on, so that is the problem when trying to fight one of these things. This is a live look right now. Let me get out of the way so you can see it completely out of our roof cam here, just off of a Wooten Road, pointed towards Powers right now. And then look a little bit below the cloud. You can start to see those winds pick up on the flags and the trees here. Yes, so this is, the hottest part of the day. We will start to cool down from here, but again, very hot record-breaking temperatures. Red flag warning in effect for all of southern Colorado, with gusts of 45 miles per hour, even 50 mile per hour winds can't be ruled out, and that goes until 9 o'clock here this evening. So, heavy fire danger continuing with those wind gusts right there, 35 miles per hour, and that's at the airport now. As we go a little bit closer, you can see wind gusts, or sustained winds rather, of 25 miles per hour. The cloud we were just looking at on the iCam right there, and you can see this all the way in Denver right there. We're picking it up on our radar, similar to a storm system right now as it scans the skies, and you get those returns there just like you would in a regular storm situation, if you will. Now to the Royal Gorge fire we go. We see sustained winds at this hour right about 27 miles per hour. Temperature-wise, we're right about in the mid to upper 80s at the present time. But look at the humidity. Not expecting to return a lot of humidity here to the lower levels tonight. So, man, humidity in the single digits. Anytime it's below the teens even, that's cause for worry there as well. Let me show you what's going on right now at the upper levels. We still have those southwest winds. Those will shift a little bit. Those will shift to the west and shift those fires, due east is what we'll be looking at around the Royal Gorge region. Now for the Black Forest fire, a little cool front looks to come in, and that is going to bring it around here to the southwest for a short time. Now, it's going to bring a little bit cleaner air in for a short time, but I'm afraid those morning inversions are going to create that little layer of haze along the front range is what we are going to be in for. Meantime, strong high pressure to the south of us, and that, oh boy, that compresses the air and that holds in the haze and continues to bring in the heat. So we've had those southwest winds aloft pretty much all day, and those are the winds at 10,000 feet that are going to possibly shift the Royal Gorge fire to the east slightly as we get into the evening and overnight hours. All right, just plain hot, 99 degrees right now in the greater Pueblo area, 95 degrees at the airport, 90 even on Monument Hill as we see the mid-90s running out to Lyman. Boy, triple digits. We were at 110 earlier, now down a degree in Lamar, 106 degrees in La Junta here at the present time. So again, those wind gusts at 35 miles per hour. That's at the airport, though. Wind gusts along the fire, right about 25. The immediate fire itself, I'm going to venture to guess a lot more than that because, as we were saying, these are like their own weather systems. Temperature-wise, across the region, 95 degrees in Colorado Springs, and a fire around the Fort Collins area, being reported as well. We were talking about that here just a little while ago. 90-degree temperatures with that, and of course the triple digits running all across eastern Colorado. So oxygen, heat, and fuel, we've got all of the above right here, and drought conditions too, want to mention. Still at the extreme level. Don't have the map right here, but, we went into this heat wave with drought conditions still at extreme and exceptional levels all across southeastern Colorado. So here we go. Wind-wise, it's going to continue right about through 9 o'clock this evening. We'll be watching it closely. Then, here, a perfect setup would be is if we get that cooler air to drift in just at the right time and winds relax. That's when I think fire crews could really get the upper hand on this thing in the overnight hours through about tomorrow morning. Winds don't look to be as choppy as what we had today tomorrow. That'll also work in our favor, but it will let the haze, kind of collect here into the mid-levels. Let's take a look at a week's worth of weather while we got you here and show you that we do have a cool down in the cards. That looks to come our way Thursday into Friday, and then that continues into Saturday as we can keep that extreme heat at bay to the south of us. That's how it's looking to set up. How about any moisture? That we're going to keep our fingers crossed for Monday. But with that, we've got the hazards of thunderstorm, meaning lightning, gusty winds coming into the picture on Monday. Okay, so for Pueblo, I'm afraid we're going to go right near that 100-degree mark again tomorrow. We'll hit the century mark again on Friday, but that's with a chance of some thunderstorms moving into the area, and that's going to open the door to a little bit cooler air sliding in Saturday and Sunday. And then for Canyon City tomorrow, it is going to be a hazy one, so those of you with respiratory challenges, please, stay indoors if you can and make sure your air conditioning is on the recycle mode, things like that. We'll take you through the mid-90s throughout the end of the week, then the upper 80s should be here by the time the weekend rolls around. And then Woodland Park, temperature-wise, tomorrow we're going to be into the mid-80s. We'll be in the low 80s by the end of the week. And then 70s will feel good by the time the weekend rolls around. Our best chance for seeing some pop and drop shower activity looks to be on Thursday, Saturday, and then again on Monday. So this hot, windy weather scene, it's going to take us a while to unravel it, and definitely dangerous fire conditions right on through tonight. Joe, Rachel.
All right, Jeff, thank you. Fort Carson now sending air support to the Black Forest fire, so that's obviously some much needed help. Last numbers that we're seeing now, or the latest numbers, are that Black Forest fire, 400 acres. Now we'll get official numbers. That's at 7 o'clock is what it looks like.
Yeah, we're waiting on that press briefing at 7 o'clock. So hopefully we will know the latest on evacuations, if and how many homes were damaged or destroyed, and then a confirmation on the acreage as well.
And if you saw the video earlier, you could see there were a number of homes burning. So it's just a matter of getting those numbers gathered together. Inevitably, there is going to be a number of homes that were lost in this fire. Now, a number of folks have been evacuated, and those evacuations started shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon. We actually caught up with an evacuee in the Black Forest area, and we spoke with that person, and here's that interview.
I just got here, so I was driving here. I live in Monument, so as I'm driving over here, I'm trying to figure out where is that smoke coming from, and was glad to see it wasn't really right here, but it's kind of a big pile of smoke, so I'm going to keep my eye on the news and have my evacuation route planned already.
Were you here last summer during the Waldo Canyon fire?
Yes.
Does this kind of remind you of it? Does it make you a little more concerned seeing this now?
Yeah. Before last summer, it seemed like fires were everywhere else, but not here. But now it's become part of our world, so it's a little more, taking it definitely seriously. Yeah. And if the wind starts blowing towards Monument, I'm going to leave and go get my kitty out of the house.
Do you have any kind of evacuation stuff ready to go, or have you thought about it at all?
Yeah, actually, I just work part-time here, and the owner's already gone, so I'm trying to evaluate what he'd want me to get out of there. I'll call him, of course, but yeah, it's possible. It could have to happen.
With these conditions, do they make you a little more concerned? Yesterday was really hot and dry. Today is hot and dry. It's supposed to be hot and dry the rest of the week.
Yeah. I've been, like everybody, probably thinking this is not good. And then when it was so windy this morning, just doubles the concern. Yeah.
Best of luck to him.
Yeah, that was obviously an interview that we grabbed from an evacuee, and that was Abby Burke actually grabbed that evacuee, and she's seeing a number of them as they're being told to get out, and the beauty is that they are getting out. Now I've got an interesting picture here. This is from somebody on Facebook. It's from their home in the Woodman Hills subdivision. That's out in Falcon. This is the first time. Let me go large on this, and you can see. Okay, so that's out in Falcon, looking west towards the fire, and that's the perspective that a number of the pictures that we had during Waldo Canyon fire, this was the perspective as the fire was coming their direction. And so that's obviously very scary for those folks. Now, you get into some of those subdivisions out in Falcon, Meridian Ranch, Woodman Hills. You're talking about a lot of homes that are clumped together in that area. Now, obviously, though, the Black Forest and all the trees, they're not as
it's a much
prevalent.
different
yeah,
terrain.
It's a
You're
much
right.
different terrain in those areas. But just an interesting perspective as you look, again, from Falcon looking towards the fire heading west.
Well, that just puts into perspective, too, the massive plume of smoke that is coming from this fire. A couple of things. If you have to evacuate, a couple tips that we've gotten. The Doubletree Hilton Hotel, they're offering special room rates for fire evacuees, and they are pet friendly. So that's one place you can go if you need a place to stay and you have a pet and you don't necessarily want to drop that pet off at a shelter. Their number is 719-576-8900, and that's the Doubletree Hilton Hotel, and they're offering special room rates for fire evacuees, and they are pet friendly. So if you need someplace to go and you don't want to drop your pet off, that's an option for you.
So this is a picture you're seeing, this again on our Facebook page, Table Rock and Walker Road. And again, that's another location and giving a different perspective of the fire. John Martin is one of the reporters we have in the field. He is working on the Black Forest fire up in Black Forest. And one of the things that we've got him looking at is those folks that have, the animals.
Mm-hmm.
It's an important part of it. John joins us now on the phone. John, what's the latest from your perspective?
Well, Joe, actually, I'm down here at the Kit Carson Riding Club, which is a bit south of the Black Forest Plaza where we talked with Abby earlier. I spoke with Lauren Lankred. He's opened his arena to anyone with horses. Now, a lot of people in this area, they own horses, and if they're looking for a place to take their animals, they can bring them down here to Kit Carson. He advised that, you do need to take care of your horses here. He said he was actually setting up for a 4-H class this afternoon, looked out the window and said, okay, we need to step into action here. Since he opened his doors, more than 24 horses have come into the Kit Carson Riding Club, and this on the corner of Black Forest Road and Cowpoke. And as you look out here, I think just about anyone can look out their window and see the enormity of the plume of smoke. And like I said, we're about 6 miles south of the fire, and it is really the vantage point from here is quite amazing. Actually, I know amazing is a word that gets tossed around a lot, but it truly is a spectacle. So yeah, again, Lauren Lankred opening his arena over here at the Kit Carson Riding Club for anyone with large animals, with horses. I saw a miniature donkey, so I think they'll accept those as well. But it's just another example of the community opening its doors, and at a time where you need to lean on your neighbors a little bit, Joe.
Yeah, you're right, John, and I appreciate you being out there and talking to those folks. And boy, this is just a case where you hate to see all the repeat from Waldo Canyon, but I mean it is literally less than a year ago.
I know.
We were doing this same very thing, talking to folks about what to do, where to go, evacuations, what to do with your animals, all those things, and it's just so disheartening to be talking about that stuff again. Palmer Ridge Shelter has a capacity, by the way, of 300 people. These are numbers from the El Paso County Sheriff. New Life Church has the capacity for 330 people. So those are very adequate shelters where a lot of folks can head those direction. And again, this is video that we shot on the scene outside the Black Forest fire.
And I believe that was a sheriff's deputy there, but here's the good news. There's a lot of people that are going to help officials in this area. The city says that they have sent 58 police officers to assist with traffic control and evacuation. So we have 50 Colorado Springs police officers in that area, and then the Colorado Springs Fire Department has dispatched 11 engines and personnel to help with the fire suppression. And then the Air Force Academy, the U.S. Air Force Academy, has 9 people and 2 trucks headed that way as well. So a lot of people joining the Sheriff's Office in that effort. Another thing we mentioned earlier is the Sheriff's Office does not need donations. They don't need donations of food and water at this point. But if you do want to help, the Pikes Peak Community Foundation, they are taking monetary donations. They're being accepted, and they'll basically be used to dispersed accordingly to help wherever is needed, if it's Gatorade and water or just getting these firefighters what they need to help them recover. So you can go to the Pikes Peak Community Foundation's website, that's ppcf.org, and you can make a monetary donation for pressing needs due to these fires.
Mark Udall serves as the U.S. Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee He is a U.S. Senator for Colorado, releasing a statement. My thoughts and prayers go out to the families whose homes have been destroyed or endangered by the Royal Gorge and Black Forest fires. The hot, dry weather in Colorado is experiencing this week has fueled these fires and created tough conditions for the brave firefighters and first responders on the ground. I will monitor these fires and stand ready to help and provide support they need from the federal level. And again, that's a statement from U.S. Senator Mark Udall as he chimes in. And you remember, I've got a picture actually called up. If you remember, obviously there was federal help, extensive federal help that came in during the Waldo Canyon fire. This is one of the latest pictures from one of our crews on the ground at the Royal Gorge fire. That's the most recent picture that we have of the Royal Gorge fire. Again, big difference between where this fire is and where the Black Forest fire is with regard to residential areas and homes.
You know, days like today, though, it reminds me why I'm so proud to be a Coloradan, because our Facebook page is just, it's been nonstop from people willing to help, people just saying, bring your animals, you can come stay at my house. The amount of shelters that have opened, the amount of people that are pouring in to help. And we saw this during Waldo Canyon, and it just amazes me every time, and it makes me so proud. Our state is going through a difficult time with regards to drought and these fires. You know, it's been a very difficult time, but Coloradans are really strong people, and here we go again, just coming together to get through these. I mean, people literally opening their homes in the Black Forest area, in the Monument area in North Colorado Springs, and saying, just come on by, drop your dog and cat off, we'll take care of them. It's unbelievable.
Yep, Colorado folks and residents stepping up. We are covering this story on fox21news.com. You can get a live stream. Oftentimes what we had during the Waldo Canyon fire is a lot of folks that were out of state that have a lot of friends, family here, or former residents. They would want to know and want to follow the coverage of these fires, and we're doing so on fox21news.com, streaming live. Obviously, our Twitter page, Fox21 News, and also our Facebook page are all places that you can get all of the information that we're providing to you. And if you have friends that are out of state, you know, oftentimes you got somebody who's on vacation and they want to know what's going on. If you know, is my home in Black Forest, or what's going on in Colorado, and we're providing all of that information. We do have an updated evacuation map, and again, this was changed because the El Paso County Sheriff spread that out. Look at that, much larger box than it was. Now again, the only thing you have to pay attention here to is the fact that Meridian Road, I know it's a little deceiving because Meridian Road, the way it's written is horizontally. If it was written vertically, it would box it. But Peregrine Way, all the way to the east, or I'm sorry, to the west in this picture, Meridian Road all the way to the east, and Hodgen and Shoup remain in place. But that is a very large area for evacuations.
Now I'm trying to just put this in perspective a little bit. If I'm right, Joe, Highway 24 is east of Meridian, so that would be your boundary, just to give people an idea. Highway 24 is to the right there, and then Woodman Road is south of Shoup. So that kind of gives people an idea of this area that we're talking about, right. Where these evacuations, these mandatory evacuations are in order, because a lot of people who live in the south, or maybe down in the Fountain area, or even down in the Canyon City area that might be watching this, might not be familiar with the Black Forest area, and vice versa. And there are some mandatory evacuations in order for the Royal Gorge area. We're hoping to get those updated in a few minutes, but the difference is the Black Forest fire is burning in a much more heavily populated area than the Royal Gorge fire. So even though they're very equal in size and strength at this point, the Black Forest fire is in a much more populated area, so close to the city of Colorado Springs.
Let me talk about that mobile app that we have. One of the things when you download our mobile app is we do what we send out push notifications. And I got to tell the viewers a story that we, after the Waldo Canyon fire, we heard from a woman. She had downloaded our app, and she worked overnights, so her hours were for her to sleep as best she could, you know, obviously on the off hours because she worked overnight. Well, one of our push notifications buzzed her phone and actually woke her up. She said she looked out her back window and saw smoke. This was in the Mountain Shadows area, and she evacuated, and she credited that push alert with saving her life. So if it's a case where you don't have the reverse 911 or you don't have the landline, that's another challenge that often happens with those reverse 911s is if you haven't registered your cell phone number, there's no way for officials to get in touch with you. But our mobile app, we will send out those push notifications when an evacuation order is mandatory or even when they're voluntary, just so folks can be in the loop. Now, this is the current view from the southeast corner of Douglas County of the Black Forest fire. So that's another viewer chiming in on our Facebook page. And again, the overwhelming pictures that we're getting on Facebook, and not only that, you mentioned it already, it's the folks that are chiming in and saying, hey, if you need a place to dump your dog, for the time being, bring them here, and so it's remarkable the big hearts in southern Colorado and Colorado as a whole.
That almost looks like Highway 83 if you were driving from the Springs and you were taking the old highway before I-25 to Parker. It's really, it kind of, those trees break up like you were saying when you leave Black Forest, and then it gets kind of flat, and that's almost where it looks like that picture was taken.
It does.
We've talked a little bit about the mandatory evacuations. We've talked about the shelters. Another thing to remember is if you are evacuating, your 72-hour kit, and then check on your neighbors. Another important thing, something that the first responders told us many times about after the Waldo Canyon fire, check on your neighbors, because a lot of people, the time this fire started, it was around lunchtime today, right when we were getting into work about 1 o'clock, people were at work. And so by the time they were finding out about this, trying to get home, school is out, so a lot of kids, might have been home or at a summer event, but check on your neighbors, because a neighbor might have been at work. They might have a dog or cat in the yard, or maybe you know your neighbors and you know where they hide their keys, so you can get in and get their dog or cat, or you might have a couple that's elderly next door and you can help them. It's just really important to be aware of your neighbors in times like this and make sure that they're okay and that they're aware of what's going on, because not everybody has Twitter, not everybody has Facebook, not even everybody has a TV, and so they might not be as informed as you are at this point in time.
Absolutely. Updated evacuation area. That's a live picture, by the way, from our Fox 21 cam here at the Fox 21 studios. North of Shoup, south of Hodgen, west of Meridian, east of Peregrine Way. If you are in that box, and we have a new update here. West to Hosa, south to Shoup. I believe those are older ones, and that included that Cathedral Pines area, by the way. In that Cathedral Pines area, they were asking folks to take the north route out of there. So again, giant plume of smoke is what you're seeing, and that is the Black Forest fire. Estimates now at right around 400 acres. We'll get those official numbers at a 7 o'clock briefing from the El Paso County Sheriff's Department.
And this just in about 5 minutes ago from our at Fox 21 News Twitter feed. We have a lot of people that are working behind the scenes right now. They're listening to all kinds of information that's coming in. They say that Voyager Parkway is at a standstill. North from Briargate, it's at a standstill. It is literally a parking lot at this point in time. So do not head to that area if you don't have to, because it sounds like it's a bit of a nightmare up there for traffic.
Well, and if you don't have to go to that area, please. Right. William, what's the latest there in the Black Forest?
Right. So one staff that we had, my father actually, who was staying back with the Sheriff's Department, he's reporting now to me that we're having the fire's gone down Balmer Road, and we can hear houses exploding along Balmer Road, and it's creeping on La Foret. It's almost at La Foret right now.
Boy, that's just horrible news for the folks of La Foret, and correct me if I'm wrong, William. There are some historical homes and on the La Foret property.
Right. So the house I live in at La Foret was built in the 1920s, and about 8 other buildings were built in the 1920s by famous architects. Alice Bemis Taylor, who helped found the Fine Art Center, and was a big figure in Colorado Springs' early years, helped to found La Foret. Actually, it was her summer home. So there's about 5 or 6 historic buildings, and 2 of them are on the National Registry. And then we have several Ute Indian prayer and medicine trees, which are pretty common throughout Black Forest, but we have a few of those as well.
And for those viewers that don't know, La Foret is a 400-plus acre conference center, and you guys are located off of or near Shoup Road. Is that correct?
Correct. So our borders is Shoup Road to Black Forest Road, and then out or down south to Burgess Road. and we have a pretty big area in between Black Forest and Milam.
Okay, William, you said earlier, I believe, that you're a native to this area. How has the Black Forest area changed, if I'm correct, since, growing up, I guess, since you were younger, as far as, drought, fire danger, weather conditions, so to speak?
I know when I moved here, it was almost like June, May and June were almost like monsoon season. And, in the afternoon, you almost expected rain every afternoon. And since then, we've been struggling. We're lucky if we get rain once a week. And it's been in these last 2 or 3 years that it's really just changed and become so much drier. A lot of the vegetation that once lived in, that we had in Black Forest, has gone away, and the trees there, I mean, it's like it's just, so dry. It's like a matchbox in Black Forest.
Did they have to do any fire mitigation, or did you do any fire mitigation on that property that you know of in the past couple of years, or is it just too dense?
Luckily, we mitigated along Shoup Road recently, actually 3 weeks ago. We mitigated along Shoup Road. But, mitigation is such a tedious process that we were really using that at La Forêt to kind of set an example for the community as to how to mitigate. Unfortunately, I don't know if the community's had enough time to mitigate their properties. And once this fire, this fire is coming down very, very strong. And with the strength of this fire, it's going to be hard to say if mitigation is going to be able to protect it from making the jump across Shoup Road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as many of us know, fire mitigation is a difficult thing. It's tedious, it's hard work, and it takes some pretty big equipment, so it would be difficult to mitigate if you had a very large property out in Black Forest, at least to the point where you felt 100% safe. William, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to you, and I'm sure we'll be in touch later this evening.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Boy, we really best of luck to those folks. And that facility, again, historical, a lot of historical ties to that. Again, reminds you of Flying W Ranch and that historical site. That this one is obviously in the crosshairs of this Black Forest fire as it trudges north to northeast. Speaking of, Jeff, what are we doing wind-wise, and have things changed? Or, I know they're not going to improve, but what's the latest?
About the only thing changing, Joe, is the directions on that, as we are mainly out of the west here at the present time wind-wise, and that's creating the wind gusts at the surface. Temperatures, boy, still a sizzler to say the least. 95 degrees here in the Springs as we're at 99. Finally out of the triple digits here in Pueblo. The extreme heat still across southeastern Colorado, 109 Lamar, 106 for La Junta here right now. So as we show you, just, man, this huge cloud, and this is actually the billow of smoke from the Black Forest fire at the present time. We're seeing it all the way down here at Fox 21 on Wooten Road. 45, 50 mile an hour wind gusts, certainly not out of the question. Pretty much if you can hear us, you are under the gun, under a red flag warning until 9 o'clock here this evening. Wind gusts right there, still at 35 miles per hour. 28 mile an hour gusts at Monument Hill, and then 28 mile an hour gusts still here around the Pueblo area. So what I'm saying, those of you across the Eastern Plains still under extreme fire danger at the present time as we're in that red flag warning. Here's a look at the radar right there, and I'm going to move that back here just a second as we see that plume of smoke showing up on the radar at the present time, and put some roads on there for you to give you an idea of just the area. And this is encompassing here at the present time around the Black Forest region. So, again, wind gusts in that area about 25 miles per hour, and those are coming out of the west at the present time. So, continuing to monitor that, and you can see this on the radar just as it would pick up, a thunderstorm, as you can see that rise going on and creating its own weather event, so to speak, across the area. Okay, so back here around the Royal Gorge region, temperatures still in the 80s. Not seeing any 90s pop up there as we estimate this through TrueView Doppler. Sustained winds right there at about 27 miles per hour. Now, also you're going to have those west winds and some Chinook winds as those upper level winds come in out of the west. That's going to push this thing a little bit further eastbound, which is not good news, as those west winds will be going through tonight. Now, winds at the surface, though, as we lose the heat of the day, those are going to improve a little bit as we go through the midnight hour. Boy, no moisture at all in the cards right now as we're just painfully dry conditions across here as humidity levels into the single digits right now. Again, big picture wise, a little minor wave moving in tonight. That's going to deliver some cooler air and try to move some of this heat around, to kind of waffle it around a little bit, so at least be into the 90s as opposed to upper 90s tomorrow. That's about the best this system will do. Take a look at this right now. This is a little dry, cool front. This, I know a lot of people asking, going to shift our winds out of the northeast. It's going to be a little backdoor system. Now, what this looks to do, it's going to do its best to kind of clear out the smoke for a short time. Problem is, we'll probably get that inversion layer building up along the front range. Therefore, you'll see a layer of haze as high pressure is going to build right back in through the end of the week. Again, that is going to really compress the air, warm it up again, and also hold in the haze. So moderate air quality so far, given the circumstances, that's still acceptable, as they call it. But those of you with respiratory issues don't want to be outdoors for long periods of time tomorrow. Now, if that goes into the poor category, of course, we'll pass that along. But right now, again, still into the yellow air quality wise. But again, this dry, cool front hopefully will improve that and not bring a lot of gusty winds in the process. But again, those southwest winds aloft, those are going to shift west overnight tonight is what we're looking at. And then those gusty winds too, with heat like this, you get the mountain breezes as that cooler air stays up here into the higher levels, and then it hits that hot air, and then the two kind of collide, and you'd be looking at that. So what I'm saying is just not a good scene. That's a take-home message weather-wise for fire conditions at all, as we definitely have more than enough heat to go around. 106 in La Junta at this hour, 109 for Lamar's. We're at 99 in Springfield, 88 even on Monument Hill. It's an improvement from where we've been over the last couple of hours. I mean, even the higher ground really feeling the simmer of summer. 28-mile-an-hour wind gusts there right now, as we have 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts here in the Springs at the present time. So let's take a look across the state here. Junction in at 90 degrees at this hour. Aspen 76 degrees. Fort Collins at 90, and of course they've got some troubles of their own. 95 degrees here in the Springs, as we've got 98 in Trinidad. So again, next hour we'll still be right there at about 94 degrees here in Colorado Springs. 79 degrees. We'll keep the wind component in there right through about 9 o'clock tonight, and then as we get into the overnight hours, the wind should decrease in behind that cool front, and we'll let any little cool air, we'll take it, looks to move into the area. 99 is what we'll be looking at here right through 7 o'clock in Pueblo. So as we take a look at the next 7 days, here's a week's worth for you, and you can see that temperatures will see a slight cool down right on through the end of the week as we go into the upper 80s as opposed to upper 90s. Then through the weekend, we'll be in the low 80s. There will be some clouds and breezes from time to time. Best shot of seeing some thunderstorm activity. It is a long shot, especially this far out, but that looks to roll in on Monday as our high temperature goes right around 82. Boy, 100 degrees. The triple digits going to be here once again in Pueblo. 98 degrees on Thursday, so, still right up there. And then we get a cool down. It's going to come in with this little system that looks to pop up a thunderstorm or two by the time Friday evening rolls around. Then we head into the weekend looking at 90-degree temperatures once again, but again, that's a little bit of improvement, however small it might be. Hazy conditions, 97 degrees to go along with them. You're not going to want to be outside for long periods of time tomorrow here in Canyon City and all around the Royal Gorge region. 80s expected by the time the weekend gets here, and then we could see a little pop-up shower on Thursday. It's going to be small, but again, that would help things out a little bit. As we look towards Woodland Park, isolated storms coming up on Thursday, Saturday, and then again on Monday with temperatures in the 80s to upper 70s by the time the weekend gets here. So I wish I had some better news for you. That red flag warning and the wind's going to stay right with us through this evening, and we'll continue to keep you on ahead of it. Rachel, Joe?
All right, thank you very much, Jeff. Well, we've been bringing you a lot of pictures, and some of them have been from various locations in the Springs. And we did show a picture that was actually from Denver shooting.
Right.
Well,
South
we've got
Denver.
a picture now on our Facebook page of somebody in Pueblo, and this is them shooting obviously north towards the Black Forest fire. And look at that.
All the way from Pueblo. Unbelievable.
Yep. And you can certainly see that fire.
And we have
This
updated
plume.
evacuation
We
boundaries.
do. Yes, we do. The south of Hodgen Road remains in place. What has changed is that it used to be north of Shoup, now it's north of Burgess. So north of Burgess Road, south of Hodgen, west of Meridian, and east of Peregrine Way. So again, this is from the El Paso County Sheriff's Department telling us that north of Burgess is the new evacuation area. Again, north of Burgess, which is the change from north of Shoup. So this map still says Shoup. We'll get that updated, and that will now say Burgess, as it's north of Burgess. That's the latest from the El Paso County Sheriff with regard to mandatory evacuations.
Now, a couple things to take. If you're concerned, if you're being evacuated, if it's mandatory, you need to leave now. If it's voluntary, you need to be prepared. Or if you're near this area, you should start thinking about possibly evacuating soon. Some things to take: your Social Security card, your driver's license, any credit cards you have, the deed to your house and the titles to your vehicle, marriage licenses and birth certificates, of course your insurance policies, a home inventory list or photos. Obviously you don't have time in this kind of situation to go and make an inventory of your entire house, but take some quick pictures or video. Just run through each room with your cell phone and take a couple pictures. Of course, health insurance cards and prescriptions, things that you might need if you're evacuated for more than 72 hours, or God forbid something happens to your house. And then important personal items such as computers or valuable jewelry, photographs and home videos, items that have sentimental value that you can of course never replace. 1 week's worth of clothing, and your pets with ID tags. Make sure they have carriers, their pet food and medication, because if you are taking them to a shelter and they require a specific type of food, medication, make sure that they have their ID tags so they can get in touch with you. So a rundown of some things. I'm currently going to work on trying to get these up on our website as well, and we'll make a full screen, but just some things to take if you're going to be evacuating. Here's your animal evacuation shelters. Large stock. There's 3 Norris Penrose Event Center. The Elbert County Fairgrounds. That's your second one for horses, cows, any type of large stock animals. Elbert County Fairgrounds. That's in Kiowa. There's the phone number there, not to be confused with 719. That's a 303 area code, 718-3343. And your last evacuation shelter for large stock animals is Kit Carson Riding Club. We heard from John Martin not too long ago. He was there. He said they had about a dozen or so horses that had already been brought in. They're at Black Forest Road and Woodman, and there is their phone number as well. Smaller animals can be taken to the Sunrise and Woodman kennels. Doubletree Hotel, they're offering reduced rates for people who need to evacuate, and you can take your pet with you there, smaller dogs and smaller cats. They will waive the pet fee. So if you don't have family and friends in town, or if you just prefer to stay at a hotel and you don't want to separate from your animal, you can go to the Doubletree Hotel as well. Probably a good idea to call ahead in case they're filling up at this point in time. And the Emergency Relief Fund, as we heard from the Sheriff's Office, they do not need donations of Gatorade and water at this point. They're set, but you can make an Emergency Relief Fund donation. That's the Pikes Peak Community Foundation, and that money will be used going forward for everything from gas to relief efforts to evacuation shelters, helping the evacuees, and then, of course, helping those who have been impacted by the Black Forest fire recover as they move forward.
Now, for those of you that are looking for information on the Black Forest fire, please do not call 911. That is a request from the El Paso County Sheriff. They try and keep 911 obviously open for emergencies. If you want information about the fire, citizens are urged to call 444-8300. Again, use that number instead of calling the local emergency number. So 444-8300. That's a number for citizens to call instead of calling 911. Now, these are aerials from earlier, about 4 o'clock this afternoon. These were aerials shot of the Black Forest fire. And again, you can see a number of homes. We do not have a number on confirmed homes that have burned, but visually we've seen several homes when this video was being shot live or was actually being shown live. We saw several homes that burned and burned to the ground. We don't have those exact numbers, but you can rest assured that at 7 o'clock we will probably get some of those numbers from officials, albeit it might still be a bit too early. The next point for us is obviously 7 o'clock. The El Paso County Sheriff's Office plans on holding a press conference, and they will provide us with the latest information on the fire. And they'll probably give us numbers on how many are on the ground, how many are fighting it, what it looks like as far as getting out in front of this thing. We've talked throughout the afternoon about one of the positives is that the topography and the accessibility to this site is much better than it was with the Waldo Canyon fire. The Waldo Canyon fire, obviously in the foothills, very difficult terrain, much more difficult to fight. Right. This one, in many instances, is still very difficult to fight because when you talk about winds and you talk about the dry, lack of humidity in the conditions, still not easy to fight, but they can get in front of this thing and not have to worry so much about foothills and tough topography. Again, these are pictures from earlier showing what this fire has already done in the Black Forest area.
Unbelievable. This fire just seemed to come out of nowhere this afternoon. I mean, we've heard everything from 15 to 400 acres. We're hoping to get an official number here in 15 minutes. We have a crew. Fox 21's Abby Burke is there. She'll bring us the latest. But this fire just started around 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it just seemed to blow up in a very, very short time. And these pictures were, I would say, within 2 hours, 3:34 when these were shot. And that's when we started seeing these heart-wrenching pictures come through. So,
well, we talked to William Townsend a number of times.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
he's with La Forêt. He called us back a little bit ago and said that the Black Forest Community Center burned down.
That was last he had heard, yes.
Yep, that was last that he had heard, that the Black Forest Community Center has burned to the ground. Again, as this fire continues to plow through and rage on. Pictures from at least, most of these pictures are close to an hour or 2 hours old. But again, it just shows the devastation from this fire so far.
And one thing William mentioned too is that eerie sound of propane tanks and other things in homes exploding. Anybody who witnessed the Waldo Canyon fire firsthand, if you were in the area, or I remember from my vantage point in the Woodman Hills area, the Woodmore Hills area, that is a very eerie sound because as the fire spreads, you can hear those explosions from miles and miles away. And he said that that was an indicator to him that homes were going up in flames because from miles away he could hear those explosions. And those are typically propane tanks, I think they said last year, and other things in homes that just literally combust when it gets that hot. So
well, and yeah, and you have all those grills. I mean, several folks have gas grills on their back patios, and obviously when the fire gets to those explode as well. One of the pictures that I have actually called up on our Facebook page is Falcon at Stapleton, Eastonville. This is next to Falcon High School. So again, these are those pictures shooting from the east, looking west. So it gives you a different perspective on the fire. And it certainly shows the plume from their point of view. And what these pictures always remind me of is obviously with the Waldo Canyon fire, most of our video and most of the pictures that were taken were almost exclusively taken looking west towards the fire. And so for this, the Black Forest fire, we've had pictures from all angles, and including this one from out east looking west.
Okay. And we did say, Joe said, do not call 911. Citizens, you can call that 444-8300 number for information on the Black Forest fire. That's 444-8300. Don't call 911 if you need information, just because they have to be available for anybody else in the city who might be having a medical emergency or another type of emergency that's unrelated to this fire. So you can call that number for the latest updates. You can also follow us, Fox 21 News. That's our Twitter handle, fox21news.com. That's our website. We have a lot of people that are working behind the scenes to make sure that you get the most accurate and up-to-date information. Rest assured, everything we're giving you on our Facebook page and our Twitter account, the crawl at the bottom of your screen, when you see that come up, the information we're giving you currently on our show, that we are making sure that's up to date, it's been confirmed, and we're just hoping we can get some solid information here in about 13 minutes, because it's been a while since we've gotten any hard facts updated. It's probably been about 2 hours.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people are curious, and as Joe said earlier, now everybody's going to want to know containment.
Exactly.
And I have a bad feeling they're not going to give us any numbers.
Yep. And this is the fire in La Vida that has actually been reported. I think the latest number that we had is there are currently 4 fires burning in the state of Colorado. This is the one in La Vida. There is one burning near Fort Collins.
Right, is what Denver is reporting.
Yep, Denver is reporting there's a fire burning near Fort Collins. We've got the fire at the Royal Gorge near Canyon City, the Black Forest fire, and the fire burning in La Vida. So not a good day with regard to dry, windy, hot conditions all across the state of Colorado, and that's just not a good sign when those things all converge into one day. If you're following this on Twitter, there's several hashtags. The Royal Gorge Fire is one hashtag. Black Forest Fire is another hashtag. Those are ways to keep up with it, and we are using those hashtags in our coverage so you can sort this information out if you really want to streamline the info and what we're putting out.
Most definitely. And Sam Baranowski, she is our reporter near the Royal Gorge. If we could pull up some of these pictures of the Royal Gorge. She just tweeted a minute ago that tourist structures on the south side of the bridge, Royal Gorge Bridge, we're talking about the Royal Gorge Fire, and one building on the north side have been destroyed. That is via Fox 21 News' Sam Baranowski. She's a reporter here. She is down in that area with one of our photographers, and she just confirmed that tourist structures on the south side of the bridge and one building on the north side have been destroyed. We don't know what that building is. It could be something as small as an outhouse or a barn, or it could be bigger. But that's via Fox 21 News' Sam Baranowski, who is currently in the Royal Gorge area. Now, this fire, it's hot and it's burning in a really, really, really steep area. The difference between this fire, which is equal in size, we think, to the one in the Black Forest area. Now, once again, we're waiting those confirmed numbers at 7. They're very, very big, and they're very similar. The difference is the fire that's burning in the Black Forest area is in a much more populated, dense area. A lot more people have been evacuated, and what we think from those pictures we saw earlier, homes have been destroyed. And that's the difference, not to diminish this fire any less, because this is a very serious, dangerous fire as well.
And it's still extremely depressing if you're in Fremont County, and just knowing that the topography is going to change. Mm-hmm. And the folks that visit the Royal Gorge, will now look into that section of the forest and see similar to what we see now in the Waldo Canyon burn scar. Mm-hmm. It is just a case where it forever damages the landscape, and it takes years for that stuff to grow back. And then the other case you're going to have is then you start to factor in the same things we're worried about now with Waldo Canyon, and that is losing all the vegetation. Then you get those big thunderstorms that come through and dump 2 inches of rain in a short amount of time, and it's a whole snowball effect that really just impacts anytime there's a fire. They're still dealing with those problems in the Hayman burn scar. The Hayman fire, still the largest fire in Colorado history, and still the trouble that they have up there with trying to get those trees replanted. And anytime a storm moves over the Hayman burn scar, mm-hmm. you still have those flash flooding issues.
And we're having a little more trouble getting live pictures from the Royal Gorge area, just due to the isolation, I guess. When you leave Canyon City, the cell phone reception is a lot more difficult. So if you're wondering why we haven't had as many updates, and it's just I say that. Yep. Sam's on the phone, and she's ready to give us an update. Sam, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. You guys got me?
Yeah, we just saw your tweet. What's going on? Some buildings were destroyed, tourist attractions?
Yeah, here's the thing is right now, since there are 125 firefighters out here, a whole bunch of groups working to contain this fire, we're not getting information as quickly as we would like. Obviously, they're first and foremost concerned about the safety of the firefighters, but they have confirmed that tourist structures on the south side of the Royal Gorge Bridge have been destroyed and one on the north side. That fire was staying mostly on the south side of the gorge and of the river, but now it's hopped over. There are a few hot spots popping up on the north end as the wind, like I said before, is really pushing us around. It hasn't hit Highway 50 yet, which is good, and that's where we are. But they have opened up Highway 50 for some residents, but are hoping folks will really stay out of this area so they have better access. And right now they've also said that city water customers in Canyon City are on watering restrictions as of this point. Obviously, they need all the resources they can get, and we've seen some of those blasts of very large air tankers flying through to try and extinguish this fire from the air as well. So, I mean, they're going to be fighting it for a while. 300 acres is still the last number we've been given, but as I'm looking at this and as I'm watching it grow, I'm believing that to be a whole lot larger. So we're planning on having a press conference tonight at 8 o'clock, and we'll have a whole lot more then.
Thank you so much, Sam. We really appreciate it. What does it smell like down there? I mean, does it have a really heavy smell of like a wildfire, not a wildfire, excuse me, a campfire? And are you seeing ash, big pieces of ash fall in kind of your area near Canyon City?
Right. Where we are right now, we're a little closer to the bridge than Canyon City, so the fire's actually pushing parallel to us, so the smoke isn't coming towards us, but we are seeing it really cast a whole shadow, and I'm assuming a lot of ash towards Canyon City, towards that Pueblo Community College. But, yeah, like you said, that smell of campfire, it's really, you can see so many trees out here, and if you can just imagine the scent of hundreds and hundreds of trees just ablaze out here, that's exactly what it's like. You know, it's difficult to watch because it starts in one smaller region and then it slowly moves down these hills as hot spots creep across the river, across the gorge, and further north even. It spread, like I was saying before with this wind, to the north, then also back east, and then to the west. So it's all over at this point, Rachel.
Wow. Stay safe down there, guys. Thank you so much for the updates.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we're waiting for a briefing, hopefully coming up in about 6 minutes from the El Paso County Sheriff's Department, giving us the latest on the Black Forest fire. And when we get that information, obviously we'll bring that press conference to you live, as that will be the latest information with regard to number of bodies on the ground. You know, and as far as an acreage number, hopefully they'll have that official number, and potentially a number of structures or homes that have burned. We have heard, again, from William Townsend. He's called in several times. He's with La Forêt, which is an event center in that Black Forest area. The Black Forest Community Center has burned to the ground. It's gone. That's one of the confirmation things that we have heard. And again, just none of this is good news. Hopefully we can get some good news in the Department of where the firefighters stand with regard to at least maybe getting a front line on this thing.
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office is now telling us if you live in the mandatory evacuation zone, do not attempt to return home. If you did not get a chance to return home before you got home for work, if you forgot something, I know this is hard to say because we'd all want to go home and try to retrieve a pet, maybe some belongings, but they said if your home is in the mandatory evacuation zone, please do not attempt to return at this time.
So there's the most updated version of the evacuation area in the Black Forest. And what you're seeing is that area has grown. If you've been watching our coverage since the beginning, that map has changed at least 3 times. The most recent map shows, as you see there, north of Burgess. It was Shoup for a long time. Now that precaution is now north of Burgess. So the evacuation area includes Burgess, north of Burgess, south of Hodgen, west of Meridian, and east of Peregrine Way. We've also put Woodman Road on there as a reference. As again, this is a very large box that again you want it when somebody says to evacuate. You want to heed that warning and please get out of your home.
And this is really, really close to the city of Colorado Springs. I mean, our station's located at Platte and Powers, roughly. Highway 24, Platte becomes Highway 24. You don't have to drive more than 20 minutes before you reach the Falcon area, Meridian Road, and that's where a lot of the pictures are coming in. Woodman Road, Meridian Road, from these subdivisions, and people are seeing this giant plume of smoke, and it's not too far from there, and you're in the Black Forest area. So that just kind of puts in perspective how close this is to the city, and that's why these pictures look as incredible as they do, these plumes of smoke, because the Black Forest area, it's almost a whole new world, or a whole separate world, so close to the city. You don't have to leave the city, and you're in a very dense area with a lot of trees. It looks almost like a forest, and it's so close to the city that you can imagine that's why we're kind of seeing and smelling this fire as clearly as we are.
Well, and again, a number of folks continue to chime in on our Facebook page and sharing their videos, sharing their photos, and again, we appreciate that. And it's remarkable that there's a live picture right there. That's one of our live this is actually a live picture through our CNN feed, and that is showing. I'm going to guess that that's still the Black Forest fire.
I would guess. I'm trying to imagine where he is at this moment.
It's a different location than what we've seen before. Mm-hmm. But the plume of smoke is just huge, and it's something that none of us will ever forget after seeing the Waldo Canyon fire and that plume of smoke. And we were reporting back then is we report on fires all the time, and not often are they right in our backyard. So folks see these plumes of smoke on television, and we show them the pictures, whether it's from California, other places. And then when the fire hit Waldo Canyon and was right in our backyards, people could look outside and see the plume for themselves. And it's a scary, scary sight, as you can see with this. And just another sad day with regard to fires here in southern Colorado and Colorado as a whole, and just sad.
I don't think many of us thought that this would happen so soon. That's what made the Waldo Canyon fire, like you were saying, Joe, such an anomaly, is that it was so close to our backyard, and that what made it the most destructive fire in Colorado history in regards to property damage, because we lost so many homes, we lost 2 lives. But that fire, really, we had never seen anything like that in Colorado. We'd seen the Hayman fire, which a lot of homes were lost, but it was in a much more rural area. It wasn't as populated. And I don't think any of us expected to see this so soon again. And at this point, we don't know how many homes were lost, if any. We can assume from the pictures. The sheriff's office, rightfully so, can't confirm until they can get in there and see the burned down structures. We have not heard of any injuries or loss of life at this point, which is a wonderful thing. Our fingers are crossed that everybody was able to evacuate safely. But it's just hard to imagine that we're seeing this again, and it really is scary for the state of our state that we have found ourselves in a time where we're so dry, and the drought just does not seem year after year after year. And we're on watering restrictions in the city. I know, Joe, you said I wasn't living in this area, but several years ago, 10 years ago, we were on watering restrictions. So unfortunately, this seems to be a vicious cycle.
Yeah, and those water restrictions obviously tell you to the climate of what's going on with regard to, just the state of Colorado and the drought we are in. Colorado not being the only state in a drought. Several states in the Midwest are in a drought. Parts of Texas are in a drought. Other parts of Colorado, down in the southeast part of Colorado, still going through a very difficult time with regard to just these drought conditions. These homes, these home locations, many of them sit on 2.5 and 5 acre lots, so there's a lot of distance between these homes, and similar to what you saw with the Waldo Canyon fire, you're seeing there may be a home that looks it looks completely untouched, and then there'll be 2 or 3 homes that burn quite a bit. This is a case where with all this vegetation around all these homes, it's just not a good situation. And I think William said it best when we talked to him on the phone, William Townsend with La Forêt, and he was talking about, you mitigate and you do the best you can, and several folks with Waldo Canyon said this too. You can mitigate quite a bit, but I'll tell you what, when you get a fire that's moving 60 to 65 miles an hour towards structures, oftentimes those structures, no matter the mitigation, if those embers land on the roof, chances are it's going to burn the home, and that's just obviously something you hope that just doesn't happen, and it's unfortunately happening again today here in Colorado and southern Colorado.
And we're still waiting that press conference. We're planning on taking it live at 7:02, so they might be possibly running a little behind. Fox 21's Abby Burke is there, and she will bring us the latest information. Once again, we're following several fires burning in the state of Colorado, the two biggest being in southern Colorado at this time, the Black Forest Fire, which is burning north of Colorado Springs in the Black Forest area, north of Falcon, and the Royal Gorge Fire, which is burning outside Canyon City or near Canyon City. The Royal Gorge is located outside of Canyon City. That's another fire we're following at this time. We have crews at all of the fires, mandatory evacuations in effect for the Black Forest area, as well as some areas in Royal Gorge and near the Royal Gorge. The difference between the two at this time, even though they're equal in size, it appears, and strength, the fire burning in the Black Forest area is much more, it's in a much more densely populated area. More homes, more people live in that area, where the Royal Gorge, the terrain is different. It's steep, it's mountainous, and it's a tourist attraction. There's not as many homes and neighborhoods in that area. So mandatory evacuations in effect at this time. I don't know if, Joe, you want to run by those one more time.
I will go through those, and there you can see this is the Black Forest Fire, and that's a Chinook helicopter that's arrived with, again, those Bambi buckets where they scoop water and then they go to a hot spot and drop that bucket of water, and those Chinook helicopters helping, and there are other helicopters helping in that Black Forest Fire, so they are getting some air support, which is very helpful. Now, here are the evacuations. These are mandatory evacuations north of Burgess Road, south of Hodgen Road, west of Meridian, and east of Peregrine Way. That is a large area and a box, if you will, in the Black Forest area. And it's very important that for the folks in those areas, it's time, if you haven't already done so, to get your stuff, get what you can. Some of the tips that we've received from viewers who went through this on the Waldo Canyon fire: shoot some video of your home, and then God forbid if you lose your home, at least you have that video to remember some of the things that were in the home. This is a live picture from our studios here on the east side of Colorado Springs, out on Wooten and at Powers, basically near Powers and Academy and Platt. That's that section. I was looking back towards the fire. So a number of things going on, and William Townsend, we spoke with him, and we're about to go live to this news conference. We've been waiting for the El Paso County Sheriff's update on the Black Forest fire, and it sounds like that press conference is just moments away from starting. And are we ready to go to that now?
300 homes for voluntary evacuation. Now, what I'm about to give, I think, is very important, and this is kind of the boundaries of where we have active fires, but it doesn't necessarily define the acreage. So keep that in mind, and anytime you have wind, you obviously have a lot of spotting and jumping of roads. So we're considering the evac zone right now to be Tahoma to the west, Meridian to the east, Hodgen to the north, and Burgess to the south. There's a lot of questions about the number of structures that has been damaged. We don't have a count on that. We were under the impression that it was somewhere around 8. That was a couple hours ago, but we can't confirm it. And right now the firefighters are more focused on fighting fires, drawing lines, and law enforcement, to be very honest, is scrambling to get people out of there as well as do searches. We have some folks that were having difficulty. We're focused on our elderly population that may have difficulty moving, and we had people trying to move animals out that now it has gone from an evac to somewhat of a search and rescue. The one thing I would ask from the community right now is to try to stay out of that area. We have a lot of congestion. We have people that are trying to check on their homes, their kids, their animals. And so we'd like to keep traffic down to a minimum, especially any traffic around Vollmer on down to Black Forest and the Woodman area. That would be extremely helpful. Right now, the Sheriff's Office Type 3 Incident Command Team is the incident commander of the incident. We have reached out to additional resources. We're in discussions now trying to mobilize a Type 1 team, which is the highest level of management of an incident, so that gives you an idea how serious we're taking it. And we are also scrambling for not just state resources and but also national resources. There's always the question, where's the air support? We do have helicopters overhead. We got some support from Fort Carson. We have a liaison up there. And we are going through the federal process to get as heavy of aircraft as we can. The challenge that we're facing right now is a lack of manpower when it comes to state and even some national resources. As you know, we have a pretty active fire to the south in the Fremont County, Royal Gorge area. And then one of the state reps told me they got another one up north. I haven't even been able to find out where that is at this point. We are very early in this incident. Information is very limited, and our focus again is rescue, evacuation, and let the firefighters do their jobs. It is a multi-agency response. I've seen people in there from Elizabeth, Parker, Colorado Springs obviously was on the initial attack, Black Forest, Peyton, Falcon, Air Force Academy fire. So we are pulling everybody in we can, and they're spread out pretty thin. It's a large area that they're into, and trying to at least get some sense of containment. As you can tell, weather is not working with us right now, but our guys are giving it a heck of a shot. I've been to the fire area a couple times. They're working hard, and firefighter safety is paramount and one of our top concerns. We do not have acreage yet. We're hoping to get that as I'm speaking now. We have some aircraft going up to where we can get a bird's eye view of it and get a sense of where we're at. At this time, information is very limited, but I'll entertain a couple questions. Oh, I do have one more comment. Our shelters are set up. We have one here at New Life. We also have one at Palmer Ridge High School. And right now, the Norris Penrose Equestrian Center is accepting large animals. So if we have people that did evacuate and they're struggling to find out where they can take their animals, the Norris Penrose Equestrian Center, as well as the Elbert County Fairgrounds. Utilities is being affected. There may be people that have lost gas. The gas companies are turning off gas, as well as they're on standby, and it's changing every 5 minutes with shutting off power so that we don't create more dangers to the firefighters that are in the area. So I'll go ahead and take a couple questions.
Sheriff, there's residents trapped in homes or in the burn area in general right now?
We have people that are calling for assistance in evacuating. It's my understanding we had several that decided not to evacuate. We identified those residents, and I think now some are changing their minds, and so that is part of our rescue efforts.
Are there any fatalities that you know?
I have not heard of any fatalities yet.
Are there any people in danger right now, those who didn't evacuate?
Say that again?
Are there people in danger right now?
Yeah, we have people that I think are threatened. They decided to stay. The fire has traveled around them. So I'm considering if they're calling asking for help, then they see a threat and they're in danger.
How many?
A lot of residents were saying they were not happy with the response. It took too long. What do you say to that?
Well, I would say have them drive up the interstate. I actually had lights and sirens trying to get through with a fire truck behind me. I will say that the incident was under the command of Black Forest Fire until approximately 4 o'clock. They passed through a delegation of authority to the sheriff's office, and we immediately began discussions with the state and formally signed the delegation with the state 6/18, and that was Commissioner Heisey, our chairman of the board, that signed the delegation to the state. As far as response, I can't answer initially, but we had folks up here early on and had ordered aircraft immediately, but we're kind of splitting the assets up and having difficulty getting those.
How many were on the ground? Just give us a ballpark figure. How many firefighters are out there?
How many what?
Firefighters, crews.
Boy, it would be a complete swag. I would say there's probably 300 to 400. That is just a guess based on the number of vehicles I've seen coming in. And we're working on bringing or trying to get state resources, firefighters diverted from other active fires, but they have to weigh that and figure out which one. Okay, the evacuations again, 2,530 homes or phone calls were made. You could assume those are homes. And then another 383 voluntary. Now, I gave the boundaries that we are considering where the fire lies within. I would ask people living to the east and to the southeast of those boundaries, which would be Meridian and Burgess, to make plans now as part of our Ready, Set, Go. If you're outside of the area I've already named, make plans to evacuate, get those valuables together, and be prepared to go or leave now if you have the opportunity. The less people we can have evacuating when fire responders are trying to get in, the more successful our efforts.
How many people do you think are threatened right now?
I can't even begin to answer that.
15 strike teams are being ordered right now by Patty.
Okay. I just got an update that 15 strike teams have been ordered right now, and we're waiting for their arrival. No, I can't. If you're talking about when the initial calls came up, I know early on, I'm going to say around 3 o'clock, there were structures burning. Whether they were homes or barns or outbuildings, I don't know, and I don't have a real good count on that yet.
Sheriff, what part of the fire are these residents calling saying they didn't evacuate, they need help? What subdivisions or what north, south, where are they?
You know, I would probably say take Milam Road East is my best guess, but that would be so much speculation. Again, we're still trying to get our hands around. We're managing the firefighters. You'll see a lot of water tankers running in there. We've got 3 airborne aircraft right now, so that's kind of the priority, counting stats. We just haven't got to good numbers yet.
Are there hydrants out there? How is the water supply out there?
There are hydrants. They're very sporadic, and that's why we're bringing in a lot of water tanks. Colorado Springs Utilities brought up some large water tanks immediately, so their fire crews are on site as well. I saw them in there too. You know, that's all going through the process right now. We estimate, I mean, we're asking for it for at least a transition briefing at 9 p.m., but it depends on how far they're coming from and when they can be here, and then there's an accepted time of transition. That's what we're put in. We put in a request, and then we have to wait for the state to respond. Right now we have 2 large, I think it's the Chinook style helicopters that are dropping buckets. I mean, you're talking large buckets, and 1 light aircraft over it now that is also a helicopter.
Sure, can you kind of talk about how that transition works from sort of local to state, federal, and kind of where we are in that process?
Yeah, it's all defined by state law. So the jurisdiction that has the first response, and in this case it would be Black Forest Fire. Now they take command of the fire and they manage it until such time that they feel it has exceeded their capabilities. Then they transition through a delegation of authority to the county, myself. We took responsibility of that on a verbal at 3:55 and signed the documents, I believe at 3:45, and immediately began reaching to the state for additional resources. It has to be documented, it has to hit certain criteria, and that's the process that we're working through. And we're still waiting on a response from the state, as well as what resources they're going to be able to send, both boots on the ground, as well as the aircraft that we had requested.
And then it would be up to the state, then they take control, and then they see if they want to...
Yeah, they take management of it and immediately start looking at passing it from a level 3 or a type 3 incident command to a 2, and in this case there are no type 2s available, so we're looking at escalating it right to a type 1 team.
Sheriff, you said you had been in there a couple of times. How would you characterize this fire? I know you're not a fire expert, but I mean, is this moving fast? Is this blowing through trees? It had some bad fire.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you, it's very, very reminiscent of what we experienced up in Waldo Canyon. I mean, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of it, and it's so much a reminder of that. We have gusting winds up on the higher areas of it, and it is actually spotting the fire out across. Earlier, every time we thought we had a containment road where we could consider that an evacuation safe zone to the east of it, as soon as out here we're setting up, I would hear fire is leaping the road and it's airborne and traveling through. I have not seen it crowning yet across the tree tops. A lot of activity on the ground, and obviously you'll see black puffs where it's hitting some type of fuel. It has gone through the Black Forest fire area, and the commissioners and I took them up there briefly. One of the things that stands out is there had been enough mitigation efforts that it burned down on the ground level, but I'll tell you what, it's extremely hot out, it's windy, and that just fans the fire. And from 50 feet away with my window closed, I could feel the intensity of the heat through my glass. That gives you an idea how hot it is and how fast this fire is burning and how hot it's burning.
Sheriff, the Black Forest, were they responding to a structure fire call, or was this just a wildland fire?
I don't have that. I mean, those are things we'll get to once we get to a point of that. But we're in a red flag day. We've had dry weather. The moisture we have received really has blown out. It seems a day later we get winds and then hot weather on top of it. So again, to all of our residents and citizens, I can't stress the importance of exercising great caution. We had a fire yesterday up 24. We had one last night on Academy. And we've got a couple other major ones burning around the state, and we're competing for those resources. But I'll tell you, I'm very pleased with the response. CSPD, CSFD, the other fire districts, Falcon, Calhan, Elizabeth, Parker, Air Force Academy, Fort Carson. I know I'm missing some. They responded as quickly as possible, and I know with some of the traffic it was a challenge, but that part of it so far I'm real comfortable with. Now if we can get a break from the weather.
Is there any containment at this point?
No. One more question. Well, it's changing as I'm speaking. I know Vollmer's closed. Meridian is still open. Milam, obviously. Black Forest is closed. And I think everything south of Hodgen is closed as well. But there's a bunch. What do you think about the next update?
And the map shows mandatory evacs in red, yellow is voluntary evacs. Point that out.
All right, the map we were able to get up here thanks to the county for their expeditiousness. The red area indicates the mandatory evacuation. The yellow area indicates the voluntary evacuation. And again, we're operating off a concept of ready, set, go. If you're unsure, you're in a voluntary, really is what we're asking. If you can go, go. But at least start the planning now to get those valuables, the valuable documents, jewelry, firearms, all those sort of things that you can load in a car and have them ready. So if you're not ready to leave now, at least you can do it. And the more people that vacate the area, the better it is for fire response. I've been watching our fire apparatus struggle to get into this area because of the congestion, and the road construction doesn't help in the situation. So I think we'll plan for an update at, what do you think, 11?
11, sure.
All right, we'll plan for an update at, we'll go 10:30. And is what we're hoping then is to have more answers on acreage as well as the status of the Type 1 and that transition. All right, thank you.
Back here for the briefing?
Yes, you want to do it here? Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right, well, we'll see. I didn't know if they were going to, it doesn't appear that they have any more questions that are going to be asked. But that's the latest. That's El Paso County Sheriff Terry Makita giving us the very latest with regard to the Black Forest fire. And I mean, they don't have an acreage number, which we guessed would probably be the case because, as he mentioned, you got to get some folks flying over it and they can do some calculations. But he did give us some numbers: 2,530 homes under mandatory evacuation, 383 under voluntary evacuation.
And that's a bigger number than I anticipated. I have to be honest. That's a very large number, more than 2,500 homes, 2,500. So. And looking at that map, that's a big area.
It really is a big area, and it still continues to be north of Burgess, south of Hodgen, west of Tahoma. That was the one road he did change was Tahoma instead of Meridian, and then east of Peregrine Way. And then, of course, he discussed the yellow section, which is under, they're on standby for evacuation, which a lot of folks, it's still, we've been telling folks all afternoon, please get out of your home if you're anywhere near these evacuation sites, or at least prep. And you can see what happens is if people don't evacuate or think it's going to be okay, and then it turns out not to be okay, they've got to go back in and get you. And you could sense a little bit of frustration, as with the Waldo Canyon situation. There's always frustration when people don't heed those warnings and they don't get out when they're asked to.
I think that was one of the more interesting things and scary things of that press conference when he said, we have now in the middle of not just an evacuation, we're not just evacuating people, this is a search and rescue effort.
Yes.
And we don't ever want to hear that, because that means people found themselves, like Joe said, in a situation where they needed help getting out, they were scared, they're trapped because there's not a lot of roads in that area. So he said they are really focusing a lot of their attention right now on search and rescue efforts and helping those people that either decided not to evacuate, that didn't expect the fire to move as quickly as it did, and now they're having to go in. No injuries at this point, he said, and no confirmed fatalities. So that's the good news. We did hear the sheriff, when I say he, believes there's approximately or around 8 structures that were either damaged or destroyed was the number he gave us. He said they haven't been able to go in and look closely, but he was guessing somewhere around 8 was the number.
And let's be honest, folks, if you were watching these aerials from earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if that number is actually larger than 8, because there were probably at least 8 homes that we saw burning live a couple hours ago from these aerials that you're actually seeing right here. 15 strike teams have been ordered. It is a federal process that you got to go through to get additional help with regard to the feds getting involved. That is a process. I know that was very well publicized during the Waldo Canyon fire. There was a lot of frustration, but there is a process. This was a picture, by the way. We had several phoners this afternoon with William Townsend. La Forêt was where his location was. This was one of the pictures that he snapped and actually sent this to us. That just shows, when we're talking to William and William is giving us perspective on the fire, clearly he was in a spot where he had an amazing perspective. That's actually a very scary picture to know that he's that close to those flames. And I mean, look at those folks just so close to that. That is just really, really scary.
And not just the residents, but the first responders. I mean, you can see there's some Colorado Springs police officers, around 50 of our city officers are in that area helping with traffic control. We have Colorado Springs Fire Department in that area. We know that the Air Force Academy has sent teams to help. We know that Fort Carson has sent teams to help. All of our resources across the state are maxed out at this point, as the sheriff said, because we're competing with other fires, one of which is equal in size or close to being equal in size near Royal Gorge, and we're expecting an update at 8 o'clock from that fire. But it's a really scary time in the state. The sheriff says he's pleased with the response, but he understands that there's a lot of people fighting a lot of fires in the state right now. Last we had heard 2,530 homes under a mandatory evacuation. So that's 2,530 homes under a mandatory evacuation. That was in that red square that you saw on the map from the sheriff that they were holding up, and then 383 homes in a voluntary evacuation. That was that yellow box underneath the red box, and that's a voluntary evacuation, which means you need to be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. This is a good time to start getting your things together, and we talked about this earlier, important paperwork, pictures, medications, 72 hours worth of clothing, to a week even. Let's bring up this full screen right here. Social Security cards, driver's licenses, credit cards, house deeds, vehicle titles, anything that says that you own something, it has your name on it. Medication for you, medication for your pets. Make sure your pets have an ID tag, your marriage license, your birth certificate, your insurance policies. So if you're watching us right now, you're under a mandatory evacuation, or you think you might be soon, grab these things, grab what you know you have. These will come in handy, especially if, unfortunately, you do lose your home or some of your property. Valuable jewelry, anything on your computer that you can't replace or it's valuable information. If you have it on a disk, grab your disk. If you have a laptop, take your laptop. Photographs, home videos, and then any items with sentimental value, wedding dresses, baby clothes that you might have saved, anything that you can't replace, 1 week's worth of clothing, and then those pet ID tags that have your name on them, carriers and their pet food. And if your pets have medication, make sure you grab that as well.
And if you can get out, they say get out when you can. You know, a lot of times there's this congestion that we talk about that really does hinder first responders trying to get in there. So again, if you don't have to go near this area, please don't do so, because as Sheriff Makita talked about, that becomes very frustrating when first responders are trying to get in there. Also, quickly, I want to talk to the folks that are impacted or worried about the La Vida fire. First of all, we have an update coming at 8 o'clock from the folks in Fremont County. We have contacted the folks in the La Vida area, and we spoke with a public information officer, and we will continue to call that public information officer. But the last conversation we had with them, which was about 15 to 20 minutes ago, said, I'm not there yet, so I can't give you any information. That is what we're getting from the public information officer on the La Vida fire. So until we get information from them, we can look at the pictures, and that's really all. We can't speculate. We can't give you an estimated number. We can't give you anything. We are waiting on the information just as much as you are. And as soon as we get the information about the La Vida fire or the updated information on the fire near the Royal Gorge, we will get that to you. Even our own Sam Baranowski, who is on the scene there, she said it's been difficult to get information. And so we are only as good as the information that we are given. So again, we have talked to a public information officer who says, when I get on scene, I'll get an update, and I'll be sure to get it to you here at Fox 21 News. So,
and La Vida is located outside Walsenburg.
Right,
just
and we are not
ignoring
ignoring that fire at all. We just don't have any information to give you at this point. Right now, let's go live to Abby Burke. She's outside the Black Forest fire, and she has Dennis Heisey with her, and let's go to her live now. Abby?
The El Paso County Commissioner Chair. We just got some new numbers. We know that some structures were lost. Still trying to fight that fire. What are your thoughts right now?
You know, the sheriff was able to get us into where we could see the burned out area, parts of it, and we saw chimneys, and so we know that homes have been lost. But people are beginning to take this seriously. They're evacuating now. That's good news. The command team is up there. They're in shape. They have been through this drill before, and they know what they're doing. So from a command and control standpoint, it looks pretty good.
One thing he said, you know, this is very reminiscent of the Waldo Canyon fire. Do you get that same kind of feeling? Obviously, it's very windy, very hot out here today. Bringing back some of those pictures, those images?
It absolutely is. You know, you're tense when you're up there because you know what can happen. One of the good things is where we've done mitigation, particularly where I went through the park, I was able to see that. The trees are still standing, but it burned everything on the ground. So there is hope in some areas.
From what you saw, any idea how many homes have been lost?
No, I would have no idea of knowing how many homes have been lost. It had burned through there some hours earlier. Of course, there were still some fires going in some of the down timber, but we just saw a few homes that had been burned.
And obviously he was saying even if you're outside the evacuation area, you want to get ready, right?
Absolutely. Everybody in the south and east portion of this fire, they need to be piling their valuables by the front door, even if they think they're way out of the reach. Their valuables need to be someplace where they can grab them and go.
And there were some complaints about the response. How do you feel the response has been so far?
I think we've had a good response out here. I wasn't out here when the Black Forest fire had control of it. They obviously brought in all of the resources they had and called in mutual aid. We didn't get involved until the sheriff got involved at about 4 o'clock, but he has brought every resource he has available to bear on this.
Obviously, it's looking like it's going to be a long night ahead of us, maybe a long few days. Any other message you want to get out to the community right now?
Just to be ready to evacuate when you need to, because this was not the first fire today. There are several going on around the state, some of which just began today, but that put us in line for resources rather than being the number one response unit. So we just want people to be ready.
Right. Thank you so much. As we heard Makita say, we are definitely short on resources right now, and there are several fires out there, so you really want to be careful out there. The conditions are not good, windy, hot, dry, and we expect those to remain for the next few days. I also want to let you guys know that the next media briefing has been moved up to 10 o'clock tonight, so of course we'll be sticking around and bring you any information we get between now and then, and we'll definitely be seeing you again tonight at 10, so I'm going to send it back to you now for right now.
Good. Abby Burke reporting live out there, talking with Dennis Heisey with the latest information. Dennis has been around a while and seen these fires and seen what it does to the community, so good to get his perspective on what's going on. We've talked about it throughout the afternoon. One of the things that the firefighters will be discussing in these meetings is what the weather is going to do, what conditions are we under, and those sorts of things. And in the Fox 21 Weather Center, we've got Jeff Womack. He's been working on this stuff all afternoon, and you know, the forecast still not looking good for fighting fires, huh, Jeff?
Boy, the wind's still very finicky even at this hour, Joe, as we take a look at the extreme heat still plaguing the region. 93 degrees here in the Springs. We got 97 in Pueblo. And then, boy, the triple digits still along the lower half of the Arkansas River Valley. Very hot temperatures. And right there, you need the oxygen. You need some sort of food for the fire. We've got that. And, of course, the extreme heat. And not to mention the extreme drought conditions we went in to this heat wave with. As we look at the satellite right now, here's the ridge. Now, notice how the clouds come along the Great Basin here. This is a little wave that looks to move a little of this heat out of the way. Now, on the surface, as you go into the lower levels, meaning here at ground level, a small cool front's going to come in, shift those winds to the northeast. So, you know, hopefully that'll back up some of these fires a little bit. But again, big if. And notice this looks like a weather system, a regular weather system. It's not. That's actually the heat created from this system right here as that heat rises and forms its own cloud, its own weather system, not to mention its own winds with that. And as you saw from Abby's live shot, just the ominous look of the smoke behind her. All right, so we've got a red flag warning until 9 o'clock, and we'll continue to see these conditions, right through that time period, meaning very dry, humidity level, those winds going to be right up there. Wind gusts, put that up there earlier, but actually the potential for wind gusts of 50 and a little over that around our area, so definitely not helping things out at all. Let's take a look at the Doppler right now as we take a look at Shoup Road there, as well as Black Forest Road. And then here's a look at that cloud we were looking at on the iCam right now, showing up on Doppler. So temperature-wise, we're right there at about 85, 86 degrees at the hottest, and sustained winds right there at about 24 miles per hour. That's what TrueView is estimating on our computer of the weather conditions right there near the blaze. Of course, the Royal Gorge as well. Temperature still into the 80s even at this hour. This is Canyon City where those lines are right now. This is about the location of the fire, and temperatures still into the mid-80s. We've got sustained winds right now at 25 miles per hour. But again, a fire of this size is definitely going to be creating its own winds. And keeping in mind, too, temperatures with that on the Fahrenheit scale of fire of this size to keep going, 480 to about 615 degrees Fahrenheit. Kid you not. 3% humidity right now in the Springs, 3% humidity into Pueblo is single-digit humidity readings all across the region. Now, again, this is the heat dome right now. This is the little bump in the flow that's trying to get some cooler air our way out of the southwest. Wind's going to be right out of the west tomorrow, and that's going to help keep some of the heat a little bit more at bay, if you will. That'll go to the south of us across Texas. That's just a general deal of what we're looking at. Here's that wave that's looking to move in tonight, and again, that looks to shift our winds here at the surface out of the northeast, so hopefully that's going to be a little bit more favorable. But the biggest thing here is it's going to be cooler tomorrow. It's still going to be above normal, but cooler tomorrow. Not quite the record-breaking heat that's been here the last couple of days. 107 degrees right now in Lamar's. We've got 93 in the Springs. Down to 84 right now at Monument Hill, so that is an improvement. 93 degrees in Lyman here at the present time. So taking a look at wind gusts right now, still right up there at 32 miles per hour. That's what the airport's registering. Again, right around the fire, they're about 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts with the potential to go up to 50 miles per hour, and that is really hauling, especially when you've got a fire to deal with. 93 degrees at the present time. Burlington still at 100 degrees. Lamar at 107, for example. La Junta also in the triple digits. So how do we look from here? Well, there will be less winds tomorrow. I do expect areas of haze. Air quality going to be at the moderate level here in the Springs. 90 degrees for our high temperature. Will be in the upper 80s. So again, that is an improvement. And then if we can keep that dome of heat to the south of us, temperatures should rise to about the low 80s by the time the weekend rolls around. Our best chance to get some rain in here comes in the form of a thunderstorm on Monday. And then for Pueblo, it looks like another day of triple digits for you. We definitely want to be by the water, but don't spend a lot of time, an excessive amount of time outdoors, because it is going to be hazy for us as well. And then hot temperatures continue before a little thunderstorm looks to move in quickly Friday. It's not going to have a lot of rain with it, but that is going to open the door to at least some temperatures in the low 90s around here. Canyon City, boy, it is going to be socked in tomorrow. At least that's how it's shaping up for right now. And 97 degrees to go along with that, so air quality not going to be the best for you at all in Fremont County. 80s are what's expected, though, by the weekend, and hopefully things will be a little bit cleared up by then. Now, Woodland Park, here's how it looks for you. Temperature is going to be into the mid to low 80s the next couple of days, and we cool off to the upper 70s by the time the weekend rolls around. A chance of some thunderstorm activity Thursday, Saturday, and also into Monday. So the winds, they're going to continue to be a little ferocious from now until about 9 o'clock through about midnight tonight, and then we'll get a little reprieve from the winds and these just blistering temperatures. Rachel, Joe?
All right, very good. So the El Paso County Sheriff is emphasizing again, if you're looking for information, please don't call 911. That just ties up the lines. They're asking you to call 444-8300. There is a live pic right now for the Black Forest fire, and you can still see that huge bloom of smoke. There's that information number again on your screen, 444-8300. Don't use 911 for information. Again, that just jams up the phone lines, and it creates a not very good situation.
Okay, and the El Paso County Sheriff's Office is asking anybody who lives in that area that's under a voluntary evacuation order, mandatory, voluntary, or otherwise, just on the peripheral, be in a ready, set, go state of mind. They have information on their website, ready, set, go. Have your things ready and set to go in the case that you fall under a mandatory evacuation. Because as we saw, and the sheriff told us, Sheriff Terry Makita in this press conference about 40 minutes ago, is that a lot of people fell under that mandatory evacuation. They chose not to leave, and then they found themselves in a search and rescue type situation where they needed help because they were trapped. They couldn't get out in time. They couldn't find their animals. And then the sheriff's office had to go in and assist them, which was a very scary situation because then it puts first responders' lives at risk as well as your own. So that's why it's best when they tell you to leave that mandatory evacuation, get your things together and leave. And we have put together some information for you what to take. This is from insurance companies that deal with people in the aftermath of fires and floods and natural disasters. Your social security cards, your driver's license, your credit cards, your house deeds, your vehicle titles. Make sure, of course, you have your pets, a week's worth of clothing, your marriage license, birth certificates, insurance policies, all those things, valuables you can't replace, sentimental items. Take a quick video on your phone of your home if you don't already have one. Take your laptop. Anything you might need moving forward, heaven forbid something happen, to your property or your home. Several evacuations in order. We've talked about them earlier. The boundaries for that evacuation, the sheriff showed it in that press conference. That was the red area. The yellow was voluntary. Joe, I'll have you run through that again. That's the mandatory. As of 40 minutes ago, here's the mandatory evacuations.
They are mandatory north of Burgess, south of Hodgen, west of Tahoma, and east of Peregrine Way. Those streets encompass the mandatory evacuation area. So please, if you live in those areas, do not hesitate. Again, it can be very frustrating because, again, it's not a case where you not only put yourself in danger, but you do, as Rachel mentioned, you put those first responders in danger, and that does not go well when they can use those resources in other spots. What you're seeing here video-wise is shots from earlier that clearly show some of the homes that have burned in this fire. These are aerials from a helicopter that was down earlier from Denver. Also, quick note, we've told you all evening about the Penrose Event Center and how they are taking livestock. Well, a lot of folks got that message and brought their livestock or their horses, all that stuff out there. Okay, they took it to the Norris Penrose Event Center. We're now hearing from the Norris Penrose Event Center that they need hay. So if you know somebody who can provide some hay, or you've got some hay, if you can do so, get it over to the Norris Penrose Event Center, because they can absolutely use it. They have certainly been inundated with folks dropping off their livestock.
Let's talk about the Red Cross shelters as well now. Let's wrap up the animal evacuation shelters. Here they are on your screen. Norris Penrose Event Center. Large stock can also be taken to Elbert County Fairgrounds. That's in Kiowa. There's a number on your screen. It's area code 303-718-3343. So don't get that confused with the 719 area code. That's the 303. And the final area you can take your animals to, we heard from John Martin. He checked in here a while ago, and people had brought their horses here. That's the Kit Carson Riding Club. There's several shelters, including the Sunwise Woodman Kennels off I-25 in Woodman, that are taking smaller pets. Several hotels here in town have offered to let you bring your pet to the hotel, and they'll waive the fee. So if you have smaller animals, there's a lot of options for you. I also saw Red Cross sent out a memo earlier that if you have a smaller animal, they will let you take that animal with you to the Red Cross shelter at Palmer Ridge High School in Monument. Palmer Ridge High School is located in Monument off I-25 in Monument Road. You can't miss it. If you're heading north on I-25 in Monument, you'll see it on your right-hand side. That's Palmer Ridge High School, 19255 Monument Road. It's open, and they are ready for you. The other place you can go if you're an evacuee is New Life Church. That's located on Voyager Parkway. Head north on I-25 or south. Get off at Interquest, and the church will be right there. It's on the east side. Voyager and Interquest. It has a big blue roof. You can't miss it. You can go there, check in with family and friends, and they will help you with whatever needs you have at this point. The Royal Gorge Fire, which we'll touch base here on a minute. We have some updated information. We're also waiting an 8 o'clock press briefing on that. You can go to the Evangelical Free Church. That press briefing is now 8:30. That's in Canyon City at 3000 East Main Street. And last we had heard there were some updated mandatory evacuations. Switching gears now to the Royal Gorge Fire. On our updated mandatory evacuations, we have just tweeted out that those evacs are from Skyline Drive to Highway 9, both north and south of Highway 50. So this is the Royal Gorge Fire. Separate from the Black Forest Fire, the Royal Gorge Fire is burning in Canyon City, near Canyon City, in the Royal Gorge, and those are your mandatory evacs. They're from Skyline Drive to Highway 9, both north and south of Highway 50. Those are your evacuations if you live in that area. We know 125 firefighters are on the scene. They've ordered a Type 2 team. They're on their way, of course. A lot of people are helping out here in Colorado Springs and in Black Forest. But we know Highway 50 is closed in areas. So once again, if you don't have to go to that area, please stay away. Last we had heard more than 100 people had been evacuated in that evacuation zone. So not as populated, not as dense as the Black Forest Fire. There's not as many people that live in that area. If you do live in Canyon City, they're asking you to please conserve water. You're on watering restrictions because firefighters need everything they can get at this point in time. So if you live in Canyon City and you don't need to water your grass, you don't need to take a shower, you don't need to do laundry tonight, please don't, because they're asking you to conserve water. And some amazing pictures. Wow, it's just unbelievable, the pictures that are coming in.
Yeah, the social media aspect of this is blowing up. Ian, I'm going to ask you, our director, if he could pull up what I've got here on the Apple iPad, and we can go to Apple TV. This is a YouTube clip, goodness. And this is entitled "Barely Escaping the Black Forest Fire." And I'm going to roll this, and you can actually see it's a very short clip, but you can see how close this person was in getting shots, and you can see CSPD on the ground there. Again, that was only an 8-second clip, but again, look at that. That's just incredible video. Wow. Again, that's been posted on YouTube, and somebody's showing us those flames. unbelievable.
And look how close those police officers are.
Yeah.
I mean, they're right there in harm's way doing their job. I know the city said they sent 50 police officers to that area.
And it's just scary to see those flames. And, you know, Sheriff Terry Mikita actually, he talked about, you know, he drove up in one of his vehicles and he could feel from 50 feet away, he could feel the heat through his windows on how intense this fire is. So it's a case where this fire is burning hot. We heard that a lot with the Waldo Canyon fire.
Yeah.
Burning hot. I mean, you say to yourself, well, what fire doesn't burn hot? Yeah, I get that. But when it comes to this fuel that this fire is getting, and then you get those winds that are pushing it, it really can create some serious heat. So that's just one of the things that's starting to pop up on Twitter and social media. Social media has really changed a lot with regard to covering these types of stories and the information and stuff that's available.
Which is why seeing those pictures, it is so important to evacuate if you're under a mandatory evacuation. That type of fire can sneak up on you so quickly. It is just pertinent that you leave your home if you're under a mandatory evacuation. Ready, set, go, as the sheriff said. Grab what you need and leave, because this fire, the weather, everything is so erratic about it and is so scary looking at that video. And there's a lot of resources in this area, as the sheriff talked about. We saw the police officers in the video. Colorado Springs Police Department, they're there. The El Paso County Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Springs Fire Department is helping out. The Air Force Academy is helping out. Fort Carson is helping out. We know the state is helping out. We know the U.S. Forest Service is helping out. So this is definitely a group effort. And the state has to help out with several fires at this point in time. We know there's a fire burning in Royal Gorge. We know there's a fire burning up north. And now we're getting reports of a fire burning near Levita. We're waiting for updates on that. We've been in touch with the PIO who's en route. They could not give us any information as of about 45 minutes ago. We have been calling them constantly, and we're hoping to get some information. For those of you that don't know, Levita is located outside of Walsenburg. If you head south on I-25 past Pueblo, you'll see Walsenburg. You reach Walsenburg. It's kind of, you have to get off the highway, and it's a smaller town in southern Colorado on your way to Trinidad. And Levita is actually located between Walsenburg and Alamosa. So it's right before you go into Levita Pass, there's the tiny town of Levita, and that's where we're seeing these pictures as well. So we're doing our best to keep you updated. Make sure you follow us on fox21news.com, our Facebook page, Fox 21 News, at Fox 21 News on Twitter. We are updating everything that we have. Everything we're giving you is accurate. It's up to date. We have a team that's working nonstop behind the scenes to make sure you're getting the most accurate and up-to-date information. Everything you're seeing, we make sure it's confirmed before we give it to you, so you know that what we're giving you is correct. And we'll continue. We're waiting to hear more at 8:30 on the Royal Gorge fire, and then again at 10 on the Black Forest fire. So stay with us. That's what we have as far as media updates for those.
We actually posted that video that I just showed you a few minutes ago. We've now posted that on our Facebook page if you'd like to check that out. Again, it's a short clip, but it does show the intensity of those flames. Some of the things that Sheriff Terry Mikita talked about, some of the firefighters, what they're really focused on and what they're really going after right now is drawing lines, and officials are conducting searches. That's one of the things that they're working on, and in many instances it's a search and rescue in some cases where they're actually going home to home, and folks that have said that they didn't evacuate and now need to be evacuated. Those sorts of things are what's going on. Oh, good. We have the video looped over with what I pulled up on I pulled it up on YouTube, and we have now shared it on our Facebook page. Look at that as we go full screen on that, and we just have this looped now. As that just shows the intensity of those flames, and you can hear folks shouting, probably those police officers telling folks to get out of there because it does become a matter of life and death. That's just remarkable video, and not anything that we've seen before. I know with the Waldo Canyon fire, we ended up seeing some remarkable videos shot by firefighters, and we didn't get that till almost a day later, and this is today. Again, the power of social media as people get on Facebook, people chiming in left and right, talking about their perspectives and what they're seeing. A lot of information out there, and again, we're waiting for additional information out of Fremont County, not only for the Levita fire, but also the Royal Gorge fire, looking for a press conference at about 8:30 in that situation. So mandatory evacuations for Black Forest, and those include roads north of Burgess, or homes north of Burgess. These are the roads south of Hodgen, west of Tahoma, and east of Peregrine Way. If you are in those areas, you most certainly need to evacuate.
This is a very dangerous situation at this point. As the sheriff said, this is a matter of life and death if you live in this situation, or if you live in this area and you're in this situation. The flames are moving quickly, and they are asking you to be ready, set, go, have your things, and get out. If you're in the voluntary evacuation, have your car backed into your garage, make sure you're loaded, have your keys ready, and be prepared with the necessary items, because they do not want to have to go in and help you or rescue you. They want you to leave ahead of time so then they can get in and protect your home. That is the key. When you're staying and you're making them search and rescue efforts, then they have to go in, and that takes resources away from saving your home. So ready, set, go. You can find those resources. We've been tweeting them out, the Ready, Set, Go items. The Sheriff's Office has. You can find them on Twitter, and that just kind of gives you an idea of how to prepare for an evacuation, or if you're in one of those voluntary areas. There is a different view of the evacuated area, a little wider view, but that just kind of gives you an idea. If you're in that red area, that's where you need to leave immediately. Now, the voluntary evacuations were in the yellow area that the sheriff showed earlier during the press conference, and that's south of Burgess Road. But it's spread throughout, so just because you're not on this map, just because you haven't received an emergency notification call, just because you haven't gotten a text message, doesn't mean that you're okay to just to think that you're not going to be under an evacuation, as we saw with Waldo Canyon. Many people thought they were in the clear. That fire changed on a moment's notice, and many people ended up losing their homes. So as tedious as it might be to pack up so much of your life and have it prepared just to unpack it again, you know, it's worth doing in this situation.
And stay out of these areas if possible. They talk about the congestion on the roads and how that really does it causes a lot of problems. 2,530 homes have been evacuated. That is the latest number that we have. 383 are under voluntary evacuation, and you can still see in that plume, and again, this is a picture from I-25 in Monument. The city has taken the I-25 cameras and pointed them towards this fire, and you can still see an awful lot of black smoke, which, as Sheriff Makita had mentioned, and we learned quickly under the Waldo Canyon fire, is that black smoke means that the fire is still finding plenty of fuel and burning plenty of vegetation as the fire rages on and continues to burn. And we have no containment numbers at all. And I would imagine, even at the press conference at 10 o'clock, I would be surprised if we have any sort of containment line as the way. And this shot's deceiving because there's no trees or anything, and you really can't see whether it's that windy or, it's just kind of flat, and there's not much there. But those wind speeds, they're still pretty high, aren't they, out there, Jeff?
They still are, Joe. Yes, indeed. Out of the west primarily right now, as that's shifting around even at the surface. And you can see right there, you mentioned those billowing columns right there that look like clouds. As you know, that air heats so quickly, unless that just boils up. So that's what we're looking at there. And here's why. With the heat of the fire, I mean, still temperatures in the low 90s even at this hour. 102 the score in La Junta. So, I mean, we are still under that sauna here in southeastern Colorado, and here's part of the region as we've got a dome working over us right now, so not a lot getting in, not a lot getting out, compressing the air underneath this high pressure. So this little band of clouds, it's got a wave tide to it, and that is going to move the heat just a little bit. This is our view, in fact, outside the roof camera right now. Again, it looks like a weather system, but again, just billowing clouds of smoke right here, kind of like a pyrocumulus, the official name for it. Let's look right now at the red flag warning, and you can see that occupies all of southern Colorado. Wind gusts of 50 miles per hour, actually not out of the question as we get into the nighttime hours. West winds right now at 24 miles per hour, and that's what we were thinking as that system scoots by to the northeast that, the wind direction is going to shift out of the west, and mid-level winds also going to do that. Not the best news for those of you downwind from this. To the east, you'll be getting some of the smoke from the fire, so watching that closely as well. Here's a more of a fine-tuned look right here, and this is another thing I want to mention. The mountainous areas we're in, these microclimates. Take a look at west wind at the Air Force Academy of 17 miles per hour. As we look up to Monument Hill, 16-mile-an-hour winds out of the west. West-northwest winds variable right now at Fort Carson, so definitely these winds still very finicky. 32-mile-an-hour wind gusts right now at the airport here in Colorado Springs. Had them at 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts a moment ago in Pueblo. 21-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Lyman. So you get the idea. Things still unsettled here across the region. This is a view with a TrueView Doppler looking at Black Forest right around the fire itself, picking up some of those cloud billows, as a matter of fact. Sustained winds down actually a little bit for us at right around 20 miles per hour here at the present time, but wind gusts out of the west at 47 miles per hour right around Meridian, and then just to the south of Black Forest here, we've got wind gusts at 26 miles per hour, so that is definitely aggravating the fire as well. And of course, the actual fire itself is going to create its own winds as it's its own weather system here at the present time. Okay, so now down we go here to the Royal Gorge blaze. Winds sustained at about 25 miles per hour right now, but look at the temperatures right there, still at about 85 degrees at this hour. So yeah, not getting a lot of heat relief here as we get into the evening. Look at this, 3, almost nothing humidity-wise across the area, and that, of course, too, leading to very, very dangerous fire conditions and the growth potential with one of these. Now, here's the heat right now. It's still stuck underneath this high pressure. Again, it's this little wave we're waiting on. It's going to continue to shift winds to the west now. At the surface, one little cool front is going to slip through and deliver them out of the northeast. So that is going to be a game changer as we get into 9 o'clock, right about through midnight. Again, it's this minor wave right here. It's going to slip down and deliver a little bit more stable air, so we won't have quite the winds or the heat that we had today. 89 degrees, at least we're into the 80s here at the present time here around the Springs. 93 in Pueblo is still the mid-90s, so temperatures finally starting to show a little relief around the area here, but wind gusts still right up there at 31 miles per hour. That's at the airport. The fire site itself, we're looking about 24 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. That red flag warning going to last until 9 o'clock this evening again. That covers us for wind gusts of 50 miles per hour, the potential for them. 89 degrees right now in the Springs as we got 99 in Lamar. That is an improvement after being at 110 today. So we've already had the preheat phase too. I want to mention that where, the trees, shrubbery already heated up enough, and then all it was taken was just a little trigger, and that's what we had today, certainly. 90 degrees is what our projected high temperature is for tomorrow. Continued extremely dry conditions, 88 degrees for Thursday, and then on into Friday will be right around that 90-degree mark, and then another cool down comes in, hitches a ride as winds shift from the west, so that is going to keep the real extreme heat to the south, and that looks to take place as we go into the low 80s. Now, Monday, best case scenario, we'd get a wetting rain with this thunderstorm, but again, it's not looking like a lot of moisture to it, especially since it's been so dry. I mean, our atmosphere, like a sponge. You're going to get, these systems that come in, try to wring out the moisture. When there is none, makes it even that much harder to get a respectable rain going. But, we'll certainly keep our fingers crossed for Monday. Pueblo, triple digits tomorrow. You'll certainly have the haze to go along with it. Air quality levels projected to be into the yellow, which is still manageable, but you need to watch that. Those will be in the moderate level for tomorrow. And then on into Friday, we'll go to 100 degrees again and then get in for a chance of some thunderstorms. Now, the air mass behind that, looking to truck in some cooler air. It's only going to cool us down to the low 90s, but will certainly be a little bit more livable, if you will, than the triple digits we've had here the last couple of days. 97 degrees, oh man, it'll be hazy here around the Royal Gorge region and into Fremont County, into Florence, and then here in Canyon City we'll top out right about 97 degrees. Then as we go into the weekend, we'll be seeing temperatures back off a little bit into the upper 80s at least, and then hopefully sky's going to clear out nicely for us as we get into next week. Now for Woodland Park, you do have some thunderstorm potential we're watching here into the city above the clouds. 83 degrees for our high temperature on Thursday. That'll be after a high of 85 for tomorrow. Then the upper 70s should be with us this weekend. Again, might have to dodge a thunderstorm as we get into Saturday afternoon, and then once again on Monday, a chance of those thunderstorms rolling in. So look at red flag conditions, meaning the fire danger really high right on through 9 o'clock, and then get a little relief. That looks to move in our way by about 10 o'clock into midnight. So we'll continue to watch for the latest weather-wise for you. Joe, Rachel.
All right, very good. Thank you so much, Jeff. And there's the story. Boy, I tell you, weather plays such a huge role
it really does.
in these fires and even building up to the fire. We always cringe when we hear those red flag warnings because it just takes a spark, and boy, this thing is off and running. And that's what we have today in Colorado with 4 different fires across the state.
Unbelievable. And if you've been sticking with us or if you're just tuning in, we appreciate you being with us. We're trying to keep you updated with the several fires that are burning in southern Colorado. First, let's touch on the Black Forest fire. That one is burning in Black Forest. As you can imagine, it was last updated to be between around 400 acres. We haven't got an official number. It started at 15 this afternoon. Last we had heard it was around 400. But the sheriff, he didn't want to really give us a concrete number at the earlier press briefing just because he hasn't been able to really get planes in the air or guys into the ground to kind of give us an idea. But evacuations, many mandatory evacuations have been issued for that area. Last we had heard more than 2,000 evacuation notices were ordered. 2,000 people, homes were evacuated from that area. That was a mandatory. It was somewhere around 2,500. We had about 383 voluntary evacuations, homes, calls sent out. This is the area right here. It is, Joe has it written down here, but that's the area in red is the mandatory evacuation order for that Black Forest fire.
Yeah, and if you're north of Burgess, you need to be getting out. If you're south of Hodgen, you need to be getting out. And if you're west of Tahoma or east of Peregrine Way, you need to be getting out. Those are mandatory evacuations at this point. So again, you definitely, when you hear those turn into mandatory evacuations, many would argue anytime you're under just a voluntary, you might as well go ahead and get out of there just because it makes more sense when you can get out when it's a better time to get out.
Exactly. It's a lot more calm. You're calm. You can grab the things that you need and make sure that you have everything you need, your pets, everyone's accounted for. There are several places that evacuees can go. We've been talking about them all afternoon. Several Red Cross shelters. The first one is New Life Church, located off Wager Parkway, right off I-25. Just get off I-25 and head east at Interquest Parkway. You'll see New Life Church. You can head there. And Palmer Ridge High School is also a Red Cross shelter for evacuees. You can take your pets. Last we had heard your smaller pets to this shelter with you. They're located on Monument Road right off I-25. You can't miss it. So families, evacuees can head to these Red Cross shelters if you have nowhere else to go. If you have large animals, horse, cows, any type of large stock animals that you evacuated and you need a place to take them, you can take them to the Norris Penrose Event Center located on Lower Gold Camp Road in Colorado Springs. Last we had heard they are in need of hay, so if you want to help take hay to the Norris Penrose Event Center. Large stock can also be taken to the Elbert County Fairgrounds on Kiowa on Ute Avenue. That is area code 303-718-3343. That's the phone number, area code 303, not to be confused with 719. And the final large stock evacuation shelter for animals is Kit Carson Riding Club at Black Forest Road in Woodman, 719-237-7164. Many of these places don't need you to call ahead, but if you want to see what their capacity is, you can. The Doubletree Hotel is offering fire evacuees a reduced rate tonight. You can take your pets there. They'll waive that pet fee. So if you need a place to stay, if you don't have family and friends in town, evacuees can stay there. Smaller animals, there's several shelters here in town that have opened their doors, including the Woodman Sunrise Kennels off Woodman and I-25, but we have heard of several places here in town that are willing to help, along with several homeowners, residents that just say, hey, bring your dog here. We have pets. We'll look after them. Just remember, make sure your pets have the necessary things they need, their food, water, and any medications. And this is all, once again, for the Black Forest Fire.
We are waiting for information in about 25 minutes. We will be live at a press conference down in Fremont County to hear the very latest on basically both fires going on down there. One which should be from La Vita. Hopefully we'll get some information on that fire. We have not certainly forgotten about those folks. We're just lacking information. We have called and reached out to the public information officer. We are still waiting to hear back. They said they would get on scene and then contact us, and we are also still contacting them to try and get the latest on that fire. Also, the Royal Gorge fire, that will be addressed as well in the 8:30 press conference that's going to take place, again, in about 24 minutes from the folks at Fremont County. Social media, it's been a big player, and we appreciate everybody that has chimed in on Facebook and continues to follow us on Twitter. Keep in mind we have that mobile app too. If you've got to run out and do something, just download our mobile app. You can find that under Fox 21 News. It's available for both the iPhone and the Android. And of course, you can always check out fox21news.com. And if you have friends that are out of state, we are streaming our coverage tonight live on fox21news.com. Excuse me.
This just in from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. 3,600 people and 1,259 homes evacuated in the Black Forest area. That is of 7:30 this evening. Once again, 3,600 people and 1,259 homes have been evacuated in the Black Forest area, and that's as of 7:30 tonight. So that's your most updated number as far as people who have been ordered to leave the area. Mandatory evacuations. Another thing that we were hearing, if you head to these Red Cross shelters, the Sheriff's Office just let us know about this as well via Twitter. You can now check in on that Red Cross app. We've talked about it before in regards to the tornadoes and the disaster in Boston, the Boston bombings and the hurricanes and the Waldo Canyon fire last year. If family and friends are worried about you, you can always check in. We've talked about that app before and let them know we're okay, we're at this shelter, don't worry about us, and we'll be in touch. So that is up and running now. You can go to that app and check in.
Now, one of the things that we're hoping to hear as far as good news goes is that this is a fire that is actually, there's the one advantage to fighting this fire is the topography, and I mean that in the case that it's way more accessible than the Waldo Canyon fire was. And so the thought is that they can access it a lot better. Here's again a live pic. You see that fire when it hits that black smoke. When you get that black smoke, the fire has most certainly hit some fuel, and that is a live picture right now, the Black Forest fire. But with the way this fire is in regard to the land, it is more accessible for firefighters. So hopefully they can get out in front of this thing. You know, a lot of times a road is a natural fire break, but in this case, it doesn't appear that roads have stopped this fire. In many instances, it is still rolling on.
The Sheriff's Office has said in the past, and the City Police Department and Fire Department and the state and the U.S. Forest Service, and they told us this many times last year during the Waldo Canyon fire. If you're wondering where the air support is, there is air support. We've seen several air tankers across the state fighting these numerous fires. We've seen helicopters in the area. There's one right there on your screen dropping buckets of water, fire retardant. But if you're wondering where is all the air support, they have told us numerous times, boots on the ground or firefighters, these hotshot crews, they stop fires. They fight fires. They will contain these fires, not the air support. So even though the air support does help, they keep telling us, and they've told us in the past, that those boots on the ground will be the guys that contain this fire, save those homes, and stop that fire. So if you're wondering why not more air support, where's the air support, that kind of gives you an idea of what they've told us in the past and what they've kind of told us today as far as getting those guys in there to dig those lines and to make those containment lines. That is the most important thing. And those guys work hard, and they're professionally trained, and there's a lot of people working in that area to get those fires under control. Back in the Royal Gorge area, a couple things we learned earlier. Fox 21 Sam Baranowski, she's been down in Canyon City for several hours with Fox 21's Mike Duran, a photographer here at Fox 21 News. Last they told us, and last we heard, that there was one structure on the north side of the Royal Gorge Park that had been destroyed. We did not get any additional details on what that structure is, if it's a home or a barn or an outhouse. We know one structure on the north side of the Royal Gorge Park was destroyed, and multiple structures on the south have burned. And Sam told us they were tourist attractions, so it's unknown if those were cabins, but multiple structures on the south side of the park and one on the north side. More than 100 people evacuated in this area. And here's the map of the evacuated area, the mandatory evacuated area in Canyon City in the Royal Gorge area, Fremont County. And we're waiting an updated press conference at 8:30. But if you live in that red area, once again, this is a mandatory evacuation. Ready, set, go. As the sheriff's office has been saying, get your things and get out because you're in trouble.
Absolutely, and it's always something that, that you should take heed in with those warnings. We talked to William Townsend several times. He's with La Forêt here in the Black Forest, and we're seeing some reports on Twitter that, according to their Facebook page, their grounds are now on fire. So we actually talked with William several times, and he talked about how that fire was approaching La Forêt. And sure enough, what we're finding now is that it sounds like, and this was a picture he took. This is William Townsend when he took a picture in the midst of the phone calls that we took with him. And again, if you're not familiar with La Forêt, it is a 400-plus acre conference center, and it's on Shoup Road. And it has a number of historical buildings, and it's just really sad to hear those types of stories coming out of these fires, and it's just very, very sad.
And I can't say enough about our viewers, because here you have William, who, he's dealing with this. He's been evacuated, and he still takes the time to share these pictures and to share his story and really put in perspective what is going on in the Black Forest area. So we can't thank him enough for taking the time to share with us and our viewers what he's seeing, what he's going through, because it really puts this in perspective. I mean, our crews can't get that close. Our crews can't get that shot, and we can't get that information. So for him to take the time amidst what he's going through, just, thank you to him and all of the other viewers who have been with us all afternoon and now evening, sharing their pictures on Facebook and Twitter, on our website. You're really making our job possible today and sharing this story, because these fires are burning in areas that it's harder for us to get our technology working, where the cell phone reception isn't as good. And so we've been able to really get a grasp of what these fires, both the Black Forest fire and the Royal Gorge fire, we're working on the Levita fire, are doing, and what they look like. And the pictures have just been overwhelming.
Well, and on our Facebook page, we've put a number of one of the videos we've actually put out. Is somebody who is extremely close to the fire in Black Forest, and boy, you look at that video and you just see how nasty these fires can be, and the heat that is being put off by this fire. And there it is. That's the video I was speaking to. You'll find this video on our Facebook page, but you can hear the officials screaming, telling folks get out of there, including the gentleman or lady, whoever it is that shot this video. That's just remarkable video right there, and it really does show you. There's that, we talk about Black Forest, and look at those trees. That's the fuel that this fire is just feeding off of and moving with being pushed by those winds.
And it's such a dense area. Black Forest, when you do get into those areas with trees, it's very dense. There's a lot of big trees, a lot of fuel for these fires. But the good news is, as Joe said earlier, when you're driving through Black Forest, there are pockets where the trees break up, and it's more of a plains type area. So that will help the firefighters as they try to make these lines. But it's just unbelievable to see this video. It reminds me a lot of the day that the fire moved into the city, the Waldo Canyon fire last June, and we saw people just loading up their cars. The skies were orange. We saw the picture on I-25 of the smoke moving into the city. So our thoughts and prayers, of course, with all those first responders and everybody who's evacuating. And thank you for their hard work tonight. And thanks to all of our viewers, as we've been saying, for sending those pictures. And to give you an idea of just how severe the fire danger is in our state, our affiliate in Denver, Fox 31 News, KDVR, their affiliate, our sister station in Denver, the Big Meadows fire is burning in Rocky Mountain National Park. This is a separate fire that's burning in Rocky Mountain National National Park north of us. And this fire is estimated to be between 300 and 400 acres as well. Now, no structures or homes are threatened at this time, but that just goes to show the extreme fire danger in our state today. The dry temps, the heat. It's just a very scary time for the state of Colorado and many other states around us, New Mexico, California, Nevada. We aren't the only ones dealing with this.
Well, and it's eerie to see another press conference with Sheriff Terry Makita. Getting close to almost a year since the Waldo Canyon fire. And, that was a good picture there. As you saw, we're rolling some video. You could see those flags in the foreground just flapping away in the wind. And that really does show you, when we recue that video, Ian, when you recue that, let's get that back and you can actually see, let that finish out, but you can see those flags. And those flags really do give you perspective, because a lot of these shots, there's no trees, there's no vegetation, you really can't see the wind blowing. But that one with the flags, you could most certainly see that it's windy out there. I mean, Jeff's been talking about it all afternoon, and there it is again. That shows you, there's the shot I was talking about. I mean, there's a fire off in the background, and it shows you that wind is blowing. And you don't get that perspective on some of these shots we're showing you because there's just no trees or anything blowing around.
Right. Especially when you get down into the Royal Gorge area and the trees are a lot more sparse in some of those areas, and you have the peaks and the valleys. You can't see the wind. But as Sam was saying, she goes, I'm watching a flag earlier when we talked to her, Fox 21 Sam Baranowski. She says, I'm watching a flag, and 1 minute it's blowing one way, and the next minute it's blowing another way, and then it's blowing another way. And you can see why the first responders are so cautious about their evacuations, and they make it such a big area because they just don't know what this fire behavior is going to do. If I remember correctly, last year, Terry said, and we learned that when the smoke gets that big, it almost creates a weather system in of itself.
Well, Jeff, you talked about that a little bit earlier as well.
Definitely. You get all kinds of, really warm rising air. It just goes right up. It's buoyant, and it rises just like, a typical thunderstorm. That's kind of what we're seeing here. And you see that little bit how it levels off right there. It goes to its maximum height, if you will, and sort of anvils off. We talk about that in thunderstorms a little bit. And that is what we're seeing right here. This is the look right outside of Wootton due northeast right now. Getting the latest wind at 20 miles per hour. We got west wind here at 13 miles per hour sustained on Monument Hill. West-southwest in Pueblo. Look at the westerly wind zone on Monarch Pass. And, of course, wind's going to be churning even more than that here at Levita Pass as well. Okay, so to give you an idea, you get into valleys, you get winds of all different speeds. Winds at Air Force Academy backing off to 13 miles per hour right now. Here's the latest wind gusts. They're down a little bit, but still definitely making their presence known here in the Springs. 24-mile-an-hour wind gusts, Monarch Pass at 41. Well, around the southwest, red flag warnings have been lifted, but that is not the case here for us here to the eastern half of the Front Ranges. We see red flag warnings all across southeastern Colorado, and that means, the fire danger, well, just like it says, at a red flag level until 9 o'clock. Now, wind gusts, 45, but, the potential in the wording now, they've actually changed that to 50 miles per hour here for about the next hour. That doesn't mean poof at 9 o'clock that fire danger is going to be gone. We'll see if that warning is allowed to expire. But what I'm saying is wind's still definitely going to be going right on through. About 11 o'clock is what we're going to be looking at. So there you can see the smoke plume showing up like a normal weather system here on TrueView Doppler. Temperatures in that general area still right around the low 80s at this hour. Sustained winds at 20 miles per hour, but the latest wind gusts we were still seeing at about 25 to even 30 miles per hour. Now down here at the Royal Gorge, right on the eastern side of US 50, station was reporting wind gusts of 36 miles per hour out of the southwest. Sustained winds in that area. Again, this is a broad brush. This is what TrueView Doppler estimates. Sustained winds, as you can see right there, at 20 miles per hour. So definitely winds. And this is where the topography is a problem here around the gorge. as you know, those of you right in that area, because you've got all these microclimates, you've got different vegetation, you've got the mountain breezes. As those westerly winds pick up, you'll have a Chinook component in there, so things not settling down by a long shot. 5% humidity here in Pueblo right now. Not expecting humidity levels to rise that much overnight tonight. We can't expect them to go into the teens, which is still dangerous for fire conditions. So right here we've had that dome of heat. We are seeing some more of those clouds move in here, and that signals that a little bit calmer air is cooler air, I should say, trying to get into the area. A minor cool front is going to slip through overnight tonight. That's going to shift our winds at the surface out of the northeast. So hopefully I'll back the fires up a little bit and let crews get the upper hand. Certainly the reprieve from the heat is going to be welcome. 89 degrees right now at the airport. We've got 93 presently in Pueblo, along the Arkansas River Valley and along southeastern SoCo. Temperatures running into the 90s here at the present time. 31-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's at the airport. Wind gusts around the fire, though, right there at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Roughly 89 degrees right now at the present time here in the Springs, as the 90s still running down the south. Here's that week's worth of weather for you. All right, get ready for some haze in our skies tomorrow, certainly, and air quality looking to be at the moderate level, but don't be surprised if that deteriorates. 80s are going to be with us the end of the week. Then the low 80s move in here by the weekend, the good news. And hopefully we are going to be able to bring you some more good news as we look to get some rain on Monday. Joe, Rachel?
All right, very good. Hey, we're going live out to the press conference with the latest on the fire that is actually burning near the Royal Gorge in Fremont County.
I do not know. I think someone from the prison system will be here a little bit later. Could be just as bad tomorrow. We right now have very, very preliminary reports, so I think we should probably wait for the 8:30 report from the firefighters so we know exactly what we're up against. I do know that they've been analyzing tomorrow's weather reports, so that'll give us a better idea of where we're going to head tomorrow.
Do you have any reports of damage?
None at all. None at all.
How is this affecting you emotionally?
Well, it's certainly very stressful. I worry anytime that any of our citizens are in danger. We evacuated about 200 people from the Royal Gorge Bridge and Park earlier today, and I'm glad that they're all safe. I don't think the animals out there fared as well, but we'll have more information on that later also. And we got a much smarter guy right over here. But all the details about the fire itself should be forthcoming. And as I mentioned earlier, the Bureau of Land Management will have a website, and they'll have a phone tree, and that will be announced here shortly too. Thank you.
Okay, so you were listening to the mayor of Canyon City. His name is Tony Greer. That's who was just speaking. And that was a little impromptu thing, as you heard him reference. Let's wait for the fire officials who are actually rolling up at about 8:30. So in about 7 minutes, we'll have a lot more information. So that wasn't it. We didn't cut in and miss something. That was just a little impromptu thing that their mayor stepped up and talked about. So fire officials will be there at 8:30, and then we'll get the latest information from them. We do have some information finally on the La Vida fire. They're calling it the Clicus fire.
Clicus fire. It's burning in Huerfano County, which is south of Pueblo. A lot of people have been asking us about this, the fire near Pueblo. La Vida is actually further from Pueblo. It's quite a few miles. It's actually outside of Walsenburg, but it's being called the Clicus fire in Huerfano County. It's estimated to be about 45 acres at this time. Now, it's west of Middle Creek, south of County Road 440, and west of County Road 450. Now, we haven't gotten any details about evacuations. We have heard rumors that there are some evacuations, but no official details. If you have been evacuated, or if you know somebody that's been evacuated, a shelter has been set up, a Red Cross shelter has been set up at the Huerfano Community Center at Russell Avenue and 10th Street in Walsenburg. So you'll need to head to Walsenburg. That's the Huerfano Community Center at Russell Avenue and 10th Street in Walsenburg. Huerfano County, for those of you who don't know, is south of Pueblo County. So La Vida Pass is located near Walsenburg. Basically, if you're driving from Walsenburg to Alamosa, you have to go through La Veta Pass, and it's on your way to the Great National Sand Dunes Park and Preserve. And La Veta is a small town that you kind of bypass. It's off 160 there, and it's not too far from Walsenburg. So that's where this fire is burning, 45 acres. It's being called the Clicus Fire in Huerfano County. So that's the third fire that we're monitoring here at Fox 21 News at this hour. So some evacuations, but we don't have any specifics, and we're working to get you those at this time.
Yes, very good. So more information is coming up on the fire near the Royal Gorge, and we're hoping that we get more information about the Clicus fire that will also maybe be included in that 8:30 press conference. So we got about 5 more minutes before we'll get that information from the Fremont County officials. Now, folks are asking again about, on Facebook, they're asking us again about the evacuation, and the evacuations that are in place right now, the mandatory evacuations for the Black Forest fire north of Burgess, south of Hodgen, west of Tahoma, and east of Peregrine Way. Now, all of those roads are far north of Woodman. All right, here we go. Back to the press conference in Fremont County.
Of me. I spent most of the afternoon out at the Incident Command Center to the west of the fire itself. And the only word that I have for what I saw today was absolutely devastating. It brought back so many memories for me of what I saw of the Waldo Canyon fire last year. It started, there was a little bit of smoke, and then it just literally exploded before our very eyes. It was a sight that I had never hoped to see here in Fremont County, but unfortunately it's one that we did see, and it's one that we're dealing with. We have people who are out there right now who are fighting with every ounce of strength and everything that they have. The most important thing to remember with this fire is that
All right, so it appears we lost that signal. They're going to work on that and get that signal back up immediately. But again, that's a fire official telling us that basically what she saw today was devastating.
Depends very, very heavily on tourism for our economy. And if the bridge is no longer there, then the cornerstone that we had at one time and we've depended on for so many years in this community, we no longer have. But having said that, Fremont County will persevere. I've never known a community of people who can come together the way that we do here in Fremont County. I know that we will be there for each other. We will be able to lean on each other. We will depend on each other. And we will do whatever it takes to help every Fremont County resident, every Fremont County business, every person associated with Fremont County to get through this. Does anyone have any questions? I have not heard that. I have heard that structures on both sides of the gorge itself have burned. I don't know which structures, but I question how it could be possible for structures on both sides to be burning and for the bridge to survive. But no, I have not heard that the bridge itself has burned.
So it may be salvageable.
It's possible, yes. I hope so. It could be completely untouched. I actually was at the Incident Command Center this afternoon when radios were keying up with firefighters saying we can't defend it any longer. And they were having to turn and for their own safety to get out. It's a horrifying thing for all of us, but to have been standing there and listening to their voices on the radio was even harder, I think, than you might be able to imagine, because they do everything they possibly can do. They put their own lives on the line. That there's nothing that they could do in that moment, and that they, for their own safety, had to turn and get out was a really, truly awful thing for me.
What is your worst fear?
My worst fear is that lives will be gone. So far, I don't think that anyone is in imminent danger. I don't think that any lives have been lost. That's the only thing that can never be recovered. Everything else can come back. Fremont County will come back from this fire. I don't know how long it's going to take. Sorry. I don't know what it's going to take at this point. None of us do, because we're uncertain as to what's underneath all the smoke up there right now. But the most devastating thing, obviously, and of course, would be if lives were lost. Anything else? Thank you.
All right, so you were listening to Debbie Bell with the Fremont County, she's a Fremont County Commissioner. She was speaking, it looked like off the cuff a bit, about what was going on. And boy, she made some statements that if you're in Fremont County or in Colorado or anywhere in the United States and you've been to the Royal Gorge Bridge, that's scary for her to say that at one point on the radio the firefighters said that we can no longer defend the bridge for our own safety.
For St.
We got to get out of here. Here's more from Teller County.
I just wanted to provide a brief update on the happenings here at the hospital today. St. Thomas More currently has our Emergency Operations Center staffed to coordinate communications throughout the hospital, gather information about the fire, and coordinate a response as needed. Center in Pueblo. Those patients had chronic lung disease, and so we just wanted to keep the patients, the best interest for the patients in mind, and did make that effort to transfer those 3 patients to St. Mary Corwin. Progressive Care Center is the nursing home that's also attached to St. Thomas More Hospital. Progressive Care Center has since transferred a total of 9 patients to Villa Pueblo, which is a nursing home facility in Pueblo. Just a couple of health tips. You may have heard this already, but we do advise anybody who has any kind of lung disease or respiratory illnesses to stay indoors, to keep windows closed, and to continue to monitor news coverage to keep up to date on any other evacuation notices. But if you do have immune system, lung disease, respiratory illness, those types of illnesses, we do advise you to stay indoors, keep the windows shut. That's all I have for today. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're still waiting for the next person to approach the microphone. What they're doing is basically rolling out different officials, and all of them are addressing the fire.
Delay just a moment for one of your peers. Channel 7 News is a couple of miles. They're probably inside of Canyon City right now. I'll defer to the gang. If you want me to throw them to the dogs, I will. It is now 8:30. I would start. If you don't mind a couple of minutes, we'll be polite and wait for those folks. What's that? Oh, I'll set a definite firm. My watch says yes. Exactly. I will begin. If they're not here and ready, I'm beginning at 8:40. Regardless, you guys probably have to deal with that and buy the time for that, right? Thank you.
I'm just going to talk to my people. Kirsten, did you get that?
Okay, so basically what we're hearing there is it sounds like one of the media crews is still a little bit away, and so a very polite and very nice fire official is saying that at this point we will wait and let that crew arrive, talking about going at 8:40. That looks like what we've got there is a slurry bomber that's moving in over the Royal Gorge fire right there.
That's encouraging. I still can't believe what Debbie said, though. She was the first speaker in this press conference. She said, I don't know how structures could be burned on the north side and the south side, and the bridge could be untouched. And she had a lot of emotion in her voice, and that just goes to show and kind of gives us an idea of what we might be dealing with. And of course, nothing is confirmed, but obviously we are hoping that our worst fears aren't confirmed. A, that lives have been lost. B, that structures have been lost. And then, of course, C, that the bridge has been destroyed in this fire. And we know we have lost some structures. She said it. Fox 21 Sam Bernasky, who's in Canyon City, confirmed it. We just don't know the extent of the damage to the park right now. And anybody who's familiar with southern Colorado, Canyon City, Fremont County, so much of that area relies on tourism. And the Royal Gorge is a big draw for that area, and it brings in a lot of money. And so this is a really, really hard day for people that call that area home. And of course, our hearts go out to them, and we'll hope to get some new information here sooner than later.
Well, and that is the case, and she nailed it. Fremont County, I'm sorry, has a lot invested in tourism, and when you hear something like the Royal Gorge Bridge could potentially be gone, again, nothing confirmed. Hopefully we'll hear something from these fire officials as to whether or not that's true, but just even the threat of that it has got to just really, really upset the folks in Fremont County and in Colorado, because there's a lot of folks, all of us have been. It goes back to the Flying W Ranch. There were a number of folks who could say, I've been to the Flying W Ranch, I remember that place, and you can also say that with regard to the Royal Gorge. A lot of us have been to the Royal Gorge, and it's a landmark. It's something that people go and they see, and it's never forgotten. It's amazing, and so to hear that it may potentially have burned is not a good thing. So hopefully we'll get more information again in about 4 minutes now, waiting on information from fire officials in Fremont County addressing and giving us the latest numbers on the Royal Gorge fire. And that indeed is what they have named this fire. It is the Royal Gorge fire. The latest information we have goes all the way back to 3 o'clock this afternoon. I think it says that there were 300 acres. We know that number is not even going to be close. In fact, I would bet that number is probably going to be up around 2,000 or so, as that fire has grown quite a bit.
In just a few hours, which is the scary thing. And, the Fremont County area, they've been through a lot the last couple of years. Drought has affected, they rely a lot on river rafting sports, on water sports, and the drought has affected them. Our state has gone through a lot as far as the drought affecting our snow levels, and now this, and it's been a tough time. It really has. And so you can hear and see the emotion in those officials' voices, and when you see the officials and the firefighters get emotional, that's really when it starts to put things in perspective.
All right, so we got about 3 minutes left until we get the latest on the Royal Gorge fire in Fremont County. Going through Twitter here and seeing all the posts that are popping up all over, and I thought this was a tweet that says a lot for the fires today. Mountain shadows rebuilds while in the distance Black Forest burns. And that's just, it's really the last thing anybody wanted to deal with for a long time here in southern Colorado. And again, you had Levita numbers.
The Clicus fire, a lot of people are referring to this as the fire in Pueblo. A lot of people are asking us, what's going on with the fire in Pueblo? And we are assuming you're asking about this fire. It's being called the Clicus fire. It's burning in Huerfano County near Levita. It's west of Middle Creek area. It's about 45 acres. Now, to give you a little bit more perspective, it's south of County Road 440 and west of County Road 450. Now, Levita is located off 160 between Walsenburg and Alamosa. It's right before Levita Pass. So if you ever have gone to the Great National Sand Dunes Park and Preserve, then you've probably passed Levita and you've gone through Levita Pass. You know what we're talking about. If you've been evacuated, we've been told that there's some evacuations in effect that have been issued, but we haven't got any specifics at this point. But if you know somebody or if you need to leave that area, you can go to the Huerfano Community Center at Russell Avenue and 10th Street. That's in Walsenburg. So the Huerfano Community Center at Russell Avenue and 10th Street in Walsenburg. And that's the latest we have on the Clicus fire. The PIO headed en route. When we say PIO, we mean Public Information Officer. They were headed en route about 2 hours ago to that fire. Of course, once again, the public information officers are stretched thin too, just because of the amount of fires they're dealing with, and they were working to get us more information as it became available. But this fire only estimated to be between 45 and 50 acres. So that's good news considering some of these other fires have blown up to hundreds and possibly thousands.
Now, if those of you that are asking on Facebook, what about the fire in Pueblo? If you're referring to the fire in Canyon City, that is the information we are waiting on. In fact, we should have at any moment. This would be the Royal Gorge fire, and again, there's the fire official prepping and getting ready to speak. And here he goes, stepping up to the microphone now.
I'm going to look in this general direction. Those of you on the periphery, that's too bad. We're ready. Okay, everyone. My name is Greg Goodland, G-R-E-G-G, G-O-O-D-L-A-N-D. I am the Fire Information Officer for the Royal Gorge Fire. And if there's no objections, I'm going to get started right away. The Royal Gorge Fire was started today approximately 1 o'clock. I believe it was earlier, but that's what we know at this point. It is currently being managed by a unified command with the Bureau of Land Management, the Canyon City Fire Department, the State of Colorado, and Fremont County. The fire air tanker that you just saw above us, 2 single-engine air tankers, and a plethora of fire engines and hand crews. Unfortunately, I have to report that there have been 3 structures confirmed loss. I can't plus grass fuel types, and we expect it to continue to burn very actively over the next couple of days. Having said that, as always, our #1 priority on these fires is life safety. Next to that is going to be structure protection, and the 2 other priorities that we've identified are the water treatment plant right here on the the west end of Canyon City, and the high tension power lines. Those are going to be the things that fire managers are going to be focusing on to start with. The evacuations that have been ordered by the Fremont County Sheriff include everything east of County Road 3 and 3A, which is on the west side of the Royal Gorge Park, everything south of Highway 50, and all the way east to the water treatment plant here on the west side of Canyon City. The Gorge entrance. What they need to do up there. We send them our gratitude for doing that. There has been off Highway 50. Off Highway 1. There's been some are under evacuated in prison right here on the west side of town. There was a power outage due to the fire burning onto those high tension lines. Approximately 350 customers north of Canyon City are currently out of service. We have crews that are working to get that. Keep in mind, though, that may be difficult service to restore because of the active fire behavior in the area. The concerns fire managers have at this point are primarily the weather. Tomorrow it's going to be less windy than it was today. However, Thursday we are going to be experiencing red flag conditions again, and we all saw what that brought with fire behavior today. The operational plan for the future here is tonight a Type 3 incident management team from the Pueblo zone will be taking over the management of this fire from the local units. They're going to concentrate on point protection, and all that means is anything that's really important values of risk to. We're going to concentrate on that. We're going to worry about the rest of the fire in those wildland areas later. There will be an infrared flight tonight that will determine where the bulk of the heat is and give fire managers better planning tools for their planning time tomorrow morning. Type 2 incident management team will take over the management of this fire at some point tomorrow. I have yet to be notified of that exact time. Finally, I've got two sources of information for everybody to share. As always, we typically like to put these incidents onto InsaWeb, and that is a new website for folks that don't know that. You can go to your search engine and put in InsaWeb. I understand that is working. The site, though, is InsaWeb, and that's INCIWEB.nwcg.gov. InsaWeb, nwcg.gov. Okay, we'll update that as frequently as we can. We also have created a dedicated fire information phone line for the Royal Gorge Fire only, and that number is area code 719-285-9750. Again, the dedicated fire information line for the Royal Gorge Fire will be 719-285-9750. That phone number is likely to be manned from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. However, it's not positive that you will get a person to answer that. Leave a message. We'll try to get back to you as soon as we can. And that's all the current information I have. I'll take a few questions. I may not have answers to any questions at this point. Excuse me? The question is, what is the status of the Royal Gorge Bridge? And at the last I heard from the there by the bridge, so until I get better word from those fire managers, I don't exactly know.
With the wind pushing it so hard, were you able to get even any footing today, or is it just defensive right now?
Okay, two questions. The last up. 0% containment. That means that we're not 100% confident that that area of the line is tried and will hold should fire come back on that, okay? So having said that, we have gotten some areas that we've gotten the fire knocked down, but we're not 100% sure it's going to stay. We've gotten some ground. We're going to continue to work on that the best we can under the conditions that we're experiencing, and hopefully we'll have some containment tomorrow.
Greg, are you expecting to bring some more fire crews in tomorrow to add to the force yard capital fire?
Yes, we will be bringing additional fire crews in, and at this point that will probably go, there'll be a responsibility of the incoming incident management team that will order those crews. They'll make that determination upon their arrival.
The fact that there are at least two other major fires happening today, starting today in the state, does that concern you in your ability to get crews here?
A great question. I'll repeat that. Does the fact that other fires in the area, major fires in the area, affect the ability to get us resources on this fire? And generally speaking, the answer is yes. However, in this area, things are not as bad, and we're able to bring in lots of resources. The additional resources have already been ordered into the area for pre-positioning for any additional new starts, as well as the help on these fires that we have going around. That's very frequently the case, and we're really good at moving those resources as fast as we possibly. The question there is, do we expect to issue more evacuations overnight? And at this point, I'd like to say no. However, we will are necessary, we will do that.
Is there a possibility that evacuation could happen within Kansas City itself?
There's always that possibility that evacuation orders could be made for Canyon City proper. If that does happen, of course, we'll do the best we can to make that as efficient and as safe as possible for folks, but at this point we don't anticipate that, and that's it right there.
Do we know how close the fires come to the community college on the highway?
I'm not going to estimate at that point, but the fire has, to my knowledge, it has made it up to Highway 50 on the hill above the college.
Has it crossed highway?
I'll say no at this point. I don't have the latest current information, but I think I would have heard that by now, but I don't believe the fire has crossed Highway 50.
Which direction is it moving?
The fire is burning in a general northeast direction, you know, from the southwest to the northeast, which brought it from the Royal Gorge area, obviously, to the hillside that you see behind us.
You mentioned that 3 structures were lost. Do we know if those structures were homes?
I do not know if those structures lost were homes yet at this point. I'll get that information probably by tomorrow.
Any injuries to firefighters or residents?
Again, I haven't heard that there were injuries to firefighters. I think some of the folks here have heard the St. Thomas More Hospital talk a little bit earlier that evidently somebody had been checked in with some smoke issues. But graciously, at this point, I'm reporting no firefighter injuries
So if the
or residents.
If the bridge is still standing and the wind is blowing it away from it, did that help? I mean, obviously that's got to help, right? The bridge from being burned?
Yeah, it sure does. You know, my understanding is the fire has gone through there, and it was very intense when it went through there, so it's very likely that that area is not going to reburn, but there still is risk to that area because we got to get in there and put that fire out. We've got to mop that up, as you've heard.
How many evacuees did you estimate?
At this point, I know that there's over 100 structures that were affected by that evacuation. I just don't know the number of evacuees right now.
Is there any indication of where exactly the fire started?
Yeah, I think where the fire started was on the south side of the Arkansas River. We have investigators going in there now, but due to the volatile burning conditions, I know that they haven't gotten to the origin. So obviously it is under investigation.
Do you have any indication at all of a cause of this fire?
No, not right now.
Are you still planning on going in and trying to sneak back in there and take a look at it, like you said earlier tonight, to try to determine what it is?
I can't do that tonight. The question is, was I going to go in there? And I am one of the federal fire investigators here, but obviously I'm working in information capacity, so I won't be doing that tonight.
Can you tell us about the infrared flight and exactly what that's going to do to help you out tomorrow?
Okay, infrared flights are very simple. They just fly over at pretty great altitude using the infrared digital technology they have. They put that on a map. It shows us where the greatest concentrations of heat are, and that way we can make plans, obviously, to attack the unburned fuels in front of where this fire might burn. But, you know, that's if the burning conditions will allow us.
With the other fires that are happening in the state, does that put stress on the firefighting crew and the apparatus you have here?
I'd say that doesn't affect us yet, but, you know, if we're a couple weeks into this, it could. But right now, it won't. Even if we were to typically under these fires, if we can get the information quickly on that, we'll post those maps onto InsiWeb. And I'm not going to promise that it'll be there, but we try to. How about another question? And a great question, and I apologize, I can't answer that. I don't know how the evacuees were notified. I do know Fremont County has a 911. I'm not quite sure what the terminology is, a reverse 911 system, but I don't know the answer to that. Thank you. Tomorrow, currently we have planned for a 9 o'clock media briefing right here, and if things change, we'll try to do the best we can to get that information out. Again, following InsaWeb will probably be the best way to hear that.
What about Dawson Ranch? Who knows about Dawson Ranch?
The only thing I know is Dawson Ranch is a community up there that certainly butts right up to the Bureau of Land Management.
Has it burned at all, or do you know anything about it?
No, sir. The fire hasn't gotten into that area. Again, the best thing I'm going to say is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning after I get information from the morning operational planning meeting. It will be right here. Correct.
Has the DC-10 been used in Colorado before?
I'm sure it has, yeah. It's maybe it hasn't. I really don't know. And I don't know if this one's the DC-10 or not that was up here. Is it? I didn't have a good look at it, so. I thank everybody for your time.
Thanks.
Be patient with us. Lots of moving cogs in this wheel.
Yeah. Thank you for your help.
Okay, so the biggest thing you get out of that is 3,800 acres. We'll fill in some of the blanks. We do apologize for some of the signal issues that we did have out of Fremont County, as again, it's a very difficult area for some of our equipment to operate, as there's not a lot of cell signals or infrastructure. So I can fill in some of the blanks. 3,800 acres is the official size of that fire. 3 structures have been lost. No confirmation on whether or not those are homes or whether they're established, a part of the Royal Gorge Bridge. He did say he did not have confirmation as to whether or not the bridge was burned or not, but he did say at last report it was still intact. So obviously we'll look for that information tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. as they get a better look at what that fire has done in that area.
Most definitely. Some new pre-evacuation orders. Switching gears now. We're going to move back up to Black Forest. The Sheriff's Office just sending out a few minutes ago some pre-evacuation orders for the Black Forest area, which means you need to be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. And those are now east of Meridian from Ayer North to Murphy. It's A-Y-E-R, if I'm saying that correctly. So it's east of Meridian from Ayer North to Murphy. This includes all forested areas in that zone. So all the forested areas in that area that I just told you, east of Meridian from Ayer North to Murphy, those are under pre-evacuation now. That's as of 8:35. All roads, meantime, are closed, including Burgess West, Meridian West, Hodgen South, and Highway 83 East. So if you're evacuating, be aware of the road closures in that area as firefighters work to get into that fire zone, also for safety precautions. So those are the new pre-evacuation orders for the Black Forest fire, and those came down approximately 20 minutes ago. So ready, set, go, as the Sheriff's Office was saying earlier. Make sure that you have your important documents, a week's worth of clothing, medications, your pets. I said somebody posted back your car into your garage, have the key in the ignition, make sure you close all your windows, and have your shades drawn, and make sure you're following social media, the news, you're updating your Twitter feed so you know what's coming down. You register for that emergency call from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, that Teller 911 call, that 911 reverse call, and you'll be ready to evacuate on a moment's notice.
So some of the information that we're getting in with regard to folks have been asking about the Pueblo fires, what they're calling the fire in Pueblo. All we know on the fire in Pueblo is that there was a fire burning east 4th Street Bridge in the Fountain Creek River bottom. We are making phone calls on that, and that's all the information that we have so far. It's not a whole lot of information, but we do know that fire officials are on that scene, and they're working on that as we speak. So that's the update on the so-called Pueblo fire, which again is burning in the Fountain Creek River bottom. And
we have a 4th fire that is burning near La Veta. That's the Clicas fire burning in Huerfano County. And we have Lori Cordova. Lori, can you hear us? You are the public information officer for this fire, correct? Excuse me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I'm the public information officer for for Werfeno County Office of Emergency Management.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We're trying to keep track of all of our notes here. Last we had heard this fire was about 45 acres. What are you hearing now?
It's approximately 45 to 50 acres have been burned with zero containment. There was a reverse 911 call that went out to approximately 200 residents in the area, and it was a pre-evacuation status call. So we have currently, there are 2 homes that have been evacuated at this time, and no structural damage at this time.
Okay, and where is that shelter people can go to? Last we had heard it was in Walsenburg.
Yes, there's a shelter set up at Walsenburg Community Center on 10th and Russell Street. There is also a shelter that has been set up at the 4-H barn on the Levita Fairgrounds in Levita. The Red Cross and the Salvation Army is assisting, so if somebody would like to evacuate some animals, they can take them to Levita at the 4-H Fairgrounds.
Okay, and last question, is there anything you guys need at this point? A lot of viewers, Southern Colorado viewers, want to know how they can help. Gatorade, water, hay for the animals. Is there anything people can do at this point?
At this point, we are doing okay, but we'll definitely let you know. We're hoping to get more information as the evening goes by. We do have Werfeno, Levita, Bon Carbo, Stonewall, Pinyon Canyon, and Werfeno County Road and Bridge Department at the fire at this time.
Okay,
and
thank you.
And we do have assistance with Red Cross and the Salvation Army.
Wow, a lot of people working really hard today across our state. Thank you so much, Lori. We appreciate the update.
Thank you very much.
All right, so there's the latest on the fire burning in Levita. Now, I do want to double back real quickly on the Royal Gorge fire. They gave some mandatory evacuation areas, and these are east of County Road 3 and 3A, south of Highway 50, and east to the water treatment plant. Now, Highway 50, they're considering a natural fire break, and Greg Goodland, he was the PIO, the Fire Information Officer, that actually spoke about the Royal Gorge fire. He mentioned that the fire had most certainly approached Highway 50 and had gotten up to Highway 50. So obviously they'll watch that. If you remember back with the Waldo Canyon fire, Highway 24 was a natural break, and they patrolled Highway 24 quite extensively to make sure it didn't jump over and end up going down the hill into Manitou Springs. So this is a case where the fire at the Royal Gorge fire did approach Highway 50. The latest information that you can get on that fire that we use all the time is InsaWeb. And that is a website where you can get all the information on any active fires in the state of Colorado and western states.
Just a scary, scary situation across southern Colorado today. Once again, we are following 3 fires, actually 4 now, because we have viewers that are telling us, along with the Pueblo chieftain that is reporting there's a fire in Pueblo, but we're working to get information on that, so we'll let you know momentarily. The 3 other fires we're following are the Black Forest fire, the Royal Gorge fire, and the Clicas fire, which is burning in Levita. And so those are the 3 fires, not to be confused with each other if you're having a hard time keeping track. Now, we are updating all of the information on all of these fires on our Facebook page. That's Fox 21 News. At Fox 21 News is our Twitter handle. We're updating that every few seconds. We have a lot of people working behind the scenes to make sure you get the most up-to-date, accurate information. And also on our website, fox21news.com. You can tune in here, but those are great resources as well if you're trying to keep up to date with all of these fires. And we actually just had a viewer send in an aerial video or an aerial photo to our Facebook page, and you can see the bridge.
Yeah, there is a Royal Gorge picture. You can see a lot of smoke really around the fire, or around the bridge, I'm sorry. Not necessarily any fire that you can see on the bridge itself or near the bridge, but a lot of smoke in that area. Most certainly a concern for the folks in Fremont County. And we will get the latest on that fire tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. But again, 3,800 acres. That fire blew up very quickly. They have 2 air tankers that are working on that fire. They did confirm that 3 structures were lost. We will have more information on that fire tomorrow as it becomes available, as they'll do an infrared flight tonight so they can get a better feel for what that fire is doing. He mentioned Greg Goodland, the fire information officer for the Royal Gorge. He mentioned one of the things they're checking and one of the things they're watching is weather, and that includes tomorrow's forecast and what it's going to mean for southern Colorado, and obviously plays a huge role in how they fight this fire and what they expect the fire to do overnight, whether it's going to sleep or stand down a little bit. All those are all terms that they use during Waldo Canyon. What do you got, Jeff?
Well, definitely. First thing, hopefully the wind's going to decouple on schedule tonight, where we won't have those gusty winds here across the lower elevations. Let's take a look at temperatures. Still very toasty at this hour, 93 degrees, and then right there in Canyon City, still seeing a lot of readings in the 90s, 89 degrees in Colorado Springs, 90 degrees in Trinidad. So you get the idea. We've still got a lot of heat around here. As we take a look at the Skycam, this is live. As you can see, those plumes of smoke now making their way to the southeast, and it looks just like a regular storm. Those towering cumulus across the area. So definitely they become their own weather system is what I'm saying, complete with gusty winds. Now, that red flag warning has been lifted for our area still for Teller County, though, as the wind gusts there look to be at 50 miles per hour. So we did see this expire on schedule, but still it was wind to contend with, 15-mile-an-hour wind out of the northwest to be exact, and then a west wind of 12 miles per hour. Now, right there, I was looking at some wind gusts before we went on here at this hour, and still they are right there at 30 miles per hour, roughly, give or take a little bit, at Burgess Road coming out of the northwest. No wind gusts to report at the airport here at the present time. So what I'm saying is things are dying down. So right here around the Burgess Road area, that's where those wind gusts are out of the northwest at the present time, right around that system. And as you can see on the radar, the return smaller than what we've been looking at too for right now. So temperatures, they are going down. That is the good news I have for you right around the blaze, as we're looking at temperatures into the mid to low 70s here at the present time. Back here into the Royal Gorge we go, and 70 to 77 I saw mile per hour, or temperature wise, 14-mile-an-hour winds make that. And then wind gusts right around Canyon City where it meets US 50 here. Wind gusts there still, though, at 36 miles per hour. You're going to have a lot of mountain breeze. You're going to have some Chinooks into the mix as winds westerly at the mid-levels at this point. Bringing back the humidity a little bit overnight tide. Not much, but, we will take it. Still in the single digits right across the region, and not a lot of humidity recovery. Of course, record heat the last couple of days. Here are the official numbers for you. 97 for our high in the Springs, exactly 20 degrees above normal. The old record, you notice, 93. 100 degrees in 2001. Shot past that here in Pueblo this afternoon. 104 degrees, our new record for this day. So we are going to end the record heat. That is the good news headed into tomorrow. It won't be a big cool down, but this heat is going to go to the south. In fact, sliding over into Oklahoma, just into the northern part of Arkansas. It's going to open the door for slightly cooler air to move into the area. This dry, cool front just kind of hanging out here. That looks across the area 11 to midnight tonight. That's going to shift the winds to the northeast at the surface. So hopefully that is going to give firefighters the upper hand on the Black Forest fire. I don't think that it'll be that much of a player when it comes to the Royal Gorge and the Levita fires. Unfortunately, it won't help us out like I was hoping it would, but it'll definitely bring cooler temperatures all across the Centennial State tomorrow. And where we don't have the extreme heat and we don't have weather systems moving around us, things will settle down wind-wise for us, but that could also lead to some haze sticking around a little bit longer than we'd like, and air quality levels deteriorating. So we'll, of course, be watching that closely. Temperatures at this hour, 68 degrees in Monument Hill, 83 right now in Colorado Springs, 90 degrees still in La Junta, 94 the score for Lamar's. We've got the 80s in Trinidad, 60s, 50s up here into the higher elevations. Again, at cooler air, though, you get these gap winds right along the front range. And what that means is that cooler air tries to get in here. It meets into this other air mass here on the other side, so things can get a little tricky there as well. So got a lot to contend with weather-wise. Wind gusts at this hour on the broadboard here, 28 miles per hour here in Springfield. You don't have any real organized wind gusts in the Springs per se, but right around the fires themselves, that's where we're going to have to watch those. Okay, 83 degrees Gunnison, though, at 70. Aspen, a cool 69. It's 85 up at DIA, 80 degrees in Trinidad here at the present time. Let's give you the full week's worth of weather. All right, considering we went to 97 today, the outlook and improvement as we go to 90 tomorrow. There will be some areas of haze tomorrow morning and southeast winds. That's going to be the big thing tomorrow. We're out of the northwest and west here tonight, but then tomorrow the southeast winds kick up a little bit. So we'll have to watch those and keep our fingers crossed those don't get out of hand. 80s here for the rest of the week. Then we start to cool down as we head into the weekend into the low to mid 80s. And then for Monday, we'll be looking at some storminess moving across the area on a very isolated basis. But, hey, we will definitely grab what we can out of that. 100 degrees, Pueblo, tomorrow. You bet there will be some haze across our afternoon skies. 98 degrees on Thursday, and then we'll be back to 100 degrees before a little thunderstorm cools us down on Friday. And then for the weekend, we can look forward to the low 90s. It beats the record heat around here. And then for Canyon City, there will definitely be, plumes of smoke drifting into the valley here all around Fremont County and then towards, Penrose. 97 degrees, our high temperature will be at 95 degrees on Thursday. And then for Friday, we'll also be in the mid-90s. 80s expected then for the weekend. And then Woodland Park goes like this. Temperature-wise for tomorrow, still toasty, 85 degrees, 83 on your Thursday. A chance of some hit-and-miss shower activity. Then we head into the weekend, and we'll be looking for some isolated showers to get going, probably late Saturday. Looking dry for Father's Day, and then a chance of some thunderstorms trying to reappear into the picture by Monday. We'll continue to keep you updated on that, and luckily the wind's going to die down tonight. Winds don't look to be as gusty tomorrow, but still temperatures above normal. Joe,
all right,
Rachel?
Very good. Thank you, Jeff. Well, one of the things that Jeff mentioned was air quality. That always becomes a question as we get into these fire season, and we get a lot of fires popping up in southern Colorado or any parts of the state, and even in New Mexico when that wind starts to blow those fires and that smoke this direction. To address those concerns and answer our questions, and she was an excellent source and help for us during the Waldo Canyon fire. At this point, we bring in Jill Law. Jill is with the El Paso County Health Department. Jill, are you there?
And thank you for having me.
Oh, Jill, we appreciate you taking the time and speaking with us. At this point, what concerns should residents have with regard to air quality and these fires?
Well, I think actually there's multiple concerns because there's fires coming from many directions in terms of smoke. And so the one thing that I caution everyone is that it's not just the fire within the county that may be a problem. It's fires from outside of the county. So if you have conditions such as asthma, COPD, or emphysema, or just, a person that's sensitive to certain smoke, sensitivity to that, you're going to notice probably that this is a little bit tougher breathing time for you. And the one thing that I tell people, really hard for me to tell you at this time of the year when it's so hot, is you got to shut your windows, which is a whole nother story because I know it's hot and I realize that. But with that being said, it's really difficult if you have to breathe those particles from the smoke in on a regular basis.
So would you encourage people to use ceiling fans in their home, any type of fan in their home instead? I mean, close those windows. But if you're running any fans in your home, can that kick up problems as well, or is that okay?
If it's a fan that brings in outside air, that's a problem. But if it's a ceiling fan, those are internal usually. And so the big key is trying to keep your home cool without bringing in that outside air smoke. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
And so, some of the things that I tell people is, and I constantly said this last year, if I am blessed. I have a home with central air conditioning. I do that because I'm an asthmatic myself. I did that years ago. If you are blessed to have central air and your neighbor does not, welcome them in your home. I mean, now is the time that we step up and we help each other out. And that's just what we do, because this county is very strong. We're very resilient. But if you know your neighbor is, has a certain health condition that it's very difficult for them to be in the heat and they can't have smoke around them, then, welcome them into your house. This is going to be temporary. It won't be forever, but it's something that I think we all have, I call it a social responsibility to help each other out. And so that's what I really recommend we do. The other thing is the 2 shelters that have been opened up are fully air conditioned. So they're very capable if you are living in a home and if your home doesn't have air conditioning, if you cannot handle the heat, then you can go to either one of the shelters that have been set up. And one is at New Life Church, and the other is, and please hear me, I'm learning these new names. I believe it's called Pine Ridge. And so those are both shelters that have been set up that have fully air-conditioned facilities. And so that's what I recommend. But again, it's always good to be neighborly.
Quick question with regard to somebody that maybe has asthma or is outside and does start to breathe this. What symptoms do they need to look for where they need to say to themselves, there's a red flag, I need to either get to the hospital or at least contact my doctor? What are you looking for in that realm of symptoms?
Well, I think I can tell you because personally as an asthmatic, it's shortness of breath that you just can't seem to overcome. It's your throat feels really scratchy, your chest feels itchy. You just can't seem to get your breath. And that doesn't mean that you can't have these symptoms if you don't have a chronic condition, because smoke is very, it's an allergenic to people, and it can make you very sensitive. And I think that you just have to keep it in consideration that this is temporary. It's not going to be forever. But again, it's not going to go away overnight. So I just really want people to understand that. And keeping your windows open may be good for the cool weather, but it just brings in those particles, which is really what causes the allergies.
All right. Well, Jill Law with the El Paso County Health Department. Jill, thanks again for taking time and speaking with us and getting this information out to Southern Colorado.
You bet, and I hope it makes sense. It's hard. It's kind of a hard concept, but I try to put it all in a nutshell to make sure that we're all understanding that this is not an overnight fix. We're going to be in this for a little bit.
You're absolutely right. Again, Jill, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Jill.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
So should we recap a little bit of the fires that we're working this afternoon?
Yeah, and a lot of folks who are tuning in, maybe tuning into a regular 9 o'clock newscast and seeing that our format is completely different, and that's obviously because we're trying to keep everybody up to speed. There's a time lapse, by the way. This is new video that we're getting in. That's actually a time lapse of the fire from this perspective. That's a Black Forest fire. As it burned, and you saw this with the Waldo Canyon fire as well. One thing I do want to clarify, somebody on Facebook chimed in. They caught the tail end of one of my sentences, and that was I talked about the fire jumping Highway 24. I was talking about last year with the Waldo Canyon fire, and the relation I was making is the Royal Gorge fire. They have said that Highway 50 is a natural break for that fire, and they're hoping that Highway 50, that the fire stops there. And it has approached Highway 50 in many instances, gotten right up to Highway 50, and this is the Royal Gorge fire again we're talking about, and they're hoping that that doesn't jump. And what I had said is very similar to what happened with the Waldo Canyon fire. They used Highway 24 as a fire break, and their hope was that Highway 24 would hold true, and they patrolled Highway 24 because they wanted to make sure that none of those hot spots or embers came over Highway 24 and got on the other side of Highway 24 and then ran into Manitou Springs. And that was part of why Manitou was evacuated through that whole thing. So when I referred to Manitou Springs, it was in relation to last year's Waldo Canyon fire, not any of the fires that are going on this afternoon.
And this is some video from viewers, a YouTube video that people have shared today that we've taken from YouTube. videotape people have taken from their homes or their businesses or just when they've stopped on the side of the road. So this is some new YouTube video that you're seeing. But the Black Forest fire is the one that has done the most damage, we think, at this point in terms of structures lost. Earlier today, Sheriff Makita, El Paso County Sheriff Makita says he estimates around 8 homes or structures, some type of structures he thinks homes were lost this afternoon. And we saw that fire in the video earlier, that helicopter fire, and we could see those homes actually fully engulfed. And so we knew many hours before the sheriff's office confirmed that homes had been lost. But until they can get people in there to do a search and recovery effort and unfortunately make sure there were no victims in those homes, at this point we have not heard of any fatalities, no deaths, and we have heard of no injuries in that Black Forest fire. That is the good news. But we did hear that there was probably around 8 structures that were lost, possibly homes, as we saw in that video, which it's not hard to believe considering the video, the pictures that we've seen coming in all day. And this fire, it just started around 1:30. We were just getting to work here at Fox 21 News when this fire was breaking out, and it spread fast, and it spread hot, and it spread hard, like Joe was saying, because of the dense fuels in that Black Forest area. And that's what's made this fire so different from the Royal Gorge fire, is how dense that area is. It's flat, unlike where the Royal Gorge is burning. It's more mountainous. But how many people are concentrated in that area? And last we had heard it was around 3,600 people have been evacuated from the Black Forest area.
And also, those evacuation orders still standing north of Burgess, south of Hodgkin, west of Tahoma, and east of Peregrine Way. Now, as of about 8:35, the El Paso County Sheriff did a pre-evacuation notice, and that is for east of Meridian from Ayer north to Murphy, and that includes all the forested areas in that zone. And obviously that's a big part of Black Forest, because there are sections you can literally be in the Black Forest and drive south, and once there's a spot where all of a sudden you're out of the forest and you're into the plains, and the very flat parts of Falcon are very flat, but you drive north back in and you'll see those forested areas. So those are the people that they're targeting, saying, hey, if this thing continues to move and stays in those forested areas, that's why that pre-evacuation order has been issued by the El Paso County Sheriff at this point.
And we've put a list together of things you need to take and you need to prepare if you are forced to evacuate. We've put a list together. They include Social Security cards, driver's licenses, marriage certificates, birth certificates, any credit cards, the deed to your house, the titles to your vehicles. Now remember, as we said earlier, if you're evacuating, put your family and everybody and all your belongings in one car. Don't try to drive out multiple cars. That's what they said last year after the Waldo Canyon fire. Keep your family together. Insurance policies, home inventory. If you can, take some pictures around your house. Take some video around your house. Grab any items that are sentimental to you. Pictures, home videos, valuable jewelry. If you have a wedding dress or baby memorabilia, if you have some baby clothes that you saved, or blankets, things that are important to you. If you have a laptop, grab that, or if you have your information on your computer stored on a hard drive. These are all things that you need to grab in case you are asked to evacuate. Make sure you have your pets and that they have their tags on them, their carriers, and that they have any food or medication they need. And then a week's worth of clothing for yourself along with your medications, because you never know, as we saw in the Waldo Canyon fire, people were evacuated on Saturday. Some people never returned home, unfortunately, and some people were evacuated for 9 days before they were allowed to return home. So people found themselves without their medication, with not enough food. Here's your Red Cross shelters. Palmer Ridge High School. Jill was saying that's a place to go, even if you're close to the fire and you're just having trouble breathing because of the smoke. Also, New Life Church at Voyager Parkway. That's I-25 at Interquest. You can't miss it. You can't miss the high school. It's in Monument, off Monument Road and I-25. If you're in Canyon City, the Royal Gorge fire, you can go to the Evangelical Free Church. There are evacuations in the Canyon City area. That's at 3000 East Main Street. So the Royal Gorge fire, that's your evacuation shelter. And the Red Cross is obviously in multiple places today. They're being stretched thin. So if you want to help, they're saying don't bring us water, don't bring us Gatorade. Monetary donations is what we need. We're going to need monetary donations moving forward. And then once again, here's a list of your large stock animal shelters. And last we heard, the Flying W Ranch, the Colorado Springs Fire Department just confirmed this about 10 minutes ago. The Flying W Ranch is also taking horses, but they do need hay. So if you have hay that you can spare and you can donate, you can take it to Norris Penrose Event Center or to the Flying W Ranch.
Now, it looks like we have a press conference that's coming up at 10 o'clock. That will bring us the latest information from El Paso County. The Sheriff Terry Makita will be at that press conference giving us the latest numbers on the Black Forest fire. Also, Governor John Hickenlooper will be at that press conference. Not sure if he's going to speak, but he is most certainly going to be on hand to get a briefing from the El Paso County Sheriff on the latest on this fire. As far as we have mentioned that there has been a number of people, 3,600 people have been evacuated, and that is the mandatory evacuations, and 1,259 homes is what that indicates. Or I'm sorry, 1,259 folks have voluntarily evacuated. 2,530 homes have been evacuated, and 383 homes are voluntarily evacuated. And those are the latest numbers that we received from the press conference that went on a couple hours back from the El Paso County Sheriff's Department. Now, what they're really doing and what they're focusing on the most is trying to draw lines, and they said officials were conducting searches for those that did not evacuate and then needed to be rescued. In many instances, he said there is also search and rescue operations going on for those folks that did not heed those warnings and opted to stay. They ended up needing to be rescued at this point. And those were the types of things that Sheriff Terry Makita addressed at the most recent press conference, again waiting for updated information at 10 o'clock. The video you're actually seeing is from aerials taken about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon as the fire in Black Forest. This was kind of in the tail of this was in the wake of the fire. We didn't have much video from the front of the fire because the helicopter obviously couldn't get near that plume. But this was the backside of the fire, and they would zoom in every once in a while, and you could see the homes that burned. And there were several homes that burned all the way to the ground live on television.
Those were the most heart-wrenching pictures of the day so far. A couple crews on scene, obviously not a couple, several, working with the state and working with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office on this fire. The Colorado Springs Police Department has sent dozens of officers to that area to help with evacuations. The Colorado Springs Fire Department has sent trucks and engines to that area along with the AFA, Fort Carson, the state, the Fountain Fire Department. So a lot of people working together to get this fire under control.
There's those heartbreaking pictures that you're actually still seeing. Now, Abby Burke has been following the Black Forest story for us from Black Forest all afternoon. She joins us now live with the very latest. Abby, what do you have?
Well, guys, I just want to give you an update from this location. Obviously, we're still waiting for the next media briefing, which is set to take place in about a half hour here at 10 o'clock. We're at the Pikes Peak Community College Rampart Range location. What we are still seeing heavy, dark, black smoke. Obviously, as night falls, it's getting harder to see that smoke. But what we're seeing now is some flames in the distance and also some of that orange glow. So we do know that the fire is still burning. Some good news, though, at least at this location, the winds have died down. We're not seeing those strong gusty winds like we were this afternoon. So hopefully that's going to help in those firefighting efforts. Again, waiting for a media briefing update in about a half hour. We're hoping that they're going to be able to bring us some numbers about the size of this fire. They said they were going to be working on getting those. Also hoping for maybe some updated numbers on how many structures have been lost. And we do also know that they have requested a Type 1 incident command team. Again, that is the best of the best, the highest it gets. So we know that they're taking it seriously, and they do expect transition to that Type 1 team possibly tonight. So we're going to wait and see if they have any information about that. So again, waiting for more information in about a half hour. We, of course, will bring that to you live as soon as that takes place. Back to you guys.
Abby touching on something that was it was a buzzword when we were talking about Waldo Canyon fire. The buzzword was Type 1.
Right.
That's the best of the best. When those Type 1 guys show up, that's when you know that the federal government and the state have prioritized the fire That's
Right.
one of the number
Most
one fires in the country.
These guys are well trained. They'll be the boots on the ground that go in and dig those lines and put out that fire. So that's really good news. And hopefully they can get a little bit on the offense instead of just the defense of this fire, which was some key terms we heard last year, is when they can switch from defense to offense. You know, they're not just holding back. They can actually then physically make a move on the fire because they're not just protecting homes and protecting lives. So. Well,
and Abby just mentioned that the winds had actually slowed a bit out there, and that's a chance for us to cue up Jeff Womack and find out, Jeff, about the winds that are currently going on out there, and then more importantly, what does it look like tomorrow for firefighters and their firefighting effort?
Well, Joe, the good news is the short answer of that, winds, of course, decreasing tonight and into tomorrow morning. They won't be as gusty as what we had, but they will be a factor tomorrow out of the southeast. As we look at the latest red flag warning, here's the latest information now for El Paso County primarily. 2 p.m. until 8 o'clock tomorrow, those same conditions, very dangerous if a fire were to get going, because we will be back in for, again, the possibility of gusty winds. And just looking at the latest graphics on that, we're going to see those winds continue to decrease overnight tonight, but then they look to kick up again, possibly about 20 miles per hour by tomorrow. And as you see, went ahead and made the call to go ahead and issue that red flag warning yet again tomorrow. So the fire danger not leaving us by a long stretch. Northwest winds right now sustained at 15 miles per hour. West wind at 12 miles per hour here at the present time around the Pueblo area. So here's the headlines. It will be cooler, not quite as gusty, but red flag conditions are going to be back with us again for tomorrow. And of course, in the week's worth of weather, we do have some cooler temperatures in there, and we'll show you how that's going to play out in a second. But take a look at the high temperature for today. Yes, 97. That did break a record. Second consecutive day of record-breaking highs across the area. 104 degrees in Pueblo, breaking the old record of 100 degrees. So when you have that 100-plus degree heat, and we've already got all the vegetation preheated, it's called, making fire conditions very dangerous around the area. So that being said, let's zoom in a little closer here and show you the temperatures now down to the 70s and the upper 60s. Sustained winds also down right now. These are out of the northwest at 14 miles per hour right there around Black Forest. As we go down to the Gorge right now, the Royal Gorge, we're looking at temperatures into the upper 60s. Still some gusty winds right there at about 25 miles per hour right down into Canyon City right now. So yeah, still got the wind as a player here as we go into the overnight hours, though. It is going to be decreasing, and that is the good news I have for you. And we can look forward to some cooler temperatures tomorrow. Here's a look at humidity levels. Oh, usually we'd see these come back a little bit more than what we're seeing right now, but it is just still so dry. Haven't really broken through that dry, hot ridge that we've had over the last couple of days that delivered this current scene to us. As we show you that one more time, the record-breaking temperatures of today. It was compliments of this guy right here. And now we're starting to see that shift more. As you notice, we're gaining a little bit more ground on that system that's trying to enter in from the southwest. What that'll do for us is that's going to take away the real extreme heat. It's still going to be hot, though, because what it is this high, really reluctant to give up control, and it's going to try to build in here one more time before the end of the week. Yeah, the heat not wanting to give up its seat by any stretch of the imagination. What I'm tracking right now is this little cool front that's going to be slipping through. Again, the real hot stuff is going to move a little bit further south, allowing temperatures to cool about 5 to 10 degrees for tomorrow. Now, as we take a look at temperatures at this hour, still very warm, 83 degrees in the Springs. We've got 90 degrees in La Junta right now. Right in the middle is Pueblo at 85, and then the 80s still here around Trinidad. That cooler air from the southwest doing its best to march in here, kind of hitching a ride on that little shortwave that's traveling to the northeast. Now, what that cool front will do, it's going to shift winds right here northerly for tomorrow, but then they're going to turn around out of the southeast tomorrow afternoon, so we'll have to watch that. It won't be quite as dramatic as what we saw today. However, still be a player as wind gusts kind of relaxing at this hour. 94 degrees in Lamar, 83 degrees right now. As we take a look around the state, Grand Junction still at 80 degrees, Craig at 65, Akron there at 83. So, week's worth of weather goes like this. Still in the low 90s tomorrow is how it's shaping up. We do bring back the upper 80s, low 80s though by this weekend, which would really help the heat situation in terms of fire conditions. But again, tomorrow, watch that haze as we've been talking about. The air quality could deteriorate yet again. I'm expecting a little clearing though midday. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Now, storm-wise, Monday, that looks to at least bring us a chance of some isolated activity, and at least to, wet the ground a little bit. Pretty far out to make that call, but we'll keep the chance in there. We'll be optimistic. All right, Pueblo, 100 degrees in the upper 90s for Thursday, 100 again on Friday with a chance of some late in the day thunderstorm activity getting going. 90s are with us for the weekend with some clouds bubbling up each afternoon. And then for Canyon City, 97, a hazy scene for Wednesday. And then on Thursday, a chance of some thunderstorms to get going. As we go into the weekend, temperatures are going to range from the upper to mid-80s. Now, Woodland Park, 85 tomorrow. Chance of some thunderstorm activity. That gets going on Thursday and then Saturday once again. As we go into the weekend, we'll be looking at temperatures in the 70s. So what I'm saying is not as hot, not the extreme heat we saw today, but definitely above what we would expect for this time of year tomorrow. Winds still a factor, but not quite as dramatic as what we had today. And we'll continue to update you on the latest. Joe, Rachel?
All right. Thank you, Jeff.
And we have some new pre-evacuation orders for the Black Forest fire. New pre-evacuation orders as of 9:30. Those are from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. They are now east of Meridian to Eastonville, east of Meridian to Eastonville, and then Iron North all the way to Hodgen. So those are the new pre-evacuation orders that were issued as of 9:30 p.m. for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Here's a map. The area in red is your mandatory evacuation, and the area in yellow is your voluntary. But the new pre-evacuation orders are east of Meridian to Eastonville, and then Iron North all the way to Hodgen.
So those pre-evacuation orders, if you are under a pre-evacuation, that means you get your stuff together and you're ready to go. In many instances, some folks have said, you know what, when I get that pre-evacuation order, I'm gone. I just go ahead and I take off, because why stay?
Right, right.
There's no reason to stay. And this is the stuff you say to yourself, what is it that I have to grab? Well, there's the list. Social Security cards, driver's license, credit cards, house deeds, vehicle titles, all those types of things. Marriage license, birth certificate, insurance policies. You can see the list on your screen. Of course, if you get a chance, one of the things that a lot of folks on our Facebook have actually chimed in and said is if you've got that smartphone and you have a chance, get some video of the rooms. Try and get some video to show what it is that you had in your rooms. So heaven forbid if you do lose your home, you at least have some documentation, and it can help you remember what it is that was in that house and what you lost. So that's the stuff. You can find all this information, by the way, on our website, fox21news.com. We've also been posting this information on our Facebook page as well, and of course our mobile app. This is a picture that we pulled up. This is on our Facebook page, and this is a baby deer that a firefighter pulled out. And you'll remember a lot of these pictures surfaced after and during the Waldo Canyon fire,
most definitely,
as well. So again, these animals that are, and if you've ever spent any time in the Black Forest area, I was just at Fox Run Park, and there were deer everywhere. And so obviously they've got to evacuate, and usually they, as with Mountain Shadows, they started heading down the hill and into the Mountain Shadows neighborhood trying to escape the fire.
Just a sad picture to see there, but thank you so much for those first responders. And as we heard a little earlier, that Type 1 team, those hotshot crews, they know what they're doing. They get in there. That's what they're trained to do. They fight these fires all over the United States, across the U.S., and they build those fire lines. That's what they do for a living. So they're the best of the best, and they are in the Black Forest area doing what they can to set up containment lines. Here are your animal evacuation shelters, once again, for your large stock animals, horses, cows, anything you might need to take from your home in the Black Forest area, or if you're coming up from the Canyon City area. All of these are available to help you. Many of them need hay. We know for sure that the Flying W needs hay, and we know for sure the Norris Penrose Event Center needs hay at this time. So if you are under a voluntary or pre-evacuation status, it's a great time to get loaded up, and even as Joe said, just leave, because if you decide to stay and then you even decide to stay past that mandatory evacuation and then you find yourself in trouble and somebody has to come in and get you, then you're putting those first responders' lives at risk too. And you're also taking those valuable resources away from fighting the fire. So just something to keep in mind as we continue to monitor this very serious situation.
We actually have some sound from officials. As you can see, the folks were starting to drop off the horses and trying to get them out of harm's way. We actually have some sound from officials at this venue.
Question first. Okay. My name's Lauren Langcreed. I'm president of Kit Carson Riding Club.
All right, so tell me about a little bit what's going on here today.
Well, when the fire happened, we've always opened our arena to whoever wants to come down, and right now we've got a lot of club members that are bringing their horses down because most of our club members are up in the forest, and anybody else that needs a place to put their horse, we're just saying bring them down. They need to take care of them themselves. But it's opened up. We opened the gate so they can come in and take care of their horses and have a safe place to put them.
Yeah, and talk about that kind of being part of the community here. I mean, you guys definitely you seeing the situation and saying, we'll step up.
Yes, sir. Well, and I'm up in there. I've hauled 6 horses down already, some mine and some other people's, to get them out of the forest because you don't know where it's going to go, but no sense in taking a chance and waiting for it.
And I heard you talking on the phone, when horses smell smoke, they kind of get a little bit...
Yeah, the last horse we had, we're trying to load him, and he's a good horse to load, but he was like, no way, because the smoke was blowing right on us, and it was trouble getting him in.
How bad is it back there, just from what you've seen?
When the wind comes over where we're living, you just get the smoke. The fire's quite a ways away, but you still smell that real heavy smoke smell.
And that was John Martin, who was conducting our interview, our own John Martin. So again, this is a case where, just like Waldo Canyon Fire, a lot of people step up and they do what they can to help those that need it the most. And this is another one of those cases where people are most certainly stepping up to the plate.
And people understand. I mean, many of us have some sort of pet, whether it be a lizard or a frog or a turtle or a dog or a cat or something as big as a horse and livestock. We know that our pets are part of our family, and these people know too, and that's why they're willing to step up and help any way possible. And last we had heard, if you want to help, don't necessarily take water and Gatorade to these Red Cross shelters. They're saying they have enough. The Sheriff's Office says they have enough. They're saying if you can just make a monetary donation to the Red Cross. There was another organization, I think it was the Pikes Peak Community Foundation, that was also taking monetary donations. They're setting up a fund, emergency relief fund, similar to the one during the Waldo Canyon fire, and those funds will be used for everything from gassing up these fire trucks to getting the first responders food and water that they need, to relief efforts moving forward, and then of course recovery efforts once this fire is contained and put out.
So obviously word traveling fast. Here's a statement from Doug Lamborn. Lamborn saying, with the memory of the Waldo Canyon fire still fresh in our minds, today's fires are especially troubling. He went on to say, we are sad for the loss of homes and property due to these wildfires and pray for the safety of our firefighters and others in harm's way. And then finally he says, I will do all I can to ensure that all available federal assets are deployed if needed by local authorities. And we did catch some information on that, and that the Type 1 crews have actually planned to be here and in fact in many cases take over this fire tonight. There's a statement from Udall as well.
Mm-hmm. So the first one was from Congressman Lamborn. This is from Senator Mark Udall. My thoughts and prayers go out to the families whose homes have been destroyed or endangered by the Royal Gorge and Black Forest fires. He goes on to say, the hot, dry weather Colorado is experiencing this week has fueled these fires and created tough conditions for the brave firefighters and first responders on the ground. And then he says, I will monitor these fires and stand ready to help provide the support they need from the federal level. And this statement's a couple hours old, so that's why, the Levita fire in Huerfano County, he had not heard about that at that point. And there's obviously a fire burning up north as well. So there are a lot of situations that our state lawmakers are monitoring at this time.
And a lot of pictures starting to surface on Twitter and on Facebook that show the fire now in that glow stage. Also, we have that video earlier from somebody that took it in Black Forest that was really close. We've looped that. You can see it on our Facebook page. It's a YouTube clip, and it shows just how hot and how close the person was. That's a time lapse of the Black Forest fire, and you can see when those black plumes of smoke actually light up. But there's been several pictures shared, and you get back to that Waldo Canyon look where it's that at night you get just that golden glow. A couple parallels I want to make, and that's that video I was referring to. This was taken by somebody in Black Forest who obviously is extremely close to that fire. And you can hear the officials, as you see them get in their cars, and they're basically saying, you know, it's time to go. And there you go. There you have it. That video making the rounds on social media. But in 2002, Colorado Springs was under water restrictions. And obviously, anytime we go under water restrictions has a lot to do with the year we have with regard to our snowpack and water levels and those sorts of things. And in 2002, the Hayman fire hit. Still on record as Colorado's largest fire, not most destructive. That now belongs to the Waldo Canyon fire. But as far as size, the Hayman fire was huge and burned an enormous amount of forest and land, and wasn't in a very populated area. So I guess if there was anything, that was the one positive, but still just a mess. So those were water restrictions. We are now in water restrictions. Same dryness. We had fires last year. Obviously, the Waldo Canyon fire. We're less than a year away from when that happened. The anniversary isn't until June 26th. And now we've got those same types of conditions. And then we have a fire that is obviously erupted, well, several fires, but one of the ones that's burning homes in the Black Forest area.
And this is the Royal Gorge fire that you're seeing pictures of now. These were pictures taken earlier today. We've been following the Royal Gorge fire as well. It's burning near Canyon City. And last we had heard there have been several structures that have burned in the Royal Gorge Park area, the Royal Gorge Park area. But last we had heard they think the bridge is still intact. There's been one structure on the south side and 3 on the north side, possibly tourist structures or tourist attractions, maybe cabins, but there was no confirmation on what those structures are. Firefighters working vigorously, as we heard from some of the county commissioners in that area a couple hours ago, to save the bridge. It brings in a lot of money to that economy, to that area, via tourism. So last we had heard Highway 50 was closed at first in the Royal Gorge Boulevard, west side of Canyon City. There were 2 air tankers in there earlier and 1 hotshot crew. That was a couple hours ago, so we would assume that they might have, or they're calling in more hotshot crews to help with that. Mandatory evacuations were in effect and remain in effect from Skyline Drive to Highway 9, both north and south of Highway 50. So these are your mandatory evacuations for the Royal Gorge fire. And once again, that's from Skyline Drive to Highway 9, both north and south of Highway 50. 125 firefighters, we said, some hotshot crews. They were working to, as we heard in that press conference, get more teams down to that area to fight that fire, which they predict will be burning for several days now. There was 0% containment. We were at 3,800 acres. And the scary thing is that the weather isn't looking any better. It's still going to be hot and dry. I mean, a little cooler, but we saw just those smoke plumes coming in from Canyon City as well. So they believe it started on the south side of the Royal Gorge and then jumped the river and then moved to the north side. So if you saw the sporadic smoke plumes in that area, or if you were trying to figure out, watching from maybe Pueblo or Canyon City today, or even from Colorado Springs, you could see it when you're heading out of Colorado Springs. That's what you were looking at. Once again, a few structures have burned. It's unknown if they're homes or tourist attractions, and more than 200 people have been evacuated. One last note on this fire, too, is people living in Canyon City are asked to be on water restrictions tonight. Conserve water. If you don't have to do laundry, if you don't have to water your lawn, if you don't have to take that extra shower or give your child a bath, if you can hold off tonight, they're going to need all the water they can get to fight this fire as well.
All right, a third shelter has actually opened up for the Black Forest fire for those folks. I believe it's at Elbert County Fairgrounds. I believe they were taking livestock at that same location, but now they're also accepting Yeah, and that's in Kiowa, 95 East Avenue, I believe is Ute Avenue, 95 yeah. Ute Avenue. Now, if you go to our iPad here, Ian, what we've got here is this was actually shared on our Fox 21 Twitter page. This is a photo of somebody flying from Colorado Springs to Denver. We've all made that flight before because you got to catch something out of Denver. And this is an aerial photo of the Black Forest fire, and you can see just all the sporadic flame spots in that picture. And again, social media playing a huge player in a story like this, and the information is all over the place, and a lot of pictures being shared, and it can give you a lot of different perspectives on this fire, and that is one from above. El Paso County also stating, please don't call 911 if you need information. There's the number you should call, 444-8300. If you want information about the fire, that's the number that you actually use. Please do not use 911.
And the third fire that we're following is the Clicus fire. It's burning in Huerfano County near La Veta and west of Middle Creek area. It was 45 to 50 acres about an hour ago, and we checked in with the public information officer in that area. Once again, Huerfano County is south of Pueblo and Pueblo County. It's between Walsenburg and Alamosa near La Veta Pass. And if you've ever been to the National Sand Dunes, the Great National Sand Dunes Park and Preserve, you've probably driven past La Veta, excuse me, and you've had to go through La Veta Pass. There were some evacuations in order. 2 families were evacuated and 200 people were placed on pre-evacuation, and that was south of County Road 440 and west of County Road 450. So those were your evacuations, 45 to 50 acres, and there is one shelter set up in the area, Huerfano Community Center at Russell Avenue and 10th Street in Walsenburg, and that was the shelter for people who are being evacuated from the Clicus fire in Huerfano County.
A number of organizations have stepped up and are offering special rates for those that have been evacuated. The Ramada at Platte and Murray offering special rates. You can reach them at 596-7660. Hampton Inn Airport, and Hilton at Airport is 591-1100. Again, all these organizations are offering special rates for those that have been evacuated because, you know, the shelters, a lot of folks go to the shelters, and there's some folks that would rather go to a hotel, and these hotels are now offering at least a discounted rate for you to get in, and in some cases there's one there, the DoubleTree, which we mentioned earlier. They're actually waiving the pet fees and making sure that their hotel is pet friendly. So all, again, useful information for those that have been evacuated or are needing a place to stay tonight.
Which is extremely important because it's already a terrifying enough situation, and it's hard enough to be away from your home and wonder, but then even to be separated from your pet. Some people prefer to keep their dogs and cats close with them during times like this. We had a post on our Facebook page by one of our viewers. His name is Jeff, and he says, "Hi everyone, I lost my home in the Waldo Canyon fire last year," and he says, if anyone's home is threatened by this fire, please, 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 please take pictures of all of the contents inside of your home. Store whatever you can in a safe location. This will be so helpful if worse comes to worse and you have to replace all of your things. So I think that sounds like the most important thing at this point, besides getting yourself out safely and your pets, is getting that necessary paperwork and taking video, because we heard horror stories of people who lost their homes in the Waldo Canyon fire and were trying to recount down to each bottle of shampoo in their shower, bars of soap, each piece of clothing in their closet, which is impossible for somebody's memory.
So we're still also checking on the latest information we have on the fire in Pueblo. East 4th Street Bridge fire. Fountain Creek River bottom is where this fire was burning. We do know that crews are still working on that fire, and that is all we have right now. We don't have any new information on that. We will continue to ping the PIO, the Public Information Officer, down there in Pueblo to try and get more information on that fire. But the information remains pretty scarce at this point.
And we're awaiting a press briefing here in about 8 minutes from El Paso County Sheriff Terry Makita, his office. They'll be bringing us the latest on this Black Forest fire and what we're looking at. I highly doubt, Joe and I were saying earlier, we really would be surprised if they have any idea on containment at this point.
Yeah,
it's just too soon.
There probably won't be any containment numbers at all, but those mandatory evacuations for that fire still continue to remain in place. North of Burgess, south of Hodgdon, west of Tahoma, and east of Peregrine Way. That's the mandatory evacuation. There it is right there. Hodgdon Road up to the north, and then Burgess Road to the south, Meridian to the east, and basically we've talked about it, Tahoma there to the far. Actually, that's a typo there. That says Tahosa Lane. That's incorrect. It's supposed to be Tahoma, and that is the box in which folks need to evacuate.
And we want to thank our viewers who've been sending us pictures and video all day, as well as information, Twitter and Facebook, because it's been extremely helpful in putting these fires in perspective. Sharing your pictures with other viewers has really given us a glimpse into this fire, and thank you so much. And we have a great team working behind the scenes, and they'll continue to work behind the scenes. They've been there all day, and they're updating fox21news.com. They're updating Twitter. That's at Fox21News. That's our Twitter handle. They're updating Facebook, and with all of the information. And you can be certain that whatever information you see coming from Fox 21 News is accurate, because we will not give you anything unless it's been confirmed and it's accurate information. So what you're seeing from us is the latest, most accurate information. So stick with us there. Once again, we're waiting that press briefing on the Black Forest fire in 6 minutes. We will not hear any more from the public information officer on the Royal Gorge fire until tomorrow morning. So if you were hoping for another press briefing on that fire, we will not have one tonight, but we will have one on the Black Forest fire in approximately 5 minutes.
It'd be interesting to see if we spoke several times to William Townsend with La Forêt in Black Forest. We spoke with him several times. If you're not familiar, La Forêt is basically a 400-plus acre conference center. It's on Shoup Road. It'd be interesting, and we may try and reach out to William and see if he spoke with us several times. This was one of the pictures he shared with us here at Fox 21, and you can just see how close he was to the fire. And he was talking about how that fire was moving onto their property, and at one point did confirm that fire was indeed on La Foret's property. If we could, it'd be interesting to speak with him if he's available to see what he knows with regard to what's happened at La Forêt. And again, here's that video that we've shown, and again, this is circling the web in social media circles. This is some folks that are really close to that fire, and officials telling folks to get out of there. 4 minutes now away from the latest information on the Black Forest fire coming from El Paso County. And again, we know that Governor Hickenlooper will be at that press conference. We're not sure if he's going to take the podium and speak, but we do know that El Paso County Sheriff Terry Makita will be there for a full update on maybe some numbers, homes lost, those sorts of things.
The governor, of course, is, probably thinking to himself, how am I here again, just like the rest of us are. He came down, of course, during the Waldo Canyon fire several times and toured the areas, the destruction and the damage, the fire lines, the active fire scene. So just like the rest of us that are thinking, how is this happening again? I'm sure the governor is thinking that as well. And Terry Makita did say earlier he has to take some precautions, and his team does when they go into those fire lines. And he said he could feel the heat through his car window, and he was, yards and yards away. But that's how strong this fire is, and how hot it's burning. And as Joe said, well, doesn't every fire burn hot? Well, yes, but the terrain, the topography, it does make a difference. It really does, and that's what they're dealing with. As we saw earlier, these trees are dense. They're big trees, and so many of them are pine trees, if not most of them, which you can only imagine what they're working with.
Well, and then you have to wonder also, and again, the pine beetle. The pine beetle has gotten a lot of media attention here in Colorado, and that has certainly fueled and helped with some of these fires where those pine beetles just, destroy a forest and just make these trees just even more flammable than they already are. So you wonder if there's some pine beetle stuff at work here with regard to the. But anytime you get a fire in a densely populated or a densely forested area, it's obviously going to move easily from tree to tree, especially when you get those winds pushing that fire through the area. The top priority, according to the El Paso County Sheriff, was to save lives, property, and of course protect those first responders. And in many instances they had a search and rescue effort going. These are again aerials that were taken from about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon in the wake of the fires. The fire had already moved past some of these areas, and you could see the homes still burning. One of the bright spots, albeit very, very small, is that Jeff Kramer, he's the public information officer for the El Paso County Sheriff's Department. Lieutenant Kramer saying earlier that one of the big differences with this fire and Waldo Canyon was, and I've mentioned it several times here in our coverage, is that the accessibility to the area was much better in this case with the Black Forest fire. That doesn't mean that they've been able to get it under control any quicker. Obviously, it's still burning very much out of control, but there's an opportunity to really get in front of this fire. It is much more accessible than when you look at the Waldo Canyon area, much more difficult area to get into.
Well, and we're seeing this fire from so many different perspectives as well, as we were talking about earlier. I mean, with the Waldo Canyon fire, we were up against mountains, and we could only get 1, 2 perspectives maybe. We're getting perspectives of this fire from Denver, Pueblo, Peyton, Calhoun, Colorado Springs, the air. I mean, we're getting so many different views of this fire that was so different than the Waldo Canyon fire. So the other good news is no lives have been lost as far as we know at this time. No injuries have been reported. We're hoping that remains. When we take this press conference here at any moment, we're hoping that that good news stands, that everybody was able to evacuate safely, that everybody is okay, and that property was the only thing lost. Because as we always say, and I know it sounds like a broken record, but property can be replaced, but of course lives cannot. So fingers crossed that we will get some good news on that, or that will remain here when we hear from the sheriff in a few minutes.
It does sound like Governor Hickenlooper is going to speak at this press conference coming up at 10 o'clock, so we'll see what the governor has to say. I know one of the things he said when he flew in over the Waldo Canyon fire is that it looked like a war zone, and obviously that's going to be some of the similar scenes he's going to see as we await this press conference coming up at straight up 10 o'clock with the latest on the Black Forest fire. We can give you some numbers that we gathered earlier with regard to the fire burning down at the Royal Gorge. That fire has consumed 3,800 acres so far, confirmed 3 structures being lost. Some of those structures were on both sides of the bridge, so there was speculation that the bridge could potentially be gone, but that has not been confirmed. In fact, the last Greg Goodland, who was speaking down there for the Royal Gorge fire, said that at last check, the Royal Gorge Bridge was still indeed intact. We'll get more information on that fire. The next scheduled briefing for that fire is 9 a.m. tomorrow. They had 2 air tankers fighting that fire, and he said it was unified command between Federal Resources and BML Land that was actually working on it. And some of their biggest concerns with that fire was the water treatment plant that's down there, and also there are some high-tension power lines. They wanted to make sure that they protected those from that Royal Gorge fire, or do the best that they could, and at least keep that in mind. So 3,800 acres is that fire down in Black Forest. And again, we'll have more information on that tomorrow morning live here on Fox 21 News at 9 a.m. We will bring you that briefing.
3,800 acres, that's a lot in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what the exact acreage was on Waldo Canyon. Was it about the same? But that burned, I mean, we're talking less than 1 day. We're talking less than 24 hours, and we're already at 3,800 acres for this fire in the Royal Gorge area. So just goes to show what the winds and the dry weather conditions can do. And moving back up to the Black Forest area, we're still waiting on that press conference from the sheriff. Your pre-evacuation orders were changed about 40 minutes ago. It's east of Meridian to Eastonville now. So these are pre-evacuation orders, which means get your things together, get your car loaded up, make sure your family's together, make sure you have an evacuation plan in order. East of Meridian to Eastonville, Eyre North, all the way to Hodgen. And it looks like they're working on getting our shot together. You can see them approaching the podium We're hoping to hear from the sheriff. We're hoping to hear from the governor, and hopefully get some concrete facts on what's going on.
And oftentimes what happens, we'll have to keep our eye open for this, is oftentimes if the governor comes down, the governor, as far as transportation, isn't always right on time. But at this point, here's Sheriff Terry Makita stepping up to the podium to address the latest on the Black Forest fire.
Okay, we're here to give an update on our fire. It has officially been named the Black Forest Fire. So there's that one's pretty straightforward. First report came in right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. As I mentioned earlier, the Black Forest Fire Department had command of the fire up until approximately 4 p.m. when we did a delegation of authority. The sheriff's office took over and immediately inserted a Type 3 command incident. And that incident commander is Scott Campbell, and they are still under a Type 3 command. As I briefed earlier, we have reached out for a Type 1 incident command team, and that team is en route, and they're expected to take over command sometime tomorrow afternoon. Just to give some basic information, we have about 155 firefighters engaged in this fire. We have 130 law enforcement. They're still engaged in evacuations and confirming evacuations. We have 16 water tenders, 36 engines, that's fire apparatus, 4 bulldozers, and you've noticed a lot of aerial activity, obviously before it got dark. We've had 4 Type 1 helicopters, 1 Type 2 helicopter, 1 Type 3 helicopter, and 1 Type 1 air tanker. I just received information from Congressman Lamborn's office that the MAFs assigned to Peterson Air Force Base will be prepared and ready to engage in the fire as we need them beginning probably mid-morning tomorrow. Right now, our mandatory evacuation area is about 24,000 acres. Right now, we're estimating the fire to have consumed somewhere between 7,500 and 8,000 acres. It's affected a population of 5,469, and it contains about 1,966 homes. We do have a couple areas slightly to the east and to the north a little bit, or to the south, I mean, where we're in a pre-evacuation status, so those people living in that general area just need to be aware. The newest addition to that would be from Ayers to Hodgen and Meridian to Eastonville. That covers about 957 residents and about 336 homes. We also have, I know at times when you do evacuations, lessons we've learned, a lot of people get concerned about their property, the security of their property. We have tremendous support from the Colorado Springs Police Department, and we have 20 National Guard troops that'll be arriving on scene to help us maintain security as well as do patrols throughout those communities that are evacuated. There's a lot of questions coming up. I know a lot of phones are ringing everywhere. Even all of your phones are ringing for citizens asking information. The citizen contact number is 444-8300. And then, of course, we have other numbers for the media. Now, the first thing people want to know is what is the status of my home. We do not have detailed information on that, but we are working as I speak to come up with a plan, most likely through electronic media as well as social media, and start identifying areas that we're absolutely sure homes were not burned, and we'll be working through the night to get that information out as quick as possible to the public. Just to kind of repeat, the general evacuation area where the fire is somewhat lies is on the west boundary would be Tahosa, and I think I reported earlier today, Tahoma, it's actually Tahosa. On the east meridian, north at Hodgen, and in south would be Burgess. Right now, those locations are holding, and the next question is containment. We are still at 0 containment. We've had a couple opportunities to fly over. We know there are structures damaged. We do not have a count on it. Our incident commander is estimating somewhere between 40 and 60. You could easily assume that that is higher than that, and we're considering that primary residence. It's just so premature to give out any solid numbers on that, but we know we have lost some structures, and we'll begin the assessment where it is safe to do so starting tonight to the best that we can. And again, we do have large animal shelters at the Norris Penrose Equestrian Center as well as the Elbert County Fairgrounds. And then right now, the primary shelters we have identified is Palmer Ridge High School and New Life Church. And obviously, as information becomes available, we'll be happy to share that. One of the hopes that we have now, obviously, with nightfall, a little bit cooler air, hope that the winds, they have certainly died down since earlier today. That's going to give our firefighters a much better advantage, if there is such a thing. And the fire is still pretty well scattered. It's not just one wall of fire like this community has seen. It has spotted, flared up, spotted ahead, flared up, and it's pretty well scattered with a concentration of flames moving to the east and somewhat to the northeast. And as what I'll do now is try to answer some questions. As the question was, is everyone safe? Have we moved from search and rescue operations into just evacuation? I just left the command post. I asked that very question. There are no reported injuries to citizens as of this time, nor have there been any reported firefighter injuries. And probably in the last hour and a half, I have not heard of any specific rescue operations via the channels that I'm monitoring. So that is somewhat good news at this point.
Have you gotten any more calls for help?
The question was, have we gotten any more calls for help? Not that I'm aware of. It seems we have moved through that phase. Hopefully the people that remained behind after the evacuation order eventually moved out. We did go in and assist some folks who originally told us they weren't evacuating, and then they changed their mind. And as far as I know, everyone we went in to get, we were able to locate and remove, or they were able to get out. And we were able to go back and clear those residents just to ensure somebody wasn't left behind. We do not have a complete count yet. If we have verified all of the people that decided to stay have reported in safe. One of the questions I asked was, do we have any active missing persons reports? 15 minutes ago, I was told not at this time.
You mentioned the mops are going to be flying perhaps tomorrow. In the meantime, will you still have the helicopters once daybreak happens here?
Yeah, the question was, will we continue to have the air support we have now? The answer is yes. In addition to that, and of course, there'll be a lot of coordination. We got to watch the air traffic. But once we start bringing in the heavy aircraft, then we'll utilize the lighter aircraft, the helicopters, as necessary, probably more around the edges. But I'll tell you, in my years of dealing with these types of fire issues, I could not have asked for a quicker response from the helicopter and the number of choppers that they sent us. And speaking to Neil with Congressman Lamborn's office, I just told him I think that's the quickest I've ever heard of the MAF aircraft being mobilized. So I want to say that some of the lessons and some of the challenges we walked away from a year ago, a little over a year ago now, that it seems that things have changed to give us quicker access. And you got to really look at that in consideration with the fact that we have other fires around the state that are also draining resources. But right now, I could not be more pleased with the support we've received. And I'll tell you, the local fire districts, Fort Carson, the Air Force Academy, And I can't say enough about the Colorado Springs Fire Department or Police Department and the other agencies that have responded. It's just been a phenomenal response.
Sheriff, we've heard some concern that people may still be in the burn area and worried that if they try to leave, they're going to run into closed roads and therefore not be able to get out. What would you say to that?
The question was people who elected to remain behind against the evacuation orders that we have. What message would I give to them? If they are trying to evacuate and want to evacuate, all they have to do is when they come to a roadblock, let law enforcement know that they're leaving their residence now, and please give us the address and the number of people, because we recorded what addresses people elected to stay, so we're trying to keep some accountability on that. So if we have people that have stayed behind and they're ready to evacuate, do not assume because the roads are closed from letting people in that we will not let people out. Absolutely, we want to let people out. Just please give us your name and address and confirm that that residence is now vacant so we can mark it. We're going to be doing some searches in the morning. Again, one of our priorities is to alleviate the concern of those residents. Having been evacuated myself in the last year and a month, I know the concern exists. I know what it feels like. We're going to be putting together plans to make that notification as quickly as possible. I don't have that count with me. I think it was a smaller amount and it dwindled as time went on because we were continually going in for rescue. And the question was, do we have a count on how many people stayed behind? No, we don't. I'm really hopeful we won't. I think that would be a sign of us moving in the right direction to not have additional evacuations. But complacency is a dangerous gamble. And is what I would ask is if you have already been notified you're in a pre-evacuation area, please be prepared to leave and leave orderly. And if you have an opportunity to leave now, please do so. That's what the pre-evac is about. It's about getting those valuables and clearing the area. The less traffic we have, the more effective our first responders, the firefighters, and law enforcement can be.
What are the plans for fighting this fire overnight? Is it mostly just defensive firefighting at this point?
The question was, what are the plans for tonight? Obviously, we would consider it quite a success to at least establish an anchor point and seal off the direction of travel of the fire. And right now, I would say a lot of priority is being placed on structure protection. We still have a lot of active fire in the burn area, and a lot of resources are being directed specifically to try to save those homes that are still being threatened and protect those residents and the outbuildings as well.
Sheriff, you talked about it going south-southeast around 7 o'clock. Is it still moving in that direction that you know? And what type of area is this? Is this more populated, or is there more acreage there?
No, it's I want to say it's more to the northeast.
Well, it's also moving southeast down.
Okay.
On the south side of Chute as well.
Yeah, I don't have the data on that. Obviously, it's populated very similar to this. Let me see if I do have that. Yeah, I was thinking it was right around a total, if you count the evacuated area as well as pre-evac, we're looking at around 2,200 residents.
Sheriff, I know it's early, but is there any information on point of origin or cause?
No, all I have at this point, the question was, is there anything on the cause or point of origin? We're actually trying to track that down. We know the call came in right around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we do not have the specific point of origin or the cause of it yet. I think that's something we'll be better positioned to bring up in the morning. All right, any other questions? All right, then I think we'll plan for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for another status update in this same location. Jeff, will you coordinate? Does that work with you? All right, well, thank you for getting the information out. We really appreciate it. And again, if you'd share those numbers for information and keep an eye on our press releases. Certainly, once we are in a position to start at least alleviating concerns for areas and homes we know are safe, we want to get that information out as soon as possible, even though we may not be able to let people return. Thanks again.
All right, so you've been listening to Sheriff Terry Makita, the El Paso County Sheriff, giving us the latest numbers on the Black Forest fire and what's been going on. And boy, a lot of things, a lot of numbers. 40 to 60 homes is the number he gave with regard to potentially homes that have burned. He said it could be more, but he didn't want to give a definitive number on that, so he left it very general at 40 to 60.
Right.
Either way, that's a lot of homes that have burned.
That is a lot of homes. He said damaged or destroyed, at least affected at this point. He says, you know, he can't give us more numbers or more definitive numbers, because he's got to get guys in there to look, you know, at what's left of these homes. And these are people's lives, so they do want to be cautious and careful and not reckless with the information that they're releasing. The sheriff said the first reports came in about 1 o'clock today. He had switched over. The Black Forest Fire Department was the first responder to the scene. They took over. The El Paso County Sheriff's Office took over about 4 o'clock. He says they have a Type 3 team working the fire, but they've called for a Type 1, as we've said. Those are the best of the best, the guys that will get in there, those hotshot crews, and he's hoping that they will be here by tomorrow, midday tomorrow. In the meantime, there's 155 firefighters on scene, along with 130 law enforcement personnel. 20 National Guard members are also headed to the area to help secure those homes that have been evacuated. So a lot of people working really hard right now.
And, you know, 24,000 acres, that encompasses the evacuation area. So that's actually a very large. Now, 7,500 to 8,000 acres is now the size of that fire. And that's pretty large when you consider that, you know, just at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was 300 acres. So you knew that with the conditions and with the wind, it was definitely going to blow up, and it certainly has. They've called in 20 National Guard members, and those National Guard members will come in, and they will obviously take care of those neighborhoods and those folks that have been evacuated. Hopefully won't have a whole lot to worry about with regard to the National Guard being there to help protect. Now, the other thing that he mentioned that does get a lot of people's attention, and this was a big sticking point with the Waldo Canyon fire, is we have the MAFS unit right here at Peterson Air Force Base, and it seemed like it took an awful long time for that MAFS unit to be able to get to work on the Waldo Canyon fire. Well, he stated this time that MAFS unit will be ready to go with this fire by mid-morning tomorrow.
Great news.
So we could see some of those C-130s dropping slurry, and that tends to knock things out pretty quickly and at least get control rather quickly on the fire.
And the best news of all from this press conference is it appears everybody has been able to evacuate safely. As far as we know at this point, everybody was able to get out of their homes and get out of that area safely. There have been no reports of fatalities, deaths at this point, or injuries. So that is the best news of all, is that everybody that needed help or that was able to evacuate was able to do so. And that's what we were really hoping for out of that press conference. And once again, if you are in one of those mandatory evacuation areas and you decided not to leave, the Sheriff's Office was keeping a tally of families, residents that decided to stay, so they knew who was accounted for and who wasn't at this point. But they are encouraging everybody in the mandatory evacuation area to leave immediately. Those in the pre-evacuation area or the voluntary evacuation, you probably heard it referred to both ways. Ready, set, go. That is what you need to be thinking about tonight. Have your stuff ready and then be ready to go, because you could be getting the call at a moment's notice. Important papers. Have your family's car loaded. They said even have the key in the ignition and then close the garage door. Make sure your windows are closed and the shades are pulled closed, and that way you're ready to leave your home if you do get that call, and you can register for that emergency notification at El Paso Teller 911.
All through the afternoon and evening, we spoke with William Townsend. He's with La Forêt, which is in Black Forest, and we've talked extensively about that area and what that community center, not a community center, but basically a conference center, 400 acres, located off of Shoup Road. And William was kind enough to talk to us during the fire, and when that fire was moving in, he shared this picture that you're seeing right there. Just a very impressive picture with regard to how close he was to the fire. He is, in fact, on the phone with us once again. William, please give us the update on what has happened, what's the status of La Forêt, and what's been going on with you over the past few hours.
Right. So for the past few hours, we've been monitoring the fire and the progress. Like I said, my earlier my father was still up at La Forêt with a sheriff's deputy. And at one point, we could see the house across the street, across Shoup Road, burning. And then throughout the forest, we could hear explosions of gas tanks or whatever it is as the fire progressed towards La Forêt. But at this moment, or at least as of 2 hours ago, we had no reports of a fire being at La Forêt. And when you kind of take a step back, you can see it spreading farther east, and hopefully not affecting too many homes.
Well, that's great news for you, and that's good that you guys are safe and that your property is safe, but more importantly that you and your family and everybody involved were able to get out of harm's way there.
William, when you said your father was there with a sheriff's deputy, at that point, were they just at the residence or at your community or your conference center, just monitoring what was going on, making sure evacuations, everyone had evacuated? What was your father doing at that point when the fire was so close?
We were still turning off gas from around the property, monitoring it to make sure it didn't cross. But really, because we are such a big conference center, and we do have such large fuel reserves, we need to make sure that all the gas was shut off, especially in the dining hall. And to turn off the gas for each building is quite a process. So we were monitoring that, doing that, and then monitoring the fire as well.
So it just goes to show how quick that fire moved. Your father was still there on the property, shutting down the utilities as the fire was literally just yards away or miles away. It was across Shoup Road at that point.
Yeah, and I mean the wind bursts were pretty bad. From 5 to 6, it seemed a little bit calmer before that, but then at about 5 p.m. To 6 p.m., the wind was coming in really, really hard.
Can you talk about that picture you sent us? Could you feel the flames, the heat from those flames? That picture you sent us earlier, because that was one of the more dramatic pictures of the day that we've received.
Right. It was an incredibly intense heat. Black Forest was filled with smoke. You could hardly breathe. It was, it's like standing right next to a bonfire. There's almost the type of feeling that you get. The sky is an entirely different color. And it's eerie.
Where were you exactly?
That was Black Forest and Shoup Road.
Okay. Unbelievable. That's the picture that's been grabbing our attention all day. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, it was very intense.
All right, very good. Well, William, again, we really appreciate you taking time to share so much information with us tonight, and we are glad that you and your family are safe, and it looks like La Forêt is safe indeed.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Best of luck, William.
That's William Townsend with La Forêt speaking with us. All right, we do have a change in the evacuations. This is a mandatory evacuation for the Black Forest fire. This is from the El Paso County Sheriff. East of Meridian to Eastonville, air north all the way to Hodgen. Now, that came in at 2 o'clock. Let's go to Governor Hickenlooper, who's now speaking at the press conference.
Every chance we get, through every opportunity, that people have to be prepared. They have to make sure that their homes, if you're in a wildland fire area, to make sure your homes are defensible. And we have to make sure we have our firefighters and our police officers and all of our first responders ready, right? And they have been. Anyway, I'm not sure that we need more of a statement than that. Can I answer any questions?
Governor, from an aerial attack, we're still in the same situation we were last year where we're begging for resources. Where do we stand with getting a plane or multiple planes for all these fires and having it based here, or multiple ones based here?
Well, I think we've made progress on that. It sounds like the appeal that was tying up the federal resources around the Forest Service we've broken that log jam, and so we are within weeks, if not days, of getting more resources where we need them. But again, when the conditions are so dry and we have a wind like this and a fire starts, with a high wind like this, it is very difficult it's hard to get the resources into the air, and it's very hard for them to be effective. And we don't know how these fires started. Certainly one of the things we're going to focus on is how do we get resources as rapidly as possible once a fire starts. We know that every fire starts small and every fire goes out, but between there is a universe of outcomes. And that's what all of us are really focused on.
What do you want to tell people in Colorado? You're in southern Colorado. The nerves are great. From last year, the Waldo Canyon fire, and now we've had several more fires burning just today. What is your message to the people here in Colorado and your state?
Well, and I feel as frustrated as everybody. The last thing, when I woke up this morning, the last thing I wanted to hear about was a fast-moving fire, burning people's homes, putting people at risk. But you don't get to choose what life does to us, right? None of us do. And however we look at it, we've got to push back and help our neighbors that have suffered losses and are going through incredible challenges, but also link arms and not. I'm sure there will be mistakes that have happened here and there, or problems that maybe weren't properly or more aggressively attacked. But as close as I can tell, certainly down here, the firefighters were on it. I think we have some of the best firefighters in the country. Certainly at this point, they're some of the most experienced. But there is nobody backing away and saying, all right, we're not going to attack this with everything we've got.
Governor, is it too soon for banning fireworks, campfires? Have you given any thought to that?
No, it's probably too soon today, but I think we're at that point now where we begin looking. We had such a wonderful, cool, wet spring. If you were ever going to be optimistic that we wouldn't be in this position, certainly if you talked to anyone a month ago, we felt pretty comfortable, or a month and a half ago. Clearly, we haven't had rain. We've got some high winds, and the conditions are very dry. It's a lack of moisture and precipitation, but it's also how hot it is and the dryness. And that's really what creates these tinder-like conditions that you get a fire started, it moves very rapidly.
Governor, does something need to change about requiring a local agency to exhaust all resources before it can ask for permission to get higher resources to show up?
Well, you know my opinion on that. I discussed that last year. I think in real time, what we need to do is accelerate that process by which that decision is made. I think to go and change the federal legislation, which we've been trying, legislation is not moving through Washington as rapidly as many of us would like it. But I do think we can change the rulemaking and how rapidly we go through the processes to make sure, all right, we've exhausted everything, we need more resources, let's move quickly. But again, I come back to the real time to fight these fires is in the first few hours, right? And that's, I'm not sure even if we accelerate those processes as much as we could imagine, that's going to make a difference in what we saw today. And again, I don't have all the facts, and I haven't gotten the complete, this is happening in real time. But my fear is that our best chance against these really powerful, fast-moving fires is to get there in the first few hours, right? Before they get a leg up and get to them then.
Governor, can you talk about what, if any, disaster recovery is going to be happening? We've been hearing estimates as many as 40 homes might be lost already. So that's a lot of personal and financial loss here. Is there anything going on at the state level that you can tell folks?
Well, there certainly will be, and this is unfolding as this is real time. Certainly, the Red Cross down here has more experience than they want, and they are up and committed. So we will make sure there are shelters and places for people that are not only those who have lost their homes, but people who have been evacuated, and make sure we have places for them to go. If they don't have friends or family nearby, we'll make sure there's shelter for them. Longer term, I think we are getting better at figuring out how do we get people back, on the road to recovery more rapidly.
Governor, real fast, concerning a different fire, do you know where the prisoners are being evacuated from the territorial prison in Canyon City?
I don't know. Do you know?
We're not answering that at this time.
The answer is I don't know, and officially that there's obviously issues around safety issues on a variety of reasons. Anything else? You guys have anything you want to add? Anything?
Thank you. Let me go ahead and update some evacuations. The fire has moved across Meridian, so we're in mandatory evacuation now between Meridian and Eastonville, and from Ayers Road north to Hodgen. Again, that was designated a pre-evac area. We are now asking for mandatory evacuation. Again, the fire has gone across Meridian, and we're evacuating from Meridian to Eastonville, from Ayers Road north to Hodgen. So that's one of the reasons we have pre-evac, and we would ask people to, they should have been ready and start moving out. We'll have law enforcement in the area to expedite that as efficiently as possible. I also wanted to share with the public that may be following this. We're using social media. You can access our website, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, El Paso County website, and pick up the link to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office website, as well as Twitter and Facebook. And we'll be putting information out, and I know they're actively down at the Joint Information Center getting information out as quickly as possible to keep people informed. But I do want to stress we've gone from pre-evacuation to mandatory evacuation, Meridian to Eastonville, and Ayers North to Hodgen Road.
That include all the 330
Yeah.
I'd like to let everyone know that El Paso County, working with the Department of Local Affairs at the state, will be setting up a disaster recovery center within the next 48 hours at the Citizen Service Center. We do have experience in this. We set the one up last year, so we're prepared, we're ready, and within 48 hours folks will have a place to go where they can meet with their insurance agents. They can see what's available for housing, they can see what's available for kids, for child care, all those types of things. So within 48 hours we'll have that ready for them.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to say one thing. I'm Senator Kent Lambert. This is in my district, and the Waldo Canyon fire was in my district, Senate District 9, and our people have really had a hard time. But I do want to thank the firefighters. I've listened to the scanners all afternoon, and every time somebody was finished with one task, they said, "We're available. Where do you want us to go?" They've done a great job moving around, rescuing animals, rescuing people, and that we just thank them from all the people of this district. I'd also like to thank Governor Hickenlooper for coming down here tonight. We've worked on these issues together on a bipartisan basis. I think everybody has been in agreement. Last year we added about $13 million to the governor's emergency funds. We added another $10 million for this year, and starting on the 1st of July, I think it's another $42 million. His Chief of Staff, Roxanne White, is here today. The Director of Emergency Management is here. And we have worked together on these and really have a lot more resources dedicated to firefighting that's instantly available. So I'd like to thank the whole state of Colorado, your staff, and to you personally for coming down to watch what this emergency is doing.
Roxanne White, the world's greatest chief of staff, here an hour before I got here.
And the governor just recognized Roxanne White, the chief of staff, who was here about an hour ago, and she's always available for these kinds of things. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that.
All right, we'll have the same, we'll have an update briefing tomorrow at 9 at this location. 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, so there you heard from several folks out there giving us the update on the Black Forest fire. The governor talking and talking about, almost sounding a bit frustrated.
Yeah.
that,
he did.
you know, here comes another fire, and he certainly said, I didn't want to get up this morning and hear that there was a fast-moving fire in Black Forest, and now obviously burning homes, and it's really the last thing anybody wants to hear. Before we get too far along, we do want to go ahead and we're going to wrap our coverage up here in just a few minutes, but first let's get a quick look at the weather as far as how it's going to play a role tomorrow. Let's check in with Jeff Womack, and he can talk about wind and all the stuff that the firefighters will be looking for tomorrow. Jeff?
Yes, wind's still fairly persistent out of the northwest right now at 17 miles per hour. All right.
Mike, there's turn his mic on.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
We're looking at winds here out of the northwest, 17 miles per hour. They're going to continue out of the northwest tonight, and a little bit of a northeasterly component. Now, the front we've been telling you about that's going to deliver a cool down, it's taking its time moving here still in the northeastern half of the state. As we see 97 degrees, that was our record for today, breaking the old record of 93, 104 for Pueblo, just to give you an idea. So let's zoom you right back here into Black Forest, where temperatures right now in the 68-degree range. Notice sustained winds down now to about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So certainly an improvement there. As we go down here to the Gorge fire, temperatures cooling down finally as we get to 65 degrees. Sustained winds right now at 11 miles per hour. So wind gusts in that area, again, going to be about, 20 to 30 miles per hour until about midnight. That's when winds really are expected to decrease here around the area, is the good news. So we are getting a little humidity. We'll pass that news along to you. 8% here in the Springs, as we've got 7% in Pueblo right now at the present time. So again, record-breaking temperatures, the second day of them. It all ties together, setting the stage. All right, so here's this little wave that's been trying to make its way in. The one at the surface here, looking to push in out of the northeast, a little backdoor cold front, as we like to call it. Now, that's going to do two things for us. It's going to attempt to clear us out for a short time. It's also going to cool us down. Now, the problem is we're going to be looking at winds to be coming out of the southeast by tomorrow afternoon. Consequently, we will be looking at some gusts with them about 30 miles per hour. So what I mean is we'll be seeing that red flag warning back into effect tomorrow. So here's that cool front which we're waiting on to come in. That's going to take the extreme heat away as it brings in cooler air in behind that. Another little wave looks to move across the front range, and that could generate some areas of gusty winds too for tomorrow. So not as bad as today, but still a factor. That's basically the short answer here as we get to looking at it. 82 degrees excuse me, in the Springs right now, 83 degrees in Pueblo, is 90 degrees at this hour here in La Junta. Cooled down to 73 degrees over the last hour here in Trinidad, as we're at 63 degrees on Monument Hill. Wind gusts right now, as we were thinking, about 20, 25 miles per hour, not out of the question. 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So it's going to go with intervals of smoke. I know some of you were asking, I'm smelling smoke places, the southern half of the Springs where I haven't been before. What the deal is, those gusts, and as those winds change, you will have to deal with those plumes from time to time, so close your windows. Also make sure that your AC unit is on the recycle mode, and things to help you out, because those plumes are going to be with us here the next couple of days, of course. Back now to temperatures, 82 degrees in the Springs, 77 right now in Fort Collins, DIA registering at 83, 73 degrees in Trinidad, as we mentioned, cooling off nicely. Okay, so here's the week's worth of weather. We'll still be looking at hot temperatures once again for us. Tomorrow will be right there at 90 degrees. Haze will be a factor at different parts of the day. The problem is tomorrow afternoon we get that wind to switch around southeast. That's when we'll be looking for those wind gusts to top out right about 30 miles per hour. So again, still hot and breezy tomorrow. Not quite the extreme heat we've had, but still plenty warm and a little bit unsettled. All right, so temperatures start to trend downwards. We'll keep a westerly flow. That's going to keep the main heat down to the south of us, and we'll see temperatures right about the low 80s by the time the weekend rolls around. Monday is our best chance to get some badly needed rain in the form of thunderstorms. A slight chance, but you know, we are really keeping our fingers crossed we'll be able to deliver a little bit of rain to you come Monday. So again, tomorrow, 90 degrees is what we're going to be looking at. Let's have a look at Pueblo's forecast. We'll see the triple digits, or at least close to them, are going to be back with us tomorrow. 98 degrees on Thursday. And then for Friday, again, we'll be looking at triple digits, some isolated shower activity, and then the 90s. Low 90s, and improvement, but still plenty warm. Again, tomorrow we'll look at those winds to pick up out of the southeast by the time early afternoon rolls around. For Canyon City, here we go. Temperature-wise tomorrow, 97 degrees. Haze will be there, and right now, looking at moderate air quality, which is manageable, but be ready for that to go down to the orange level by the time tomorrow afternoon rolls around. Isolated showers, not out of the question. Again, keeping our fingers crossed, not a great chance, but a chance for a little bit of rain to move through Fremont County. 90s, and then the 80s are here by the weekend, then upper 80s by the time next week rolls around. And then for Woodland Park, it works out like this: 85 degrees for tomorrow, and then we start to back it off a degree or two by Thursday. 80 degrees by the time Friday rolls around. Then another chance of showers makes its way to us on Saturday. So the bottom line, it will be cooler, not quite as windy tomorrow, but red flag conditions are going to be back for El Paso County. Joe, Rachel?
All right, very good. Thank you, Jeff. And that's obviously a crucial part of what firefighters will be evaluating tonight. Is what it's going to look like tomorrow as far as weather-wise. And as Jeff said, not a whole lot of help coming their way in the form of humidity levels, any chance of storms, just heat and wind again. Not good information. 75 to 8,000 acres is where they have the Black Forest fire. If that number should change. The evacuations have changed a little bit. They still remain. Now it's Meridian to Eastonville, and that's a change. And then Ayer North to Hodgen Road. And those are the new evacuation orders, as the fire, as he described, has jumped Meridian Road. And so you can fill in all of that now, and since that was a pre-evac area, that is now under mandatory evacuations. Now, at this point, if anything else changes overnight, Fox21News.com, our mobile app, all of the venues that we have, Fox 21 Twitter page, and also our Facebook page. We will update you and get that information to you right away. We're going to amp up our morning show tomorrow at 4 a.m. instead of 5 a.m. and get our crews swapped out and everything. But at this point, this is pretty much all the information, and even the Royal Gorge fire, that fire, we won't get any more information on that fire till tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Okay, and you might have been wondering, both of those updated press conferences for the Royal Gorge fire and the Black Forest fire have been scheduled for 9. We know that a lot of the media has been talking to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to change that so we can make sure we can bring you both of those live. So stay tuned, because one of those times might be changing if you are wondering how you're going to get the latest updates. We'll also have the latest on that La Vida fire, the Calicas fire, excuse me. It's burning in Huerfano County, but the latest numbers is if you were in that pre-evac area, it's time to get out. If you were in that pre-evac area, hopefully you got ready, because you're going to have law enforcement in your area very soon knocking on your door telling you to leave.
And tomorrow, with regard to, the weather's not going to help out so much, but the Type 1 team will be en route, should be here by midday or tomorrow afternoon. And also, Sheriff Terry Makita did speak to the fact that the MAPS unit out of Peterson will also be up and going with their C-130s to help with this fire in Black Forest and get this thing under control.
All right. Thanks again to all of our viewers who sent us those pictures. Please keep them coming overnight and in the morning. Facebook and Twitter, we really appreciate that. And if you live in the Black Forest area, or you live in the Falcon area, or you live in Canyon City, or anywhere in southern Colorado tonight, be careful, watch out for your neighbors, take care of one another, and just stay tuned to Fox21News.com. Our website, our Facebook page, and this is just a really good time to remember to watch out for one another.
Absolutely. We'll pick up our continuing coverage tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. Good night and have a wonderful evening.
Take care, everyone.
So I was driving here. I live in Monument, so, so I'm driving over here. I'm trying to figure out where is that smoke coming from, and
My name's Lauren Langcreed. I'm president of Kit Carson Riding Club.
All right, so tell me about a little bit what's going on here today.
Well, when the fire happened, we've always opened our arena to whoever.
I just stand here with tears in my eyes. I keep wiping my eyes because I see all these people. We just had somebody just pull in there with some stuff. They had like all their little ski-doos and RVs.
I'm just swapping cats. Right now we're just getting everything.
now?
Because on Wednesdays it does the Windows update at 3 a.m.
I'm sorry. Sure, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That babe, slide a piece of the portal drink server on the Java.
Yeah, but I. What time is it?
At 3 a.m. it does.
21 Morning News. Your all live, all local morning newscast starts now.
Well, good morning. Welcome to your Fox 21 Morning News on this Wednesday morning as we continue to cover the several wildfires burning in southern Colorado.
That's right. Going on a little bit earlier here for you this morning, just to bring you the very latest information. We are still about 5 hours away from the next press conference. Apparently 2 press conferences scheduled for the Royal Gorge fire and the Black Forest fire at 9 o'clock. Now, they could shift those times to be able to accommodate so that we can see both of them, because we're going to be carrying them live for you to bring you the very latest information.
Yeah, the last news conference for the Black Forest fire was at 10 o'clock last night. We want to recap, give you the latest as we knew at that time at 10 p.m. We know that the Black Forest fire was first reported at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Homes evacuated, 2,530 mandatory evacuation. Voluntary evacuations, 383 homes.
Yeah, and the total acreage so far, 8,000 acres. That number more than likely will grow. There's an unconfirmed reports that 40 to 60 homes may have burned. And the MAFs, good news, will be flying at 10 o'clock this morning. And those, of course, are those large planes. So that's for the Black Forest fire.
Yeah, 0% containment as of 10 o'clock last night as well. We want to kind of go over those mandatory evacuations for you as well. We have a map to show you in the red. That's south of Hodgen, north of Burgess and Rex Road, west of Eastonville, and east of Tahosa Lane.
And that includes the neighborhoods of Latigo Trails, Latigo Creek, Latigo Estates. Now, the areas in green pre-evacuation, that's north of Old Ranch, east of Milam, and I hope I'm saying that correct. And
Milam.
I'm sorry. Okay,
yes,
good.
Milam.
And west of Volmer. So those are all in pre-evacuation areas. We were saying it all day yesterday on all of our coverage that if you feel like you need to evacuate or want to evacuate and you're not necessarily in that zone, go ahead and leave. Get out now, and that's probably going to be. It's better to be safe than sorry.
Another major wildfire that's been burning is the Royal Gorge fire. The last news conference was about 9 o'clock last night, and here's what we know as of that time: 3,800 acres have burned, more than 100 people evacuated. It started on the south side, jumped the river, gone to the north side, and multiple structures have burned.
Yeah, they're saying that 125 firefighters are fighting that fire. That was just yesterday. They are bringing in more reinforcements for today. And the big news last night was that the fire, I was watching the fire commander there, and he was saying that the Royal Gorge Bridge is intact. That's what everyone is worried about. We've got a picture we're going to bring up here in a little bit when I walk over and do some weather for you to show you an actual sort of an aerial picture of that and let you know exactly. And that's incorrect information there, so we'll take that off the screen if we could, because that says this is for the Royal Gorge fire again that we're talking about. With that, though, it was such it was the conditions were ripe yesterday.
Yeah.
We were talking about that all morning yesterday.
I know, and it was very eerie, because I do remember yesterday morning when we were talking about high fire danger, and you said, this is exactly the conditions we had about a year ago for the Waldo Canyon fire.
Right, exactly.
That's what you said. The low humidity, the winds, the hot temperatures.
And we had the red flag warnings that were up all day yesterday throughout the entire area. This is just some of the video that we're going to continue to show you throughout the morning here as we go through on your early morning here on Fox 21 Morning News. But yeah, the good news today is that the red flag warning is only in El Paso County, and it's only from 2 to 8. So at least one area still is going to be dealing with that high fire danger. And again, I'll show you more of that again coming up. But on the Royal Gorge fire, they had a couple of air tankers, a hotshot crews that we knew that were on the way. I even saw when I was watching some of the coverage last night that big DC-10, the slurry bomber.
I saw them just in person in the distance from my house.
20,000 gallons.
That's a lot.
So the usual air tanker that they have drops about 1,000 gallons. This thing, 20,000, so that can really help to put out that fire. But the biggest thing that helps is the firefighters actually on the ground trying to get those containment lines. And we learned a lot last year from those fires that we had in southern Colorado, just about how this all works essentially.
Yeah, back to the Royal Gorge just really quickly, too, because this was happening late last night. About 100 inmates from the Colorado Territorial Correctional Facility in Canyon City, some other are being relocated right now to some other prisons. So that's kind of as a precautionary measure, but that's going to take some time as they bus them about 10 to 20 minutes away from one prison to another. So that is taking place this morning.
Now, the other thing I want to do and talk about is the fact that those winds shifted a little bit in the overnight hours. So this morning when you wake up in Colorado Springs, and again, we're on early this morning just to bring you the very latest information. That smoke you smell it. We smell it outside right now.
Very thick,
here,
very strong
at our station. So you're going to smell that. Maybe yesterday you didn't because we had strong southwesterly winds and it was blowing everything out to the east. Those winds shifted a little bit in the overnight, a little bit more northerly and northwesterly. So it's blowing a lot of that smoke into the Colorado Springs area, into Pueblo, into all of these areas that really didn't smell it yesterday. So that's what you're seeing today. So something to take note of if you have respiratory problems, if you've got problems breathing, if you have asthma, you try to limit your outdoor activities today. Try to stay inside if you can. If you have a car that has AC, use that recirculating mode so that it's that clean air that's just in your car. But a lot of smoke symptoms: coughing, scratchy throat, irritated sinus, chest pain, headaches. It's really important to, if you have any of these conditions, to try to limit your outdoor activities today. We're going to be hot again today, but not as hot, luckily, as yesterday.
All right, let's talk about some shelters because they remain in place, and we have all of those mandatory evacuations as well as those pre-evacuation orders. And as you said, a lot of people are just saying, I know I'm not under a mandatory evacuation, but I'm just going to get out now. And I talked to a lot of friends that I know in the Black Forest area, and that's exactly what they did yesterday. They just did not want to take any chances. So they started packing up pretty early. You see there on your screen, Palmer Ridge High School. That's located at 19255 Monument Road. Also, New Life Church on Voyager. We've got Elbert County Fairgrounds as well. Efree Church in Canyon City. And Peterson Air Force Base is also opening a shelter for military families. And then there's the animal shelters as well.
Yeah, the animal shelters continue. Large animals at Elbert County Fairgrounds. The Kit Carson Riding Club there for the Black Forest Fire, and the Norris Penrose Equestrian Center as well. And that was for like a lot of the large stock. And I talked with our friends at the Humane Society last night, and they said they here for the Humane Society of the Pikes Peak region are setting up multiple evacuation shelters in certain spots, including obviously their shelter there that's right there in south part of Colorado Springs. So they say that they are also doing that. Small animals at 8th Street and Abbott Lane. The Sunrise and Woodman Kennels also at I-25 in Woodman. The Powers Pet Emergency, Powers in Stetson Hills, and the Falcon Animal Hospital. That's near Falcon Middle School.
What's so amazing about that Black Forest fire is, I remember seeing the smoke. I was running some errands, came out, and there it was, and it grew so quickly. And, we've got that dry timber, all those trees out there, and it's just devastating. It's amazing how quickly that fire spread in just a matter of hours.
Yeah, it really was. And it was, a couple of hundred acres, and all of a sudden, we checked last night, and they said, 8,000 acres. So, so a lot to get to this morning. Let's talk about a little bit of our weather and shift gears a little bit. And actually, obviously, the weather very important because it played into exactly how everything went down yesterday. But this is a live look right now. Your First Bank Fox Skycam, obviously still early, but you can kind of see that haze out there as we look out to the north and to the east, and that sun's going to come up in a little over an hour or so. But it's going to be one of those hazy days where you're going to see all of that smoke around. And again, with that shifting wind, areas that didn't see the smoke yesterday are going to see it today. But on your First Bank Fox Skycam, some of these hazy conditions as we look again out toward the north and to the east is what we're looking at. Okay, so some of your weather headlines, just a little bit cooler today, and those winds, again, a bit lighter. Temperatures will be in the 90s. We're going to drop our temps by about 7 to 10 to 12 degrees from where we were yesterday. Yesterday, Lamar hit 111, and we're going for 9. That's at least some good news. We're going to warm back up tomorrow, and really, we don't have a lot of moisture in the extended forecast. Have the possibility on Friday afternoon, late Friday afternoon in the evening, Sunday afternoon into Monday, and then Tuesday, those are going to be the best chances for seeing any showers and thunderstorms. So in a little bit, I'll have your 7-day forecast. We'll get back together, and I'll show you what we're talking about with that. Now, the only problem with that, the thunderstorms, lightning.
Right.
And we've got all this dry conditions and everything, and then those winds that can be outflow from the thunderstorms. But, we'll take any moisture we can get because we are just so dry.
And a little bit of those cooler temperatures as well. Well, we've been showing you throughout yesterday and also this morning amazing video. Look at this and take a listen. All right, you can see there, this is from the Black Forest fire. Kind of in that area, which is very, very central, and the flames are just encroaching on the road there. People are screaming. That's the thing with these fires, and we learned this from Waldo Canyon, is how quickly, all of a sudden, it can just encroach, onto a property. And very, very, very frightening stuff.
Yeah, and that's definitely something. This is another YouTube that, again, looks like a time lapse of those flames that were just continuing to, or the smoke that was billowing up. And that's what you said, too. I mean, anywhere you looked yesterday, you could see the smoke. And then from the Royal Gorge fire, you could see the smoke in Colorado Springs because we had those southwesterly winds that was blowing all of that smoke.
It was on both sides.
Yeah, it was. We were surrounded, essentially. And yesterday they were talking about how on the Black Forest fire, how it's a little bit more accessible than some of the fires that we saw last year, just because it's sort of flat and open, but there's obviously more homes there.
Right.
And again, 40 to 60 homes possibly destroyed. We were all watching yesterday. We saw all those aerial pictures, and we just saw those homes continuing to go up in flames and just be engulfed, and it was just, heart-wrenching to watch.
It is, and Black Forest, I know so many people that live in the Black Forest area, and they choose to live there. You're there in the forest, you're very close to town, but yet you feel so far away. You're in the woods, you usually have several acres of your property, and people live there, they love it. It's a lifestyle, and I've seen all kinds of tweets and posts on Facebook, our forest is burning.
And the way that those houses are situated, you could really see it from the air yesterday. If maybe you're new to the area, or if you haven't really been up to Black Forest, you're not sure, what it looks like. It's just like forest, home. These homes, like you said, are just amongst the trees and amongst the forest, and now, all of that is burning. If we could, I'd like to take the iPad, guys, and show a couple of things from Facebook. You've been great on Facebook. You've been really helping us tell the story, as we always like. We can only do so much. But with you showing us your YouTube clips and your pictures and your comments and everything, it's very important to sort of all join the conversation together. So this is from Sadie, and this was sent about an hour ago. It's the Royal Gorge fire taken from out of her Walmart there. And you can see that picture. Well, let's see if we can bring it up. Yeah, there
you
it is.
go. Oh.
Okay. So there's a little
Look at that
circle there in the middle, but I don't know if you can kind of see that.
It's very eerie. And that, because that's taken, at night. So yesterday we saw a lot of the smoke. It was hard to see the flames, except from the aerial views that we were getting in from the helicopter, the news choppers, and also, from YouTube, like you said, people who were up close.
Right.
But the night video, it was very difficult to see for me driving in. But you definitely smelled the smoke this morning.
And this is another picture where you can see the smoke and sort of the glow of the fire again in the overnight hours. That's from Loris World Photography. That's Lori Ramsey. That was 10:15 from Pine Creek High School, and then this is 8 o'clock at Pine Creek High School. Look at the 3 choppers there. 2 of them, the Chinook choppers, that were doing the bucket drops, trying to get some aerial support there. And another one from, looks like Meridian Road. This is from Race Valentine. So again, you can see just the intensity of that fire in the overnight hours.
And all these people who were evacuated yesterday, waking up this morning just wondering the fate of their house and whether it is still standing this morning. We will expect that update around between 8:30 to 10 o'clock this morning.
Right.
That could change. We don't have an exact time for an update, but we should have a little more understanding exactly what happened overnight. Meanwhile, the La Forêt Conference Center, a lot of people know about this. It's a conference center and retreat center in the Black Forest. Many people know about this.
And remember, Craig did his live shot there for the what's the festival that they had back with Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
And so that was a big thing. I remember I'd never heard of La Forêt before.
Yeah.
But you were talking about how
they released a statement overnight saying that today our community was hit by a devastating wildfire consuming a large portion of Black Forest. When our last staff member exited the grounds, the fire had already begun burning homes bordering La Forêt property. At this moment, no reports that La Forêt has had any of its 460 acres catch fire. It goes on to say that while we are thankful for the safety of our property, we are saddened at the destruction of our community. We are uncertain of the status of our property in town, but we promise those in Black Forest that we will help this community rebuild. They are our neighbors, our family. It is our pleasure and duty to help reconstruct this wonderful place with them. Please keep us in your prayers. And it is a tight-knit community. I mean, a lot of these homes, they may be separated by acres, but from what I understand from the people I know, you do still know your neighbors.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So a very, very tight-knit community out there, and very, very saddened this morning.
If we could, let's take up put the evacuation map back up. We want to talk about some evacuation preps to have and preparations to, if you're going to evacuate, if you think you want to evacuate, just to kind of be prepared. It's good for all of us to know because we are in wildfire season now. We had the fire the other day at the Air Force Academy. I remember we were talking about that. It was just a little 100 foot by 100 foot, but I said, these conditions are ripe for this to happen. So that's the area right there in red, the mandatory evacuations, which includes up to 2,500 homes, I believe, and then the pre-evacuations on the green. But what to take, you want to be ready. And they always say have your 72-hour kit ready. Those are just some things, the Social Security cards, driver's license. I mean, a lot of this stuff seems common sense, but when you get that evacuation order, you're not thinking about this.
Right, and a lot of times you don't have a lot of time to get it all together.
Right, so credit cards, house deeds, vehicle titles, and also try to decide where you're going to go. Get your marriage licenses together, birth certificates, insurance policies. A lot of people have lock boxes or safes that they keep all that stuff in, so you can just grab that. Home inventory, for insurance, good to know, so that you know everything that's in there. Because a lot of times you don't think about, what did I lose in my house? But if you have like a little video or something that you can take, that's always a good thing to do. And also sign up for El Paso Teller 911.org. New registrations, they say, may take about 24 hours to take effect, but it's still good to at least get in the habit of maybe getting on that list, just in case you live anywhere in an area where you could see a fire. And obviously anywhere in southern Colorado is prone to fires.
All right, so this morning, Black Forest fire, 8,000 acres, 0% contained as of last press conference, which was around 10 o'clock last night. So now the community is wondering what they can do to help.
Right.
So Karen Sheriff Food Bank for Southern Colorado is hosting a collection drive right now for our neighbors here in Southern Colorado who need help due to the fires that are burning both here in the Springs and Canyon City. So going until 5 o'clock this evening. This started, we'll start at 8 o'clock and go to 5 o'clock this evening. They're collecting non-perishable food and financial donations. They need things like canned and boxed meals such as mac and cheese, tuna, soup, cereals, and other easy-to-eat snacks. So they'll be distributing them to some of the fire victims.
Okay, all right. So that's very good to have. And then it says also that the Flying W needs hay for evacuated horses.
Right, they're taking those horses in.
So that's important. And, obviously the community always steps up when we have any sort of tragedy like this. So Woodman View Storage has offered up their 7 acres worth of storage units for free if you want to get your stuff out and try to at least just store it somewhere. That's always a good thing to do and to look at as well. So we really have 3 fires. We haven't mentioned the Levita fire very much, but that is being called the Clycus fire. That's 45 to 50 acres, and that's 5 miles west of Levita in Huerfano County. 0% contained. 2 families evacuated. No structures have been burned there, but so we've got 3 essentially fires that broke out. Now, this is what happened for me yesterday. Remember, I was talking about the Air Force Academy fire that was on Monday, and it was just that very small fire. So yesterday I was out and about, and I started seeing the smoke, and I'm like, okay, well, coming from the south. And then I got, the tweet or whatever, the Royal Gorge fire, okay, well, that's something. And then I looked to the north, and I saw the smoke coming up. I said, wow, that Air Force Academy fire has really blossomed, has really, grown quite a bit. And that actually wasn't the case. It ended up being the Black Forest fire. So then we have that, we have the Royal Gorge, and then we start hearing reports about this fire in Levita. Now this is all in one day, within the period of maybe 3 or 4 hours.
I was going to say within a matter of hours.
Yeah. So it really just sparked that quickly. And again, no word on any cause or anything of that nature. I was talking about it yesterday with the high fire danger. You don't want to throw cigarette butts out the window when you're driving because you have all that dangerous, just available fuel. Campfires, you got to put them out. There weren't any thunderstorms around yesterday, so more than likely it wasn't anything to do with lightning.
Right.
So you don't know why these fires start, but you get one little spark. You get those winds, those hot temperatures, and from that little spark, 8,000 acres like that.
It's horrific.
Yeah.
Craig Coffey is live this morning. He's getting just kind of an up-close perspective, and hopefully we'll be talking with some of the evacuees. Do we have him now? Can we take him? All right. He's at the Safeway at the southeast corner of the evacuation area. Hi, Craig.
Good morning, guys. That's exactly right. Out here in Falcon, just off of Woodman in 24. And we are here, like you said, we're just barely south, about a mile or so, of that southeast boundary of those new mandatory evacuations, which extend out to Eatonville Road. Now, here's the deal. What is usually a Safeway parking lot with a Pizza Hut, dry cleaners, Falcon Dental, has now turned into a makeshift campground. Go ahead if you can and take a look behind me right now. I count so far at this point up to 9 campers out there. People stake and claim right now, trying to find a place to settle down. Those residents that have been evacuated from their homes and their areas. There's also, and actually there's a horse trailer out here as well too. And right now people still laying low in their campers, I'm sure trying to get some rest right now. What's been a very, very active night for them, busy night, and just trying to catch up on some rest, as you can imagine right now. But here's the deal. Here's the scene right now, just to kind of give you an idea as what's going on in this newly evacuated zone. Driving out here this morning, conditions, visibility, very, very low. The smoke is pretty thick out here. You can really smell the smoke in the area. And it's best if you can, as you know by now, in these wildfire conditions, just to stay inside and to stay safe. Here's what officials are saying right now. If you're outside in these smoke areas or smoke zones and you're being affected by this, these are some things, some symptoms you should look out for. You may have mentioned this already, but again, we're in the thick of this right now, and it's pretty thick out here. So I'm going to say it again. Coughing, of course, is a symptom. Scratchy throats, irritated sinuses, that really kicks into high gear. Shortness of breath, chest pain, headaches, stinging eyes, runny nose. Also, if you have asthma, those symptoms for those suffering from that condition can also kick up into high gear too. So stay very careful and stay inside. Here's what officials are saying as well. Avoid outdoor activity. Stay indoors. Make sure you keep kitchen windows, doors. They should all be kept closed at all times. No candles, fireplaces, or gas stoves are to be used in this situation. And of course, extra precaution for children and senior citizens with or anybody with respiratory conditions, and drink plenty of water. So that's what's going on right now early on. We're going to kind of canvass the entire area here this morning and let you know what's going on, kind of get you in the heart of the action right now. Again, we're out here at Falcon at Woodman in 24. Again, kind of the southeast boundary of these new evacuation zones. We'll have more throughout the entire morning as we drive around and get into these areas. That's it for now. We're going to go ahead and toss it back to you in studio.
All right, Craig Coffey live. Thanks so much. We'll check back with you in just a little while. Let's just kind of recap by the numbers now what we know as of 10 o'clock last night. With the Black Forest fire, we have the number of homes evacuated at just over 2,500. The number of acres consumed now estimated to be at 8,000 acres, which is just incredible how it just went from, about 24 acres to 8,000. We have about 24,000 acres evacuated. So that's the evacuation zone right there, the whole zone. Yeah. And they're saying now, and nothing is confirmed, but as of 10 o'clock last night, Sheriff Terry Makita had said, believe between 40 to 60 structures have been burned.
Okay, let's recap the Royal Gorge fire, too. Obviously, these are the two big ones, Black Forest and Royal Gorge. We have the third fire, the Levita fire. But as for the Royal Gorge fire, this was as of about 9 o'clock last night. 3,800 acres with just about 100 homes evacuated. It started on the south side, jumped the river there. Now on the north side, multiple structures burned and about 125 firefighters working that. Evacuation includes a Skyline Drive to Highway 9, north and south of Highway 50. We're hearing that Highway 50 is closed in that area. I guess it's west of Canyon City. 2 air tankers, a hotshot crew on the way. They're going to get more fire support, I'm sure, for both fires today. And then quickly on the Levita fire, 5 miles west of Levita, that's in Huerfano County. That's burning about 45 to 50 acres, called the Clycus fire. 0% contained, 2 families evacuated, no structures burned.
All of these fires affecting a large portion of our state.
You could see that, too, with Craig's live shot just behind him, the haze that was in the light.
You could see it driving in this morning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're going to get here, some sunlight in just a little while. We'll be able to put our cameras here from the top of our building and be able to kind of move it around to show you just how hazy it is. But that's the thing to remember today. Those winds shifted in the overnight. So now a lot of that smoke from the Black Forest fire is coming right into Colorado Springs. And the Royal Gorge fire, that's going further south to folks down to Trinidad and Walsenburg as well.
Well, the governor spoke to Colorado citizens yesterday about these fires that are burning. Here's what he had to say.
We recognize this is sort of like the first day of a new season. And we've got all the county commissioners here, and Lord knows we can't be more prepared. I'm sure there are things we could have done more, and
all right. Difficult to hear.
Yeah, we heard just a little bit of that. I don't know if there was some technical issues with that, so we apologize, but we'll try to get more for you as well.
Okay, and we continue to get people, making comments and also posting photos on our Facebook page and, social media. We saw this with the Waldo Canyon fire. People just tweeting about their experiences, putting their thoughts and prayers out to friends and family. And people, we're a community here, so we don't necessarily have to know someone who lives in the fire zone to feel it. But I know that there's lots of pictures that are being posted on our Facebook page.
And that's the whole thing is, we welcome you to again, help us tell the story on Twitter, on Facebook at Fox 21 News, and you can find us there. All sorts of different photos that were posted yesterday with all of the smoke around. But the photos that I showed you this morning, here's some more. These are just some of the, I guess, the overnight photos and some of the ones that were from yesterday as well. But, you could just see those thick columns of smoke, and it just really brought back all the memories because it was so close. And it was a Tuesday last year in June, late June.
That's right.
So we were close to the 1-year anniversary of all those fires that were happening around last year. And it was definitely, something to see, especially. I mean, some of these fires with these flames are just really incredible.
Well, you've got those high treetops, so the flames are just shooting over, the treetops, and that's when those embers fly, especially with the winds, and end up on top of roofs, and then of course those houses go up in flames so quickly.
And Jeff Womack was in for Terry last night. He was talking about all the different clouds and everything that were around. They actually create their own. The fire creates its own sort of weather in a way, and so they're called pyrocumulus clouds because, you think pyrotechnics and fire, and so that's what all those big clouds were. They look like big towering cumulus clouds that, from a thunderstorm, but it's just all of that smoke that just continued to billow up. Now, with the fact that the winds died down overnight, in fact, we're probably not going to see those big puffs of clouds. Remember last year, we would wake up in the morning and be, everything's fine. There's not a big puff of smoke. But then you get the afternoon and you get the winds, and then you'll see even bigger flare-ups.
So let's talk a little bit about the winds, because obviously driving in this morning, we smelled it a lot more than I did yesterday, and you probably are noticing that, and that's probably making a lot of people nervous. Is it going to kind of stay that way throughout the day, or do you think it's going to change and blow in another direction?
Here's what's going to happen. Yesterday, strong southwesterly winds, 20 to 40 and 50 mile an hour gusts. I mean, very, very, very strong winds from the southwest, okay? Now, as we had a little cold front that sort of worked through, our wind sort of shifted from the north and northwest overnight. They calmed down. Some of those winds, about 5 to 7 to 10 miles an hour, like what we're seeing now. blowing that smoke from the Black Forest Fire south. Later this afternoon, we're going to get a little bit more southerly wind. So it's going to be more south again, but not anywhere as strong as yesterday. We're 10 to 20 miles an hour. There's still a red flag warning, and that's still for only El Paso County. And that's from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. today. So those are going to be for the southerly winds at 10 to 20 miles an hour. So by any means, I don't want to say that we're, out of the woods, but we are going to be better, at least helping the firefighting efforts. The problem is tomorrow we see more breezes and we get a little hotter tomorrow. Okay. So it's almost like a temporary reprieve the day after, all of the really bad weather. That's what I constantly heard from all the officials talking yesterday. The weather was their biggest
obstacle. I mean,
Yes, thank you. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, it was hindering them. All right, well, we know that a lot of people were evacuated yesterday. We don't know if those pre-evacuations are going to increase today, but a lot of people, packed up, went to stay in parking lots. They, packed up their RVs, their trailers. Craig Coffey is right now at the corner of the southeast corner of an evacuation area in Falcon, kind of near a Safeway there, and apparently he has an evacuee with him. Let's join him now live. Craig?
Good morning, guys. That's exactly right. This Safeway parking lot, like I just told you moments ago, which has, several storefronts, is now turned into a makeshift campsite for evacuees. We are here right now with one of those evacuees. This is Joe Jordan. Good morning to you, Joe. Now, I'm sure it's been kind of a long night for you, but tell us again where you live. You are just about a mile or a half mile west of Eatonville Road, the new evacuation boundary to the east and south of Hodgins, right?
Wood Lake Road. It runs south off of Hodgins. Okay. Meanders around, comes out on Meridian.
Okay, and you're out of the tree area in Black Forest. You're more on the high plains. Yeah. Okay, explain the situation to us when you evacuated. What made you make that decision? They told you to when you left?
I got that reverse 911 call.
Okay.
And they asked everybody to, be ready to go, and when they call, to go. And when they called, I packed up my 4 cats
and hit the road.
Hit the road.
Hit the road. So you weren't going to waste time when they said you need to go. You
could see the glow up on the horizon, just to the west of me.
What did you think when you saw that? I mean, describe what you were going through as far as your,
Well, I wasn't thinking anything too drastic. I just knew that there were a lot of people in trouble, and they were going through a lot of problems, and all I could do was just follow the directions that the authorities are asking us to do to make things a little bit easier for them.
And is that some advice you would for sure give to people, maybe those in a pre-evacuation zone right now, that look, get ready because there's a chance you're going to have to leave, and if you do, you need to go?
Yeah, you need to do it. I mean, it just simplifies the whole situation.
Yeah.
That's my opinion anyway.
When this fire broke out yesterday afternoon on Tuesday, did you ever think it would get this come this far east?
No, I was coming from downtown, and I thought it was a reoccurrence of that fire at the academy, and I had no idea until my neighbor called me and said that, and then I realized it. Yeah.
So what are the things that you brought with you? I know you have you have 4 cats with you in the van.
Right.
Yeah, and you've just kind of staked out in your van overnight.
Yeah, and I got food for the cats, and then I picked up all the important documents that I could think of at the time, and I've got all my credit cards and insurance paraphernalia.
The important papers, right. Are you concerned with your home at this point?
Well, yeah, sure I am. Everything I own is in that house.
Yeah.
So, if it goes up in flames, but those things can be replaced,
Yeah. That's a pretty positive outlook, Joe.
Well, it's...
Yeah.
What can you do? You can't...
Right.
You can't change things. There's probably people that are a lot worse off than I am right now, and that have lost homes up there.
So how long are you prepared to live out of the van with the 4 cats and until you have to go back?
Well, no, I brought a couple of shirts and couple changes of underwear, so I'll have to start buying stuff and move into a motel and do something with the animals. I'll have to board them out somewhere. I mean, if it's prolonged.
Right.
I don't think that area up there where I'm at is going to be too hard hit. I don't know. I may be wrong.
Okay. Well, we're thinking about you, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And we thank you very much for your time. I know, I'm sure it's been a long night.
Yeah, it is.
Have you just been driving around,
No,
or?
no. I sat in there and just parked up there in the way. I just got gas a little bit ago.
Yeah.
And I just thought I've been checking my iPhone to see if, because the homeowners association up there has been posting things, what's
They have, okay. Because I was going to ask you about your neighbors too. Do you have close neighbors? Are you pretty spread apart?
We're on 5 and 6 acre tracts.
Okay. Have you made contact with any neighbors so far?
I talked to the neighbors to my east and the one to the south of me before we left. In fact, we sort of rendezvoused before we all pulled out about the same time.
Okay. And you all went your separate ways?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, again, thank you very much for your time. We're sorry that you're going through this, but we appreciate hearing your story and hearing from somebody that's right there in the action. Yeah.
Very good.
Okay. All right. So there you have it. Again, we're here again to set the scene. We're at the Safeway parking lot now in Falcon, just off of Highway 24 in Woodman. This is, again, about a mile or two just south of the new evacuation zone, which extends east to Eatonville. And so that's where we are right now. Again, it's very thick out here as far as smoke goes. You can really smell it in the air. It definitely has a presence out here. So again, be careful, stay safe. We're going to have more from around the area here covering the Black Forest fire. Back to you guys in studio.
All right, Craig Coffey Live, thanks so much. We'll check back with you in a little while. We know that several businesses continue to reach out here in the area to those evacuees like Craig had just talked to, and the Doubletree Hilton Hotel is offering special room rates for fire evacuees. The hotel is pet friendly. It is also waiving pet fees to, again, help out those who evacuated their homes. If you need to give them a call and you need to try and see if you can check in, the number to call is 576-8900.
All right, and also Spring Hill Suites and Town Place Suites offering discounted rates for evacuees. They are located off of Powers and Fountain. The number's there on your screen at 637-0800 or 638-0800.
We also have been telling you that Woodman View Storage is offering up their 7 acres worth of storage units for free as well. Yeah, so lots of businesses stepping up.
Yeah, and that's good. And again, as we talked about earlier, you may not be in an evacuation zone. You may just be in a pre-evac zone, or you may, just want to be prepared in case a fire gets anywhere near you. With as dry as we are, as we saw, 3 fires within about 3 hours yesterday breaking out. Social Security cards, driver's license, all the important things, credit cards, deeds, titles, marriage licenses, birth certificates, all of your important documents, and then home inventory for your insurance is good, plus prescription meds. That's a good thing to remember because you'll need those, especially if you're on any prescription. Your wedding rings and valuable jewelry, computer information, items with sentimental value. If you can get all this stuff kind of ahead of time and together, a week's worth of clothing, and then pets. Think about pets too.
Their food as well.
Food, their ID tags, carriers. I mean, these are all things that, again, seem very common sense. Oh yeah, sure. Whatever, I can do it. But you don't think about that stuff when you have to be evacuated. So if you can kind of get at least some of this stuff together, just to be prepared, just in case, if you live anywhere near where any of these fires are burning, or if you live in an area where, you could see, a fire break out at any time, if you live close to the mountains and Mountain Shadows neighborhood, anything like that, just be prepared. That's what we learned last year, is to be prepared, to be vigilant, and it's just always better to be safe than sorry.
Of course, in time of need, lots of organizations looking for donations to help with the fire victims. Karen Share is having a food drive today, looking in Colorado Springs and Pueblo locations. Of course, we've got the Royal Gorge fire burning, as well as the Black Forest fire and the Levita fire. So that's going to go from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. You can text donate to 41010. $10 donations. If everyone did that, think how many people that they would be able to help. And you can log on to KarenShare.org for details on that.
Red Cross obviously is still taking donations, I'm assuming.
Right.
Is that correct?
I believe so,
so Red Cross is also a good way to do that. But that's the thing with this day and age, where you can text donations, and that just comes straight out of your a bill. And it's really easy. Just donate 41010 on your text. Boom, done. That's $10. And again, if we all did that, we would be a lot better off, I think.
Yeah, these are our neighbors. This is our community. So we know that this community comes together to help one another.
Again, we're on early this morning here for you to bring you the very latest information. We won't have any new information, at least that we are going to get from any kind of press conference until probably around 8:30, 9 o'clock. It is 4:40 right now on your Wednesday morning. Let's talk about weather here a little bit. Obviously, weather played a huge role, and that was the big thing that was giving people, the firefighters fits yesterday, and that's basically why these fires just accelerated so quickly. Those very, very strong winds out of the southwest, the very, very dry conditions as well, the very hot temperatures. Then you had all that fuel, all that dead brush out there, and fuel is essentially like kindling. When you start a campfire, you just throw it in there and boom, it's easily able to be lit. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. So the good news is this morning in the overnight hours, last 3 or 4 hours, we've had sort of a shift with our winds. So they've been more northwesterly, and we're seeing those winds blow all of that smoke from the Black Forest fire right into Colorado Springs. So that's why it's smoky, it's hazy this morning. Respiratory problems, got to definitely watch out for that. No winds right now that we're seeing, at least across the street from our folks there at the Siemens building. This is a picture that was posted from the Canyon City Daily Record. Now, this is the Royal Gorge Bridge, okay? Kind of hard to see because of all the smoke. But there it is right there, the one end on the south and then all the way to the north end right here. And they said that they did lose a few structures down there for the Royal Gorge fire. Obviously, everyone evacuated from that area. And they said that some areas definitely could see, the possibility of the fires that were continuing in those areas. But they say that the bridge largely intact. At least we don't know. They're not quite sure, but you can see all of the smoke right there through the Royal Gorge. And that's a huge tourist attraction for folks in Fremont County. So that's a picture there from the CC Daily Record that we appreciate, and just kind of wanted to show you some perspective and overhead shot of that. Okay, so yesterday we had red flag warnings for basically the entire area all the way through the southern plains out toward the western slope. All the areas in yellow, those are fire weather watches for today, and the only red flag warning we have today is in El Paso County, and it starts at 2 o'clock and goes until about 8 o'clock. Obviously, that includes Black Forest, Colorado Springs, down through Fountain, all of the areas out toward the eastern plains under that red flag warning for today. So that's what we have to watch for. But at least good news in the fact that it's only in this one spot. Still going to see those winds around Canyon City, and the folks in La Veta still dealing with the winds down there for that fire. 42 in Alamosa right now. Our temperature still in the lower 60s for the Springs and Pueblo, 68 in Trinidad, and 72 in La Junta. These are some of the current wind speeds out of the north at about 8 miles an hour in the Springs and northwest at about 12 in Fort Carson. You go out here toward Black Forest, and again, more of a northerly component that's blowing all of that smoke into the Colorado Springs area and down to areas to the south. 12-mile-an-hour winds in Pueblo right now and 13 in Springfield. Canyon City, we're seeing winds at about 8 to 10 miles an hour for the Royal Gorge fire. Weather headlines look like this. A little bit cooler today, and we are definitely appreciative of that. Mother Nature giving us a little bit of a break. Now, winds also will be just a tad bit lighter. Temperatures will get into the 90s for this afternoon, and we're going to see about an 8 to 10 degree temperature drop. Watch for warmer conditions for tomorrow, 88 to 95 by noontime. This is our day planner, and we'll see 90 to 97 for our afternoon highs for the Springs and Pueblo. So yesterday, record highs, 97 in the Springs and 104 in Pueblo. Today, we're going to drop, again, 7 to 10 degrees for our afternoon highs. So it'll still be hot, don't get me wrong, still going to be dry, but at least it's not going to be as hot as we saw yesterday. Let me show you your satellite and radar picture. It's still this very strong ridge of high pressure that's built right over the top of us in the Centennial State. And again, we're seeing some of these clouds that are streaming in from the south and the southwest as well. You're going to have that weak little cold front that passed through. And then as we get into Friday night and into Sunday night, into Tuesday, could see some precipitation. Much needed precipitation, but it's going to be very light at best. Did want to let you know that. Trying to give you some silver lining here with everything that's going on. These are the temperatures around the state today. 94 in Montrose, 96 in Grand Junction, 67 in Monarch. We'll see low to mid-90s up and down the I-25 corridor, 98 in Lamar and 97 in Pueblo. All right, let me show you a week's worth of weather as well. We got to get you into Father's Day weekend here, and 90 for our high today in the spring. Still look for breezy to windy conditions the next couple of days. Tomorrow, expect to see a little bit more wind, unfortunately. Probably going to have more of those red flag warnings around tomorrow. Our temperatures get into the lower 90s, and then 91 on Friday, but you can see a possibility of a couple of thunderstorms late Friday afternoon. Saturday and Sunday, look what happens to our temperatures. They're going down to the low and mid 80s for the Colorado Springs area, just in time for spring spree, and then Father's Day on Sunday. Late Sunday into Monday, another chance of seeing a couple of pop-up thunderstorms, and Tuesday as well. Nothing widespread. We're not looking for any sort of good soaking, but we'll take any kind of precipitation that we can get for sure. All right, so Pueblo today, 97 for your high, still breezy to windy conditions. 99 on Thursday. Again, we warm back up a little bit tomorrow, and we keep those temps in the upper 90s for Friday. But then for the weekend, finally a little relief. Our temperatures drop a little bit back into the lower 90s as we approach the weekend, and we'll have a real spotty chance of seeing a couple of showers and thunderstorms. Obviously, Canyon City, we'd love to see some more rain for you there, and in Fremont County. We're still going to be in the mid-90s today, a little bit warmer tomorrow, breezy to windy conditions the next few days. Tomorrow, I think it's going to be windier than it will be today, and then we're only in the upper 80s into Saturday and Sunday, and there's a couple of bright spots there, if you can call them that. Friday afternoon, possibly Sunday afternoon into Monday, and then into Tuesday, a couple of chances for showers and thunderstorms. With those thunderstorms, though, then we have to deal with lightning and all of that dry timber out there and all that dry brush, so that lightning actually could cause even more fires. 80 in Woodland Park today, 82 for you on Thursday, 81 Friday, then our temperatures finally taking a little bit of a dip into Saturday and Sunday. We'll get some relief, and we'll see temps in the 70s, mid-70s, and lower 70s as we get into the weekend. That's a look at our weather right now. We'll continue to bring you more updates here throughout the morning. Kind of a weird show today. We're not going to have the birthdays. We're not going to have our pet of the week, our trivia, anything like that. Obviously, we're talking about the issue at hand, which are the 3 fires that are burning throughout southern Colorado. Also with traffic, too, we're going to send our traffic guy, Dan, actually down to Canyon City, and he's going to bring us some reports down there from what's going on, Dan Cochelle. So he's been nice enough to do that. So if there are any traffic issues, we'll let you know. We'll be looking at that for you as well. Try to give you some normalcy here with everything that's going on.
All this while we await the next news conference, which is scheduled for around 9 o'clock. That could change. We don't have, a definitive time, but we do expect an update sometime in a matter of hours. Meanwhile, in regards to the Black Forest Fire, friends at the Gazette are reporting that firefighters are seeing an increase of fire activity in the area of Burgess and Windmill. So we smell the smoke.
Yep.
It is 0% contained as of 10 o'clock last night. So an increase in fire activity in the area of Burgess and Windmill. Also, the Colorado Springs Police Department wants to remind you that they are on accident alert status and on priority 1 dispatch status because they're assisting with the efforts and helping with closing the roads and all of that with regards to the Black Forest fire. So unless you have a true emergency, if you do have a true emergency, you're asked to call 911.
Okay, and then an accident alert status again. This is typically what we see. We were just talking about Dan with the accidents. That's something we see on a snow day.
That's right.
When we have a lot of snow and everything, they say, okay, accident alert status. We just need to, we're going to be focusing our efforts elsewhere. They're obviously helping out, and a lot of the officials too yesterday were saying, hey, great job to all the first responders, and our hats go off to them as well as they continue. All the different organizations that are helping out, from the CSFD, the Colorado Springs Police Department, as well as Black Forest, obviously. They're talking about the different agencies. It started off as a Black Forest event, a Black Forest fire, and then they just transfer the ownership, essentially, of the, command for the incident as it continues to get bigger.
Right, and they're getting help from, everywhere. Obviously, those firefighters were on the scene and working, 12-hour shifts, something like that. And I know I've heard that firefighters from Denver and other surrounding areas are coming in to help relieve them. I'd like to, if we can, put up that evacuation map back up, just to give a recap of exactly what areas remain under evacuation orders right now. So under a mandatory evacuation, That's in the red that you see right there. That's south of Hodgen, north of Burgess and Rex Road, west of Eastonville, and east of Tahosa Lane. Now, this includes neighborhoods, which I think this came down a little bit later last night. Latigo Trails, Latigo Creek, and Latigo Estates. Now, the pre-evacuation area is in the green, and you can see there on the outskirts of the red. That's north of Old Ranch, east of Milam, and west of Volmer. So this was the latest evacuations as of 10 o'clock last night. We don't know if that's increased. Again, we're seeing, hearing that there is increased fire activity in some areas of Black Forest, but we should know more in a couple of hours when they hold the next news conference.
So Craig Coffey is out live. We're going to talk to him in a little bit. He's stationed at the Safeway there, the very sort of southeast section in Falcon of where people are evacuating to. We talked with an evacuee this morning. We talked with a lot of people yesterday who were evacuated, and we're going to play some video here of that interview from yesterday.
We got a call, and everybody said that they're good and has checked in at SafePoint. So we are part of the fortunate news, and anybody that's not, we really take your sympathy because this is a very trying time. We're so familiar with the wildfires here, but it makes it bring it that close when it's in your neighborhood. And I was born and raised here, so I know all about it, and can really hope everybody gets out when they need to.
Well, we're going to hear more from evacuees throughout the morning, as you say, Craig Coffey. Lots of areas have become makeshift campsites.
Right.
I mean, I have friends, we called them yesterday and said, if you need a place to stay, let us know. And they had not been evacuated yet, but they were gathering all their stuff together just in case. And they ended up doing, a makeshift camp in their trailers and motorhomes, in a parking lot of a Home Depot. So people are kind of gathering there, trying to support each other in any way they can and waiting to learn more from officials.
And again, this show this morning is we're on a little bit earlier. It's going to be kind of just free flow, and we're going to be doing different things throughout the show. So we apologize if it's not your usual morning show that you get here this morning. But you can see all the people with their signs, free storage, or they want to help out. The community always comes together in times of need. Beyond a doubt, we saw that last year. But I want to ask the guys in the back, that we had that YouTube clip. It was that up-close shot, and that's the first time I've seen that. That we also have, there's another picture that I know that we have that I think Ray put together last night. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, this is frightening.
So this is very frightening because this is literally on the front lines of the fire. And it's just a very short clip, and I don't know where this came from. I don't have that information. I don't know if it's just, from a viewer.
Is that Black Forest Road? Does anyone know? Because that looks like the intersection that a lot of people, I think, would know as they're driving into kind of, as you would say, a downtown Black Forest area. But you can see there the street light. So that's, on a road that, we're seeing a lot of the aerial shots, which are in neighborhoods where, the houses have burned. But that's coming right up there on a road that a lot of people travel.
And you saw the first responders there with all of the different, the police departments in Colorado Springs Police Department and Black Forest Fire, everything working together. Great work by the first responders to get those people safe. Yesterday, too, Sheriff Makita was saying that it was more of a search and rescue because people were not heeding those evacuation warnings. They said, you know what, we're going to stay in our house. And a lot of people do that.
We hear that a lot. Anytime there is some major wildfire, people are attached to their homes. They don't want to leave, but that you really need to leave when those evacuation orders are issued.
Exactly right. And because they ended up, they didn't evacuate, and so Sheriff Makita was saying, okay, well then people were calling us saying, okay, now will you come help us? Well, that puts them at a disadvantage because they couldn't even get the fire trucks in there. They couldn't even get the first responders in because there were so many people that were crowding, Woodman and 83.
Well, there's not a lot of ways out of Black Forest. There's only so many roads that people can take to evacuate. So, when those mandatory evacuations came, those roads got very, very congested. And I know, speaking with some friends too, who said that they were not under mandatory evacuation, but they knew that the fire line was just blocks away. So they said, we're just getting out. And they said that they were glad that they did because it took a long time to evacuate because of all the people on the roads.
All right, 4:54 is your time right now. Let's shift gears and talk about the Royal Gorge fire. Now, again, it's hard for us as a news organization. We've got so many different things going. 2 major fires and a third fire in Levita. I mean, this is affecting thousands of people in southern Colorado in our communities and thousands of areas. So let's go ahead. We're going to roll some footage of the Royal Gorge fire from yesterday. And again, with that bridge, obviously the Royal Gorge Bridge, everyone was concerned about that. Obviously, life is more important than a structure, but that's their lifeblood in Fremont County.
Yeah.
So the folks there really were working hard to try to, get out of harm's way. There's that big slurry bomber we were talking about, that DC-10 that was dropping 20,000 gallons of water at a time. You can see the Royal Gorge Bridge in that video right there through the smoke and the haze.
Yeah, so here's what we know as of 9 o'clock last night. That was the last official update we got on the Royal Gorge fire. 3,800 acres, more than 100 people evacuated. Started on the south side, jumped the river, now also on the north side.
Right.
We know that multiple structures have burned. We know that some structures, at least 3, we're hearing kind of near the Royal Gorge. There have been reports that the Royal Gorge, the bridge itself may be damaged, but there's nothing official that's coming out. And there is evacuation at Skyline Drive to Highway 9. That's the evacuation zone both north and south of Highway 50.
And a lot of people in Fremont County are coming together, obviously, for their community to be able to help out and offering up their help and assistance for evacuees. But this fire grew pretty quickly. Did you notice did you say the neighborhoods came over?
For Black Forest, absolutely.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was Black
Royal
Forest.
Gorge, yeah. So as we talked about, that VLAT, or very large air tanker that we saw the video of, 20,000 gallons of slurry essentially. Takes about an hour to reload. And this is the video that we kept seeing yesterday as well.
Now, this is the viewer video, I believe, that was sent to us, correct?
Right,
yes.
exactly. And
Look at the smoke.
You could see that right there as the tourists were just hanging around and people who are working there and everything. So
we had a lot of tourists evacuated because obviously that is a very popular tourist attraction. I've been there several times.
Yeah.
And, you wonder right now what it looks like this morning, and we hope to have an update around 9 o'clock on the Royal Gorge fire as well.
When we have what we're expecting, too, more than likely is, the Denver stations, they have one chopper that works for all the different TV stations in Denver. So it actually flew down here yesterday, gave us those aerial pictures that we're able to cut and give us a perspective. My guess, they're going to fly again this morning down here to check everything out and probably give us some perspective. So as soon as we have those shots up, we'll bring those to you as well. But obviously, this is did you say break?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously that is something we'll be looking at. So it's just in front of 5 o'clock. It's 4:57. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the very latest information here and all morning long on your Fox 21 Morning News. You can follow us at fox21news.com. For your friends around the world, we are live streaming on fox21news.com, so that way they can see what's going on here. Maybe if you have to go out of town, you can follow us there as well.
We'll be right back. Well, welcome back. We continue to follow breaking news of the 3 wildfires burning in southern Colorado, all of them starting yesterday. We want to give you a quick update because the latest reports that we have as far as updated numbers was 10 o'clock last night.
Yeah, exactly right. And welcome to Wednesday morning here. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. She's Kimberly Price, and we'll be here with you all morning long, bringing you the very latest. So go ahead and start with the Black Forest Fire.
All right, the Black Forest Fire. Again, this is as of 10 o'clock last night, which was the last news conference. The fire we know was first reported around 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Homes evacuated, mandatory, are just over 2,500. Voluntary evacuations, 383 homes. 8,000 acres have burned. As of last night, 0% containment. And although we don't have a definite number, Sheriff Makita is saying that right now 40 to 60 homes have burned. Maps are going to fly at 10 o'clock a.m. this morning to help assist the firefighting efforts from the air.
And obviously for this Black Forest Fire, the evacuation continues. That's the mandatory evacuation. The area there in red, and that is south of Hodgen, north of Burgess and Rex Road, west of Eastonville and east of Tahosa Lane. This includes Latigo Trails, Latigo Creek, and Latigo Estates. Pre-evacuation in the green is east of Milam, north of Old Ranch, and west of Volmer. So those areas in green, that's the pre-evacuation. This is for the Black Forest Fire.
Correct. Now let's move to the Royal Gorge Fire. And this is the latest statistics as of 9 o'clock last night. We know that 3,800 acres have burned there. More than 100 evacuated. Started on the south side, jumped the river, now on the north side. We do have confirmation that multiple structures have burned. Around 125 firefighters at the scene, and a lot of tourists were there at the Royal Gorge Bridge at the time that this fire broke out and were evacuated.
Yeah, and you said 100 evacuated, 100 homes. So that could mean,
not people, homes.
200 to 300 people.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you think two or three people a home or whatever. So we don't exactly know the exact the number on that. That Skyline, the evacuation for Royal Gorge Fire, Skyline Drive to Highway 9, both north and south of Highway 50, and the air tanker, the very large air tanker, the DC-10 working that one, that's the slurry bomber essentially. 20,000 gallons of that can be dropped at a time, but it takes about an hour to refuel. We don't know when those are going to be back up. You said the maps for the Black Forest Fire.
It's supposed to be around 10 o'clock this morning is what they were planning.
And that's what I think a lot of people, myself included, was wondering yesterday. I was going, okay, we want to see we want to see those big air tankers coming in. We see them taking off from Peterson and from the airport every day. They go right over us, and we say, let's go, let's get them up there. But it's a process. They just can't,
And we learned that a lot with Waldo Canyon, too.
Exactly,
people were wondering. All right, and of course, we don't want to forget about the Levita fire that is burning in Huerfano County, 5 miles west of Levita. About 45 to 50 acres was last reported. It is being called, now, the Clycus fire. That is how it's being pronounced. 0% contained as well this
morning.
2
families were evacuated. No structures burned on the Levita fire. So, we hope to get an update on all 3 fires. And sometime between about maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe even 10 o'clock this morning is going to be probably our next press conference. We learned this last year. We just kind of waited for the next press conference, and that's where we got all the information. And that's what we want. We want to know, where it's going, what's going to happen. But read that tweet that you got from the Gazette. It said something about 4:20 this morning.
Yeah, 4:20, our friends at the Gazette reported that firefighters reporting an increase in fire activity in the area of Burgess and Windmill. As we know, again, our last update was at 10 o'clock last night. A lot can happen overnight, and it's hard to see. You smell the smoke, but you can't really see the smoke, in the early morning hours. You definitely can't see the flames. So anyway, increased fire activity, Burgess and Windmill. So we'll have to see during that news conference what they say, if it's spread, exactly what that means by increased fire activity.
And you mentioned that too, about the smoke and the change in the winds, which I'll talk about in a little bit with weather, but those winds did shift overnight, and that's why we're smelling that more here in Colorado Springs this morning. All right, so the Red Cross shelters you have on your screen there for the Black Forest Fire include Palmer Ridge High School. That's a new facility, if I'm not mistaken. Also at New Life Church over there on Voyager Parkway and the Elbert County Fairgrounds.
Okay, and we know animals, obviously. It's a large rural area out there in the Black Forest area. Here's one more, though, for the Royal
Gorge Fire. Yeah, that's Evangelical Free Church. And we apologize. Again, 2 large fires and then that third one, Levita. It's hard to kind of get all the information. We're trying to get it all out to to you so that you know exactly what to do if you're watching in Fremont County or if you're watching in El Paso County. But go ahead and talk about the animals.
Yeah,
there,
let's
Kimberly.
talk about that because, again, large rural areas. So large animals right there. The Norris Penrose Events Center on Lower Gold Camp Road is an evacuation center for animals, as well as the Elbert County Fairgrounds on Ute Avenue in Kiowa, Kit Carson Riding Club on Black Forest Road and Woodman also. And then we've got the small animals in the Humane Society of the Pikes Peak region always stepping up, as we saw during the Waldo Canyon fire.
Yeah, exactly. There's location on 8th Street in Abbott Lane,
Yeah.
the Sunrise and Woodman Kennels, the Falcon Animal Hospital, Powers Pet Emergency. So people opening up their homes, opening up their yards, their kennels or
Yeah.
whatever. Even you. I mean, you have friends in the Black Forest
they did.
area.
Offered up my house. No one took it. Some, had family, so they were able to do that. Others just decided, as we saw where Craig Halfie has been earlier this morning, was makeshift, campgrounds, basically, where people were loading up their campers, their trailers, their pickup trucks, whatever, and, kind of just huddling together and waiting out through the night.
Yeah, so it's 5:07 right now on your Fox 21 Morning News. We'll continue to bring you the very latest information if we get anything new. I know a lot of it is recycled. A lot of it is just sort of the same stuff that we've been hearing, and it's hard in the overnight hours to kind of gauge what's going on. But as we get daylight, which we're getting here now, we're going to start to see that smoke. Let me show you. Well, we'll shift gears. We'll talk about weather, and we'll show you. This is the picture that I wanted to once again show you. This is a courtesy of the Canyon City Daily Record. That is the Royal Gorge Bridge. You can see sort of an aerial shot there. Someone went up, and you can see all of the smoke. So it's really hard to see the bridge, but there's the south end all the way to the north end. And again, we heard that structures lost, at least in that area. Last night, the folks in Fremont County said that the bridge was, in fact, intact. We didn't hear of any injuries or anything. And as Kimberly mentioned earlier, a lot of tourists down there, the lifeblood of Fremont County and the community there in the Royal Gorge, had to be evacuated right through parts of Canyon City. So now, yesterday, we had those very strong southwesterly winds, 20 to 25 miles an hour, gusts near 35 and 40. We had the very dry conditions. We had the very hot temperatures, all perfect blend to make for those fire conditions, those high fire dangers that I kept talking about yesterday. Today, a little bit better. We've got a little bit of an improvement, some silver lining, if you will. The yellow areas here, including the San Luis Valley and areas out toward the western slope under a fire weather watch. The only red flag warning is for El Paso County. That starts at 2 o'clock this afternoon and goes until 8 o'clock tonight. It obviously includes Black Forest, Colorado Springs, Fountain, all the areas there in red and out toward the eastern plains as well. So what happened overnight? Those winds shifted from the north and the northwest and blowing all of that smoke from the Black Forest fire down to the south. And same thing for folks in Canyon City and the Royal Gorge fire. Now folks down in Trinidad, Walsenburg smelling a lot of that smoke because we're seeing northerly winds there as well. In the overnight hours, temperatures a little bit cooler too. All of this helps the firefighting efforts. Mid-60s in La Junta and Lamar and Springfield, 59 in Pueblo, 61 in the Springs currently. We're in the 40s west of I-25 in some of the mountain areas and some of the higher elevations. Wind speeds right now out of the north, 12 to 15 miles an hour in the Springs and Fort Carson, and also some northwesterly winds at the Air Force Academy at 7. So that's why you're waking up. My throat already getting a little scratchy. We're going to be talking all morning long, so I apologize for that. But you're going to be dealing with scratchy throats more than likely. And if you have any allergies, any respiratory ailments, try to stay inside if you can. Stay in that air-conditioned environment because these winds are going to blow that smoke into a different direction. We really didn't see it yesterday in the Springs. You saw it all going out to the east, and Lyman and Peyton and Calham were getting all that smoke. 12-mile-an-hour winds currently in the Springs, 7 in Pueblo, 9 in La Junta, about 7 to 10 miles an hour through Canyon City and the Arkansas River Canyon right now. Weather headlines look like this. A little bit cooler today. Winds, again, a little bit lighter. Temperatures will be in the 90s. Still hot, still dry. We do warm up tomorrow. So today, sort of a temporary a break, if you will, from what we're seeing yesterday and with those hot temperatures. Tomorrow, we kind of have a rebound, and we'll get our winds to pick back up tomorrow, unfortunately, as well. 88 to 95 in the Springs and Pueblo by noontime, 90 to 97 for your afternoon highs today. We saw record high temperatures yesterday, and we're going to see more southerly winds, about 10 to 20 miles an hour this afternoon. Some could gust near 25 and 30. That's why we had the red flag warning, at least in El Paso County. But other areas going to see those winds more southerly this afternoon. So it's going to be similar to yesterday, except it'll be more blowing that smoke up to the north as opposed to out toward the east. All right, that's a look at our weather right now. I think I'm going to turn it over to Kimberly for a few minutes, and you can give some more information about what some of the political leaders have been talking about with these fires. Kimberly.
Yeah, a lot of people speaking forward, but before we get to that, we do want to put a couple of phone numbers up on the screen for you. This is for the public. Of course, when any fires like this or any kind of disasters take place, you want a resource where you can try and get some more information. So this has been set up for the public for the Black Forest Fire. Information line is 444-8300, 444-8300 for the Black Forest Fire. For the Royal Gorge Fire, that information line is 285-9750, 285-9750. So a good resource if you're looking for information. And of course, Fox 21 News also, you can get a lot of information also on our Facebook page as well. And as Justin mentioned, a lot of our lawmakers are coming forward and speaking about these fires. Congressman Doug Lamborn issued a statement yesterday afternoon on the wildfires. Lamborn says, quote, with the memory of the Waldo Canyon fire still fresh in our minds, today's fires, meaning yesterday, are especially troubling. We are sad for the loss of homes and property due to these wildfires and pray for the safety of our firefighters and others in harm's way. I will do all I can to ensure that all available federal assets are deployed if needed by local authorities. Also, Senator Mark Udall releasing a statement on the fires burning in southern Colorado. He said yesterday, quote, my thoughts and prayers go out to the families whose homes have been destroyed or endangered by the Royal Gorge and Black Forest fires. The hot, dry weather Colorado is experiencing this week has fueled these fires and created tough conditions for the brave firefighters and first responders on the ground. I will monitor these fires and stand ready to help provide the support they need from the federal level. And we did learn yesterday that the federal government is stepping up to provide some monetary funds to help the fires burning in southern Colorado. Governor John Hickenlooper also speaking yesterday to Colorado citizens. Here's what he had to say.
We recognize this is sort of like the first day of a new season, and we've got all the county commissioners here, and Lord knows we can't be more prepared than we are, and I'm sure there are things we could have done more and could do better. But we know that this is again going to be very likely a hot, dry summer. When we get a wind like this, fires move very, very quickly, and we have to continue to reinforce every chance we get through every opportunity that people have to be prepared. They have to make sure that their homes, if you're in a wildland fire area, to make sure your homes are defensible, and we have to make sure we have our firefighters and our police officers and all of our first responders ready, right? And they have been. I think we have some of the best firefighters in the country. Certainly at this point, they're some of the most experienced. But there is nobody backing away and saying, all right, we're not going to attack this with everything we've got.
Again, that was Governor John Hickenlooper yesterday speaking to Colorado citizens about these fires we are experiencing. Not yet 15 hours into these fires, last reported 0% containment. Again, we're expecting that next news conference between 8:30, 9 o'clock this morning, both on the Black Forest and the Royal Gorge fires. So we will have much more. We're going to regroup, take a quick break, and we will be right back with more. Well, welcome back. 5:18 is your time now as we continue our coverage of the wildfires burning in Colorado. 3 of them that we know right now, the Black Forest, the Royal Gorge, and the Levita fire.
Yeah, all 3 fires. The Levita fire called the Clycus fire.
Yeah.
These fires continue to burn throughout the area today. You can really see, in fact, if we have a moment, I'd just like to take that first bank shot just to show you what it looks like outside. It's 5:19 on a Wednesday morning here, and we started a little bit earlier this morning. A little different morning show today. You're not going to see your typical birthdays or your trivia or anything like that, because we're just going to be focusing on getting the best information out to you. But look at how hazy it is, Kimberly. And we saw this, we felt it when we came in this morning. You couldn't see it, though, because it was dark. But now you know. I mean, this really shows just how hazy everything is out there. And that means folks with respiratory problems really have to try to take it easy and try to stay inside if you can.
Yeah, you can smell the smoke. I was just noticing now, we're indoors. We have the windows in the studio here, but you can smell the smoke inside here.
Exactly.
So that's something that we're going to be dealing with throughout the day. We want to take you now to part of a news conference yesterday about the Black Forest fire where Sheriff Terry Makita was speaking. Here's what he said.
Some searches in the morning. Again, one of our priorities is to alleviate the concern of those residents. Having been evacuated myself in the last year and a month, I know the concern exists. I know what it feels like. We're going to be putting together plans to make that notification as quickly as possible. Complacency is a dangerous gamble, and is what I would ask is, if you have already been notified you're in a pre-evacuation area, please be prepared to leave and leave orderly.
When I woke up this morning, the last thing I wanted to hear about was a fast-moving fire, burning people's homes, putting people at risk. But you don't get to choose what life does to us, right? None of us do. And however we look at it, we've got to push back and help our neighbors that have suffered losses and are going through incredible challenges, but also link arms. We will make sure there are shelters and places for people that are not only those who have lost their homes, but people who have been evacuated, and make sure we have places for them to go. If they don't have friends or family nearby, we'll make sure there's shelter for them.
Again, that was Sheriff Terry Makita, also Governor John Hickenlooper speaking last night from Black Forest.
That's the Black Forest fire, so that's one. Now let's move on to the second fire, the Royal Gorge fire, another large fire that's burning, and we have a press conference from last night again where the person who's speaking, a little emotional, obviously, with what's going on in their community.
And the only word that I have for what I saw today was absolutely devastating. It brought back so many memories for me of what I saw of the Waldo Canyon fire last year. It started, there was a little bit of smoke, and then it just literally exploded before our very eyes. It was a sight that I had never hoped to see here in Fremont County, but unfortunately it's one that we did see, and it's one that we're dealing with. We have people who are out there right now who are fighting with every ounce of strength and everything that they have. The most important thing to remember with this fire is that no lives have been lost. I actually was at the Incident Command Center this afternoon when radios were keying up with firefighters saying we can't defend it any longer. And they were having to turn and for their own safety to get out. It's a horrifying thing for all of us, but to have been standing there and listening to their voices on the radio was even harder, I think, than you might be able to imagine, because they do everything they possibly can do. They put their own lives on the line up there, and they're trying as hard as they possibly can.
And that was Fremont County Commissioner Debbie Bell, who was very emotional in that press conference. Obviously, it's her community. You know, it's all of our community, but her, you know, to be able to see that up close and hear the firefighters on the radio and everything. And I remember at one time when, you know, they said that it was jumping the river, essentially. They didn't know if they could keep the bridge. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's for the folks there, for you in Fremont County. I mean, for all of us, even in Southern Colorado.
For our state, really.
We love the Royal Gorge Bridge, and we don't want to see anything happen to it or to any of our communities.
All right, well, you speak of, you know, this is our community, and a lot of you are posting images from your vantage point of the fires burning in southern Colorado on our Facebook page, and we want to share some of those with you right now.
Yeah, exactly, and we're going to bring some Some of these are from the overnight hours. Let me just show you. This is Sadie Kinsley, Royal Gorge, taken from my Walmart. This is sometime in the overnight hours. She posted this a few hours ago. But look at this. I mean, you can just really see as we zoom in a little bit that glow in the overnight hours. And you were talking about yesterday how basically you could see the smoke, but that's all you could see.
Right. Excuse me. My daughter was noticing, though, within the smoke, you could kind of see that. You could kind of see that orange glow where you knew, and she said, "Mom, is that the flames?" And I said, "Well, I'm sure it's a very hot at that area." So you knew, you saw the white smoke, then you would see the black smoke when you knew a structure was going up, and then it would have that eerie orange glow. But that shot from at night, it's very spooky.
Really tells the story.
Yeah,
Lori Ramsey, this is about 10:15 from Pine Creek High School. So now we're talking about the Black Forest fire, and you can see just those kind of that eerie glow, right there that is on our Facebook page. So thank you for posting all these pictures. And then Lori also posted, this is around 8 o'clock from Pine Creek High School, where you can see the Chinook helicopters where they were doing the bucket drops there. Eventually we're going to get those maps up again today, which are the I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head what the MAF stands for. I'll have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Apologize for that. But the MAFs are
that's going to help
They're the large tankers that come in and basically drop the fire retardant and the slurry on all those fires there. Even with the air support, it's the, as they say, boots on the ground. It's the folks who are fighting the fires. Hundreds of firefighters, probably going to get to the thousands, I'm guessing, because this is going to be such a multi-agency event with these people that are going to be fighting the fires at Royal Gorge, Black Forest, and the Levita fire, the Clycus fire, down to the very far south of the area.
And they have spread so quickly in just a matter of hours.
Craig Coffey's live right now. He's kind of all over the area, showing us the different spots of what's going on and what's happening out there. He's at the Walmart at Woodman and Powers this morning, and Craig is going to join us live, find out what's going on there. Good morning, Craig. What can you tell us?
Good morning, guys. That's exactly right. We started out this morning out in Falcon on the southeast boundary of the new evac zone out there at that Safeway shopping center that's also become a makeshift campground as evacuees are finding some safe area there to rest and get some shut-eye and kind of gather themselves with their campers and belongings and such. But making the drive along Woodman West from that location to where we are right now, like you said, here at Powers and Woodman, very, very dark this morning. Very thick smoke out there. You really couldn't see to the left or right of you because it was just so thick in the smoke out there. When we were out there in Falcon, you could see to the east kind of the sun starting to come up on the horizon. When we're here now at Walmart's on Powers and Woodman, you can still see some blue sky down and sun, but that kind of in-between area was really thick, and you really saw the pattern, how that smoke, that plume was moving. Right now, we're going to go ahead and talk to Deanna Cox. She is another evacuee we found this morning. She's here with one of her dogs. I think she has several inside the camper, but she is here. And go tell us, you said, on the area of Black Forest Road in Burgess, right? So explain your situation and why you decided to leave. You got out ahead of time.
I did. Well, just because, one, I don't have air conditioning, and two, it takes a while to get everything in the RV for the dogs. And so I left work early at 4:30 and got home about 5, and then the power went out about 5:30, 6 o'clock. So that's when I said, no, I cannot stay here.
Yeah, you just decided to take off.
Yes.
Okay.
It's better not to stand in harm's way. So anyhow, we just came down here, and we just been kind of hanging out, trying to figure out. I was texting with my friend. She was staying with another friend that was over off of Eastonville. So they got evacuated. One friend went up to Denver with her dogs, and Sonia went to another friend that was over off of Voyager, and I don't know where else, someplace like that. So we're all separated out, but we're all trying to keep in contact, make sure everybody's okay.
I've noticed a lot of the areas we've been through this morning, several of the parking lots in certain areas, a lot of campers out there. And do a lot of people in the area out there in Black Forest have these campers? Because it's kind of for what it's worth, a luxury to have. You have somewhere to go.
I'm don't know. Maybe so, because we're in the country and we can keep our campers with us, you know, on our property. Not so much with the people that live, you know, in the city and that kind of thing. A lot of people have the horses. I have a firefighter behind me that has 2 horses, and my neighbor to the south of me was going to stay, and he was going to pick up Neil's horses for him. My friend went and helped another guy that had horses that was being evacuated up by Cathedral Pines, and so he's going to have quite a few horses to take care of, plus his dogs.
Right.
So most of us have dogs and horses. You know, so
now, how are the dogs doing in this situation?
I think they're doing okay. They think they're going to go to a show, so they can't understand why they're just sitting here doing nothing. Why am I not grooming them or something? You know.
Right.
I'm a little bit concerned. I do have one female that's supposed to have puppies next week.
Oh,
so I'm like, holy cow! I don't want her to breathe this smoke and stuff, you know.
Right.
So that was another reason. You know, I don't have air conditioning in my house, and so I needed to make sure that she was going to be safe.
And are you doing okay with the air quality right now? Because it's a little tough out here right now.
I have COPD.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of an issue. And I mean, I have, you know, all the inhalers and everything. So you do what you got to do. You know, that's all you can do.
I noticed you work for the U.S. Postal Service.
Right.
Will you go to work or?
Probably not today. Today's my day off, but they asked me to come in and to work. I have to see. I think what I'm going to do is take all my dogs to my friend that owns Sunrise and Woodman Kennels, and I'll let them take care of the dogs during the day and stuff, maybe. And I just have to call them and find out, you know, if they have room, or, you know, because with the Waldo fire, they open their doors and everything.
Right.
So I just have to make sure, you know, especially with the one that's supposed to have puppies next week, I got to, you know, figure out what I'm going to do with her.
Did you by chance see any of the footage yesterday on television of what was going on in Black Forest, all the homes going up in flames?
Not until probably about 11 o'clock or so last night, when I was able to actually sit down and see what was actually going on and stuff.
And what goes through your mind when you see that?
Horror. I don't know. You know.
Yeah.
We all worry about it, you know, the fire. It was there last year, and it's at our doorstep this year. So I don't know. I don't know what started it. You know, we were talking, and my friend that got evacuated first, unfortunately, we always wonder about the cigarettes being thrown out the windows and stuff. I don't think people really realize how detrimental one little cigarette, what it can cause. So.
Do you know anyone that may have lost their home at this point, or not yet?
Not yet. Sonia is over on, she was over on Crump and Shoup. So she was right there. We were talked all over, and I told her yesterday, I said, get ready to go. I don't know what's going to happen, but get ready to go. So the sheriff came, told her she had to leave. Right. So that's when she went to Diane's house, and well, and then Diane had to evacuate. So this thing is all over the place. So I don't know. I have a friend that lives out in Falcon. I haven't heard from Rosie this morning. I haven't heard from Sonia. So I haven't heard from a lot of people, but it's still very early. I get up very early because I got to get to work early.
Right.
So
you mentioned, you know, we had the Waldo Canyon fire last year, almost to a year to the day. And on the west side, did you ever think that your area, in the Black Forest area, would be affected by something like this?
I think it freaked out. You know, Dave and I, my neighbor and I, we had talked about it, and it freaked both of us out, and Sonia, because the smoke was so thick and the embers were flying way from Waldo Canyon all the way out to Black Forest, and we were pretty freaked out. And I was like, man, you know, I don't know. I have no clue what is actually happening, you know, other than what they're giving us, you know. But from what they said, they canceled the flies for any of the TV people or anything like that, because they need it for the people who are trying to control the fire.
Okay. So how many dogs do you have?
They're all show dogs. Come on. They're all champions except for one, and she's only 7 months old.
And how many are there?
I have 7.
You have 7 dogs, so you're with 7 dogs in your RV?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and one's pregnant?
Yes.
and one spread. Well, we wish you the best of luck, Deanna.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for taking the time and talking with us. And we hope everything works out well.
It will. It will.
Okay.
We'll all come together like we did last year as a community, and we'll help everybody out like it's supposed to be.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so there you go. Again, we're at Powers and Woodman right now in the Walmart parking lot that has become another makeshift campground like so many areas surrounding Black Forest right now. We're going to continue to canvass this area and find more stories for you, as well as get to the command post at Pikes Peak Community College up there on the north end, and we'll have more throughout the entire morning. That's it for now. Back to you guys in studio.
All right, Craig, thanks so much bringing us those live personal stories. And like she was saying, they're just waiting for more information now that the sun is up. And again, we're expecting the newest press conference around 9 o'clock this morning. And of course, when that happens, we will bring it to you live.
Time right now is 5:34. She was mentioning her friends, just, random, Sonia, Carrie, Tammy, where are all these different people? And as you said, a very, very tight-knit community. Even though these houses are spaced out in the forest, you said people love living there.
Right, they do.
Because you live in the forest. But, I mean, we were just seeing the fire jump from house to house. These were, this video yesterday, the aerial video from the chopper that came down from the Denver TV stations. I mean, you just saw house after house burning, the big plumes of black smoke where you knew that more of that fuel the stuff that's in a house essentially burning up.
Yeah, and it was those aerial views that we were really able to see that, yes, these homes are affected by the fire. Just take a look at that. That is just horrifying.
And again, Sheriff Makita said 40 to 60 homes, not confirmed, but that's what they said with that with the information that we had at 10 o'clock last night. This is something interesting too. That evacuation area for the Black Forest fire, 55 square miles.
Wow, that's huge.
And I got a little thing on the Gazette website from the Gazette, our friends at the Colorado Springs Gazette, at 4:40 this morning. They said they heard on the firefighter scanner, so the radio that the firefighters, they said that they heard a firefighter say it is pushed way too south and east to stop it now.
Wow.
Once again, it has pushed way too south and east to stop it now. That's what a firefighter said on the radio about 4:40 this morning, according to the Gazette. Now, this is for the Black Forest fire. Let's not forget our friends in Fremont County.
Right, but first let's look. Okay. We're putting up some phone numbers. We had it up a second ago for the public because, as that woman said, we're waiting for more information, as I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, what is the latest on the fire burning. So here is a public information line for the Black Forest fire. That number is on your screen. It is 444-8300. That's for the Black Forest fire. For the Royal Gorge fire, another public hotline has also been set up. That number is 285-9750. 285-9750. So that's for the Royal Gorge fire.
On this video here, Kimberly, you can really see those winds, those strong southwesterly 20 to 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts at certain times, just blowing all of that smoke. You get one or two embers, boom, it jumps to another house. It jumps to more forest. It jumps to more of that fuel. That was, again, the Black Forest fire. And I quickly want to quote mention the Royal Gorge fire, too. Fremont County, look, we're trying to get the two big fires. We're not trying to leave anyone out.
Right.
There's a lot to get to. The Levita fire as well, but the Royal Gorge fire, we said 3,800 acres and about more than 100 people evacuated, affecting right near the Royal Gorge bridge there. You can see some of this video again from yesterday and more information there. As you said, 285-9750 if you live in Fremont County and you want information on the Royal Gorge fire.
5:37 is your time. We're going to regroup and we will be right back with more coverage of the Southern Colorado wildfires.
All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage there of live breaking news. The Southern Colorado wildfires that continue to burn throughout the area. Black Forest Fire, Royal Gorge Fire, and the Eclicus Fire there near Levita. It's 5:40 this morning. This is how it looks when you step outside. I'm going to move the camera around a little bit here, showing you just how hazy it is. And you know, if you stepped outside or even if you're inside and you take a whiff of air, you can really breathe in all of this smoke. And we're looking out toward the east right now. That sun is coming up here. Look at all this haze. Kimberly, we didn't see this yesterday in Colorado Springs because the winds were more southwesterly. And now with the winds that shifted in the overnight hours from the north and the northwest, bringing all of this smoke and haze right into Colorado Springs, and will continue to move down to the south. So almost in kind of an eerie picture here with all of the haze this morning that's making it tough for us to talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's definitely smoky even here in the studio. So imagine how it is outside. So try to limit your outdoor activities, especially if you have any respiratory problems, you're seeing some coughing or any wheezing, sinus problems. Maybe try to stay indoors and get that air conditioner on. Hopefully, if you have it, get that recycled air as well, the recirculated air. Let me show you this picture again. We showed you this earlier this morning. This is from the Canyon City Daily Record, and we appreciate the picture there, using that on the TV. There's the Royal Gorge Bridge. You can see there extending over the Royal Gorge. Hard to see because of all the smoke that looks like it's engulfing the bridge and right around there. It didn't. The bridge is intact. At least that's what we heard from Fremont County officials last night. We continue to see here that structures around that area have been lost. So we'll hopefully get an update on more on that. We're expecting another press briefing around 9 o'clock this morning for both fires, both of the big fires there, and hopefully we'll get some more information for you on that. Now, yesterday, it was those southwesterly winds, 20 to 40 miles an hour, some gusts that were even stronger, and the very high temperatures and low relative humidities. Overnight, we got some of these winds to shift to the north and northwest. A weak little cold front came through. That's what brought all of the smoke to the area, and that's what we're seeing in the Springs here this morning. The good news, our temperatures down, humidity up a little bit. Red flag warning only today in El Paso County. Still have to be vigilant and be careful because from 2 o'clock until 8 o'clock this evening, this red flag warning will be in effect for those very dry conditions. So we're not out of the woods by any means, but we're definitely seeing those winds that will continue to pick up later this afternoon. More out of the south, about 10 to 20 in the later part of the day. Right now in the 40s west of I-25, 59 in Pueblo, 65 La Junta and Lamar, 61 in the Springs. Got to 111 yesterday in Lamar, and we did see record high temperatures for both the Springs and Pueblo. 97 are high in the Springs and 104 in Pueblo yesterday. So it will be a little bit cooler. Winds, you can see the wind speeds from the Air Force Academy down through the Springs and Fort Carson. There's that northwesterly and northerly winds, 7 to 15 miles an hour. Winds elsewhere around southern Colorado, 9-mile-an-hour winds in La Junta, 10 in Springfield through parts of the Arkansas River Canyon around Canyon City and Penrose. We're seeing winds anywhere from about 8 to 10 miles an hour. And again, some northerly winds there. So folks down south, Trinidad, Walsenburg, not only from the Levita fire, but now you're getting that smoke from the Royal Gorge fire as well. All right, so a little bit cooler for today. That is good news. Winds will be a little bit lighter, and our temperatures dropping into the 90s. Now, it's still going to be hot, but just not as hot as yesterday. Tomorrow, we warm right back up, and we also pick up a little bit more wind, unfortunately, tomorrow. So today, just a quick little respite, if you will, from all of the conditions that we saw yesterday. We're actually sending a crew down to Fremont County for the Royal Gorge fire, so hopefully we'll have a live update from Dan Cashel down there in the 6 o'clock hour, and we'll check back in with Craig in a few minutes as well. 88 to 95 by noontime. That's going to be our day planner for today. 90 to 97 for your highs, about 7 to 10 degrees cooler than we were yesterday. On your satellite and radar picture, still is a very strong ridge of high pressure that's going to be over the Centennial State for today. We're going to see some of these showers well to the west of us. But that weak little cold front that dropped our temperatures and will continue for today, dropping through. We're going to try to pick up a little bit more moisture as we get into Friday afternoon, possibly into Sunday and even into Monday as well, hopefully getting some help for firefighters in the form of precipitation. But it's just so bone dry. 94 in Montrose, 96 in Grand Junction this afternoon. Look at these temperatures up and down the I-25 corridor, lower 90s, 97 in Pueblo, 98 in Lamar, and 94 in Trinidad. Here's a week's worth of weather. Let me show you how it's going to shape up here for the next couple of days. Again, those winds are still sticking around today and tomorrow. tomorrow, and we're staying in the lower 90s. By Friday, still lower 90s, but more clouds coming in on Friday afternoon. The possibility of a couple of pop-up thunderstorms. That could bring some relief. And then look at our temperatures. Finally, Saturday and Sunday, we break the heat wave. We go back into the low and mid 80s into your Father's Day on Sunday and for spring spree this weekend. Late Sunday afternoon into Monday, could pick up a thunderstorm as well as on Tuesday. We're not looking for a lot of moisture, unfortunately, but we will take anything we can get at this point. 97 in Pueblo for today, 99 for you on Thursday, and staying in the mid to upper 90s on Friday. Lower 90s into Saturday and Sunday, so finally some relief from that heat in the Steel City. Canyon City, obviously very important to check the weather today, and 94 is what we're looking for a high, and 96 tomorrow. The wind's picking up a little bit more tomorrow, taking a little bit of a break today around Canyon City, Penrose, Fremont County. 95 Friday, finally back into the 80s into Saturday and Sunday with a few more clouds around, and we change up our weather pattern just a tad bit. Lower 80s for Woodland Park and Teller County today and tomorrow. Slight chance of a thunderstorm late Friday afternoon, and then we go into the 70s for the weekend. So finally seeing good news, at least on that front. All right, so we continue our coverage here this morning. Again, 5:47 is your time right now. And we're talking more about what's happening with these 3 fires here going on throughout the area. This has been tough, Kimberly, because just a year ago we were talking about the large fires that were in the area. Yeah. And it was something that now we're seeing it again. We talked about it yesterday.
We did.
Conditions ripe, just like it was last year.
It is early June, and this is just the start of fire season. That's what is so scary. Also, what is very scary, a YouTube video that's been circulating. We want to show it to you now. It really brings you up close and personal to the Black Forest fire.
It's very quick. So we're just going to kind of loop it a little bit, but you can see the front lines, those first responders, so great, the Colorado Springs police trying to get people out of the area. But look at how high those flames go, just right up those tall trees.
Right up to the road there, and that's an intersection which a lot of people probably, travel on a daily basis if you live in the Black Forest area.
Yeah, so we continue to look at that. I mean, that's just one of the many videos, of the many pictures that you're posting on Facebook and on Twitter. Again, this is a look here from another YouTube video.
Yeah, time-lapse.
Time-lapse, yeah. We can really see that smoke just blowing out to the south and to the east. Peyton, Callahan, Falcon, all getting a lot of that smoke yesterday. And again, now we're getting it in Colorado Springs. There are some of the choppers that were out there, those Chinook helicopters that were dropping the buckets of water. And you can see on that picture, sort of a panoramic view, just how far that smoke spread.
And you could see, driven by the winds as it was blowing, and the smoke continued to grow this morning. Real thick haze along the Powers corridor.
Yeah.
And from what I'm seeing, people, in social media saying not seeing that huge plume of smoke, but it's kind of that orange-red glow, because firefighters battling throughout the night, and there are reports that homes continue to go up in flames overnight.
And again, from the Gazette, the Colorado Springs Gazette, they've been monitoring some of the fire scanners and everything. We're monitoring those as well in our newsroom. But something that was heard at about 4:40 this morning from a firefighter actually said it has pushed way too south and east to stop it now. And that's kind of a chilling, thing to hear. We're hearing different scanner traffic. Don't have any animal control at this time of day. Got 2 canines at house. Need to grab them. One's pretty big. No guarantees. That was at 5:47. They're talking about structures.
Not long ago.
Yeah, they're talking about structures. It says the 525 structure has got pretty good fire. Talking about keeping the media south of Burgess Road. So the smoke is lingering. Calm morning with no huge smoke plume, but the slight breeze, nothing like the winds as of Tuesday. So we're going to continue to monitor this and show you that. But again, our thanks to our friends at the Gazette, who always do a great job of getting the information, and our partners here, as all media coming together, trying to give you the very latest information so you know exactly what to expect today and what you need to do if you're in an evacuation.
We know a lot of the homeowners received the 911, reverse 911 calls that came in to tell them to evacuate. And if you are not signed up to receive them, this is a good reminder that this is something you probably need to do, because you just never know.
And it's El Paso Teller, it's elpasoteller.org, right? That's what it is. It's elpasoteller911.org.
Okay.
Now, they say that it takes about 24 hours for you to, sort of be into the system, essentially. But you might as well do it now if you haven't done it yet, just to be able to sign up to get these reverse 911 calls. There was a lot of speculation and controversy last year because people said, you know what, I never got one of those.
Right.
But you have to sign up to be able to get it.
Right, and it takes some time, as you said. So this is something, another reminder, as we really are just beginning fire season, that this is something all of us should sign up to do, especially if you're in one of those areas that are more prone to wildfires.
Right.
All right, do we want to kind of give a recap? Because we are just coming up on...
Let's do that. We're going to go to break in a moment. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the recap.
We're coming up on 6 o'clock, so just a little more than 3 hours away from our next update for the media to let us know exactly what the latest numbers are. But this is what we know as of 10 o'clock last night, which is when we had the last news conference with Sheriff Terry Makita and Governor John Hickenlooper.
For the Black Forest Fire.
This is for the Black Forest Fire. Yeah, as you can see, 8,000 acres as of 10 o'clock last night have burned. More than 2,500 homes evacuated and 383 homes under voluntary evacuation orders.
And not confirmed, but possibility of 40 to 60 and maybe even more homes. And again, the fire scanner traffic, the Gazette reporting structures burning again this morning. They're saying that the MAFs will fly at 10 o'clock this morning. The area that's under the evacuation, a 55 square mile area.
Right. It's a large area. The mandatory evacuation south of Hodgen, north of Burgess and Rex Road, west of Eastonville and east of Tahosa Lane.
And here's a really good picture here too.
Yeah, that's close up too.
Thanks to Sean, who actually zoomed in on this, and you can really see the areas right there. There's Murphy Road. You can see Latigo and they're a Black Forest Road, but they're in south of Hodgen Road. That's the one we want to focus on in the north of Burgess Road, as you said. But those different communities too, right?
Well, and that was the updated information from overnight too. The included neighborhoods: Latigo Trails, Latigo Creek, Latigo Estates, and then of course the green area is the pre-evacuation zone north of Old Ranch, east of Milam, and west of Volmer.
Okay, so you can really see it on that map exactly what we're talking about in terms of the evacuation zones and pre-evacuation zones. As we've said before, you do not need to be in an evacuation zone. If you don't feel safe, get out. Get your 72-hour kit. Get your stuff together.
Yeah.
Do that now if you live anywhere around that area, and just be ready to go.
Yeah.
And if you feel like you don't want to be there, then get out. You know, they're not, and they also don't want you to go back in because, you know, it's the morning, I need to go check on my house. You can't do that.
Right, right.
It was just like last year where they shut everything down. All right, now, let's focus on the Royal Gorge fire. The two main fires burning. This one at 3,800 acres. This was as of about 9 o'clock last night, where more than 100 homes evacuated. So that could mean more people, but 100 homes evacuated. Started on the south side, jumped the Arkansas River, now on the north side, where multiple structures have burned, and 125 firefighters essentially battling. That was last night. They're going to get more today.
Right. Evacuation area, Skyline Drive to Highway Line, both north and south of Highway 50 as well. Also, new overnight, we understand nearly 900 inmates of the general population moved from the territorial prison. That's on the west side of Canyon City. They have been in the process of moving them to the East Canyon Correctional Complex, which is about 10 miles away. That's as a precaution because, of course, you have a large population of inmates in one building. They wanted to get them out of the way just in case that fire continues to spread.
Yeah, exactly. And again, just to wrap up on the Royal Gorge real quickly, 125 firefighters. They got the big slurry bomber coming in there, that big DC-10, 20,000 gallons of slurry essentially. Takes about an hour to reload. They'll get those back up here as we get more daylight here. And then also the Levita fire. That's another fire that's burning. These are some of the pictures from that. We call it the Clycus fire, actually. But it's in Huerfano County. It's near Levita, about 5 miles west in Huerfano County, about 45 to 50 acres. Again, this was yesterday, so these numbers more than likely will increase. It's the Clycus fire, 0% containment on all of these fires. 2 families were evacuated and no structures burned. But these are some of the pictures from yesterday from that fire near Levita.
Yeah, 0% containment, as you said, in all of these fires. We have heard no reports of any injuries, too, as we're getting, closer to about 15 hours in.
Let's knock on wood and hope that stays the same. That's at least some good news. And again, weather cooperating a little bit more, especially in the overnight. Going to kick up those winds again today, but nothing like we saw yesterday. All right, it's 5 minutes in front of 6 o'clock this morning on your Fox 21 Morning News as we continue our breaking news coverage of the Southern Colorado wildfires.
21 Morning News. Your all live, all local morning newscast starts now.
Well, good morning. Straight up 6 o'clock right now as we continue our coverage of the wildfires burning in southern Colorado.
That's right. 3 different fires burning: the Royal Gorge fire, also all the Black Forest fire, and the Levita fire, the Clicus fire.
Now, all of them this morning, 0% contained. So we want to kind of give you a quick update. Again, 3 hours from now, we are expecting the latest from officials to give us more on the latest numbers with all of these fires. But as of 10 o'clock last night, the Black Forest fire had burned 8,000 acres, more than 2,500 homes evacuated, 383 under voluntary evacuation, and unconfirmed, but as many as 60 homes may have burned. Hopefully we don't learn that that number has gone up, but that is definitely a possibility. And again, that update coming at around 9 o'clock this morning.
We've heard some scanner traffic this morning talking about the fact that they are working on more structures in that Black Forest fire. The other fire burning, the other larger fire burning, we apologize for coughing and clearing our throats, but it's affecting us just like it's affecting you, even though we're inside with all of this smoke that's around. But there again, the evacuations for the Black Forest fire. We had a zoomed-in shot earlier, but there it is right there. But you can see all of the areas here, which is south of Hodgen, north of Burgess and Rex Road, west of Eastonville, and east of Tahosa Lane.
And that includes the neighborhoods again, and this is the update: Latigo Trails, Latigo Creek, or I guess it's Latigo, I apologize, Estates. And then the pre-evacuation in green, that's north of Old Ranch, east of Milam, and west of Volmer.
So we are pretty close to the airport, and I'm hearing now through our building choppers taking off.
I hear them too.
That's always a good sign because they're more than likely going to go up and start battling these fires. Now it's 6 o'clock. Get those MAFs up as well. Get those big slurry bombers that were coming into the Royal Gorge fire. Let's talk about the Royal Gorge fire, too. The other big fire that's burning in southern Colorado here this morning. And that, as of 9 o'clock last night, had burned 3,800 acres. More than likely, that number will grow. More than 100 homes evacuated, so there could be more people evacuated than that. Starting on the south side, jumped the Arkansas River, now on the north side. Multiple structures burned. They say the Royal Gorge Bridge is intact, but they said the structures in that area probably lost. And tourists had to be evacuated there yesterday.
Yeah, pretty scary for those tourists. As far as evacuations for the Royal Gorge fire, as of 9 o'clock last night, that was Skyline Drive to Highway 9, also both north and south of Highway 50.
And then the Levita fire is the other fire that is burning. It's called the Clicus fire, but it is 5 miles west of Levita. That is about 45 to 50 acres. Again, this was yesterday. 0% contained, 2 families evacuated, no structures burned.
All right, so it is 6:03 right now. We want to give you an update on the shelters because a lot of them have been set up. We had a mass exodus after those mandatory evacuations in Black Forest were issued yesterday, and a lot of people who weren't even under mandatory evacuation decided to get out as well because they didn't want to wait. And so here's what we've got right now for you. For the Black Forest fire, Palmer Ridge High School on Monument Road is one of the Red Cross shelters available. Also, New Life Church on Voyager Parkway and Elbert County Fairgrounds.
All right, and more of the shelters there that we have for the areas include for the Royal Gorge fire. This is the Evangelical Free Church on 3000 East Main Street. That's in Canyon City. And then also we had more of the shelters for Peterson Air Force Base, Fitness and Sports Center, military families only, no pets there for wildfire evacuees. The number on the screen there, 556-4462. A lot of information is coming in to our newsroom, and we continue to try to bring you all of the very latest information. And then for animals, too, especially for large animals, you can take them to Norris Penrose Event Center. That's just one of the places to go.
Elbert County Fairgrounds also in Kiowa and Kit Carson Riding Club, Black Forest Road and Woodman. We know it's a large rural area that was being evacuated and then is also in the fire's path. So that's a good thing to know if you have those larger animals that you need to shelter.
And many other businesses are stepping up, including the Woodman View Storage, offering up their 7 acres worth of storage units for free. And I know you had another spot there that had some of the place for animals. I know the Humane Society on 8th Street.
For the smaller animals.
Yeah.
You know, they stepped up, the Humane Society of the Pikes Peak region, during the Waldo Canyon fire. It got so large, as you remember, they had to move to another location during the Waldo Canyon fire to house all the animals, but they are definitely taking your pets.
Sunrise Woodman Kennels, another one.
That's the other one as well.
As well. So different areas, places to take your pets. Again, a lot of the information you can find on our website at fox21news.com. We also are streaming our show live all morning this morning. So friends and family maybe across the country who are worried about you or worried about what's going on can kind of follow along with the latest information. Or if you have to head out of town, you can follow along with us all morning as well. 6 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock here this morning. We're going to check in with Craig Coffey near one of the evacuation zones here for the Black Forest fire this morning. We have a crew sent to the Royal Gorge fire. We're going to check in with them eventually as well. But right now, Craig Coffey out live this morning at one of the evacuation zones. Craig, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's exactly right. We have moved back east to the near the easternmost evacuation zone, which is Eastonville Road. We are now off Meridian Road and in the Falcon area. Go ahead and take a look behind me. You can actually see off in the distance how thick that smoke is, starting to billow up once again and take over the skies. El Paso County Sheriff's here on site. They are making sure nobody gets through this road here. You'll see plenty of cars, though, coming out. Those are families that are evacuating at this time. We've seen several cars come through now full of stuff, as well as pets and family members, people moving cars, more than one car at a time per family. Also, go ahead if we can. I want to get a shot of these flags. You can see the wind now, how this wind is moving to the south and southeast. Okay, that was always a concern for residents in this area. Now, this is right by the Antlers Golf Course as well, so this is why these people are being evacuated. You can see that how that wind is blowing pretty strong, some good little gusts here every now and then, so that is pushing all that smoke, that heavy, thick plume this way, and of course, worst case scenario is that the flames start to move this way as well. Now, here are some things you want to keep in mind if you are out in these conditions today, which authorities say you should not be. They recommend that you stay indoors. But here are some things to look out for if you have any of these symptoms. First of all, coughing, scratchy throat, irritated sinuses, shortness of breath. These are things you want to be aware of. If you do come across these, they want you to get inside and, of course, maybe seek help immediately. Chest pains as well, headaches, stinging eyes, runny nose. If you have asthma and your asthma conditions start to flare up stronger than usual, that is also a warning sign that you should not be outside. Also, stay safe. Of course, they say try to avoid any outdoor physical activity. No candles, no fireplaces or gas stoves should be used at this time. Keep all kitchen windows and all doors shut at all times as well. And, of course, extra precaution for children and senior citizens and those with respiratory conditions. So that's it right now. Again, here's a look one more time. There's more campers coming out. We've seen campers all morning long at different locations around the area. People evacuating. They have those campers to go to rather than using the evacuation areas set up by the Red Cross. A lot of folks we've seen and talked to this morning have been in their campers, and they are set up at different locations, again, across the area at Walmart parking lots, Home Depot parking lots, Safeway parking lots nearby. So it allows them to still be close to their home, their area where they live, but still have a safe shelter and some place to stay. So again, we're on site. We're going to canvass the entire area this morning. We are now, again, just off of Meridian Road, closest to the easternmost evacuation zone, which is Eastonville Road, down here in Falcon. That's it for now. We're going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys in studio.
All right, Craig, I know earlier you did talk to some of those evacuees. You had that one woman that had like 7 dogs that she had to pack up with everything else, and she's just waiting it out, trying to hear word. What can you tell us about those people that you spoke with this morning?
Yeah, a lot of the folks this morning that were evacuated, some of the people we talked to actually, they were on pre-evac orders and they just decided to get out. They did not want to risk anything. They had their stuff together and they thought, better safe than sorry and leave while they can. Others got the reverse 911 calls, so they knew it was time to go. Some people have kept in touch with neighbors. Others have not. They went their separate ways. But they're all trying to maintain a safe distance but still keep track of the area that they live in. That's why most of these people we've talked to have their own campers. The one lady that had 7 dogs, she was a little taken back when she had to tell us that she had 7 dogs in one little camper, but they are show dogs. And but that's what they do. One gentleman we talked to was out of his van this morning, and he's just been driving around all night. He had 4 cats in his minivan. So people are taking their important papers, they're taking their pets, and so far so good, pretty smoothly. People are evacuating as they should be. And of course, law officials like right behind me, they say that makes things go a lot easier because rather than doing search and rescues, they can work on fighting this fire. And that, of course, is the more important issue at hand. So that's it for now. We're going to keep talking to people, trying to find more people. They are around, like I said, and we'll have more throughout the entire morning. Plus, that press conference is coming up later on this morning. Hopefully around 8:30 or so, we'll get that to you live on the air. Back to you guys.
A lot of people waiting to hear the latest. Thank you so much, Craig.
And, Craig was talking about the fact that try to stay inside. If you've got respiratory problems, you can smell the smoke. You can see it in your eyes. Look, we're inside.
Yeah.
There's air conditioners
We don't even have
here.
Windows. Yeah, and it's already
We're dealing with scratchy throats here, as I'm sure you are at home anywhere in Colorado Springs. And Craig was showing you the flags, those winds, again, shifting from the southwest yesterday. Now they're from the north and northwest this morning. So it's blowing all of that smoke from that more than 8,000-acre fire into Colorado Springs and down to the south as well. And that's why we're dealing with all the hazy conditions.
That's why it grew so quickly in just a matter of hours. I want to show you some aerial pictures from yesterday. And now that, the sun is up, we hope to bring you, more aerial pictures from today because that's how you can really get a good view of the structures, that may be burning and also the embers that continue to flow from treetop to treetop. Heavy smoke. I mean, this was kind of when we saw those aerial pictures yesterday, we realized, wow, this is really impacting a lot of people in the Black Forest area.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, it's a very tight-knit community, even though it's spread out. You've got these not little homes, these big homes, a lot of them, some little homes, but in little pockets throughout the forest. And that's what was happening. It seemed like the fire would just jump to different homes. Some homes were spared and some homes were not, but you can see how just engulfing them in flames. I mean, just an inferno, really, with these houses just burning up within a matter of minutes. And that's just showing you how powerful Mother Nature is with these fires. You get a little spark, and it starts something as strong as this, and now blackened all of those acres.
So frightening and so reminiscent of last year. And again, we talked about yesterday when you were talking about the high fire danger and how it was basically the perfect recipe for something like this, and very similar to what we saw a year ago at Waldo Canyon, which was the high temperatures. It was like high 90s yesterday, right?
Well, it was. We hit a record, 97 in the Springs, and it was 104 in Pueblo, and Canyon City was we're in the triple digits there for you. So
dry.
Very similar conditions, and that's exactly what happened. Let's show you some more. Do we have some more about the Royal Gorge fire? I think we want to talk about that right now because that, again, our friends in Fremont County, we've got so much to cover. We've got the fire near La Veta as well, so we're trying to get all the information to you for all of our viewers in southern Colorado. Obviously, we live in such a large geographic area, and we cover so much of that area here on Fox 21 News. There's the Royal Gorge Bridge. You can barely see it there through some of the hazy conditions, but that fire, more than 3,800 acres and more than 100 homes evacuated there. It's basically jumped the river. I mean, it jumped the Arkansas River and burned a few structures near the Royal Gorge Bridge. The good news is when you see that guy up in the sky, that big DC-10, the slurry bomber, dropping about 20,000 gallons of water. But hopefully we'll get those aircraft up to sort of aid the folks on the ground who are fighting both of these large fires.
Yeah, in the Royal Gorge, approximately 125 firefighters on the ground battling that blaze. And as you had mentioned earlier, a lot of tourists there at the Royal Gorge. This is summer. This is, the time that people go to these wonderful attractions that we have in our state. And so I think it was like 1,000 people or something around the Royal Gorge that had to be evacuated.
Yeah, here's a viewer video from near that area. Again, 285-9750 was the number for information in Fremont County, excuse me, on the Royal Gorge fire. But yeah, this is viewer video sent in right near the bridge and all the tourist attractions there. You can see the ice cream shop and pizza and subs, you know, just a nice summer day. And then this happens.
Yeah.
And this happened last year in our tourist season as well, which really put sort of a black mark on our area because everybody thought, oh, that place is on fire. We don't want that. We want people to come here and enjoy what we have. And so obviously the safety of our citizens is more important than anything else.
Yeah.
But that's another shot there of that Royal Gorge fire.
All
These
that
are all
smoke.
viewer-submitted photos from Canyon City and Penrose and Florence. And we just hope that everything is okay. Look at some of that. These are pictures I haven't seen yet. But you can see some of the fire there and those flames, just so intense.
And one thing we really noticed yesterday as we started to be impacted by the smoke is you had the Black Forest fire, you know, there to the northeast, and then you had the Royal Gorge fire, you know, burning to the more of the southwest.
Right.
And, you know, it was like we were surrounded by the smoke there everywhere you looked. And so this morning, of course, we're really feeling the effects of that smoke too. And if you're along the Powers Boulevard corridor, you're really feeling the smoke this morning.
Very apparent. Excuse me, when you step outside. And I apologize for clearing my throat so much.
No,
but
don't apologize. This is what we're all dealing with.
Trying to get it, yeah, I know a lot of us are dealing with this. And then quickly on that, the Clycus fire, which is burning near La Vida, that is about 45 to 50 acres and 0% contained on all these fires. Let's talk about our weather here. It's 6:16 right now. A little different morning show this morning. Obviously, we're focusing all the information, trying to get it out about our Southern Colorado wildfires. So not going to have any birthdays today. Not going to have any pledges or any of the trivia, so if you send in your birthday, I apologize, but we'll try to make it up for you here in the next couple of days once we get through this. But looking out right now, there it is toward the east, that sun coming up amongst all the clouds cover out there, and the haze, too. Let me just move that camera around here. I want to show you. That's looking obviously due east with that sun coming up. Now I'm going to look a little bit more toward the north as I swing the camera to the left. And you can see where all that haze is coming from. No big plumes of smoke out there like we saw yesterday now. But we'll expect those to pick back up as we get later into the afternoon. And let's swing around here. You can see some blue skies there as we look off to the north and to the northwest. But look at all that haze that is just hanging around southern Colorado this morning throughout Colorado Springs, and you can see out toward Pikes Peak there as we get a little bit closer shot here. You can see all of that haze really just sort of hanging around the mountains and making it for a yucky morning outside for sure. I guess that's the best way to describe it. I think that's a meteorological term, yucky, so I can use that. Now, this is a picture from the Canyon City Daily Record, and we appreciate them, or we're using their picture here on TV. But there's the Royal Gorge, an aerial shot yesterday. There's the bridge, barely able to make it out through all of this smoke there. But you can see the south and the north end of the bridge. The best news yesterday that we got was that the Fremont County officials said that the bridge is intact. However, could be some damage there. We did hear some structures around that area. For this fire to be so intense that it jumped the Arkansas River, that's pretty intense. And you remember last year where it jumped, got close to jumping Highway 24, and they really had to battle that fire back there. A red flag warning, again, today, it's a little bit less intense than yesterday. It looks like we've just got an update here for parts of the western slope. That was a fire weather watch. Now that's been upgraded to a red flag warning. San Luis Valley still in a fire weather watch. But notice where Canyon City, Pueblo, La Junta, not in the red flag warning today. The only red flag warning we have locally is in El Paso County. It starts at 2 o'clock this afternoon, goes until 8 o'clock this evening. Obviously includes Black Forest, the Springs and Fountain, and areas out toward the east. With this red flag warning only in this one spot, it doesn't mean that other areas are immune. It just means that it's not going to be as intense area-wide as it was yesterday. But still, some southerly winds, 10 to 20 miles an hour, some stronger gusts, and the very dry conditions continue. But luckily, our temperatures will take a little bit of a drop, and we'll actually see a little bit more humidity today, too, that we're seeing already this morning. That's going to help firefighters. 62 in Lamar right now, 65 in La Junta. We're at 57 in Pueblo, currently 63 in the Springs. We're in the 40s west of I-25. Let's look at the wind speeds here. You can see from the Air Force Academy down through the Springs and Fort Carson, all pretty much a northerly flow. Northerly winds, 8 to 13 miles an hour, blowing right down the Front Range. And again, blowing all that smoke from Black Forest down into the Springs. 10-mile-an-hour winds, La Junta and Trinidad. And we're seeing some of those winds in the Canyon City area and back through the Arkansas River Canyon, about 8 to 15 miles an hour here this morning. Nothing like those 20 and 40-mile-an-hour winds we saw yesterday. So the good news, a little bit cooler today, trying to put a silver lining on all this. Winds a little bit lighter to help out firefighters. We'll keep our temps into the 90s today, which is still hot, mind you. We do get warmer and we pick up more winds tomorrow. So this is only a brief respite from those extreme conditions yesterday. 88 to 95 by noontime. We should top out right around 90 to 97 for your afternoon high. On your satellite and radar picture, still a very strong ridge of high pressure keeping us hot and dry over the Centennial State for the next day or so. Hopefully by the weekend, we're going to get a little bit more moisture. We should be dropping our temperatures and taking a little bit of a break. But as we go into today, look at these temps up and down the Front Range into the lower 90s for Fort Collins and Denver. Another fire we heard burning near Fort Collins. Forgot about that one. So that's 4 fires essentially in our state right now. 98 Lamar, 97 in Pueblo, and 94 in Trinidad. You got to 111 yesterday in Lamar. So luckily, we'll see temperatures about 10 to 11 degrees cooler today. Lower 90s expected in the Springs for this afternoon. Still breezy to windy conditions. Again, we bump up our temps by about 2 degrees tomorrow. So these are still well above average, but not record highs. 91 on Friday. We add a few more clouds. We have a slight chance of a thunderstorm late Friday afternoon into Saturday. We're going to keep a few more clouds around. But look at our temperatures. Some relief by Saturday and Sunday. We've got to wait till then, but we'll see those low to mid 80s as we get into the weekend. Pueblo, 97 for your high today. Still those breezy to windy conditions. Again, we saw record highs in Pueblo and the Springs yesterday, but we will not see records today. Upper 90s into Thursday and Friday, and then your relief comes again on Saturday and Sunday with a little bit cooler air mass working into the area and a slight chance of a couple pop-up storms late Friday, late Sunday into Monday and Tuesday as well. Unfortunately, not a lot of moisture with these storms, but anything that we can get, we will take. Now, Canyon City, obviously, folks in Fremont County wondering about the forecast there. Should see temps right around 94 today. Cooler than yesterday's triple digits, but when you say 90s, I don't know how much cooler you can actually feel. 96 by Thursday. The winds pick up a little bit more tomorrow, and then we get into the 80s into Saturday and Sunday. Our best chance for any precipitation is going to be late Friday into late Sunday as well, and possibly into Monday and Tuesday of next week. And Woodland Park, we'll see temperatures right around 80 today, 82 on Thursday in Teller County, lower 80s Friday, then we're back into the 70s as we approach the weekend. So that's what it's looking like outside. Again, with the hazy conditions, we'll continue to see those, and we'll continue to update you here on everything. Dan Cochelle does our traffic. We sent him down to Canyon City, so we'll check in with him in a little bit to get the latest on the Royal Gorge fire. I'll check your traffic here in a minute and make sure that there are no problems out there. But obviously, continue to watch here this morning, and we'll bring you the very latest here in just a little bit. Kimberly?
We do have some new information, Justin. Meridian Ranch, the YMCA, Meridian Ranch YMCA is closed. Of course, it's summertime. That means a lot of kids are doing summer camp at the YMCA. So if you have a child who does the summer camp at the Meridian Ranch YMCA, you're asked to go to the Briargate YMCA. So that new information regarding the Black Forest fire. As you just mentioned, Justin, we've got Dan Cochelle is live near the Royal Gorge fire. When we come back, we're going to join him for an update.
All right, welcome back. 6:26 is your time. It is Wednesday morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, Fox 21 Morning News continues this morning.
Yeah, and I'm Kimberly Price, and we want to let you know about the closure, the big highway closure due to the Royal Gorge fire.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier that Highway 50 closed in certain areas. It's in both directions from basically the water treatment plant, which is on 1st Street in Canyon City, all the way to Highway 9. Also, Temple Canyon Road is closed, and the areas obviously in the evacuation zone for the Black Forest fire, all those roads closed as well.
That's a large area.
55 square miles.
That's a large area.
That's pretty large, and we could get that expanded too as we continue to monitor everything this morning. Dan Cushell, our traffic guy, is headed down to Canyon City, and he's posting up there. We're going to have a live picture from him, and we'll talk with him in a moment. But in the meantime, I've been looking at all the traffic updates for you. Try to get you out and about, try to get a little bit of regularity here with folks here this morning. No accidents to report. Springs Police on accident alert status.
Yes, because they're assisting with the firefighting efforts.
Right.
So keep that in mind. I mean, if you do have a genuine emergency, you need to dial 911. But if it's not an emergency, you can dial, the police department, 444-7000.
And again, accident alert status too. You get in an accident, you just exchange information within 72 hours, and you're good to go. So that's just something to be aware of here this morning. We'll talk about a lot of the donations that are going on as well.
Yeah, because there are a lot of agencies that are stepping up, and they need your help so that they can offer their assistance to the fire victims. Care and Share is a big one. So a food drive is going to be taking place starting at 8 o'clock this morning. It's going to go all day until 5 p.m. You can text DONATE to 41010. A $10 donation is what they're asking. You can, of course, give more if you want as well. But if everyone gave $10, think how much money that would raise for fire victims. If you'd like more information, you can log on to careandshare.org.
Okay, and also more of the donations to continue as well. The Flying W needs some hay for evacuated horses as well. You can always donate to the Red Cross. That's a good way to do that, and you can text those donations in as well, as we just showed you. But the Pikes Peak Community Foundation, you can donate online, ppcf.org. More of the areas. Last year, everybody wanted to go and give the firefighters, water and a Gatorade and everything.
Right.
They're saying, no, they don't need that. They just need the monetary donations for the victims of the wildfires.
Well, and everyone feels, compelled to give because they want to help. This is our community. These are our neighbors. But there needs to be some sort of organization. So that's why these agencies are there, is to know exactly what they need. And in terms of Care and Share, and I just wanted to read this really quick because you can do your monetary donation, but they also need non-perishable food items along with that financial donation. They need canned and boxed meals. We're talking mac and cheese, tuna, soup, cereals, and other easy-to-eat snacks. So besides the monetary donations, you can also donate food to Care and Share.
Also, we're hearing from the Gazette that, according to the Gazette.com, that they're prepping those C-130s out there at Peterson, and it takes them a couple hours to get going. So probably within the next few hours, you'll start to see. We'll let you know. They fly right over the top of us.
That's very true, yes.
Peterson's right there. But the C-130s will get those up in the air, and the MAF's getting to fly, and hopefully we'll get more of that fire retardant out there. Same thing down in Canyon City, where those slurry bombers, those big DC-10s, were flying.
Drop a lot.
Right, drop a lot in a short amount of time. They're great to see. You know what I mean? Like you see those in the air, and you're like, oh yay! You want to cheer because you're like, they're going to help. They're going to get that fire retardant on those flames and try to stop these fires that continue to burn with zero containment.
Well, those reverse 911 calls went out yesterday, and a lot of people, hopefully were prepared. We want to remind you that, this is the time to be thinking about. We are in the middle of fire season, so if you are not signed up for the reverse 911 calls, you need to do that.
Yeah, and it's El Paso Teller 911.org. I don't know exactly the website for Fremont County, but I know that Fremont County has the reverse 911, but for El Paso and Teller, and same with Pueblo too, but El Paso Teller 911.org should get you at least into the system. It may take about 24 hours, but it's good to just get registered just in case. That way, if you are anywhere in an evacuation zone or a pre-evacuation zone that could turn into an evacuation zone, they can let you know you got to get out. Craig was talking to people this morning. He said, hey, people are leaving before they even need to be evacuated, and that's a good thing to think about. If you don't want to be there, if you feel your life is in danger, obviously get out. Get your stuff and get out.
And that's why it's important to be prepared, now if that happens. And so we've talked a lot about, having that kind of kit together of what to take.
Yeah.
And there are a number of things. Of course, all your important documents, your medications, things like that. If you have pets, you want to make sure that they have their ID tags. You want to make sure that you bring their food. Here's some of the documents that you probably want to keep, handy so that if you do have to evacuate, you have it and you're ready to go.
A lot of things seem like common sense. Yeah, whatever. Sure, I'll bring my driver's license and credit card just in my wallet. Well, what about marriage licenses, birth certificates, just taking a little inventory of a video from your house, insurance policies, all those things important to have ready to go. And as you said, the pets, prescription medications, especially people who need those maybe injections or those pills that they're taking, computer information, sentimental value, photographs. I know everything's digital now. On Facebook, and everybody has it on their phones. They have all the pictures, but a lot of people still have pictures hanging on the walls or, on their desks or whatever. So obviously get that stuff together. And again, if you feel the need that you need to evacuate, get it out of there. Week's worth of clothing, pets, those ID tags, as you mentioned, carriers, pet food, all important to have at the ready.
Yeah, so important to be thinking about this now before something like this happens. Yesterday, we heard from a lot of our politicians who, are here with their connection to Colorado. Congressman Doug Lamborn issued a statement yesterday afternoon. We want to share that with you. He says that, quote, with the memory of the Waldo Canyon fire still fresh in our minds, today's fires are especially troubling. We are sad for the loss of homes and property due to these wildfires and pray for the safety of our firefighters and others in harm's way. I will do all I can to ensure that all available federal assets are deployed if needed by local authorities.
All right, and Senator Mark Udall was releasing a statement as well on the fires burning, and he said, my thoughts and prayers go out to the families whose homes have been destroyed or endangered by the Royal Gorge and Black Forest fires. He goes on to say that the hot, dry weather Colorado is experiencing this week has fueled these fires and created tough conditions for those brave firefighters and first responders on the ground. I will monitor these fires, stand ready to help, provide the support they need from the federal level. Also, the governor spoke last night at that press conference. He stopped by and had a few words to say to residents in our state, fresh on the minds of last year's wildfires that just devastated the state, and now we're right back in at fire season. Let's listen to what Governor Hickenlooper had to say.
We recognize this is sort of like the first day of a new season, and we've got all the county commissioners here, and Lord knows we can't be more prepared than we are, and I'm sure there are things we could have done more and could do better. But we know that this is again going to be very likely a hot, dry summer. When we get a wind like this, fires move very, very quickly, and we have to continue to reinforce every chance we get through every opportunity that people have to be prepared. They have to make sure that their homes, if you're in a wildland fire area, to make sure your homes are defensible. And we have to make sure we have our firefighters and our police officers and all of our first responders ready, right? And they have been. I think we have some of the best firefighters in the country. Certainly at this point, they're some of the most experienced. But there is nobody backing away and saying, all right, we're not going to attack this with everything we've got.
That was, of course, Governor Hickenlooper speaking at 6:35 right now on your Wednesday morning. Again, your Fox 21 Morning News. A little different format here this morning as we continue to bring you the very latest information on the 3 fires burning in southern Colorado throughout the state.
Yeah, and speaking of a little bit of a different format, Dan Cushell usually doing traffic for us today, but we sent him down to Fremont County to cover the Royal Gorge fire there, and we want to join him now live. We mentioned these prisoners that were being relocated from one prison to another, those inmates, as a precautionary measure. Let's go ahead and check with Dan and see what he can tell us about that. Good morning, Dan.
Yeah, one of the things that we're noticing, as you guys have been mentioning, is the inmates from the Territorial Correctional Facility, and they're using the big buses, and basically in a process that started about 10:45 last night. They're going to be busing these inmates, which continues even to this morning. They've basically taken the general population from Territorial Correctional Facility, 905 inmates, and they're going to be doing that process until they get all of them Ironically enough, the Centennial decommissioned prison here in Canyon City. As you know, last year the Centennial prison complex was decommissioned, and they reopened it because of this situation here in Canyon City. 5 of those inmates, and they have to be, it's an arduous process, as you guys could. They've got to count the inmates. They've got to make sure for. Now, these inmates that they're going to be moving there all have special medical needs. Some of them are diabetic, and so these are the special need inmates from Territorial Correctional Facility. So that's one of the things that's happening here this morning. As you can take a look back here, this is the very western edge of Main Street here in Canyon City, and you can see the police barricade. That's as far as you can go to the Royal Gorge. One of the things that you obviously notice when you first walk in here and smell smell as it is in the Colorado Springs area, but you can nonetheless tell that there is a major forest fire happening in this area. We'll continue to monitor it and give you new and developing information as it becomes available. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks so much. Dan Coscelli is live again in Fremont County, the Royal Gorge fire, as we continue the information there. Apologize for some of the technical issues. What happens is we use like cell phone and Wi-Fi signals.
There's interference sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of different media down there trying to use and fight for the airwaves, essentially. So apologize for that, but trying to give you the very latest as to what's going on, especially with those evacuated prisoners. 6:38 is your time right now. We're going to take a quick break and we'll regroup here a little bit. We'll have more for you coming up on all of the fires burning throughout southern Colorado in just a few moments. All right, welcome back. We continue with our breaking news coverage this morning at 6:41. A live look outside from your First Bank Fox Skycam. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. The 3 separate fires burning near Colorado Springs and in southern Colorado. Looking out toward Black Forest, the Black Forest fire, where you can see all of that haze around this morning as we look out to the north and to the east. Notice the flags right here. This is just across the street at the Siemens building there, friends. We are seeing the northwesterly winds and northerly winds. That's why all of this haze has been lingering around Colorado Springs, excuse me, as those winds shifted in the overnight. A little bit of a dry cold front that actually came through, and that actually switched up our winds a tad bit. We've been showing you this picture all morning long of the Royal Gorge Bridge. This is courtesy of the Canyon City Daily Record, sent this to us on their Facebook page last night, and you can see this is an aerial view of the bridge from yesterday, where all of the smoke, all the fires right around that bridge. They did say the bridge is intact, but some structures have been lost near the bridge. Hopefully we'll get more information on the update coming up a little bit later this morning. We also are hearing, we had those aerial shots yesterday, and that was from the chopper. There's a news chopper that works in the Denver area, and it works for all the TV stations. It's basically one chopper that sends out the same signal. They were trying to get down here this morning, and apparently air traffic control is saying, look, you got to fly at a certain length. It's going to be too high, a certain height in the atmosphere. So it's just going to be too high for them to get anything. They're trying to get regulation to fly a little bit lower to bring us some of the pictures so we can see what it looks like this morning, so we can see just how vast of an expanse these fires are, and we can see some of the damage, not only for the Black Forest fire, but for that Royal Gorge fire as well. So the red flag warning that we had in effect yesterday, we talked about it yesterday morning, setting up the conditions for wildfires with the hot, the dry conditions, the windy conditions, the extreme wind that we saw 20 to 40 and 50 mile an hour gusts yesterday. So everywhere was pretty much in a red flag warning. Today, not so much. Calmer winds today will help firefighters. We still have a fire weather watch in the San Luis Valley down near the Alamosa area. But notice there's Levita Pass right now, the Levita fire burning in that area. And then in the Springs area in El Paso County, that's the only place we have a red flag warning for today. 2 o'clock this afternoon until about 8 o'clock. Expect those winds to kick up out of the south, 10 to 20, 25 miles an hour. We're going to see all the way from Black Forest and the Springs to Fountain, those winds shift. So right now we see the northerly winds this afternoon turning more around from the southeast, and eventually for the south, pushing those winds back up to the north and pushing the smoke back up to the north as well. But still hot and dry. Even though we're cooler today, it's still going to be hotter than average for this time of year. Typically we're in the 70s this time of year for Colorado Springs, and we're going to be in the 90s once again. Let's look at our current temperatures. 43 in Buny right now, 48 in Saguache, 41 in Alamosa, 50s and 60s for Pueblo and the Springs, 59 Trinidad, 62 in Lamar, and 65 in Springfield. Let me show you the winds elsewhere in the area. 10 mile an hour winds in La Junta and Trinidad, 6 to 8 mile an hour winds in Pueblo and the Springs, and Canyon City seeing about 6 to 10 mile an hour winds through the Arkansas River Canyon. So again, these are helping firefighting efforts. Another thing that's helping this morning, check out these humidity numbers. Now, yesterday, Jeff Womack was in for Terry, and he was here talking about humidity levels, 2, 3, 4% humidity. That was just how dry we were. Look at this morning, 21 to 23% humidity for the Springs and Pueblo down through La Junta, and even some higher humidity levels west of I-25 in some of the mountain ranges, which is good news, again, for those firefighting efforts. Unfortunately, we're going to still be pretty dry later today. Those numbers will go down and our temperatures will go up. Northerly winds 8 miles an hour for the Air Force Academy in the Springs down through Fort Carson at about 13 miles an hour. Here's your weather headlines. A little bit cooler today. Those winds just a tad lighter. Temperatures into the 90s this afternoon. We do warm up again, unfortunately, tomorrow, and we're going to see more of those winds pick up tomorrow afternoon as well. Now, we just saw Dan Cashel, who was live in Canyon City, and he was broadcasting for us down there for the Royal Gorge fire. So he's not doing traffic today, so it's a little different morning show. Luckily, no accidents to report on the roads. Colorado Springs police under the accident alert. Guys, is there a way if we can just pop up whatever traffic cam we have right now, just since I'm doing a little traffic? I don't know if that's possible. And again, everything is sort of on the fly this morning, ladies and gentlemen, so just be aware of that. We're going to be kind of going back and forth to different things, so don't have the traffic cam. But anyway, accident alert status, which means basically if you have an accident, no alcohol or drugs are suspected, just exchange your information and get that report within about 3 days. Highway 50 closed between Highway 9 and 1st Street. in Canyon City. So that's going to continue here as they continue to fight that Royal Gorge fire. But again, no major accidents on the surface streets or I-25 Powers corridor, looking good. Obviously, the area up near Black Forest area with all those closures for the evacuations, we're going to see those road closures up there continue.
And speaking of those evacuations, Craig Coffey has been chatting with a lot of those evacuees from the Black Forest fire. He is live at another makeshift campsite, which is happening in parking lots all over the area. He's in Falcon now with another evacuee. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning, guys. That's exactly right. Another makeshift campsite here in another parking lot. This time Walmart at Meridian and Woodman. Again, close to that southeast border of the evac zone that was just issued. And a lot of people are here that we've seen. And on this site especially, there are a lot of RVs. There are boats here. People have their outdoor recreational vehicles. There's a lot of, I guess, toys here that people have brought out. This a good place to bring. I just talked to one gentleman who they actually are getting set to leave for vacation. They were already packed up, so they're going to head out early and just come back to what they come back to with us right now. This is Dan Neal. Good morning to you. And you actually left your house last night, right?
Yes, about 11:30.
Yeah. Now, were you told to leave, or did you leave early?
We had the police come through and tell us that we were under a pre-evacuation.
Okay.
So we had been watching the fire all afternoon, the smoke, and had started packing through and going through that drill.
Okay.
So,
and you're actually you're just west of Eastonville, the farthest point so far east of the evacuation zone, right?
That's right.
Okay. So you're here in your camper. Have you met any of your camper neighbors?
No, it was pretty much pull in and get things kind of squared away in the rig, and then turn the TV on a little bit, see if we can get some updates. And
okay. So under those pre-evacuation notice orders that you're under, were you already set to go?
Yeah, we had been going through the drill. You know,
Okay.
Early in the afternoon, we saw the smoke. You know, I told my wife, I said we should go through and start thinking through, kind of going through the house, thinking what's important and that sort of thing.
And what goes through your mind when you have to make those decisions?
Well, you just you kind of walk through and think about the things that are important, and it dwindles down just to a few, you know, pictures and photos and
Right.
legal documents and stuff like that. So
Now you mentioned your wife. Does your wife have a different idea of what's important to you, or vice versa?
she cares a bit more.
Okay, all right. So that's got to be something difficult to do, though. But you make that decision, and you come out. And how long are you prepared to be out here if necessary?
We could stay out here a week if we had to. I mean, that's, you know, we'd get supplies and just restock.
Just here at Walmart, right?
Here at Walmart.
That's where it seems to be where everybody comes. Just go find a Walmart.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, you need the Red Cross shelter, right? You got your RV.
That's right.
You've got Walmart, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Did you ever think that the fire would reach where it's at right now?
No, earlier in the day we thought it was going to go northeast.
Right.
And so I didn't think we were going to be in any danger there. Matter of fact, we started packing a little bit, then we stopped and started watching the progress of the fire. But then the wind shifted, and that's when we started getting a little more serious about packing up and getting ready to go.
Right. We just saw earlier we were on Meridian, north on Meridian, to where the farthest point you could go to where the El Paso County sheriffs were, and you could see the flags really blowing and blowing this way to the south.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
And hope things work out for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, that's it for now. We're going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys in studio. Again, we're out canvassing the entire area. We're going to make our way now kind of north and west to Pikes Peak Community College. That's where the big media site is set up. That press conference is coming up a little bit later on here this morning, and we hope to get, we will get all the latest information with what officials are saying now about this fire, where it's headed, and the progress that they're making. Back to you guys.
Craig, we're inside, and you've been outside all morning. I mean, man, what is it like? You know, because we're even inside, man, we have the air conditioner on, and we are smelling it here. So obviously, outside, it's got to be a lot worse.
Yeah, you know what? Earlier this morning, it was a lot thicker. You could really smell it, and you could feel it, and you could see it. The smoke But now, since the wind has picked up, it's kind of cleared the air a little bit as far as the visibility in certain areas, but you really can still smell it out there. It's even on our clothes now. You can't avoid it, but the smell is definitely around anywhere you go. All the places we've been so far this morning, east and west, you can smell the fire for sure. Where we are down south in the studios, of course, like you said, you smell it there. But as far as visibility, the haze is kind of lifted a little bit. It just depends on where you're looking and how the wind shifts to where the majority of that plume is. But yeah, you can definitely feel the presence of what's going on out here wherever you are.
All right, well, be safe out there, Craig. Thank you very much, and we'll continue to get more info from you. You can see Craig's hair blowing around a little bit. His TV hair that he has he usually has a lot of hairspray.
He usually does,
which is fine. But you can see some of that blowing around, and you can also hear the microphone, the wind. So even though our winds are calmer than they were yesterday, still that wind, as he was talking about, picking up a little bit, and it's more north and northwesterly this morning, but we'll see southerly wind later today.
Yeah, you saw all those campers there, a lot of those makeshift campsites popping up everywhere because people in Black Forest loaded up their campers, their pickup trucks, whatever, and headed out of town so that they could find some safety somewhere as they learn more about what's happening this morning, which again is in about 2 hours. We should be getting that update. Speaking of an update, you mentioned the chopper from Denver that gets the aerial shots for us. They were kind of grounded for a while because they were trying to get permission from air traffic control, and now we understand that they have gotten permission to not fly at such a high altitude, to get a little bit lower so that we can actually see some of those pictures. So we hope to get some of those for you because this is a new day. I'm curious to see what those pictures will show.
Cody Crouch is, you can follow him on Twitter. I follow him. He's the chopper reporter essentially for the different stations in Denver. They all use one chopper. Different cities that have choppers, each station has their own chopper. Well, they all use the one chopper and then just sort of farm it out. So that's why we can see the info and the information. They'll put it up on CNN so people around the country and around the world can see it. Speaking of that, on Fox21News.com, if you have friends or family that want to follow what's happening here and they don't live in the area and they want to know what's going on, we're live streaming right now. So you can go to our website at Fox21News.com. Hello to all of our internet viewers who are watching this morning. Let me give you a couple updates that we're seeing here from the Gazette. Some closures coming in about Woodman Valley Chapel as well as Vacation Bible School at Woodman Heights been canceled today. All activities canceled at Falcon High School, Falcon Middle School, as well as Meridian Ranch Elementary. And you can sort of see as zoomed in, this is exactly what we're talking about. This was at 6:41. So this is from the Gazette's website, gazette.com, talking about some of these closures here this morning.
And we also had reported that the Meridian Ranch YMCA is closed. A lot of kids doing summer day camps there at the Y. So all of those registered campers now being told to go to the Briargate YMCA.
Okay, this is another little interesting factoid here from our friends at the Gazette. Rich Harvey, he became kind of famous last year from all the different fires we had in southern Colorado last year. On his way with the Great Basin Incident Management Team, we all know Jerry Marr.
Yes, we do.
She's on our commercials. She might be around too, but they're saying that they are going to take over the command of the Black Forest fire at 9 o'clock. So when we get that information here, again, from the press conference that we're talking about, possibly happening around 9, that's when we're going to get more information on that. That YouTube video is on the Gazette as well. We'll show you more of that again in a little bit.
Incredible video.
It really is because you're right at the front row of that fire.
And you can hear the chaos. I mean, you can feel like you were right there. So anyway, it is 6:54. We're going to take another break. We will be right back.
21 Morning News. Your all live, all local morning newscast starts now.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Southern Colorado wildfires. I'm Kimberly Price.
I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. It is Wednesday morning, June 12th, just about literally 2 weeks removed from the anniversary of those fires that broke out last year.
Yeah, hard to believe. We were talking about that yesterday and how the conditions are so similar for another wildfire. And here we are, day 2 of 3 very significant fires right here in our community.
That's the thing, too, Kimberly, is that the two big fires and then the Levita fire as well, another couple of fires in Fort Collins, but all basically erupting around the same time within about a 1 to 2 hour window. You saw it yesterday. We all saw it around town. And a lot of us thought, including myself, I thought that was the Air Force fire.
Yeah, just flaring up. Possibly.
Flaring up, right? I thought, okay, it's the Air Force Academy. I know these winds are strong, and I thought, okay, there it is. It was a whole other fire. Come to find out, then the Royal Gorge fire, and you said it kind of had us surrounded.
It did have us surrounded, and I think a lot of people can relate because I was running errands and I was inside a business for a while, came out, and it had, there it was. And I thought, oh my goodness, what is it? So we want to give you the very latest. We're expecting an update, a live news conference, which we will bring you right here on Fox 21 in about 2 hours is when it is scheduled. Of course, that could change, but we'll be ready to take it and bring it to you live when it happens. But as of 10 o'clock last night, which was when we had the last news conference, here's what we know of the Black Forest fire. First reported at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, spread very, very quickly, just within a matter of hours. More than 2,500 homes evacuated. Voluntary evacuations, 383 homes, 8,000 acres burned, and it is still 0% contained, as we know this morning.
And they're saying that they're going to try to get some choppers up here within the next hour or so. There's been some help from Fort Carson, some military choppers there. A couple of trucks coming from Denver are going to help out as well. People from all over the region and the country eventually are going to start coming here as they did last year. 40 to 60 homes, not confirmed, but we could have those numbers updated later today, and we're saying that the MAFs will fly those big C-130s that have to get all loaded up and everything at Peterson. They should be flying around 10 o'clock this morning.
All right, as far as the evacuations, this is where it stands right now. As we show you a map, the mandatory evacuations, that is in the red zone you see right here. South of Hodgen, north of Burgess and Rex Road, west of Eastonville, and east of Tahosa Lane. We now know that that includes the neighborhoods of Latigo Trails, Latigo Creek, and Latigo Estates.
Okay, and we also, the pre-evacuation, that's the area in green. That includes north of Old Ranch, east of Milam, and west of Volmer. This is a 55 square mile area. That's quite a bit. Some of the numbers that we're getting, again, these are unconfirmed reports, but this is according to the Gazette on their website there, saying that 6,500 people evacuated just for the Black Forest fire in over 1,200 homes.
Okay, that's a large amount.
That's a number that we haven't seen yet. Again, none of those are confirmed, but you can just tell how this is going to continue to grow, and we want to get the latest official information in just a couple of hours. But, you don't want to speculate.
No.
But you know that this fire is big.
Yeah.
So that's fire 1. Now let's move on to fire 2, the Royal Gorge fire, which is burning in Fremont County. This fire, as of 9 o'clock last night, was at about 3,800 acres. That number also expected to grow.
Yeah, more than 100 homes evacuated. It started on the south side, jumped the river, and it's now on the north side. Multiple structures we know have been burned, including several right there on the property of the Royal Gorge Bridge.
They're saying that there could be some damage on the bridge. They say that it is intact, but that there could be damage on the bridge there as well. The evacuation for the Royal Gorge fire around Fremont County includes those 900 prisoners that are trying to be moved out of the correctional facility there. Skyline Drive to Highway 9, both north and south of Highway 50. Highway 50 remains closed at this time, again, from 1st Street. That's the water treatment plant, and that goes all the way out to Highway 9. So be aware of that in the Royal Gorge fire that's burning in Fremont County.
Of course, and then there's the Levita area fire that we talked about, and firefighters do continue to battle that blaze. That's in Huerfano County. Burned, at last report, 45 to 50 acres. It's being called the Clycus fire, at 0% contained as well as of last night. So we know that 2 families were evacuated. We don't have any reports at this time that any structures have burned.
And the whole thing on this, all 3 of these fires just in southern Colorado, the good news so far is that we have no reports of injuries. That's so far. We hope that it stays that way. We're going to take a live picture right now. 7:04. Usually Dan Koshel is doing traffic downtown for us. We've sent him down to Canyon City with our photographer there, and he is bringing us a live report right now on what's happening with that Royal Gorge fire, as we mentioned. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, Justin. Yeah, we, I've covered these fires, these types of fires for many years, and one of the things that you can't help but notice is when you come into a community like Canyon City, how quiet everything is right now. The smoke is definitely in the air here in the town proper. When we're coming up from Colorado Springs on Highway 115, you can definitely see the haze over the entire community of Canyon City from this fire. The big story today is that they're continuing to move those inmates, as you mentioned, from Territorial Correctional Facility. They're going to be moving them throughout the course of the morning. They started that process about 10:45 this morning. 24 infirmity inmates are going to be transferred to other correctional facilities around the state, and about 881 general population inmates are going to be moved to Centennial, which is here in Canyon City. And the interesting thing about that is that prison stood empty for the better part of the last 8 to 9 months. It was decommissioned in 2012. Now it's going to be the house. They're going to use that as the housing facility for all these 881 general population inmates. We see a steady stream of buses coming from that facility. It's about 20 miles in the front of where this fire line is, and so that is going to be a process that's going to be taking place throughout the rest of the morning. It's a very slow, arduous process. They got to fill the bus up, do a general count, and then move them into the new facility. They have as you've been mentioning, they have a Red Cross shelter set up at the Evangelical Church, which is at 3000 East Main Street. We're trying to get some inside stories and find out how it's really affecting these people here in Canyon City. Obviously, we're going to be bringing you the press conference. It's going to begin at about 9 o'clock this morning. We're going to get a bird's eye view of how they plan to attack this fire. Right now, the winds are very calm. The heat, obviously, is going to be coming a little bit later on today. They're expecting winds, as you've been talking about, Justin, about 30 miles per hour in this area. So it's something we're going to continue to watch. We'll bring you all the latest information as it becomes available live in Canyon City. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Dan. We appreciate it. Live again for the Royal Gorge fire in Canyon City, and he'll have more for you coming up in just a little bit. Interesting, both of the press conferences now scheduled for 9 o'clock. Right. So we don't know exactly if they're going to try to move one of them. I mean, we all obviously want to get the information. I don't know how we're going to get it at the same time. Right. We can't air both news conferences.
They may change it, but we'll monitor that and just see. But hopefully they can do that, because we want to bring them both to you live as they happen.
Exactly. You had some information.
I want to put this. This is the information, the public information line. We have these numbers that we want to put out to you as well. For the Black Forest fire, the number to call if you need information and you're looking for information is 444-8300. Mayor Steve Bach actually tweeting out that he wants citizens, reminding them to call that number instead of calling local emergency numbers. Now, of course, if you have a genuine emergency, you're asked to dial 911. Of course. But people are calling police trying to get information on the fire, and that's just not a good idea. We need to keep those lines open. So again, use the public information line 444-8300 for the Black Forest fire. For the Royal Gorge fire, that number is 285-9750. You see it there on your screen, 285-9750.
All right, very good information there. 7:08 is your time right now as we continue our breaking news coverage of the Southern Colorado wildfires here on your Wednesday morning. Obviously, things a little bit different here this morning on our show. We are hearing from El Paso County Sheriff Sergeant Joe Roybal saying that he cannot offer an accurate estimate of burned homes, but still no injuries or deaths to report. He says that the Black Forest fire is different from the fires last year because this has several hot spots. It's jumping from home to home. So that's what El Paso County Sheriff Sergeant Joe Roybal, who is talking to the Gazette and our partners over there. So again, we appreciate all the information. Lots of information coming fast and furious yesterday. Things this morning, well, at least a little bit calmer in terms of not only our winds, but we continue to see things there as well with the temperatures that are a little bit cooler. This is the live picture here. You can see looking out toward that Black Forest fire, and notice the flags in the foreground there. Just some light breezes, quite a difference from yesterday. And I'm just going to move the camera around and show you exactly what we're looking at here as we go out toward the east. All of that haze from the winds that shifted in the overnight hours and bringing more of that northwesterly flow, bringing all of that smoke from the Black Forest right into the Colorado Springs area and down through the Pueblo area as well. You can see that hazy morning. Probably a scratchy throat you're hearing from me and Kimberly this morning. We apologize, but it's probably like a lot of you are dealing with here this morning with all of the fires that are around. So if you can avoid being outside, try to do that, especially if you have any respiratory problems. Those are the things you want to make sure to be aware of. Stay inside, stay into the air conditioning. Even with the air conditioning, we're getting the smoke in here as well. So I'm sure that's the same for you and your morning on this Wednesday. All right, here's another picture. Again, we want to show you this. This is a picture from the Canyon City Daily Record of that Royal Gorge Bridge, the famous Royal Gorge Bridge, which again, according to authorities, remains intact. However, there could be some damage there with some of the structures that burned near the bridge. Hard to see the bridge through all of the smoke and the haze here from those fires. I mean, it jumped the Arkansas River. That's how bad that fire was yesterday for the Royal Gorge fire. Now, yesterday we had red flag warnings for pretty much the entire area. Most of the state was under a red flag warning. Today, we've got a fire weather watch in the San Luis Valley. No red flag warnings for Canyon City, Pueblo, Fremont County, but we do have a red flag warning in El Paso County. It's 2 o'clock today until 8 o'clock this evening, obviously including Black Forest, the Springs and Fountain and areas out to the east, where those winds are going to kick up today out of the south at 10 to 20 and some 25 and 30 mile an hour gusts possible. Nothing like yesterday, but still will be dry and still will be windy this afternoon. We're seeing 40s and 50s west of I-25 this morning in some of the higher elevations. The warming temperatures already starting. 74 in Lamar. You got to 111 yesterday in Lamar. 73 in Springfield. Temperatures mid to upper 60s for the Springs and Pueblo for this hour. 61 in Trinidad. And our wind speeds only 7 to 8 miles an hour right now through the Springs and Pueblo. 9 in La Junta and about 7 to 10 mile an hour winds in parts of Fremont County around that Canyon City fire. Good news too, the humidity levels are up. Yesterday, so bone dry, 2 and 3% humidity readings. That just is in increasingly dry conditions with all of the dry fuel. And then the winds add to that, and then you have the hot temperatures on top of that. So it was just that mixture that really sort of sparked these three fires that all started pretty much at the same time. But humidity numbers this morning, 17 to 23% for Pueblo and the Springs, 21% in La Junta. So hopefully that will help firefighters as well. Still north and northwesterly winds here from 7 to 12 miles an hour from the Air Force Academy down through the Springs. Little bit cooler today. Winds will be just a tad bit lighter. We'll still keep our temperatures into the 90s. We do warm up though tomorrow, and we're going to see those winds return tomorrow as well. We're talking 88 to 95 by noontime. Should top out right around 90 to 97. Record highs yesterday, not going to see records broken today. So that is a little bit of good news. Still a pretty strong ridge of high pressure centered over the Centennial State. That sinking air will continue to bring us these hot temperatures. But we'll try to get a few clouds working in late into the week and into parts of the weekend and hopefully bring some moisture along with that. Mid to upper 90s for the western slope here for this afternoon. We're seeing 90s up and down the I-25 corridor today. But those triple digits, notice, absent from that map. So that's good. We'll like those cooler temperatures. Now tomorrow we get into the lower 90s for the spring. Still breezy to windy the next few days. Lower 90s still on Friday. We add a few more clouds. Could pick up a thunderstorm on Friday afternoon. And then finally some relief temperature-wise. Low to mid 80s into Saturday and Sunday as we approach Father's Day. Late Sunday into Monday could pick up a chance of a thunderstorm, and Tuesday as well. 97 in Pueblo today. Still breezy to windy. 99 on Thursday. 99 on Friday. And then lower 90s into your Father's Day weekend. Best chance for some showers are going to come on Friday and late Sunday into Monday as well. Canyon City, everyone's focused on the weather there as well, and the firefighting efforts there for the Royal Gorge. 94 for your high today, cooler than those triple digits yesterday. 96 Thursday, and then we get into the 80s into Saturday and Sunday. Best chance for rain is going to come Friday afternoon and then Sunday afternoon. It's not a really good chance, but at least it's a chance. At least it's something. 80 in Woodland Park today, 82 on Thursday, back into the 70s into Saturday and Sunday. Quickly want to check traffic right now. Obviously, Dan Cushell is down in Canyon City taking care of things there at the Royal Gorge Fire. This is I-25 in North Academy. You can see a smooth flow of traffic there on Interstate 25. Some road closures there. We do have a new report. This just came in. Multi-vehicle accident. This is a 4-vehicle crash at Mark Scheffel and Highway 94. So again, 4-vehicle crash, Mark Scheffel at Highway 94. Accident alert status remains for the entire area. So if you have an accident that doesn't involve alcohol or drugs, just exchange the info and get within the reports filed within about 3 days. Highway 50 remains closed on between Highway 9 and 1st Street in Canyon City, and obviously all of those closures up near the evacuation area for the Black Forest Fire around Highway 83 near Hodgen Road as well. All right, time right now is 7:15. We will regroup here a little bit, take a quick break, and be back with more on our breaking news coverage of the Southern Colorado wildfires here on Fox 21 Morning News.
7:18 is your time now. Welcome back to your Fox 21 Morning News as we continue coverage of the 3 wildfires burning in southern Colorado.
Yeah, and we want to continue to, we appreciate all of the viewer comments, all the viewer pictures, the viewer videos that are coming in. You're really helping us tell the story because it's so hard. It's such a large area, and so many of you have, iPhones and Androids, whatever, your mobile phones and, videos that you're posting on our Facebook page and on our website as well. Waiting for the Facebook page to load there. In the meantime, let's take our first bank cam. You can see it's just very hazy out there again this morning as those winds have shifted and from more of the northwest bringing in all of that smoke. I have it kind of pointed out to where the fire is. Again, we're not seeing those large plumes of smoke like we saw yesterday because fire, overnight when those winds aren't kicking up that smoke as much. Now it's just moving all that haze in. But we're also looking out because we're hearing that some of the choppers are up, the bucket dropping choppers. So that's what we are kind of looking for on this shot to see if we can see them flying out there. We're also hearing reports that news chopper again from Denver basically
got the clearance
to try to come out. But let me show you some stuff on our Facebook page. This is actually from David, who TFR. It's called Temporary Flight Restrictions Over the Black Forest Fire, up to 11,000 feet. So this is what he was talking about. This is something that flight people have. You can see the different coverage there. So this is one of his maps in the area. And there's the Colorado Springs Airport there in the center of your screen, KCOS, you can see right there.
Right.
And then so the area here in red right there is right around where the Black Forest Fire is, and they've got those temporary flight restrictions up to about 11,000 feet.
Right.
That's what the chopper was talking about in terms of the news chopper about being able to get up today.
But apparently it got some clearance. It's going to be able to fly at about 9,000 feet.
Right.
So hopefully we'll be able to get some pictures now that it's daylight, obviously, and see what's happened overnight.
So that's David. So thank you, David, for sending in that picture from about TFR. Heather Rainey shows us this picture about the air quality. Normal day, that's what it looks like here in southern Colorado. Fire day is what it looks like today there on the bottom. So you can really see the difference there. Delana Winter, this was at 5:45 this morning. Can't really see how smoky it is, but you can tell by the color of the sun. And yeah, it was that sort of really orangish glow, that deep orange you could see in the sun with all of the fires and all the smoke that was out there. This is from Tutton Powers from Matthew Whitehead looking out, and you can see, that just, I don't know, it's like
it's purple.
The Sahara Desert or something, with just like one of those haboobs or something blowing in. And then Cheryl, another picture she's posted here saying low smoke this morning. You can really see how it's sort of hanging out and then the clear skies up ahead of that. So all sorts of different pictures that we have there on the Facebook. Gretchen asking on Facebook, is the Royal Gorge Bridge burned down? Well, what we're hearing is that it is intact, and it could have some damage to it, but it is intact and not burned down. At least that's what they told us last night.
And we should be getting an update again around 9 o'clock is when that news conference is scheduled. With social media, and we all have our Facebook pages and, our Twitter handles, and we follow people. And so, reading the stories from people who are directly affected, I'm not talking about the smoke because we're all affected to some degree, but the ones who were evacuated and are learning more about, the status of their homes. And we saw this with the Waldo Canyon fire. I was just reading on one of Facebook of one of my friends who was evacuated, and they found out that their house is standing, the trees and the ground charred, but all the homes around them to the ground.
But their house is okay.
But their house is okay. But again, you had the flying embers, and that's what we saw in Waldo Canyon. When you went into the neighborhood, Mountain Shadows later, you saw a house standing, and then everything around it was gone.
Right.
So it's just it's amazing how the fire travels and what it spares and what it destroys.
Yeah, exactly. And we have the YouTube video. Speaking of user video and user interaction with YouTube and Twitter and Facebook, this video really shows what happened. It's very quick, so it just kind of loops, but you can see how tall. Look how tall the flames are right there to the right of your screen, just going up those trees. The firefighters, the first responders, the police department, and the chaos, as you
hear
said.
Go, get out of here. That's what they're saying. It looks like they're getting in their car to get out of there, too, because they're very close.
Yeah, exactly. So, again, our hats off to the first responders and all of the firefighters and all of the, people in charge, essentially, trying to make sure that everyone's safe. as Sheriff Terry McKinney was talking about yesterday, the El Paso County Sheriff. More pictures here for you. Again, if you have any, please send them news at fox21news.com. We would love to see those pictures.
That's what I remember from yesterday is the huge plume of smoke, and you saw white smoke, then you saw the black smoke, so you knew that there was some sort of fuel that was burning, and then that eerie glow that you also saw.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we saw. There's some up-close pictures of some of the fires. So again, viewers submitted photos, news at fox21news.com. Share at fox21news.com. You can post it on our website. You post it right there, our pictures at fox21news.com. So we appreciate all of your entries. As I was saying, Sheriff McKinney was talking yesterday how it was a search and rescue effort because people decided they didn't want to leave. And then they called and said, you know what, we need some help now. So whether they were in the mandatory evacuation zone or voluntary, they decided not to get out. Now pictures now from the Royal Gorge fire, and you're going to see the bridge here in a minute, which again...
You really have to look closely.
Yeah, you do. It's hard to see.
Yeah.
It's hard to see. But as Sheriff McKee was saying, that, they had to go in and rescue people. So our hats off to all of those people and the different agencies that are helping to battle all of these fires, not only Royal Gorge and Black Forest, but the Clicus picture, the Clicus fire, again, with down near Levita.
And this is a live picture we're showing you right now. We talked about how those choppers were going to begin taking flight, and they were going to bring, is it water or fire retardant? I guess it's water. That's water.
That's they dip it into the reservoirs.
Yeah. So that's headed right now. Which fire is this going to, guys?
This is the
Black Forest fire.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's good news. Now that it's daylight, they can actually see where those hot spots are and where they're needed the most.
And again, a lot of our friends from the Denver stations down here with their satellite trucks, so they're able to give us some of these live pictures, send it up to space. We can grab the picture and show it to you. So that's why it says KMGH. That's the station there in Denver. So we appreciate their efforts as well, getting all the pictures, because it's important for us to tell the story with all the different, avenues that we have with the different live shots and technology and everything that we have, trying to bring you the story so you know the very latest about how to be safe.
Yeah, and all these fires, of course, started yesterday afternoon. The Royal Gorge fire, spread very, very quickly as well. It actually jumped the highway, right?
River.
It dropped the river, and this is a picture right now of what it looked like yesterday. But again, 3,800 acres as of 9 o'clock last night, and you can see, how windy it is in some of these some of the video from yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. And we've got a lot of spot fires that are going on throughout the area, and that's what the firefighters are talking about on some of the scanners that are reported by the Gazette, saying that go into different structures like we saw yesterday. So it's so important if you're in that mandatory evacuation zone or the voluntary evacuation zone, whether it's the Royal Gorge fire like we're seeing here or the Black Forest fire, just get out if you can. Try to go somewhere. Plenty of shelters we have listed on our website at fox21news.com. We've been talking about it all morning long. So don't forget to call those numbers too, 444-8300. That's the number for the Black Forest fire, and for the fire in the Royal Gorge, it's 285-9750. That's for info. So if you have info, don't call police. Obviously, if you have an emergency.
They don't want to tie up those emergency lines.
If you have an emergency, call 911, obviously. But try these other numbers if you're just looking for information. Again, 285-9750, this number on your screen. That's for the Royal Gorge fire. And 444-8300 for the Black Forest fire.
All right, 727. We will be right back with more coverage.
Talking about the...
7:30 your time now. We are heading to the bottom of the hour, and now about an hour and a half away from the latest live news conference that we will bring you right here on Fox 21 on the numbers associated with the wildfires burning in southern Colorado.
Yeah, and both press conferences scheduled for 9 o'clock, so not sure how we're going to bring both of them to you live. Obviously, that will be impossible, but maybe they might move one of them to be able to accommodate all the media, because I'm sure we all want to know all the information. Yes. Last year we just had mainly that one fire that was in our area, and it was easy to do. Now we've got two big fires, a third fire, the Clycus fire in Levita. Let's go ahead and recap them here for you again, as we've been saying all morning long. The latest information, it was last night at 10 o'clock.
Right, so it's been a while.
We know that it's
changed. It's definitely changed. But as of 10 o'clock last night, let's talk. Oh, as we take a live picture again, we've been watching these choppers getting the water, the Chinook helicopters starting to put the water there from the air down onto the Black Forest fire.
So anything helps, even though those buckets you think, oh, that's not going to, do anything. It helps. They dip it into reservoirs, they fill it up, and then basically drop the water out. Then you get the MAFs up a little bit later, and you can see the live picture here. Those MAFs are the bigger C-130s that they're getting all loaded up at Peterson right now, and they should be out by about 9:30 or 10 o'clock, which will drop quite a bit more. Plus the slurry bombers that we saw in Fremont County yesterday, dropping about 20,000 gallons of that retardant on the fires at that time.
Yeah,
so
as many resources as we can get, we want, that's for sure.
And people want to see. I mean, I was one particularly yesterday said, where are the planes? I wanted to see them, and so when they finally did see them, I was really happy. I'm sure a lot of people are as well.
All right, here are the statistics as we know as of, again, 10 o'clock last night, because that was the latest official update that we received. 8,000 acres, this is the Black Forest fire, have burned. More than 2,500 homes evacuated, 383 homes under voluntary evacuation orders.
And some of the numbers that we got from the Gazette this morning saying that 6,500 people total evacuated and more than 1,200 homes. Again, those are not numbers that we have confirmed, but that's what the Gazette is reporting. So we know those numbers from last night probably will expand, especially when we get the update at 9 o'clock. And yeah, those 40 to 60 homes. The evacuation area is large. It's 55 square miles in terms of the Black Forest fire, and that includes several areas. The red areas there include south of Hodgen, north of Burgess and Rex Road, west of Eastonville, and east of Tahosa Lane. And these numbers, these areas may shift as they did yesterday. They kept kind of expanding. So wherever this fire goes is where those evacuations more than likely will continue to stretch.
Yeah, and overnight we learned that the mandatory evacuation area did include Latigo Trails, Latigo Creek, and Latigo Estates. And then the green area